Chapter 1 Konoha. Konoha, in an ordinary and somewhat shabby small courtyard. Xiaoli, today is a school day, don't cry. The boy's mother was teasing him. Don't worry, mother, it won't happen. The young man named Shendeoquan Xiaoli was a little helpless at this time. He looked at his mother tightly holding his hand that was not loose in clothes. When had he ever cried? Well, Xiaoli thought about it, and it seemed that he had actually cried. When he was born, he was beaten and cried. However, as an outstanding young man in the new era of the 21st century, although he didn't know the specific reasons, but we also know that babies are bound to cry after they are born. If there is no sound, there is probably something wrong with it. Therefore, Xiaoli cried once and only once since she was a child, but there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't hold it in due to physical reasons. Even if Xiaoli could hold it in, the medical staff next to her wouldn't let her. Shendeo Kawanishina looked at her son with a little reluctance. After all, it was not easy for the mother and son to depend on each other since childhood. Fortunately, her son had been independent since childhood, and could even help her with some light housework in many cases, which made her worry less. However, the only fly in the ointment is that her son has none of the childishness of other people's children, which makes Sinai a little unable to understand the real feeling of being a mother. She also wants her son to show her more coquettishness at such a cute age. Come back early after her school. Sinai also gave up and said a little helplessly. Okay, mother, it's time to let go, otherwise you will be late on the first day. In the end, Sinai let go of her hand. Originally, she wanted to ask for leave to send Xiaoli there on her first day of school, but Xiaoli sternly refused after finding out. However, Sinai was not too worried. Xiaoli had liked wandering around the village since he was a child, and the most important thing was that he had never lost his way. Xiaoli had visited the ninja school many times. Now that Xiaoli has gone to school, she should also go to work today. After all, there are only mother and son in this family, and she can only rely on her to make ends meet. Shintokawa Natsuki, 6 years old this year, was born in a single-parent family. His father was heard to be a Chiyunin, but he died while doing a mission. According to his father's teammates, his father worked even harder because his mother was pregnant. She took on missions to earn money for milk powder, and then had an accident during a mission because she was too tired, leaving Sinai who was about to give birth. Sinai was originally a ninja, but just a genin. After getting married, he also voluntarily gave up his genin identity. After giving birth to Xiaoli, he started to find some jobs on his own to make a living. Fortunately, he had been a ninja before and his abilities were average. They are considered outstanding among people, so it is not difficult to find a job. Coupled with Xiaoli's precocious intelligence, the difficult days were only a while ago, and now their lives are on the right track. Xiaoli, the divine sword, is naturally a time traveler, and he is a native time traveler who grew up from his mother's womb. When Xiaoli learned that he had traveled to the world of Naruto, he didn't mind. After all, he hadn't gotten married yet in his previous life. So there wasn't much worth remembering. It was just a pity that he couldn't fulfill his filial piety. As for Naruto, Xiaoli had naturally watched the anime, but unfortunately, Xiaoli was a little bit engrossed in the plot. After all, there were so many memories, he was too lazy to read them and skipped a lot of plots, but having seen them was naturally better than never having seen them. Then, there was the matter of the golden finger. After 6 years of confirmation, Xiaoli reluctantly admitted that he did not have the traditional golden finger necessary for time travelers. All he had was the memory of knowing some plots, but this could be considered a piece of gold finger. Oh, and the only thing that can be regarded as a golden finger is the soul power, which may be relatively strong, because Xiaoli found that it is much easier to remember things than in the previous life. Although it cannot reach the point of photographic memory, it is already very good. The last thing is his own bloodline. According to Xiaoli's observation, he is just an ordinary person. He doesn't have any immortal physique, such as Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Senju. This gave Xiaoli a headache. He must want to be a ninja. After all, people are here. It is definitely impossible not to try the characteristics of this place. If he just wants to survive, he might as well choose to marry into a certain place directly. In a ramen restaurant, the other party would probably not look down on him marrying into a big family, but an ordinary ramen restaurant would probably be fine. But fortunately it's not an Uchiha. After all, Xiaoli discovered that he was the same age as Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto, when he was traveling. If he really traveled through time and became an Uchiha, if there was no golden finger, then he would probably have it very soon. The dog is taken. Xiaoli's current condition was not as good as those with golden fingers, awesome bloodlines, or special bloodstains, but it was still okay, at least there was nothing worthy of others' peeps. Then in the past 6 years, Xiaoli has not been idle. Although his body is not yet able to extract chakra and cannot learn ninjutsu or anything like that, training still needs to start from a young age. Although it is said to be exercise, Xiaoli is also worried that his body is too small and that the exercise will be damaged, so the amount is not large. He mainly exercises his fingers. After all, although some Muji ninjutsu are flying all over the place in the later period, the speed of the previous seals is still very important, and the speed of the seals must keep the flexibility and dexterity of the fingers. Xiaoli, who has a firm goal, has naturally started in this aspect since he was a baby. Start? If he persists, Xiaoli feels that it is not impossible for him to reach the fastest seal formation speed. Even if he cannot reach the fastest one, he should still be at the top. However, at present, his seal speed is close to 3 seals per second. Of course, this is a seal without chakra, so the speed will naturally be faster, but this is equivalent to the basic configuration. After becoming familiar with chakra, it can still be achieved. This upper limit. Unknowingly, Xiaoli had arrived in front of his class. At this time, he took a deep breath. He had done everything he could in the early stage, and the rest of his ninja school career would still be a time for him to accumulate strength. Period. But you have to work harder than before, because as an ordinary person, if you want to become a powerful ninja, you can only have a chance if you work hard. The most important thing is that there is a certain period in his plan during this period. A very important goal. At this time, the teacher in the classroom had not come yet. Xiaoli looked at the familiar faces and smiled. Fortunately, among several classes, he was assigned to a familiar class, which was Irika. The class that Uzumaki Naruto is in. Xiaoli scanned the classroom and didn't go out of her way to look for familiar faces. She casually came to an empty seat and sat down. Seeing the noisy classroom without a teacher, and even some children crying there, Xiaoli put her hands down and made random seals one after another. At this time, a figure walked into the classroom. He had short blonde hair and a fox-like beard on his face. His eyes swept over everyone in the classroom, and finally his face lit up. Because he saw Xiaoli. Chapter 2 Uzumaki Naruto. Hello, can I sit next to you? Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto, came to Xiaoli's side and asked a little uneasily. Okay, I've just arrived, there shouldn't be anyone around. Xiaoli looked at Naruto without any emotion and said calmly. Great. Naruto happily sat next to Xiaoli after receiving his agreement. Xiaoli and Naruto had known each other before. After all, after Xiaoli knew that this world was Naruto's world, he was still very curious about the protagonist of this world, Uzumaki Naruto. He specifically went to find Uzumaki Naruto when he was shopping. However, Xiaoli's idea at that time was just to watch from a distance. He had no idea about becoming Naruto Uzumaki's friend. After all, he was a Jinchuriki, and there must be many ANBU guards around him. He, an ordinary person, approached him rashly. There is no benefit. And there are some possible disadvantages. After all, it may not only be the third generation who monitors the Jinhyuriki, but also Danzo. Xiaoli approaches Naruto, and the third generation should not care about anything after the investigation, but Danzo will probably take a note of it, although he wouldn't pay too much attention to it, but given the other party's position, just a casual operation would be a disaster for Xiaoli. In addition, the other disadvantage is that he is ostracized by the people in the village. After all, people who are close to the monsters in their eyes are probably also the kind of hopeless people. So when Xiaoli went to see Naruto for the first time, she just watched from a distance, listening to the people around him talking about monsters and the cold eyes that were always there. Even though he was watching from the side, Xiaoli they all felt suffocated. If the situation is changed, even if Xiaoli is in her second life, in this environment, she will definitely not be able to avoid mental problems, just like Gaara in the early stage. No, Gaara was weak when he was a child, and he was too young to know anything, so he couldn't do much. If it were Xiaoli, he might have done something more extreme, and would definitely plan to use the Nine Tails to take revenge on these people. Didn't you say I was a monster? Then I will work hard to become a real monster, and when I am strong enough, I will show you what a monster really looks like. It was later that Naruto and Xiaoli got to know each other. Naruto used more money to buy food. But he was kicked out. The coins were also thrown to the ground and he was stepped on several times. Seeing this scene and hearing the laughter from the people around him, Xiaoli couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't stand up, he later used his own money to buy the food that Naruto wanted to buy before, and then left it in a deserted place. Following Naruto. You want to buy these, right? Xiaoli asked at that time. Yes, yes. Xiaoli still remembered Naruto's AI's reply at that time. Later, Xiaoli handed the food to Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened at that time. He didn't know how long it took before he suddenly thought of something. He quickly wiped the slightly dirty coins with the still clean area of his clothes, and then handed them over expectantly. Xiaoli. Xiaoli finally counted the denominations, and after counting the denominations which were much more than the price, he left with an expression of profit. To be honest, he had no interest in the money, but he just hoped to have a reason to make money. Just this time, it's okay as long as he doesn't show his closeness to the other party. If it goes further, Xiaoli feels that it goes against the plan. It's actually a bit impulsive to just do this. However, it was already painful to see this scene from the animation. Now, seeing this scene in reality, the kind of depression made Xiaoli suffocated. He felt that he should do something, but in the end he found that he could not do anything. Even if you want to help, you have to find a way to squeeze the other person's money to help. This is also a method that Xiaoli came up with on the spur of the moment when she thought that Naruto's money probably couldn't be spent. It was oppressive, but not completely oppressive, but in the eyes of others it's okay if he just wants to make money from Naruto. As for further friendship, he has to consider his own safety and avoid it. If he was alone, he might be able to risk it, but he is not. Of course, Naruto didn't know this, and he didn't care about the money at all. That was the first time he felt that someone didn't treat him coldly, and his whole person glowed with new brilliance. Then Naruto met again in the village a long day later. Naruto's eyes were instantly locked on Xiaoli with a flash of surprise. In Xiaoli's helpless eyes, he wanted to find Xiaoli. But it stopped at the end. Because Naruto felt the eyes of the people around him before he even got close to Xiaoli. At this moment, Naruto understood that if he really found Xiaoli, he would probably cause trouble to the other party, just like those people before who did not allow anyone to just like playing with yourself. In the end, he just passed by Xiaoli in disappointment. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief and was not implicated in this matter. However, Naruto never took the initiative to find Xiaoli again. Xiaoli only felt some mixed feelings in her heart. What a good child! He is already like this, and he still has to think about others. Xiaoli came back to his senses and looked at Naruto next to him. The other person was looking for him at this time because there were no adults around, because children are actually very simple. They just don't play with Naruto because of what adults say, even if they say what everyone else says about Naruto. It's a monster, but they themselves don't know what monster means. Therefore, in Naruto's eyes, the malice of adults is much deeper than that of children. And in school, he might be able to get a little closer to this person who has no malice towards him. Xiaoli sighed as she thought about Naruto's character in the future. Why did he develop such a character? With the Kyuubi's influence inside your body and constant malice outside, it's the strangest thing to develop that kind of personality, right? Xiaoli sighed, and the answer in her heart might be because of Azura, otherwise Xiaoli really couldn't explain it. But this answer made Xiaoli feel a little disgusted. How could a forcibly destined character not be scary? I hope it's not like what he imagined, otherwise it would be too sad. After some time, a young man with tied hair and a scar on the bridge of his nose finally came belatedly and walked to the podium and coughed a few times. However, there was still a lot of noise in the audience, which was completely useless. After all, it was no longer the era of war, and the students in the ninja school were relatively scattered. Xiaoli also looked at the teacher on the stage. He was quite familiar with this teacher. After all, he was Naruto's teacher at the beginning. I remember his name was Iruka, and he was a Chunin. I remember that Iruka's parents also died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. He didn't know how to face Naruto at first, but later he was slowly moved by Naruto and accepted him. In short, the other person is a very good and qualified teacher. Since I roughly know the other person's personality, I will make good use of the teacher-student relationship and ask the other person for more advice. I am Umino Iruka, and I will be your teacher from now on. You can call me Teacher Iruka. Next, I will call the roll call. Ask the students who are called to stand up and introduce themselves. Well, let me do one first. Demonstration. Umino Iruka, my favorite food is Ichiraku ramen. I like people who are positive and upbeat. I don't have anyone I hate for the time being. My favorite food is bibimbap. I want to be an excellent teacher in the future and teach students one after another. An outstanding student of Bo. After Iruka introduced himself, he picked up the list he had prepared and started calling the names. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino, Harano Sakura. Xiaoli heard some unfamiliar names and also heard some familiar names. Until she clicked on Harano Sakura, Xiaoli's expression was a little complicated. According to his plan, he could only say sorry to Harano Sakura. Chapter 3 Harano Sakura. Xiaoli looked at the pink-haired figure who was about to speak, her eyes a little complicated. She could be considered the heroine of Hokage. Although Naruto's last wife was Hinata's role was really not that many, so the identity of the heroine fell on Harano Sakura. Of course, if you regard Uchiha Sasuke as the heroine, then, you can only say that you are right. Although Harano Sakura's reputation in the original work is not very good, there is no doubt that her opponent's strength has definitely reached the top level among ordinary people, and her efforts and brains are actually quite good. The only thing Xiaoli knows about Xiaoli is that she has a bad reputation. It should be because of her love brain. From the audience's perspective, her love for Uchiha Sasuke basically only remains as a nymphomaniac, and she doesn't even have Uzumaki, the character who later likes Sasuke. The reasons are sufficient. Furthermore, it should be because of Sasuke's subsequent defection that Harano Sakura couldn't do anything on her own, but she cried and begged Naruto. Although Naruto's character would have done it without Harano Sakura obviously acted like a pua by doing this. I mean, it's not very likable anyway. In fact, Xiaoli didn't like Harano Sakura when he was a child in his previous life, but the reason for not liking her at that time was simpler than the above. Anyway, I put myself in Naruto's perspective. If you are not nice to Naruto, I will not like you. Later, when I grew up, I became indifferent to her. I can't say I like her, but I still have enough appreciation. The reason why Xiaoli feels a little indebted to Haruno Sakura is naturally because his target is Haruno Sakura, or to be precise, Haruno Sakura's position. 2. After all, Haruno Sakura is the only person he thinks has a chance to replace him. Thinking about the identities of other people, he knows that it is unlikely. First of all, there are Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, and Yamanaka Ino from Class 10. As Konoha's traditional Ino Shikamaru, it is basically impossible to separate them. Again, Kaiba Inyazuka, Shino Aberame, and Hinata from Team 8 are all ninjas with special abilities. Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan cannot be replaced by the Hyuga clan. Kaiba Inyazuka and Shino Aberame also have families, but they look like seems like a replacement. After all, these two families are not considered wealthy in Konoha, but they are not easy to replace. After all, Inyazuka Kaiba's ninja dogs and Aberame Shino's bugs both have unique abilities in detection. If Xiaoli wanted to replace them, he would have to show extraordinary investigative talent, and he would be more likely to be assigned to another class. There was too much uncertainty, and it was unclear whether he would have the chance to show off enough investigative talent in the 6 years of school. Said otherwise, so it can only be ruled out. Finally, there is the 7th team where Haruno Sakura belongs. Naruto, as the Kyuubi, and Uchiha Sasuke, as the only Uchiha survivor in Konoha, are impossible to replace. After thinking about it, Xiaoli could only focus on Haruno Sakura. After all, Haruno Sakura was from an ordinary family. Although she had good theoretical talent, this talent was nothing in front of Xiaoli compared to Haruno Sakura. Under the circumstances, the other party's only advantage is probably her identity as a girl. This is no joke. Although Konoha's class divisions are not clearly defined, most classes are divided into 2 boys and 1 girl. Therefore, if you want to replace Haruno Sakura, you must not only surpass her opponent in theoretical talent, but also reach the highest level in this class. Only by being strong can it be possible. In this case, as the strongest, he is more likely to be assigned to the elite class. Then it will not be a question of whether he can enter, but a question of how the 3 generations are divided. Can a genius who is extremely good in all aspects be thrown into an ordinary class? Fortunately, although most teams are 2 men and 1 woman, there is no explicit requirement for mandatory pairing. Teams of 3 men and 2 women and 1 man have also appeared. If Xiaoli wants to become stronger, his target will naturally be the elite class. After all, even in the elite class, the gap is so obvious. Although Kakashi Hatake of Class 7 has been idle for a long time, he still reached the elite Jounin level. Sarutobi Asuma is considered to be an upper-middle level Jounin, while Yui Kurane from Class 8 can only be considered an ordinary Jounin with some characteristics and illusions. As these elite classes are like this, there is no need to think about the Jounin leading the other classes. If it is an ordinary Jounin, it is considered good, and it is more likely to be a special Jounin. Therefore, no matter what, for his goal, Xiaoli also has to strive to enter the elite class. Haruno Sakura can only say sorry. Although he appreciates the other person, his priority is himself. Moreover, Haruno Sakura's upper limit is actually very obvious in the original work. Of course, the new generation of Konoha Sunin, Naruto, and Sasuke, will cheat more than the previous generation of Konoha Sunin. But Haruno Sakura's upper limit will not be the same. It's Tsunade, it can only be little Tsunade. After all, Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan. Whatever her physique, Haruno Sakura's physique. If she takes another path, she may surpass Tsunade, but Haruno Sakura and Tsunade are taking the same path. They want to be on this road. It is basically impossible to surpass Tsunade. That was Haruno Sakura's upper limit, so what about Xiaoli's? He wanted to give it a try. As an ordinary person, he would not plan any special bloodlines and bloodstains, but what level could he achieve as an ordinary person was beyond Jiraiya, the pinnacle of ordinary people, or Metkai, who briefly opened the 8 gates. Or even worse than Haruno Sakura. No matter what, you have to give it a try. If you are reborn into this world and there is nothing else interesting to do, you can only focus on the characteristics of this world. The divine sword Chuan Xiaoli. At this time, Irika finally called Xiaoli, and Xiaoli stood up and briefly introduced himself. I am Kamikawa Natsuki. I don't have a favorite food. The people I like are myself and my mother. The food I hate is coriander. I don't have anyone I hate for the time being. I want to become the strongest ninja in the future. Xiaoli's speech did not cause any waves. After all, becoming the strongest ninja does not have any real meaning for them. There are also many people whose goal is to become Hokage, and in their eyes, the strongest ninja is probably Naruto. Well, so Xiaoli's introduction is really nothing special. However, when it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn later, Xiaoli watched the other party say the same goal in a voice full of energy, but changed the strongest to Hokage, and then sighed with the mocking laughter of the children around him. Although it is much better than the street, the influence of adults on children is already obvious. After class, Xiaoli didn't even think about going over to chat and make friends. Naturally, Xiaoli, who was sitting next to Naruto, had no one to come to him. After all, Xiaoli didn't seem to have much merit. Her appearance was okay but not top-notch. He has ordinary black hair, but he seems to be much taller than his peers. Then Xiaoli looked at Naruto, who wanted to talk to him but was worried about affecting him. After thinking for a while, he took the initiative and whispered, "If you are in the class, you don't need to be as careful as in the village, but you don't need to be particularly close, the relationship between ordinary classmates is fine." Xiaoli was thinking that as the future of Konoha, Danzo would most likely not be able to reach into the class. He had not heard of anyone of the same age named Shimura just now, so it was an ordinary and normal contact with Naruto as a classmate. It shouldn't matter anymore. After all, Naruto must have a deskmate no matter what, as long as he doesn't show that he is particularly close to Naruto. Besides, for his goal, he has to show enough talent in a short period of time to get into the sight of the third generation. If this is accomplished, even if he is targeted by Danzo, his safety will be at least for a certain period of time. They will all be guaranteed, but I don't know when this opportunity to perform will wait. After hearing Xiaoli's words, Naruto's eyes lit up and he asked nervously, "Then can we be friends?" Xiaoli looked at Naruto, looked at the other person's expectations. Recalled the treatment he received when he saw him before, and smiled. Of course can. However, Xiaoli quickly retracted her smile and returned to an indifferent expression. She looked around. It was best to maintain this expression in normal times. It was best to appear to others as someone who had to act with Naruto. The unlucky guy at the same table. Chapter 4: The Art of Shadow Clone. On the way home, Xiaoli thought about what she had gained today. In fact, she had gained nothing. After all, the current courses were probably focused on explaining the history of Konoha, and they were slowly introduced until chakra attracted enough interest. He will teach you how to extract chakra, but the textbook will be distributed in due course, so he can learn it by himself. As for the three-body technique, in this peaceful period, there is no need to think about it in the first year. The teaching in the first year should only be some theoretical knowledge and some physical exercises. This year is reserved for students to accumulate a certain amount of chakra. Time. Xiaoli looked at the sky. It was still early, and studying here was really easy. At this time, her mother's work should not be over yet. However, Xiaoli thought about what her mother said before leaving home to go home early, and had no intention of hanging around. She ran towards home with some books handed out on her back. Although it was only a few kilometers away, it could still be regarded as it's time to warm up, and I have to say that Naruto's average physique is really good. I'm back. Xiao Li took out the key and opened the door and shouted according to the habit cultivated by his mother. Then Xiao Li was stunned. His mother, who originally thought she was still working, was looking at him with a smile, and the table was filled with sumptuous food. Welcome back. Mother, why are you? Xiao Li's voice was a little surprised. Of course I got off work early. After all, today is Xiao Li's first day of school. Of course I have to come back early. Sinai said with a smile. Yet. In any case, Xiao Li's eyes softened. From the time he was a baby, he had seen how much the other party had paid for this family. Even though he had lived a lifetime, he quickly accepted Sinai as his new family. Mother. However, I'm sorry, Xiao Li. I can only ask for leave today. From now on, you will still be able to go to and from school alone. Obviously other people's children are picked up and dropped off by their families, but I. Sinai's mood was a bit low. She didn't want to send it. It's okay. Xiao Li looked at her mother who was inexplicably blaming herself and walked forward to hug her mother. Well. I'm really embarrassed that I want my own child to comfort me. Sinai smiled bitterly, then forced himself to cheer up and said, in order to compensate Xiao Li can tell her mother what she wants. I don't have anything in particular that I want right now. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Li said that she was quite satisfied with her current life. Sinai seemed a little troubled by this and seemed to really want to do something for his son. Xiao Li also quickly noticed Sinai's thoughts and ordered whatever she wanted. Oh, by the way, the teacher at the ninja school also talked about the history of ninjas today, right? So, does Xiao Li want to become a ninja? Sinai suddenly realized something and asked with a smile. Well, I want to become the strongest ninja. Xiao Li didn't hide it after thinking about it. Xiao Li, you can also tell me about the ninjutsu you want. Mom also has some channels here. Sinai's eyes lit up after hearing this and he said. However, Sinai soon realized something was wrong. Even if she said so, Xiao Li probably didn't know any ninjutsu, but she hadn't used ninjutsu for many years, and she was only a genin. I don't have many ninjutsus, so do I need to ask my former companions to demonstrate? Ninjutsu, what I want now is the shadow clone technique. After hearing this, Xiao Li expressed his truest thoughts. Hey? Shadow clone? Why do you need this ninjutsu? This ninjutsu is still difficult to a certain extent, and the most important thing is that this ninjutsu is not useful in combat. Although Sinai didn't know how Xiao Li knew, I don't think this ninjutsu is of any use. Well, there's no reason. I just saw a jounin using it before, and it was a physical clone. I liked it very much. Whether it will be useful is another matter. I decided at that time that I must learn the shadow clone if I have the opportunity in the future. Xiao Li lied, after all, the real reason cannot be explained. However, what Sinai said was of no use for fighting. Xiao Li could only say that he had never thought of such a luxury as using a shadow clone to fight. After all, that thing was basically an ability exclusive to Naruto or the Uzumaki clan. All Xiao Li needed was the shadow clone's experience transfer ability, and the difficulty was also suitable. Although the shadow clone was a B-level ninjutsu, but thinking that Naruto had learned a higher level multiple shadow clone technique in one night, the difficulty of the technique may not be worthy of this level. However, there are naturally some reasons for being placed at B-level. The requirements for using shadow clones have very high requirements on the amount of chakra. Only jounin can have a certain amount of chakra to fight with shadow clones. After all, the shadow clone divides the amount of chakra equally, but Xiao Li estimates that this equal share refers to the amount of chakra extracted at that time. It is impossible to directly divide the body energy contained in the body that has not been extracted into chakra. So if it is not used by Jounin, how much chakra does the shadow clone contain? It is estimated that there is no other ninjutsu that can be used. One of them will be scattered in one hit. What use is a shadow clone that can only use taijutsu in combat? Xiao Li has never thought about using shadow clones to fight, and now is his accumulation period. It will be much more convenient to have one or even two shadow clones. As for whether his body could bear it, Xiao Li never thought about using hundreds or thousands of clones to practice like Naruto. He planned to use only one from the beginning, and he didn't plan to let the shadow clones do any tiring things. Then slowly increase it if you feel your body can tolerate it. However, this opportunity is rare. I don't think it will be of much use in exchange for a shadow clone. Xiao Li should think about it carefully, or I can ask my former companions to show you other ninjutsu. Sinai still doesn't want to use the power of her husband during his lifetime. Use the opportunity you saved to exchange for a useless ninjutsu. Moreover, although this opportunity still exists, after all, the person is no longer there. If Sinai wants to exchange it later, he will still have to ask his former teacher for help. It's so troublesome to just change to a useless shadow clone, and not only is this shadow clone useless, it is also a B-level ninjutsu. The opportunity left by my husband during his lifetime to exchange for a shadow clone is actually enough or even more than a lot, but after all, others it is no longer there, which means that after changing the shadow clone, there is basically no chance to exchange for other ninjutsu. Sinai really thinks that it is better to exchange for more C-level ninjutsu than to change a shadow clone. You can exchange for several. Hey! Xiao Li blinked. He originally thought that what his mother was talking about was actually just the ninjutsu left by his father during his lifetime, so he just talked about it casually. But according to this meaning, is there really a chance to obtain a shadow clone? Suddenly, Xiao Li's eyes lit up, and she began to fully express her determination to obtain the shadow clone to Sinai. After Xiao Li worked hard for a long time, Sinai finally reluctantly agreed. Okay, it's just a shadow clone. Just be happy and don't regret it later. I will never regret it, Mom is the best. Xiao Li couldn't help but cheer. Let's eat. Sinai smiled when he saw Xiao Li's smile. Forget it, as long as Xiao Li is happy, it doesn't matter whether he becomes a powerful ninja or not. Chapter 5 Chakra and Xiao Li. After the meal, Xiao Li returned to his room, took out the book on chakra extraction and read it. To be honest, he didn't study that hard in his previous life. Xiao Li has a certain basic understanding of chakra. Of course, he doesn't know how to extract it. He wanted Sinai to teach him before, but unfortunately Sinai said that although she can still use it, the relevant knowledge has been lost. It was given to her former teacher, and Sinai did not recommend that he extract chakra before he was 6 years old, as it would have some effects on the body. Xiao Li also thought about chakra. Chakra is equal to the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Extracting chakra will inevitably affect the body. Among them, spiritual energy determines the amount of chakra extracted at one time, while physical energy is the stock of chakra. Only when it is extracted and combined with spiritual energy can it become chakra that can be used. In Xiao Li's view, body energy is affected by physical fitness and bloodline. Physical fitness can be improved day after tomorrow, but bloodline is basically fixed. The blood coefficient of ordinary people is very low, so you need a very high physical fitness to have enough chakra stock. However, some bloodlines, such as the Uzumaki bloodline, have very high coefficients, so the Uzumaki clan does not need a strong body. With this quality, you can have a terrifying amount of chakra. And the influence of bloodline is not only that, but also related to the speed of recovery, but this has little impact. After all, the battle can often be decided in just a few rounds, and the speed of recovery has little impact on a one-time battle. Xiao Li had previously thought about whether there were any natural and earthly treasures in this world that could improve the bloodline coefficient. After much thought, there seemed to be no solution. Hashirama cells? Xiaoli was not sensitive to this half-human, half-ghost state. Instead of transplanting Hashirama's cells, it would be better to plan a tailed beast, but this was not in line with Xiaoli's goal. What Xiaoli wants is to grow to the top as a human, even if other forms are more powerful. Therefore, neither the ghost appearance after transplantation nor the Jinchuriki are in line with Xiaoli's goals. After all, instead of being in such a mess, it is better to follow the two protagonists. You just need to ensure a certain level of strength so as not to be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Anyway, Xiaoli is quite Buddhist. It would be best if he could become stronger. If not, then it can't be that way. Let's go. After thinking about it, there seems to be no treasure in this world that can improve the bloodline coefficient. There seems to be a dragon vein, but Xiaoli doesn't remember exactly when it appeared, and it may not be in line with Xiaoli's goal. In this regard, Xiaoli could only sigh. It would be great if they were in the world of cultivating immortals. There are always some weird things that can improve the most basic attributes. Although this kind of thing is generally very precious, it is better than what Hokage has here. Good idea. Although there is a high probability that you won't get it, at least you have hope, right? Unlike here, you basically have to rely on your own mutation. But if it were given to him now, then he would not be able to help but use it. After all, compared with emotional reluctance, it is more practical to strengthen oneself rationally. But this was only when he was still weak and had no right to be picky. If you wait until he has really grown up before giving them to him, he will really say no to them, just. I don't know if he can grow up. After Xiaoli read for a while, she felt that the food had been digested a little, so she closed the book. Mom, I'm out. Come back early and be safe. Sinai was used to Xiaoli going out every day. She originally thought that she would be able to relax for a day after going to school today, but in the end she insisted on going out to play. It was impossible to play because the body was the basis of chakra. In order not to face the risk of chakra shortage after using a few ninjutsu in the future, Xiaoli decided not to be lazy. Xiaoli estimated that although her current body had been exercising, the amount was small after all, so it was only equivalent to that of ordinary second-grade students. However, although the amount of exercise has been increasing recently, he feels that his body has improved a lot while the amount remains unchanged. This should be caused by the increase in age, so the increase in his current amount can probably be improved. Xiaoli thought, but this range should be experimented. He can tap his body's potential, but he must not squeeze his body. After all, his body is only that of a 6-year-old child. Strength is one thing, and it is needed for growth. Energy is also necessary, and it must not be lost at the expense of small things. However, after all, once or twice has no impact, so use these once or twice to test the limit of what you can persist, and it may not be impossible to even break through the limit once. As for the difficulty of breaking through the limit, it is not too difficult for Xiaoli. He has experimented before, which is probably related to the strength of his soul, but after breaking the limit that time, his body felt a little empty for a few days, which is a typical case of too much. After that, Xiaoli never exercised to that extent again. Now it was time to give it a try. Xiaoli silently came to a relatively hidden training ground. As expected, there were already people here. 3. And this person Xiaoli was already very familiar with him. After all, the opponent was already training when he came, and when he finished, the opponent was still training. Yes, that's right, this person is Xiaoli, a hard-working genius, but Xiaoli really feels that the opponent's body is too much for him. With the way they exercise, Xiaoli feels that his theoretical upper limit is probably higher. However, this is based on the condition that the growth period is infinite. The problem is that the human growth period is limited, and Xiaoli may not necessarily be able to grow to the theoretical upper limit before the end of the growth period. Therefore, Theory is theory and reality is reality. At least for now, Xiaoli does not see the possibility of surpassing the other party's physique, nor does he have the idea of surpassing him. After all, he has always seen the other party's efforts. Oh, Xiaoli, you are half an hour late today. You have to train a few more times. Xiaoli's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoli. Although he was used to exercising alone, if he had a partner with him, you will also be happier. Okay. Xiaoli just decided to try to push the limit today. A few more sets may not be enough. Xiaoli's answer made Xiaoli stunned for a moment. In the past, the other party would not agree if he wanted to practice more, and then Xiaoli's eyes seemed to be on fire. Oh Xiaoli, you actually agreed and it's going to ignite. This is youth. I've decided to reward myself with a few more sets today. Xiaoli was a little embarrassed. Even though he had seen it many times before, he still felt that the other party was a bit exaggerated. So, let's start today's exercise. Xiaoli walked to the other side of Xiaoli. Although they were in the same venue, Xiaoli and Xiaoli's exercise methods were different. After all, Xiaoli believes that his body is still growing, so he will not do some high-intensity exercises. He usually just does some lower-intensity exercises and then uses time to accumulate measurements. Time passed minute by second. Even though the intensity was not high, Xiaoli was already out of breath at this time, but he had not yet reached his goal this time. His body had almost reached its current limit, but mentally he was fine and felt still able to hold on forcefully. Xiaoli looked at it and wanted to cry. It was really, really burning. In Xiaoli's eyes, Xiaoli's movements suddenly became smooth again. Xiaoli said that he was very familiar with this, and this happens to him often, because this is youth. This time, Xiaoli really shed tears of emotion. Hey, I finally succeeded. Xiaoli said that his limit seemed to be higher than he imagined. In fact, it was not the real limit, but the upper limit that his body could endure. Then, after exercising for a while, Xiaoli said hello to Xiaoli and left with heavy steps. Although her body was very tired, her spirit was still good. Let's go back and read some books, and try to learn how to extract chakra as soon as possible. The next day, Xiaoli miraculously felt fine, so had his body improved that much? Then Xiaoli tried to break through again. Then, on the third day, Xiaoli stopped eating. The constant feeling of exhaustion in his body made him only able to do some basic exercises. It seemed that although he could break through, he could not continue. This interval was what Xiaoli wanted to master. Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. Physical training and chakra accumulation have a long way to go. Chapter 6 Extracting Chakra. After a few days, Xiaoli felt that although the physical fatigue had disappeared, the impact had not completely dissipated. When this feeling disappeared, it was almost during this interval. But this is only in the world of Naruto. Although ordinary people in this world can't compare with those bloodlines, their bodies are far better than those in the previous life. Otherwise, Xiaoli would probably be dead if he did this in the previous life. No, in his previous life, without the premise of strong mental power, he seemed to be unable to achieve this level. After all, Xiaoli was self-aware of himself, and he was not really that strong in terms of willpower. In the past few days, nothing special happened at the school, except that Irika led the class to train and began to teach about chakra. For Xiaoli, these are a bit of a waste of time. After all, he has already learned these knowledge by himself, and the intensity of training cannot keep up with the intensity set by Xiaoli himself. However, school should have just started now, so the teacher is mainly teaching basic training movements, and I will probably be able to train freely in the future. Now, after Xiaoli finished studying the contents in the book, she was about to try to extract chakra. Since it was her first time, Xiaoli found time when Sinai was at home and asked Sinai to help watch. Although extracting chakra is generally not dangerous, who knows if an accident may occur the first time. Mom, I'm going to start. Xiaoli sat cross-legged on the bed. Although extracting chakra did not require any posture, she always had to assume a normal posture when being looked at. Well, don't worry, I remember that there is no danger in extracting chakra. Sinai encouraged Xiaoli. I know. Xiaoli nodded. Isn't this just to be careful? What if he faints? Then, Xiaoli began to sense body energy according to the knowledge taught in the books. In fact, he had tried to sense it before. It was very easy for him, and he was even more familiar with it now. However, he had sensed it before but did not try to extract it. Now Sinai was watching, and he was insured in case of an accident, so Xiaoli no longer hesitated, combined his mental and physical energy, and began to extract chakra. The accident did not happen. Xiaoli successfully extracted it quickly. Then Xiaoli controlled the extracted chakra to emerge in his hand. The familiar blue energy made Xiaoli feel a little distracted. It was successful the first time. Xiaoli is really amazing. Sinai was also a little surprised. Although there is no danger in extracting chakra, it does not mean that it can be successful the first time, so does this represent Xiaoli? The talent is very good, Sinai was very happy thinking about it. It was decided that in order to celebrate Xiaoli's talent, she would ask her teacher for help in exchange for a shadow clone to surprise Xiaoli when she got off work tomorrow. Well, it's okay. Xiaoli didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Maybe it has something to do with his mental power? But in any case, his talent should be pretty good, and it will depend on his talent in ninjutsu later. He just doesn't know what his current chakra level is. He feels that it should be pretty good, but there is no specific comparison and he doesn't know what the specific level is. Xiaoli was thinking about it and suddenly found an extra pair of hands on his face. Then he saw his mother grabbing his cheek and saying, "You have successfully extracted chakra." Xiaoli should be happy and smile. In the end, under Sinai's clutches, Xiaoli could only smile. Although it was a bit fake, Sinai was satisfied. That's right. Why do you keep a straight face at such a young age? Xiaoli was a little helpless. He was not paralyzed, he was just thinking about something. In the end, Xiaoli successfully escaped from Sinai's clutches, returned to his room, and continued to extract chakra. Although it was useless to extract chakra, he did so to familiarize himself with the extraction process. This extraction process must be familiar enough that there is no need to extract it specially, and it can be used at will. As for what the extracted chakra will be used for, ninjutsu Xiaoli doesn't know how to do it yet, but it feels a bit wasteful to waste it like this, so just use it to train control. Step on a tree or a wall. But I thought that the mother next door was probably going to have a rest. If she stepped on the wall and fell, the noise would be quite loud, which would not be good if it affected her rest, so I passed. In addition, the changes in the form and properties of chakra? Nature changes. Xiaoli currently doesn't know what his chakra attributes are, so he can only practice form changes. But speaking of a change in form, it is better to say that Xiaoli decided to manipulate chakra to form the shape of her imagination, starting with the simplest spherical shape. Xiaoli began to try to release the chakra she extracted through her hands, and Xiaoli clearly felt that the chakra quickly dissipated into the air uncontrollably the moment it left the body. Xiaoli frowned but did not give up. How could he succeed in one go? Just like this, he extracted, practiced, extracted, and practiced again. Soon, Xiaoli's chakra amount bottomed out. With this amount of chakra, Xiaoli felt that if he tried his best to extract it, he would be able to extract it all at once. After all, he could extract it all at once. Quantity is related to spirit, and his spirit happens to be very strong. However, this also proves that Xiaoli's chakra capacity is at least not worthy of his mental capacity. Furthermore, the practice of changing forms has also yielded some results. At least after the chakra leaves the body, Xiaoli can still detect a trace of connection, but it is very difficult to control it with this connection. Xiaoli felt good if she had a connection and felt the connection. She only needed to strengthen the connection and take the first step. The bottoming out of chakra means that today's affairs are over and you can rest. There is a more important thing tomorrow, which is to go to Irika. First of all, he has to ask him how much chakra he has now, at least give him a standard value. Secondly, Xiaoli also has to try to see if he can get the three-body technique in advance. After all, he believes that his current chakra has exceeded the level of practicing the three-body technique, so as long as he shows his level, the probability of obtaining the three-body technique from Irika is not small. If that doesn't work, you can just get the seal of the three-body technique from your mother, and then ask Irika-sensei for advice on how to use it. Thinking about tomorrow's plan, Xiaoli also fell into sleep silently. The next day, after school, Xiaoli found Irika. "What's the matter?" "Classmate Xiaoli." Irika looked at Xiaoli, a little confused. "Teacher Irika, I have learned how to extract chakra through textbooks. I would like to ask the teacher about my current chakra level." "Hey? Has Xiaoli finished her self-study?" Irika was a little surprised. In order to be an excellent teacher, he naturally knew about his students' situation, which of course included Xiaoli's situation. It can be said that although Xiaoli's mother was a genin before, she probably did not have the ability to teach, that is, she knew what was happening but did not know why. And this means that Xiaoli should have studied the contents of the textbook and completed the extraction in just a few days. Although Irika didn't know why Xiaoli wanted to know the level of chakra, as a teacher, he must like excellent and hard-working students, so he nodded and agreed. "Of course can." Chapter 7 Genius. After Irika finished speaking, Xiaoli immediately began to extract chakra in front of Irika, and this time he extracted all the chakra at once and released it without any scruples, so that Xiaoli's whole body was wrapped in a layer of blue chakra. Irika opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaoli, somewhat in disbelief. He had extracted so much this time, so how terrifying Xiaoli's chakra stock must be. However, the next moment, Xiaoli and Irika looked at each other. Xiaoli, stare. Irika, Xiaoli, why don't you continue to extract? To compare the amount of chakra, you need to extract all the chakra. Irika reminded. I have extracted them all. Xiaoli frowned, looked at Irika's reaction, and asked, Teacher Irika, do I have very little chakra? If it is really too little, then it will be troublesome. Many ninjutsu are limited by this scarce chakra. Less? No, of course it's a lot. I just didn't expect Xiaoli to be able to extract all his chakra at once. Irika looked at the other person's frown, knowing that the other party might have misunderstood, and said quickly. So Irika-sensei, what is my current chakra level? How does it compare with genin? Xiaoli stared at Irika, this was related to his achievements over the past few years. Well, let me think about it. Irika looked at Xiaoli, and after thinking for a while, he said, currently, your chakra amount is only about twice the lowest level of a newly graduated genin, but on average, the difference is about twice the look. Is it so different? Xiaoli frowned again. No, Xiaoli, you already have a lot of chakra. After all, Xiaoli is still growing. The chakra amount will increase with the growth of the body. Even during this period, the body will naturally grow. The amount of chakra accounts for more than the chakra obtained through training. After Irika finished speaking, he sensed the chakra around Xiaoli's body, sighed, and then continued, so as long as Xiaoli grows up normally until graduation, the amount of chakra should be far above the average level. That's it. Xiaoli finally breathed a sigh of relief. So the results of his efforts were pretty good, far above average. Suddenly, Xiaoli remembered that something was wrong. There was an Uzumaki Naruto in his generation. His chakra amount was due to the fact that he had been a nine-tailed Jinhyuriki since he was a child, and he was the reincarnation of Ajura, plus he had a Uzumaki physique. The chakra itself, not even the 9 tails, is extremely terrifying. Counting Naruto, Xiaoli felt that she probably couldn't even reach the average level. However, she couldn't compare with the pervert. Xiaoli thought about it and smiled. Irika also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Xiaoli's smile. He almost hit the other party just now. If he knocked down a genius who was still his student, then he himself would not forgive himself. That's right, Xiaoli has become a genius in Irika's eyes. After all, he can learn to extract chakra from scratch so quickly. And from what I saw just now, his proficiency in extracting chakra is pretty good. What's more important is that the amount of chakra you should have at the beginning of school should be the average level of a third grader. How could these combined not be considered a genius, or even? One more thing, Xiaoli-san. Irika also smiled. He was also very happy that his student had a genius. Hey! Xiaoli looked at Irika in confusion. The amount of chakra that Xiaoli can extract at one time has exceeded most genin, and is even comparable to some Chiyunin. This is very powerful. Irika said that he was shocked at first. Extracting so much at once made him think that Xiaoli had a lot of chakra. Oh! However, Xiaoli didn't care much about this. After all, the amount extracted at one time was related to the spirit. In this regard, he still had enough confidence. By the way, Teacher Irika, can I learn the 3-body technique in advance? Xiaoli finally mentioned his second purpose, but the two purposes are complementary to each other, and he has shown a talent far beyond that of a first grader. It is possible to obtain the 3-body technique. Well, it stands to reason that Sanshin Jutsu is a basic ninjutsu that can only be taught to second-grade students. However, Xiaoli's current level is indeed higher than that of second graders and she can learn Sanshin Jutsu. Irika agreed after thinking for a while. Down. It has to be taught anyway, and there is no rule that it cannot be taught in advance. It is not impossible to even advance the teaching of the 3-body technique to the first grade, but not everyone is Xiaoli, and most students still have to start from the basics. Study, so forget it. Thank you, Mr. Irika. Xiaoli thanked him seriously. He naturally found Irika because he knew the character of the other party in the original work. If it were Mizuki, he would definitely not go to him, but even if he knew that the other party was big, there is a chance that you will agree, but you still have to be grateful. After all, the other party doesn't owe you anything. Oh, it's okay, and the teacher thinks it was Xiaoli who worked hard to obtain the 3-body technique. Irika scratched his head and laughed, feeling happy to be thanked by his student. Then, Irika handed Xiaoli 3 scrolls and said, "This is the 3-body technique. It contains some of my experiences. Xiaoli will read it first. If there is anything you don't understand later, please come back to the teacher. But remember to return the scroll to the teacher." Okay. Xiaoli took the scroll and looked at it. There were many marks on it. These should be scrolls that Irika prepared for future teaching. Some of them even had notes on how to explain them. If you can't learn it, then find a wall and hit it to death. 4. Is there anything else, Xiaoli-san? Irika asked. Teacher has helped me so much, I want to treat him to a meal. Xiaoli said. Haha, teachers should help students, and teachers have other things behind them. Irika wanted to refuse. Ichiraku ramen. Xiaoli continued to add. Suddenly, Irika hesitated. He liked to eat Ichiraku ramen, but he didn't need to ask the students. After all, it was not that expensive. He, a Chiyunin, could still afford it. But looking at Xiaoli's serious expression, Ichiraku ramen wouldn't mean much to the other party's family, so he could agree to it. Then Mr. Irika, let's get busy first. I'll go home first. I'll wait for Mr. Irika in front of Irika at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After seeing Irika's hesitation, Xiaoli didn't give any more information to Irika. I declined the opportunity and left immediately after saying that. When Irika looked at Xiaoli's back, he was slightly startled. He felt that he was not a child of this grade. After thinking about the situation at home, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, a child from a poor family has long been the master, but the other party actually knows that he likes Ichiraku ramen. Although he has said it before, most students probably won't remember it. Happy. Chapter 8 3 Body Technique. After arriving home, Xiaoli looked at the scroll of the 3-body technique on the table and a piece of chakra paper she bought on the way. Xiaoli first took the chakra paper and input his own chakra into it. Soon, the paper broke in the middle, and the part Xiaoli was holding also became wrinkled. Wind and thunder. Xiaoli nodded when he saw this scene. He was not particularly surprised. His father, whom he had never seen before, seemed to have the attribute of wind, and Sinai had also said before that his attribute was thunder. So Xiaoli successfully inherited both of his parents' attributes, which was quite good. He just didn't remember that Feng Jiale could form any blood stains. There seemed to be none, but even if he had no intention of trying. After all, no matter how you think about it, trying to fuse the blood stains is the same as committing suicide. After all, if it could be fused so easily, then the blood stains in this world would not be so rare. According to Xiaoli's opinion, the existing blood stains are caused by suicide or mutation. As for himself, unless he is given a bloodline like Naruto, plus a medical ninja like Tsunade is always watching, and there is a person like Metkai of physical strength, otherwise it would be impossible to commit suicide. However, if these conditions can be met, what blood stains are needed? Just be reckless. As for Feng and Lei, it's not bad. Both Rei's Nan Shuriken and Reikari are qualified to learn. However, Rei's Nan Shuriken requires sufficient chakra and sage mode, while Reikari needs enough chakra. Dynamic vision. Otherwise, one will injure the enemy by 1,000 and himself suffer 800, while the other will go straight and hit no one. Although the sage mode is in the plan, there is definitely no chance to learn it at the moment. Pass it first. For dynamic vision, you basically need to rely on innate and blood stains, such as Sharingan and Byakugan. However, let's not say that Xiaoli doesn't plan to transplant other people's eyes. Let's just say that transplanting the Sharingan will probably directly drain Xiaoli's chakra. No matter how hard it is, this is unacceptable. Byakugan's words are almost the same, but it can't be said. If he can't get it, he won't even want to get Xiaoli. Xiaoli thought about it and wondered if this shortcoming could be avoided if the immortal mode was combined with Reikari. The immortal mode should be comprehensively strengthened and might have dynamic vision. She might try it if she has the opportunity in the future. The next step was to learn the 3-body technique. Xiaoli looked at the scroll of the 3-body technique. The 3-body technique is not complicated, and Xiaoli quickly read it all along with Irika's notes. The 3-body techniques are divided into clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, which are all simple and practical basic ninjutsu. Among them, the transformation technique only requires 1 seal, the clone technique requires 3 seals, and the substitute technique requires 5 seals, and the difficulty is also divided according to the number of seals. The learning process was just as Xiaoli expected. The seal was just a guide. It could better guide the changes in chakra. The most important thing in releasing ninjutsu was the change in chakra. Each ninjutsu has its own unique chakra changes, so simply knowing Inya is basically impossible to use the corresponding ninjutsu. So, on the other hand, if you can be familiar with the changes of chakra, can you use ninjutsu without forming seals? It's like those ninjutsu in the later period that were released directly by putting both hands together. As for the 3-body technique, Xiaoli's plan is to learn it all, but the priority of mastering it later is different. Basically, you can use the transformation technique proficiently, and you can practice the clone technique more if you have time, while Xiaoli what Li plans to focus on is learning the art of substitution. After all, this is a simple and very practical ninjutsu. If there are only 5 seals, it will take nearly 2 seconds at Xiaoli's current level. When encountering a speed-type ninja, it may be too late to use it, so the substitute technique must be used. The usage time is compressed into 1 second. Then it was time to try to use it. While controlling the flow of chakra as described in the scroll, Xiaoli formed a seal and a figure appeared in his mind. Transformation. A line of white smoke rose up, and when it fell, a small but graceful woman appeared. Then Xiaoli looked at the figure of Tifa in the mirror, and suddenly her face turned red and she released the transformation spell. Xiaoli didn't expect that she would succeed the first time, and Xiaoli suddenly felt that maybe she could practice the transformation technique more. Ahem. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that there was no one around. The transformation technique was just like this. Just use it a few times to get familiar with it. After all, it was only 1 seal. It couldn't be simplified even if it wanted to be. Then, different figures appeared in Xiaoli's room again and again. Although they were all small, they became more and more exquisite. Asuna, Misaka Mikoto, Red Eyes. Time passed very quickly, and by the time Sinai came back, Xiaoli was already able to use the clone and substitute techniques. How should I put it? It seemed much simpler than Xiaoli imagined. Unlike the single seal of the transformation technique, Xiaoli was not very proficient in the use of the clone technique and the substitution technique, and the changes in chakra could not keep up with the speed of his original seal formation. But there is no problem with this, you just need to practice more later. It was only at this moment that Xiaoli realized that his talent might be much stronger than he had imagined before. Even if the 3-body technique is simple, being able to learn it on the first contact and successfully use it for the first time is enough to prove his talent. So, I'm still a genius. Mom, welcome back. After hearing the door opening and Sinai's voice, Xiaoli also came out of the room and came to the living room to greet her. Clang, clang, clang. When Sinai saw Xiaoli, he took out a scroll as if to show off. Xiaoli, look what this is. The art of shadow clone. Xiaoli said calmly. Well, it's a shadow clone technique, but shouldn't Xiaoli be more happy? Sinai looked at Xiaoli's reaction with a bit of boredom. Well, I'm very happy. Xiaoli said with a smile. Oh, give it to you, my little master. Sinai said and handed the scroll to Xiaoli, and then said, I went to see the teacher, and the teacher also said that shadow clones are not suitable for you. Yet, but I think it suits me very well. Xiaoli took the scroll with some excitement. I knew you wouldn't listen, so I redeemed it anyway, but fortunately it was a shadow clone. If it were other B-level ninjutsu, it might not be possible to redeem it, Sinai said. Why? Xiaoli also became interested after hearing this. The teacher said that although the shadow clone jutsu was developed by Konoha, it was actually learned secretly a long time ago. Other villages also have similar ninjutsu, so there is basically no need to keep it secret. And other ninjutsu it is still very precious and is generally not exchanged for those of us who may be exposed. Sinai replied. Xiaoli nodded. This was understandable, but after all, he had obtained the shadow clone technique, and the next learning goals were set. By the way, Mom, I won't be at home for dinner tonight. Xiaoli thought about how she invited Irika to dinner, and that after eating, she would wander around the village and should come back late. Hey? Why, did Xiaoli dislike her mother's craftsmanship so quickly? Sinai pretended to be depressed and wiped 2 non-existent tears. Of course not. Xiaoli told Sinai what she and teacher Irika had said. Chapter 9 Legacy. That's right, then you should really thank Mr. Irika. Sinai was a little surprised, and then said with a smile. Xiaoli's chakra amount was beyond Sinai's expectation, not to mention the amount of extraction. Sinai remembered that neither he nor Xiaoli's father's chakra amount was much, which was average, but he didn't expect Xiaoli's chakra amount so good. In fact, it is also because Xiaoli's parents are both ninjas, so his natural chakra capacity is pretty good, but more importantly, Xiaoli has not slackened off over the years, and he has never treated him badly for his physical growth. By the way, Xiaoli should have seen the three-body technique, right? How do you feel? If there is anything you don't understand, I can also demonstrate it. Although I don't know how to teach it, the demonstration is still okay. Sinai smiled. Said. I have learned them all. Xiaoli replied. Hey. Sinai nodded subconsciously, then came back to consciousness. After noticing the meaning of Xiaoli's words, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She knew her child's character and would not lie in this regard. However, this is too incredible, right? Did you learn it the first time? Xiaoli looked at Sinai's surprised look, then smiled, quickly made a seal, and a white smoke rose. The next moment, two Sinai, one big and one small, looked at each other. Xiaoli could choose to use more chakra to construct the same height as Sinai, but there was no need to waste chakra just for performance. Sinai looked at the reduced version of himself in front of him, feeling a little dazed. Not only could it be used, but the level was not low. Except for the height, which was a bit difficult to do, the degree of refinement of this change was enough. If you don't observe carefully, it might actually be possible. Confuse the real with the fake. Xiaoli released the transformation and used the clone technique and the substitute technique again. The sealing was a little faster than before. The clone technique took less than 2 seconds, while the substitute technique took a little more than 2 seconds. Still did not reach Xiaoli's highest speed of forming seals. However, this is already a bit incredible in Sinai's eyes, because she herself is not as fast as Xiaoli in using these two ninjutsu. At this moment, Sinai finally understood his child's talent in ninja. He knew before that he should be very good. But now it seems that this is not just an excellent level, but an absolute genius. However, even for a genius, the road of ninja is full of dangers. Sinai sighed, but did not stop Xiaoli from thinking about becoming a ninja. After thinking for a while, he walked to his room. Xiaoli looked at Sinai's back, a little confused. Then, Sinai came out with a few scrolls and handed them to Xiaoli. Is this? Xiaoli was a little surprised. The ninjutsu we exchanged before were all sea level. In fact, the shadow clone you just gave you was what your father was going to use to exchange for the B-level wind-style ninjutsu vacuum ball. However, since you haven't mastered the sea-level ninjutsu yet, you haven't exchanged it yet. Sinai said without feeling disappointed. He has gotten used to it over the years. I was going to give it to you after you officially become a ninja, but since Xiaoli is so talented, I can't waste your time, so I gave it to you in advance. With Xiaoli's talent, he should be able to learn it quickly. Although I don't think my little adult needs reminding, I still have to say that you must learn to do what you can and never force yourself. Yes, I know. Xiaoli took the scroll solemnly and took a look at it. There were 4 ninjutsus in total, all of which were sea level. They were Wind Release Fierce Palm, Wind Release Wind Cut Jutsu, and Wind Release Technique. Great Breakthrough and Thunder Escape. As for Feng Dun, it belongs to the dead father. It seems to be a good combination. It has a large range of breakthroughs, a single point of wind cut technique, and a close-range gale palm. With these, Xiaoli feels that there is no need to exchange for other items. The sea-level wind escaped. As for the thunder escape and ground walking, it should be my mother's, but I remember that this technique seems not very practical. Most of the battles take place on land, so this technique needs to be paired with water escape to exert its maximum power. However, Xiaoli does not plan to learn these ninjutsu now. His current amount of chakra should be enough to use it, but after using it, even if he uses the minimum power, there is a high probability that there will not be much chakra left, and it is estimated that he will not be able to use it a few times. The efficiency of such an exercise is too low. Instead of learning these, it is better to continue to familiarize yourself with the substitute technique that consumes very little chakra, and you can also learn the shadow clone. Although the shadow clone is B-level, it only divides the amount of chakra equally, and the amount of chakra should decide the duration of the shadow clone. If the shadow clone does not use chakra and only considers the natural consumption of maintenance, then even if the amount of chakra is not large, it should be able to last for a certain period of time. Mom, I'm going out first, Xiaoli said after putting away the scroll. Okay, you have to thank Irika-sensei properly, you know? If you have a chance, you can go to the barbecue restaurant where my mother works. I will arrange the freshest ingredients. Sinai said. There's nothing we can do about it. I thought about it too, but teacher Irika probably doesn't want to. Xiaoli said. Well, what a good teacher. Sinai nodded and sighed a little. It was a blessing to meet such a teacher. In front of the Ichiraku ramen store, Xiaoli arrived quite early and Irika hadn't arrived yet. Xiaoli looked at the bustling Ichiraku ramen and couldn't help but sigh that the business was so good. But it's not difficult to understand. After all, the taste is really good, and the price is affordable. The hand-beating uncle in the store looks younger now than in the anime. Did Xiaoli come so early? Irika said in surprise when he saw Xiaoli. He thought he came early enough, but in the end he was still later than Xiaoli. Well, after all, I am thanking you for the treat, so naturally I have to come over earlier. Xiaoli said. Actually, it's okay to be later. Irika scratched his head. He once again felt that Xiaoli really didn't look like a child. Teacher Irika, let's go in. Xiaoli said without replying to the question. Okay. Irika always felt like he was talking to a peer, but the other person was indeed a child, which felt a bit strange. Uncle Hand, let me have 2 servings of the most luxurious ramen. Xiaoli said. Okay, it's Xiaoli. Is there any happy event today? Xiao was a little surprised when he heard what Xiaoli said. He had never ordered the most luxurious one before, and of course it wasn't the cheapest one. After all, Xiaoli has always believed in to grow, your body must have enough meat, eggs, and milk, so you will never treat yourself poorly when it comes to food. Well, there are a lot of surprises today. Xiaoli nodded seriously. Whether it was the 3-body technique, the shadow clone technique, or the last few ninjutsu, they were all surprises. Xiaoli, you don't have to spend so much money. Irika also said at this time. Teacher Irika, just call me Xiaoli, and even so, I don't think it's enough, unless the teacher agrees to go to the barbecue restaurant with me later. Teacher, you should know that my mother works there, and it can be cheaper. Xiaoli said seriously. 5. This, haha, let's talk about it when we have the opportunity in the future. Irika scratched his head but still didn't agree. Xiaoli looked at Irika and didn't force him. He sat aside and waited for the arrival of the ramen. During this process, Irika looked at Xiaoli, a little hesitant. He also encountered a problem recently, and although this problem was not with Xiaoli, Xiaoli was indeed closest to the other party, so he was a little confused and wanted to ask. Teacher Irika, just ask if you have anything. If I know, I will definitely answer. Xiaoli saw Irika's thoughts first. Is it so obvious? Irika scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, then suppressed his smile and asked, Xiaoli, the teacher wants to ask, what do you think of Uzumaki-san? Chapter 10 Revealing Talent. Xiaoli paused for a moment. Even Irika didn't know how to deal with Naruto in the early stage. From the beginning, Irika called himself Xiaoli-san instead of Kamitagawa-san. He called Naruto Uzumaki-san. It can be seen. But that's right, after all, Irika's parents died at the hands of the nine-tailed demon fox. Thinking of this, Xiaoli looked at Irika and said seriously, I think Naruto is very good. Naruto. It seems that Xiaoli has a really good relationship with him. Irika couldn't help but think after hearing this title. Really? That's good. Irika didn't know what to say, so he just wanted to expose it. Teacher Irika, I have met Naruto before going to school. Don't make any noise. You will know after a while. Xiaoli said seriously. After finishing a seal, the next moment, Irika appeared in front of him. That familiar figure that he didn't know how to face. Irika opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaoli, who had completed the transformation. How long had it been? Have you learned the art of transformation? And he seemed to be very skilled at it, and he couldn't tell the difference between Naruto's changes. Although he was shocked, he thought of what Xiaoli had said before, and he didn't say anything. Soon, there were new customers at Ichiraku Ramen, but after they saw Naruto Uzumaki, they couldn't help showing expressions of disgust, and some even cursed in a low voice and left. Irika watched this scene with some depression. Maybe he had figured something out in his mind. At this time, Xiaoli also released the transformation technique, looked at Irika and said, Naruto has always suffered this kind of treatment, so it is really amazing that Naruto can still be what he is now. If it were me. If so, I will never be like Naruto. Irika was silent for a while and then said, You're right, Naruto-kun is really not easy. Well, I don't think Naruto has done anything wrong, and he is not in any condition to do anything wrong. People in the village hate him probably because of his elder, but as far as I know, Naruto has no relatives anymore. I think it's too much to force the mistakes of the elders onto him. Xiaoli said. Irika nodded, but did not explain that the elder Xiaoli mentioned did not exist. It was the monster that the village hated. But Xiaoli was right. He actually understood it at the beginning, but he just couldn't get over the feeling in his heart. First level, but after seeing Naruto's treatment just now, I feel that if he continues like this as the other party's teacher, he will indeed be unqualified to be a teacher again. Irika breathed a sigh of relief after figuring it out. He felt his whole body relax. Then he finally looked at Xiaoli with a smile and said, Let's not talk about this. Xiaoli, you learned the transformation technique so quickly, and you use it so skillfully. If I didn't know that you just got the three-body technique, I would have thought you had been learning it for a long time. Well, the three-body arts are very basic and simple. Xiaoli replied, and then quickly formed the seal. This sealing speed. Irika's eyes shrank, and then he realized something. His eyes widened, and then he looked blankly at Xiaoli, who used the clone technique and the substitute technique. He was completely shocked. If this level is only in terms of ninjutsu, if you can graduate and become genin during the war. Therefore, Xiaoli is definitely a genius, and not just an ordinary genius. Xiaoli and Irika, your ramen is ready. At this time, Uncle Handy came over with a full bowl of ramen. Teacher Irika, it's time to eat. Xiaoli saw Irika's appearance and said. Oh, okay. Irika was still in shock, eating ramen sluggishly. Xiaoli naturally did it on purpose. If he had enough background, he would definitely choose to hide part of his talent, but he didn't. As a civilian ninja, he naturally had to show off his talent so that he could get more attention and nurturing. Even if the teachings of the three ninjas can be obtained now, then Xiaoli will directly overturn the previous plan, but it is unlikely. Orochimaru is already a traitor. Even if he wants to accept Xiaoli as a disciple, he will not do it for Sinai. It's impossible to accept it. Jiraiya should still be wandering around collecting information because of the prophecy. It's unlikely that he will come back. As for Tsunade, she is even less likely to return to this sad place because of her hemophobia. After eating ramen, Xiaoli and Irika separated. It could be seen that Irika had not recovered yet when he left. Seeing Irika like this, Xiaoli's goal has been achieved. Soon his talent will be passed on to the third generation. After all, although the third generation Hokage only has the name of principal in the Ninja Academy, he still has it, right? Now, Xiaoli is walking towards the training ground. Even if he knows that his ninjutsu talent is terrifying enough, he cannot stop basic training. After all, this is related to the amount of chakra, so he must continue to work hard. As for the training of the three-body technique, I have used it so many times today, even if the chakra is recovered naturally, there is not much chakra left, so I can put it down for today. When I practice the three-body technique later, it is also time to practice stepping on the tree and going further. Treading water. These two did not have high requirements for the amount of chakra, but they had certain requirements for the control of chakra. With today's experience in learning the three-body technique, Xiaoli felt that he should be able to learn these two very quickly. Moreover, in the future, you can also fight against Xiaoli. After all, you have learned the three-body technique, and you should be able to fight. If you fought before, you would definitely be looking for abuse. It is probably about the same now, but you also have the ability to fight back. It's time to start with power. Just learning without fighting is not enough. There is also the subsequent learning of shadow clones. Well, there are also changes in the shape and nature of chakra. Xiaoli had a headache as she thought about it. Things seemed to be slowly increasing, but that was fine. Xiaoli could clearly feel her progress. If she could maintain this kind of progress, maybe by the time she graduates there will be a surprise. While Xiaoli continued on his own path to becoming stronger, Irika also came to the Hokage's office. He thought it would be better to tell the Hokage about Xiaoli's talent. The other person's talent should have a better teacher. Well, it's Irika, what's the matter? Sandai was a little surprised when he saw Irika, but still asked gently. Irika looked at the crystal ball next to him that seemed to have traces of use. Without thinking much, he told the third generation about Xiaoli. Hey? Really? It does seem to be a good prospect. After hearing this, Sandai's eyes showed surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, "There is no need to talk about changing teachers. I think you have enough level to do it. Teach the current Xiaoli, but you can teach some ninjutsu that exceeds the limit." Yes. Irika left after reporting the situation. The third generation took a puff of cigarette. Although it was only the beginning, he felt that he should have a talent like Minato. Such a talent cannot be wasted easily, but what gave him a headache was that he no longer had the time and energy. Went to teach a student. It's okay for Jiraiya and Tsunade, but it's difficult for him to contact Tsunade. Although Jiraiya left his contact information, it's probably difficult, so I can only take another look. If he is really talented, then it is not impossible to give him that technique in advance after the opponent's chakra has accumulated, just like Jiraiya gave it to Minato in advance. If another yellow flash could appear in Konoha. It's really exciting. Chapter 11: The attempt to create a shadow clone. Shadow clone technique. A few days later, during a school holiday, Xiaoli adjusted her condition to the best and began to form seals. After the standard 8 seals were formed in Xiaoli's hand, a white smoke appeared next to Xiaoli. "Hello, main body." Another Xiaoli suddenly appeared and said to the main body Xiaoli. "Well, hello." Xiaoli finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching the clone feel his own chakra. As expected, the basic consumption of chakra for a shadow clone is not particularly high. According to this amount, he should be able to create up to 3 shadow clones. However, after identifying which shadow clone it is, Xiaoli's own chakra is basically only more than 20%, and she can't even use many basic ninjutsu, and the shadow clone is even more outrageous. Due to the body structure of the shadow clone, chakra is also needed, so if the shadow clone only uses this minimum amount, it will not even be able to use ninjutsu. As long as it dares to use it, it will immediately be disbanded due to insufficient chakra. However, even though Xiaoli had guessed this situation, he was still in awe of this famous technique that required a high amount of chakra. Even though he had learned it before, he still found the best state to use it. After all, chakra, if the carrot is not enough, the consequences will be quite serious. It can range from failure to use and being lost for a period of time to being unconscious directly. However, based on Xiaoli's recent in-depth study, he is very confident that his chakra amount should be sufficient. After all, the Chuyunan in the original work can use shadow clones, and there are no adverse reactions after using them. Although Xiaoli does not have the chakra stock of a Chunin, but Irika didn't say that the maximum amount of chakra he can extract at one time has reached the same level. Is it almost enough for a Chuyunan to extract it all at once? And generally no Chunin extracts chakra in advance to use the shadow clone technique, so there is a high probability that it will be a normal extraction and use. Since the other party has nothing to do, it stands to reason that if he only separates a shadow clone, there is a high probability that he will be fine. But it is not 100% risk-free. For his own safety, Xiaoli waited until he had a holiday today and adjusted his condition in advance before using it. From the current point of view, his idea was right. Then, Xiaoli nodded towards the shadow clone. The next moment, the shadow clone disbanded, while Xiaoli frowned. Because he had already planned that the shadow clones would be disbanded before they were separated. But when Xiaoli just nodded, he actually wanted to let the shadow clones finish the housework at home before disbanding. Of course, he was not trying to squeeze the shadow clones. Instead, I did an experiment and now have results. After the shadow clone separated from the main body, what it has is Xiaoli's thoughts and ideas at the moment it was separated. Then what Xiaoli was thinking about, the shadow clone doesn't know, but if it really guesses, it should be able to. You can guess it, after all, it is essentially a person's thinking. In addition, the chakra that was divided also came back, but the amount was less than when it was divided, and according to the amount of chakra perceived by the shadow clone at the time, it was also more than the amount of chakra that returned, that is, except for the shadow clone. In addition to the chakra consumed by itself, a small part will actually be dissipated when it disbands and returns. But this is normal and within the range that Xiaoli can accept. After all, this consumption should be related to the distance. He himself does not intend to keep the shadow clone too far away, so this consumption is not big. As for the shadow clone that consumes all the chakra, then no chakra will return, so will the memory it carries also not return? After all, memory does not appear out of thin air, and it also needs to be returned to the body using chakra as a carrier. Xiaoli had thought about this problem before, and now she suddenly figured it out after using it once. Because the shadow clone is a physical clone, its formation itself requires chakra. As we all know, chakra is a combination of physical energy and mental energy. Combining, so the shadow clone can rely on physical energy to form a body, and rely on mental energy to form thoughts, suddenly it makes sense. And this is not the point. The point is that at the moment when the shadow clone is disbanded, the physical energy and mental energy will combine again to form chakra and return to the body, so even if the shadow clone consumes all the chakra that can be used, it can still be transferred back. Memory. However, if this is the case, if a shadow clone is trapped in a place where chakra cannot be transmitted, can this part of the memory be erased? Xiaoli thought about it, then shook her head. It seemed to make sense, but in fact it seemed useless. First of all, how to create a place where chakra cannot be transmitted? Secondly, even if it can be created, it will definitely take a certain amount of time. During this time, the shadow clones may have sensed the danger and disbanded themselves. Next, is the highlight of the day. Xiaoli extracted all the remaining chakra and formed the 8 seals again. Xiaoli did not intend to compress these 8 seals. The shadow clone of him, he doesn't plan to use it in battle, so he just needs to be able to use it. After all, a person's energy is limited, and Xiaoli plans to put his energy where he can effectively improve his combat power. Shadow Clone Technique. The use this time did not fail. The shadow clone sat in front of the desk the moment it was separated and began to study the knowledge in other textbooks and the ninjutsu scrolls that Sinai had given him before that Xiaoli had prepared in advance. Xiaoli did not arrange anything for himself, nor did he exercise, because he had to evaluate the duration of the shadow clone formed with all his strength and the amount of fatigue returned after learning. So during this period he went to exercise again to prevent his body from being overwhelmed by the fatigue transmitted from the shadow clone. However, being idle is also idle. Xiaoli thought about it and looked at what housework he could do. It wouldn't take much energy anyway. An hour later, Xiaoli looked at the shadow clone that still existed, and was a little surprised. The shadow clone's survival time surprised him. Even if the shadow clone had a little chakra during this period, it was useless, but his own existence was chakra needs to be consumed, but it seems that if you don't actively use chakra, this consumption is not large, which is not bad. After a while, the shadow clone looked at Xiaoli and said, "Main body, get ready." Then the shadow clone saw Xiaoli sitting on the bed, and after a while, the chakra finally couldn't support it and passively dispersed. In an instant, the memory and fatigue came to Xiaoli's mind all at once. Xiaoli couldn't help but lose consciousness for a moment, but she recovered after a moment, and the first thing she did when she recovered was to lower her head. He sighed. Naruto Uzumaki is indeed a pervert. Xiaoli also realized why only Uzumaki Naruto dared to use so many shadow clones to study and exercise. Normal people, no. It should be said that except for Uzumaki Naruto, no one else could bear it, including normal Uzumaki. Clan members, they probably only use 1 or 2 exercises at most. How can dozens or hundreds of them be used together? Because the moment the shadow clone was disbanded, all the physical fatigue was transferred to the main body, which meant that the main body had to be able to withstand all the fatigue during this period of time in an instant. Xiaoli scratched his head, as if he had the same idea. But to put it metaphorically, you go to exercise, and then use 2 dumbbells to exercise for 2 hours. This is the amount you can accept, but what is the shadow clone equivalent to? It is equivalent to that moment, you use hundreds of dumbbells to exercise once. The effect of both is the same, but the question is, can you lift them? In other words, can your body bear the pressure of these hundreds of dumbbells? And when Xiaoli thought about Uzumaki Naruto's method of practicing the Raise Nan Shuriken, she could only sigh. It was Uzumaki Naruto. And others must have at least a 6-path physique to be able to bear it. However, Xiaoli feels fine at the moment. After all, the shadow clone is just studying during this period. Although tired, it is mostly mental fatigue. So after the physical fatigue is transmitted back, Xiaoli can still accept it. As for the mental fatigue, that is what Xiaoli is most proud of, and that is his only advantage. The reason why he wants to learn shadow clones, a ninjutsu that seems not very practical, is because of this. He must make full use of his own advantages. His spirit could bear it, and Xiaoli even felt that he could have 1 or 2 more shadow clones to study with him. But unfortunately his chakra could not support that much. Moreover, that's not all. Xiaoli's eyes flashed slightly. The result of this attempt can be said to be almost perfect. This step of exchanging shadow clones was the right one. But Xiaoli has further ideas. Unfortunately, the chakra has not recovered yet, so she can only wait for a while. He can't afford Bing Liang pills right now. Chapter 12 Gift. The next day, it was still the same point, but the shadow clone at this time did not disappear. This also proved that Xiaoli's idea was right. Since the shadow clone has its own thoughts and can form its own seals, it should also be able to control chakra. Although it is impossible to completely consume it, it can still reduce the consumption of chakra and extend the existence time of the shadow clone. In this way, not only the duration of the shadow clone is extended, but there are also many benefits. First of all, the extension of the duration means the extension of the learning time, but you have to concentrate on controlling chakra, so the efficiency of learning may be reduced. It is not certain whether the total amount of learning can be increased, but the control power of chakra is definitely can be exercised. In the future, Xiaoli plans to separate shadow clones with a fixed amount of chakra, and the longer the shadow clone lasts, the higher the proficiency in chakra manipulation. Finally, there is the practice of multitasking, which can be said to kill several birds with one stone. It's just that the shadow clone doesn't have much chakra, so the shape and nature of chakra changes can only be exercised by the main body. Among them, Xiaoli also has a clue about the form change. After all, according to his idea, the form change means that the less chakra, the easier it is to control the form of chakra. Although Xiaoli's chakra is not particularly small, compared to his spirit it's still a small amount, so it's fairly easy to exercise. But the nature of the change is different. Xiaoli believes that this is basically the opposite of the practice of form change. The most convenient way is to flood the water. As long as there is a change in this big water, then seize this a small change, comprehend the change, and then slowly spread it to the whole. Therefore, it is not easy for Xiaoli to quickly learn the changes in properties with the amount of chakra he currently has. He can only slowly accumulate it based on the amount. Learn the easy ones first and explore the difficult ones slowly. Xiaoli felt that with his talent, this level would not hold him back for too long. At this time, Xiaoli was looking at the class schedule on the desk, calculating whether the shadow clone's survival time could cover most of the courses. And the calculation result was almost the same, because the ninja school actually didn't have much time in class. After all, for a ninja, physical training is more important. As for knowledge, 6 years of study in peacetime is enough even if there is not much classroom time. So why do you need to go to school to exercise? That's naturally because not everyone has the awareness of self-management, and most people are too lazy to move without anyone watching. 6. Therefore, you can use the shadow clone to listen to the lectures in class. As for the subsequent exercises, you can have the main body and the shadow clone come over to take over. In this way, too much physical fatigue will not be accumulated and transferred to the main body, making the main body unable to bear it. Looking at the life filled with arrangements in his hands, Xiaoli sighed a little. When did he become so curled up? Unfortunately, without a golden finger, he can only spell out a future by himself, as long as he can see the way forward. Direction, you cannot give up. However, today was an exception. Xiaoli waited until the shadow clone was released on its own and then left the room. Today was a special day, so she treated it as a day off and gave herself a holiday. Xiaoli took his pocket money and walked in the familiar streets of Konoha, thinking about what gifts to buy. Today is Sinai's birthday, but if he gives a particularly expensive gift, he will definitely be criticized, and he doesn't have enough pocket money, so he has to consider it. To practicality, clothes or scarves. However, Xiaoli looked at the huge sun above her head and thought about it before forgetting it. The season didn't suit the situation. So, what should you give? Why not just buy some food that you can't usually eat, and then cook a meal for your mother? But he doesn't seem to be very good at his own craftsmanship, it's a headache. After thinking about it, Xiaoli caught a glimpse of a flower from the corner of her eye. Then she paused and turned to look at the flower shop over there. After thinking about it, flowers were quite suitable. They were not expensive and would not be used by Sinai later. What to say, and remember that flowers generally have flower meanings, right? There should be a flower representing mother among them. With this in mind, Xiaoli walked into the flower shop. Hey! Children, do you want to buy some flowers? The auntie looking after the store couldn't help asking gently after seeing Xiaoli. Hello, aunt, I would like to ask what flowers should I give my mother for her birthday? Xiaoli asked. Hey? Are you buying flowers for your mother? You are really a sensible child. The ant was a little surprised, and then smiled again. Children who can think like this must be good children. I think I've seen you before. Suddenly, the little girl with long yellow hair next to the ant also saw Xiaoli, and then thought about it carefully for a while, but still didn't know who Xiaoli was. Hello, Yamanaka class, I'm Xiaoli from Shintagawa, and we're in the same class. Xiaoli had seen Yamanaka Ino before, but he didn't take the initiative to say hello. After all, they had little contact in the class, so naturally there was no relationship. If Yamanaka Ino was not one of the 12 little strong men, Xiaoli probably wouldn't know her. Oh, yes, come to think of it, you were sitting at the back of the class with the blonde guy, right? Yamanaka Ino's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked. Yes. Humph, let me tell you that I remembered correctly. By the way, if you want to buy flowers for your mother, then just choose carnations, as long as they are not white. Yamanaka Ino said confidently. Xiaoli looked at Yamanaka Ino, and then turned to Mrs. Yamanaka, wanting to get confirmation from her. After all, Yamanaka Ino was still young, so what if he remembered it wrong? It's true. Carnations represent gratitude and sincere love. If you give them to your mother, they also represent the hope that your mother will be young, happy, and healthy forever. Mrs. Yamanaka said with a smile, looking at the person in front of her who was her daughter's classmate. The little guy has a good impression of Xiaoli. After all, she is a mother herself, so Xiaoli's behavior is definitely a bonus. However, in the eyes of Yamanaka Ino, Xiaoli's behavior meant that she didn't believe what she meant, so points were deducted. Is that so? Then auntie, give me one. Xiaoli was a little embarrassed. After all, he only bought one, but he didn't have much pocket money to begin with, and he only got it after he went to school recently. He had to go to school later. I'm buying a cake, so just save as much as you can. Okay, you are Ino's classmate. Let me give you a cheaper price. Ino, you go pick one for your classmate. Mrs. Yamanaka said. Okay. Although he was a little unhappy that Xiaoli didn't believe him, Yamanaka Ino still started to choose carefully. Although Xiaoli seemed to be similar, there were still differences. After a while, Ino picked out a carnation, wrapped it and handed it to Xiaoli. Thank you. Xiaoli thanked her seriously after taking the carnation. Ah, hey? No, you're welcome. Yamanaka Ino was suddenly a little uncomfortable with being thanked so seriously, and said hurriedly. At the same time, the little unhappiness in his heart just now disappeared. Mrs. Yamanaka laughed at this scene, it was quite interesting. By the way, auntie, do you know where there is a cake shop? Although Xiaoli is familiar with the village, he is really not familiar with the various shops. He had no pocket money before and rarely visited places like this. A cake shop? That place is quite far away from here. Since you are Ino-san, let Ino take you there. Mrs. Yamanaka thought for a while and said. No, I know most places in the village. Auntie told me the location and I can find it. Xiaoli wanted to refuse. Oops, maybe I can't find it, and Ino is of no use staying in the store anyway. Why not go out for a walk, just to keep you company? Mrs. Yamanaka said without refusal. And Yamanaka Ino had no objection, but was a little eager to give it a try. Looking at the store was boring, and she had long wanted to go out for a walk. Okay. Seeing this, Xiaoli did not continue to refuse. Chapter 13 Pig Deer Butterfly. Along the way, there was no communication between Xiaoli and Yamanaka Ino. The one who led the way and the one who followed. However, those who lead the way often look elsewhere, looking here and there, and then reluctantly look away and continue moving forward because they have to lead the way. It's still early, I don't need to go back so early. Xiao Li finally couldn't help it anymore and said silently from behind. Hey? What do you mean? Ino turned around and blinked, looking forward to it. It means you can play what you want. Xiao Lian said concisely. Really? That's great. After Ino cheered, she finally stopped suppressing her desire to play and ran to the side. Xiao Li followed silently, looking at Ino Yamanaka's back. To be honest, Konoha's pig deer butterfly was really pretty good in his opinion. If the three families were counted separately, they would not have much say in Konoha, but these three families often stood together, and this energy should not be underestimated. What makes Xiao Li feel good most is that these three families are not as dark and cruel as some families, and they do not look down on others based on their own status in life. Even the new generation of Zuladi did not know that Zuladi was a child. Shikacha's reputation, well, except for Shikamaru. With Shikamaru's IQ, although no one would tell him, he would definitely know it from other places. It can be said that the combination of inner, deer and butterfly is not only very rare in Konoha, but also rare in the entire ninja world. Xiao Li believes that the pig, deer, and butterfly can exist because the deer is smart enough, and the pig and butterfly trust the deer enough, not to mention that they are very compatible with each other. First, the Akimichi clan's multiplied disruption, then the Yamanaka clan's mind interference and control, which allowed the deer's shadow technique to be 100% controlled, and finally the Akimichi clan, which was very powerful but had an average hit rate, ended up being perfect. It seems that the Akimichi clan can be replaced, and all they need is a ninja with powerful ninjutsu, but in fact this is not the case. The key point is inheritance. The inheritance of the Aikido clan is not difficult, and the doubling technique is powerful enough in the early stage. After all, that body type is there. It would be difficult for an ordinary jounin to punch him with just one punch from that body type. But its shortcomings are also very obvious and it is not flexible enough. Without Pig Deer Dai, the combination would probably be a big target, but his advantages are enough when put into Pig Deer Dai. As for the inheritance of other ninjas, even powerful ninjas do not guarantee that their descendants will be strong, nor can they guarantee that they will be able to use powerful ninjutsu in the early stages. If they are forced to combine, there will be a lack of output positions in the early stage. If when the already grown ninja joins the group, the tacit understanding is another big problem. From Xiao Li's point of view, the deer is actually the most unstable, because the deer can not only use the shadow technique, but also the most critical brain. Who knows in which generation something weird will suddenly appear. Even deer probably can't avoid it. However, for now, there is no problem with the inheritance of Inoshika butterfly, and Shikamaru will become a new generation of outstanding deer. Koji Akimichi will become the butterfly of this generation, and Ino Yamanaka will be the pig of this generation. That's right, no matter which generation of Ino Shikacha looks like a pig, he looks like an Akimichi. After all, with his body shape, there's no way he would call a weak woman Ino a pig, but in fact, the word Yamazaka means wild in language. And the pronunciation of Ino can be translated as pig. As for the previous generation, Hai actually means pig, so, an Akimichi is actually butterfly. I have to say that Ino was quite cute when she was a child. It should be said that Xiao Li thinks these 12 little ones are quite cute. No matter how they grow up, children are cute as long as they don't make troubles. Xiao Li's thoughts started to wander again. Have you finished playing? After a while, Xiao Li couldn't help but ask after looking at the time. Unknowingly, a long time had passed. During this period, Ino was running here and there. There, he looks very energetic. Okay. Ino paused. Suddenly realizing that she still seemed to have something to do. Although the route had not deviated, she seemed to be just focusing on herself, and couldn't help scratching her head in embarrassment. It's getting late. Xiao Li pointed at the sky. The cake shop is right in front, soon. Ino's face turned red, and she walked straight ahead as she spoke, and soon stopped in front of a shop. It was indeed very close. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the cake shop. He finally arrived. He had been to this place before, but he didn't know that this shop turned out to be a cake shop. "Wait here for a while," Xiaoli said. "Okay." Ino nodded and watched Xiaoli walk in. Then she kicked the stones on the roadside idly. "Then, I didn't feel it when I was walking. Now I feel tired after I stop. I can't walk anymore and want to rest for a while. Why haven't you come out yet?" Ino looked at the quiet shop and felt so slow. Her physical exhaustion made her sit down and rest. After a while, Xiaoli finally walked out with a box. At this time, Xiaoli sighed. He had forgotten that custom-made cakes also take a certain amount of time, so it was too late to make a custom-made cake. He could only choose a ready-made one. Then, Xiaoli saw Ino sitting there, and couldn't help but be startled. She thought of Ino's performance along the way, and suddenly, she finally felt tired now, right? Xiaoli seemed to hear Ino muttering about him at this moment. His eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled. "Why aren't you coming out yet? It's so slow." Ino complained a little as she sat there rubbing her sore legs and feet. "Tired." Suddenly, at this time, a word came to Ino's ear, and then she couldn't help but turn her head and look, and saw a piece of pastry. To be honest, she might not like it normally, but at this moment, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Looking up and seeing Xiaoli's smiling face, Ino asked with some uncertainty, "Is it for me?" "Well, thank you for taking me on this long journey." "Well." Ino's face suddenly turned red. She was already tired because she had been playing for so long, but now she felt hungry again after seeing the cakes. She could only take the cakes and eat them silently. While eating, Ino asked, "Didn't you buy your own?" "I'll eat this with my mother when I go home," Xiaoli said, holding up the box in his hand. In fact, he didn't have much money after buying the cake. After all, it was pocket money and he only got it recently, so it wasn't much. "That's right." Ino nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After Ino finished eating, Xiaoli asked, "Do you still have the strength to walk now?" Ino stood up, twisted her legs, and said uncertainly, "It should be okay." "Then come and get it." After Xiaoli said this, he handed the box in his hand to Ino. Ino was a little stunned after taking the box. He had no strength left, so why did he let himself take it? Did I make a mistake? Before she could get angry, she saw Xiaoli turning his back and squatting down slightly. Did he mean to carry her on his back? "It's getting late, come up," Xiaoli said. "Well, okay." Ino thought for a while and nodded, then carefully protected the box in his hand and leaned on Xiaoli's back. His hands slowly wrapped around Xiaoli's neck to make the box stable. "Hang down. Are you ready?" Xiaoli asked at this time. "Well, it's all right." At this time, Xiaoli also put his hands on the crooks of Ino's legs and stood up. "How about it? If it's heavy, just put me down and I can leave." Ino couldn't help but say. "Well, it's lighter than expected," Xiaoli replied, and as she spoke, she walked in the direction she came from, her steps still as steady and fast. Ino was startled and looked at Xiaoli, who was standing close in front of her. She seemed to see her father's figure for a moment, and then she couldn't help but shook her head. Why would she see her father's figure in a person of the same age? Bah, bah. However, a smile appeared on Ino's lips, feeling that it was quite reliable. Chapter 14 Birthday. Yamanaka Flower Shop. At this time, Mrs. Yamanaka was still sitting in front of the flower shop. She looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. Why haven't she come back yet? Mrs. Yamanaka was a little worried, but soon, she saw the figure of her daughter, who was being carried by a peer named Xiaoli. She was a little stunned when she saw this. What happened? What happened? Ino knocked her leg? With this in mind, Mrs. Yamanaka also quickly walked out of the flower shop and greeted her. Mom, I'm back. After Ino saw Mrs. Yamanaka, his eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, and Xiaoli also put Ino down at this time. Mrs. Yamanaka breathed a sigh of relief when she saw no injuries on Ino, and then couldn't help but said, "How can you let others carry your child?" "Well, I can't walk anymore," Ino said coquettishly to her mother. "Can't walk? You must be having fun on the road." Mrs. Yamanaka expressed her speculation. Ino stopped talking, her face turned a little red and she turned her head away, as if she was right. 7. Sorry to trouble you. Mrs. Yamanaka looked at Xiaoli, who was not blushing and out of breath, and was a little surprised. She was in pretty good physical condition. "No trouble, I would also like to thank Yamanaka for guiding me," Xiaoli said. "That's right, Mom. Look," Xiaoli said that. After hearing this, Ino immediately felt that Xiaoli was a lot more pleasing to the eye. Mrs. Yamanaka rolled her eyes at Ino angrily, and then said, "Don't be so blunt. Just call this girl Ino. Let's do this. You wait a little longer and I will decorate it for you. Don't refuse." Xiaoli was silent for a while and then nodded. The other party had said so, so he could only agree. Soon, Mrs. Yamanaka came out with a handful of decorated carnations. Xiaoli was a little stunned. He seemed to have just bought one. "Okay, here you go." Mrs. Yamanaka saw Xiaoli's hesitation and said, "Just think of the rest as a birthday gift from Ino and I to your mother." "Yeah, Xiaoli, take it," Ino said beside him. "Thank you." Xiaoli took the flowers and said, "Then I'll take my leave. Xiaoli, see you at school tomorrow." Ino waved to Xiaoli at this time. "Well, see you at school." Madame Yamanaka pulled Ino and looked at Xiaoli's figure, and sighed, "What a good child." However, Madame Yamanaka's face looked a little weird, but she didn't look like a child. The next moment, Mrs. Yamanaka was also amused by her own thoughts. Could Ino's classmates be adults instead of children? With this thought in mind, Mrs. Yamanaka took Ino back to the store. Although the other party didn't care, she still should give him a lecture, otherwise it would be too rude, wasting other people's time and causing trouble to others in the end. At night, Mrs. Yamanaka told Yamanaka Hiki, who had returned from a busy day, what happened today. After hearing this, Yamanaka Hai showed his thoughts and said, "I seem to know him. He should be the son of my classmate." Madame Yamanaka suddenly became interested and asked. After thinking for a while, Yamanaka Hiki said, "His father and his mother are both my classmates, but his father should have passed away before he was born, and his mother should be working at Chosa's barbecue restaurant. After all, I know him, and he should take care of him if he can. But I heard that the other party has a pretty good attitude towards work, and he didn't cause any trouble to Dingzuo. That's it." Mrs. Yamanaka sighed and said, "No wonder you are so sensible. It seems that you really like that little guy." Yamanaka Hiki said involuntarily when he saw Mrs. Yamanaka acting like this. Of course, who doesn't like sensible children? Xiaoli's home. Xiaoli had already laid out the cake and the room had been tidied up before, waiting for her mother to come back. Thinking like this, Xiaoli formed the seal again. The art of shadow clone. After the shadow clone and Xiaoli looked at each other, the shadow clone went out. He was responsible for observing the location of his mother. Xiaoli lit candles after being notified. As for waiting until midnight, forget it. After a period of time, Xiaoli suddenly received some information in her mind, and she understood that the shadow clone had seen Sinai's returning figure and released itself. Xiaoli opened the box. The cake inside was still intact and she lit the candles. Then Xiaoli looked at the surrounding room, which was not too dark. After thinking for a moment, she pulled the curtains up again. This created a sense of atmosphere. Only the light of candles was flashing and dancing in the house. Sinai was walking to her home as usual, thinking about what to make for dinner tonight. As for what a special day today was, she herself was not aware of it. After all, I haven't lived this day for a long time, and I have long stopped remembering this day. Well, Xiao Xiaoli is now going to school in the ninja school, and the consumption should be getting bigger. She has to give him a good meal, Sinai made a decision. Thinking like this, Sinai came to the front door. Looking at the closed door, Sinai didn't think much. At this time, Xiaoli might still be playing outside. So Sinai skillfully took out the key, unlocked the door, pushed the door open, and walked in. The next moment, Sinai was stunned. The dim room was flickering with the light of candles, and under the light was the birthday cake she had not seen for a long time, and the only thing that could prepare all this for her seemed to be "Mom, happy birthday!" Xiaoli next to her smiled and handed the flower in her hand to Sinai. Sinai took the flower blankly and stood there in a daze. "Mom, you can come over and make a wish and blow out the candles." Xiaoli couldn't help but said after looking at the candles that were still burning. The next moment, Xiaoli felt himself being hugged tightly, and then he felt the wet marks on his shoulders, and couldn't help but froze. Even though he had lived for more than 20 years in his previous life, he still didn't quite understand why he was crying at this time. Although he could tell that he was crying with joy, a birthday shouldn't be such a joy, right? Of course, no matter whether you don't understand or not, Xiaoli understands one thing, that is, just wait quietly at this moment, waiting for Sinai's emotions to be vented. Seeing his mother's appearance, Xiaoli also made a decision. He would come back to spend this day with his mother every time in the future. Naturally, Sinai was not overjoyed because of the simple cake. She just saw the moment when Xiaoli blessed her and looked at the flowers. At this moment, the pressure and perseverance of carrying the family alone for so many years suddenly got the most perfect answer. Her persistence and efforts were all worth it. Fortunately, she didn't give up at that time. Fortunately, she didn't leave with him and left Xiaoli alone in the process. She was also glad that Xiaoli had always been so sensible. If he was a naughty child, she might really collapse and not be able to hold on. The tears at this moment are the tears of liberation that have been accumulated for so many years, and the joy of finding the meaning of persistence for so many years. Everything in the past is gone, and what she wants now is to watch her children grow up slowly. After a long time, Xiaoli did not move, quietly waiting for Sinai to finish, but he looked over there and could only say silently, "Mom, the candle is almost burnt out." Well, Mom has already made a wish, and the wish has come true. Sinai finally let go of Xiaoli and said softly, "Then, make another promise that hasn't come true yet." Xiaoli suggested after thinking for a while. Sinai laughed immediately, and then said, "Okay." Sinai came to the cake and closed his eyes. After a while, Sinai opened his eyes and blew out the candles that were about to burn out. "I hope that Xiao Xiaoli can spend her life safely, and then find a virtuous and beautiful girlfriend, and preferably a fat grandson in her lifetime." Chapter 15 The Practice of Shadow Clone. The next day, after the weekend break, Xiaoli's shadow clone also came to the school. As usual, he walked towards his seat. He was one of those little transparent people in the class. He was sitting next to Uzumaki Naruto. Someone will be looking for it. And Xiaoli is also happy like this. He silently absorbs all kinds of knowledge every day. He has not finished reading the textbooks taught in school yet. After reading it, he will go to Mr. Irika to get some other books. Come and see. As a ninja teacher, Irika should know a lot of useful books for ninjas. Although they are not teaching content, they are definitely there. "Xiaoli, good morning." However, at this time, a shout came to Xiaoli's ears, causing him to stop and turn his head to see Ino waving to him and smiling. "Good morning, Ino." Xiaoli nodded to Ino and smiled. Even though she was happy to be a little transparent, it felt good to have someone caring. The people around were a little surprised when they saw this. When did the two people have such a good relationship? But even though they were surprised, they didn't do anything unnecessary. Xiaoli walked to his seat and sat down. He looked at the empty seat next to him and sighed. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto would probably greet him as well. But here comes the question, for a guy who is often late, can Xiaoli expect the other person to come earlier than him? So generally speaking, he and Uzumaki Naruto are the other way around. As expected, Uzumaki Naruto also arrived late today. Judging from the way he was panting, he probably got up late again. Morning. Xiaoli turned the pages of the book, and after Naruto sat down, he said without raising his head. It wasn't that he didn't raise his head, but it was better for now. Morning. Naruto looked very happy. After all, few people treated him like this. In fact, he also wanted to get closer to Xiaoli, but seeing him reading and studying so seriously every day, he didn't want to go bother the other person with your own trivial matters. Soon, today's class began. Xiaoli had already learned the progress of the teacher's instructions, but Xiaoli still paid attention to listen. Sometimes when he hears an understanding that is different from his own, he will turn his attention away from his own books. If he hears a better insight, he will write it down carefully. These are inevitable growths on the road to becoming stronger. Although he knows the original work and knows many high-end ninjutsu, for the time being, these are just castles in the air for Xiaoli. What Xiaoli is doing now is filling in this piece of foundation. One day, when the foundation of the castle in the air is completely filled in, it will bring him unimaginable gains. Today's class ended soon, and it was time for extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities were usually watched by Irika. At this time, Xiaoli also closed the book and stepped down from his seat. Uzumaki Naruto next to him also followed up, but this time Xiaoli's route seemed a little different. Xiaoli, where are you going? The extracurricular activities are over there. Naruto, who followed, was a little confused. I'm going to the bathroom, you go first. Xiaoli replied, feeling a little headache. If Naruto kept following him, how could he communicate with the original body? He had to at least go to a place where no one was around before he could release the shadow clone. Oh, okay. Naruto scratched his head and agreed, making Xiaoli breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, after Xiaoli arrived at the bathroom, she checked that there was no one else around, then she released the shadow clone and disappeared into a streak of white smoke. And soon, Xiaoli easily found a hidden place and entered the school. At this time, he felt pretty good. Sure enough, practice is the only truth, and the shadow clone's survival time is even left. Xiaoli originally wanted to come over earlier, but after smelling the sweat on his body, he had to rush back home to clean up. Come back later. At this time, Xiaoli also received all the gains of the shadow clone today. He also saw Ino and noticed the feeling of the shadow clone when being greeted. The shadow clone would be like this, and the main body would not be an exception. In essence, they are the same. Personal. Xiaoli walked towards the extracurricular activities in a happy mood. The shadow clone attempt was considered a great success. Xiaoli actually didn't have any thoughts about Ino, at least not now. After all, he was a soul in his 20s. Looking at Ino, who was now 6 years old, he really looked like a child. How could he have any extra thoughts? Idea. Moreover, in his previous life, he was still a BLHX player, and he had no connection with Lolita control or anything like that. As for Xiaoli's already exercised body, can she persist in extracurricular activities? Xiaoli said that the intensity of extracurricular activities can actually be regarded as a break for him, so there is no problem at all. Xiaoli, you are finally back, why are you so slow? Naruto couldn't help but said when he saw Xiaoli returning. Well, I'm a little upset. Xiaoli turned her head away. How could she tell the truth? It will become faster when she becomes more proficient in handing over in the future. If you feel unwell, you should rest more. Suddenly, Ino appeared from the side. Yeah, I know. Xiaoli nodded. It's good to know. Ino nodded with satisfaction, and then saw her small group calling her over, so she ran over. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Xiaoli with some envy at this time. Don't envy me. In fact, there are quite a lot of people in this class who have no ill intentions towards you, you just haven't come into contact with them. Xiaoli said, looking at the other cockroaches. Is that so? Naruto scratched his head and looked at the classmates around him. Even though Xiaoli said this, he was still not confident. Xiaoli sighed. In fact, it was just that there was no malice. It was very likely that the other party's parents had told them not to have too much contact with Naruto. After all, they all understood the truth. If it were Xiaoli, would she let her child come into contact with Naruto without knowing the plot? The answers are self-evident and understandable. However, Xiaoli saw a lazy figure, thought about it, and said, for example, that guy. 8. Him? He seems to often sleep in class. Naruto also saw the other person and sat quite close to him. He also paid attention to the other person. Well, you can try it. Xiaoli nodded. Shikamaru's words were so easy to use, so he could see many things clearly. Therefore, Shikamaru doesn't have any special views on Naruto, but with his lazy character, he probably doesn't want to cause trouble, so he needs Naruto to take the initiative. Xiaoli vaguely remembered that Shikamaru seemed to be a frequent visitor to the punishment group because of his sleep, and his relationship with Naruto had always been good, but Naruto himself didn't notice it. And as long as he comes into contact with Shikamaru, Koji is no problem, even Koji is a little easier. The second pillar is a bit troublesome, and Shino is too bored, but as long as he is willing to contact him, it's okay for Kaiba. Therefore, as long as Uzumaki Naruto finds a good target, it will be easy to do. As for Xiaoli himself, well, why can't he make so many friends on his own? After giving instructions to Naruto, Xiaoli also got busy with her own affairs. She took a break from extracurricular activities at school, but there were also things that could be done during the break. Time was too precious and could not be wasted easily. Chapter 16 Cultivation Plan. The first is the fine control of chakra, but this Xiaoli doesn't know how to continue exercising at the moment. Whether it is stepping on trees or treading water, he has completed it quickly before. It should be said that from the beginning, Xiaoli's control over chakra exceeded these two requirements for control, and all he needed was to develop it to its full potential, without requiring extra attention to control it. This is an accumulation of quantity. Xiaoli can just practice it step by step later, but for now, he really doesn't know how to proceed with further control, so he can only put it on hold for now. Let's talk about the changes in the form of chakra. Currently, Xiaoli is still in the stage of perceiving and connecting with the condensed chakra. It has to be said that without the guidance of the seal, it is not difficult to directly condense the chakra outside the body and control it. Not low. Fortunately, Xiaoli's current amount of chakra is still small, and he has not extracted much chakra, so the difficulty of control has naturally decreased. Currently, Xiaoli has sensed some connections and is able to do some control. However, there is still some distance to go before being able to control the shape it forms. Although they are all controlled by chakra, one is the control within the body. To Xiaoli, this kind of chakra is like a good baby, letting him manipulate it into 18 kinds of changes. The reason why he cannot go further is just that he lacked a teacher to teach him and didn't know the way forward. However, the other control outside the body is like a wild child after leaving the body, and it still wants to escape from his control. Now Xiaoli has barely regained some control, but it is obviously not possible to make them as obedient as inside the body. Can't do it. What Xiaoli has to do now is another thing, which is the prerequisites for immortality. Of course Xiaoli didn't know how to absorb natural energy, but she knew the prerequisites through Naruto's study in the original work. The first is physical and mental stillness, in which it is possible to perceive natural energy. Of course, even if Xiaoli senses natural energy, he will never absorb it. After all, without the Toad's ruler watching, it would be GG if he petrified himself. But for Xiaoli, thinking about these things is actually useless, because he can't even be quiet at the moment. I can barely keep my body still. Although I still feel like there are countless ants crawling on my body, I can still hold on. However, in terms of spiritual tranquility, what should Xiaoli, a modern person, do? This kind of tranquility is probably the exclusive buff for people with a pure heart. As a modern person, Xiaoli couldn't stop thinking at all. Even if she wanted to relax, she would still think about something inadvertently. There is only one possibility for Xiaoli to reach a peaceful state, that is, he falls asleep completely, and sleeps very comfortably without dreaming. The problem is, the stillness of Xianjutsu is not the state of sleeping. As a result, it was difficult for Xiaoli to even meet the prerequisites for learning immortal skills, but the immortal mode was what Xiaoli had to learn. After all, the perverts behind him are already extremely resistant to ordinary ninjutsu. Without the sage mode, if he wants to do enough damage, he can only practice physical skills. However, in terms of physical skills, Xiaoli felt that even if she trained to death, she would never be able to surpass Kai at that time. Physical skills really needed to be accumulated bit by bit. How could Xiaoli have that time? Moreover, even Kai can only kick out that one, and his leg bone is broken. What should Xiaoli do, whose physical skills are not as good as Kai's? Is it cold? Therefore, if he wants to contribute, Xiaoli must learn the immortal mode. However, he has been struggling for a long time and has not been able to enter a quiet state at all. However, over time, Xiaoli also found some methods. It can be said that there is no solution. It's impossible to clear your mind in ordinary times, but when a man is in that ahem, saint mode or sage mode, he will have much less messy thoughts. Of course, it is impossible for Xiaoli to do this. After all, he is only so young now. Not to mention whether he has this ability, it is still a human being to do this at this age. The most important thing is that it will affect physical development, which Xiaoli cannot accept. Although he couldn't accept it, it still gave Xiaoli some inspiration, that is, when you are very tired from exercise, it is also a way to make yourself less energetic to think about all the messy things. Xiaoli did the same thing. Of course it was effective, but at this time Xiaoli's energy level became a side effect. Even though her body was very tired, her mind was still very active. But it was still much better than at the beginning, so Xiaoli persisted. Now, several years have passed, and Xiaoli still feels a little worse, and still can't completely clear her mind. During the free time after extracurricular activities, Xiaoli dragged her tired body and tried again. As usual, she felt that she was not far away, but she still couldn't break through the last step. In the eyes of others, Xiaoli is sitting there and falling asleep. In fact, even if he has not reached that quiet state, his current perception has been qualitatively improved. When someone wants to touch him, he also, if you can detect it in advance and just stare at the other person without saying a word, it will make the other person's hair stand on end, and then you won't dare to do it next time. So Xiaoli left the impression on others that he was quite lazy, similar to Shikamaru, or even lazier. After all, Shikamaru had to lie down to sleep, but Xiaoli could fall asleep just sitting there. No need to lie down or lean on the table. Xiaoli naturally doesn't care what others think. Although she can't completely calm down, it is still very useful for meditation, and meditation is very helpful for learning the changes in the shape of chakra later. After using his remaining chakra to practice chakra's form changes, the day's class was almost over. At this time, Xiaoli would go home to eat again. After digesting for a while after the meal, he recovered some chakra and went to fight with Xiaoli. The recovered chakra could still be used to use the three-body technique. Xiaoli's arrangements for herself can be said to be meticulous. With such hard work and planning, it is inevitable that she will improve quickly. However, others didn't know Xiaoli's plan, so when Xiaoli did this, he was regarded as being lazy. So, after a few days, Irika saw Xiaoli kept doing this, and finally couldn't sit still, and came to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, you can't be so lazy anymore. Since Xiaoli has a lot of talent, you should work harder and don't let this talent go to waste. Irika said sadly. Irika's words made Xiaoli a little confused. He was lazy. Why didn't he know that he was lazy sometimes? Xiaoli feels that at this age, not only is she the one who works the hardest, she is definitely better than 99.9% of people of the same age. Chapter 17 shocked Irika, library card. Chapter 17 Ding shocked Irika and received a library card. Teacher Irika, why do you think I'm being lazy? Xiaoli looked a little weird and couldn't figure it out. Every day during extracurricular exercise time, Xiaoli only completes the basic amount of exercise and then rests all the time. This is not acceptable. Irika said sadly. Oh, that's it. In fact, I was resting efficiently at that time. Xiaoli thought for a while and said. Aren't you still lazy? Irika complained. Teacher Irika, you will know in a moment. After Xiaoli said this, he turned into a white smoke and dissipated. And Irika couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Xiaoli disappearing. Was it actually a clone? And as far as he knew, only the shadow clone could do this kind of physical clone with obvious thoughts. But he remembered that the shadow clone was a B-level ninjutsu. How did Xiaoli get it? Even if it is passed down from family, how did you learn it? In shock, Irika was also waiting there. Since Xiaoli said to wait a while, Xiaoli's body should have already rushed here. Soon, a boy whose clothes were soaked with sweat stood in front of Irika. Teacher Irika, this is the answer. Xiaoli didn't say much. His current state was the best answer. So, every day you let your shadow clone come over to study, and then the real body exercises outside, and then you rest during extracurricular activities. Looking at Xiaoli's state, Irika was a little confused. Yes, the exercise arranged in the school is not only unsatisfactory in quantity, but also very low in intensity. I want to reach the target amount I set. If it takes too long according to the level in school. If it takes too long according to the level in school, my own training is too outstanding, and I don't want to be looked at as a monkey by other students. Xiaoli replied. That's it, then I misunderstood you. Irika looked at Xiaoli blankly. After knowing the other party's real efforts, he was completely shocked. With such hard work at such a young age and extremely high talent, how far can the other party grow in the future? At this time, Irika couldn't help but look forward to it. Suddenly, Irika thought of something, his face changed, and he said, No, I heard that shadow clones have side effects. Because of these side effects, no one uses shadow clones to exercise and study. Well, what Irika-sensei said should be that the fatigue level will be transferred back to the main body. I have known this for a long time, but Irika-sensei, the shadow clone will inherit the user's state at that moment, so Irika-sensei Teacher Ka has also seen my daily status, and within my plan, the shadow clone will not affect me. Xiaoli replied. That's right. Irika thought for a moment and found out that Xiaoli was reading energetically every morning when he saw her. It seemed that he was not affected. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Probably not. If there are no side effects, then there should be a lot of people learning shadow clones, so that it won't be like the situation where not many people are learning it now. Therefore, Irika understood that this should also be the other person's talent, and others could not learn it. What does hard work plus genius equal? Irika couldn't help but click his tongue. If Xiaoli knew what Irika was thinking, he would complain that in other worlds this combination might be very strong, but in Naruto, it can only be said that it is very strong in the early stage, and the upper limit later depends on bloodline. Isn't there an ordinary person who hasn't seen those 6-path patterns? Even Xiaoli didn't know whether ordinary people could safely become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki after gathering 9-tailed beasts, let alone the 6-path sage mode. By the way, Mr. Irika, do you have textbooks for higher grades here? Or other elective books on the path of ninja? Xiaoli thought for a while, and finally came to see Irika in person. Then let's settle this matter first. Yes, there is, but why do you ask? Irika was a little confused. It's like this. I've probably learned almost all the first-year courses on my own, so. Xiaoli said and looked at Irika. So you basically didn't listen to the lectures in class and just watched by yourself. Irika suddenly felt a little discouraged. Are all geniuses like this? You don't need to teach yourself this. Not really. I would listen to Mr. Irika if he has some experience in teaching, but most teachers just follow the instructions, so I didn't listen much, so Mr. Irika's class is still great. Xiaoli encouraged Irika. Then should I feel happy? Irika said that he couldn't be happy at all. Irika thought for a while and said, let's do this. I will test the content of your books. If you pass the test, then I will help you get a library card. Then you can go to the library to borrow books by yourself. Also. Hey? Really? Xiaoli opened his eyes wide and was a little surprised. This was beyond his expectation. The library Irika mentioned was not an ordinary library, but one for ninjas. Really, but the problem I have is not simple. Do you want to prepare first? Irika said proudly. The previous 3 generations asked him to take more care of Xiaoli, so there is no problem in doing so. No, you can start right away. Xiaoli said that it is really easy to remember these basic knowledge. Oh, you are so confident, then let me see your strength. Irika also smiled. After a while, Irika looked at the answer that was basically full marks and twitched his lips. Although it was not a perfect score, it was more than he thought. Originally, he thought it would be enough to pass. Okay, then come and get your library card tomorrow. Irika took a deep breath. It is a good thing to have such a talented student, although it will affect the teacher's teaching ability a bit. Okay, Teacher Irika, can I go home and wash up before going back to school? Xiaoli felt sticky and uncomfortable. Oh, yes, but Xiaoli, exercise should be moderate and you must pay attention to your body. Irika reminded. I understand this, so am I not the one with the best development in our class? Xiaoli also nodded solemnly. Due to long-term training, his development was obviously beyond that of his peers. Irika was stunned, looked at Xiaoli, and thought about it carefully. Yes, it seems that this guy is the fastest and best one in the class. Therefore, this guy has matured so much that he no longer feels the role of a teacher. Go, 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 come back. Irika lay on the chair as if he had lost all strength. I don't know whether he is lucky or unlucky to have such a student. In short, the students are too good and the teacher feels completely unfulfilled. Xiaoli nodded and left. As for going back quickly? Well, this won't work. Today's volume has not been reached yet, so only the shadow clones will come back. 9. However, Xiaoli looked at Irika who had lost the meaning of life and decided not to say anything. Well, now that I have explained the situation to Irika, I can release my shadow clone here without having to go to the bathroom all the time. It would be quite annoying if I go there too many times and it is reported that there is a problem there. Chapter 18 The Investment of the Third Hokage and the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 18 The Investment of the Third Hokage and the Flying Thunder God. Irika, what's the matter? The third Hokage looked at Irika a little surprised. He came a little too often and almost didn't put away the crystal ball. I came here this time because of Xiaoli's matter. I want to help him get a library card. Irika said. The library he was talking about was naturally not an ordinary library, but a library containing information about tolerance. A library of technical materials. Oh? Why did you suddenly think of getting him a library card? Sanday was a little confused. Irika told the third generation about Xiaoli with a look of helplessness, and said that he really couldn't teach him much about Xiaoli's talent, so it was better to get him a library card. Shadow clone? Are you sure it's okay? The third generation frowned. Unlike Irika, as the Hokage, he naturally knew the risks of this technique. Well, it must have been more than a day or two since Xiaoli came here using his shadow clone, and he is in good condition every day. Irika replied. Is that so? Is it a talent? The third generation murmured. Learning the shadow clone is also very good, but it is not worth being too surprised. After all, it is a technique and can be learned. But being able to use shadow clones to learn is surprising, and the only explanation is the other person's talent. It just so happens that the third generation has seen various people with talents. Of course, he was still a little surprised. After all, the other party's family was very clean, and it was impossible for him to have the blood of the Uzumaki clan. In this case, we can open up knowledge other than ninjutsu to him. The third generation made a decision after thinking for a while. They have a clean family background, are geniuses, know how to work hard, and are very mature. This kind of existence will provide resources no matter which village they are in, because they will definitely be able to grow up and become the pillars of the village. Soon, a proof of the library card was handed over to Irika from the third generation. You can just take Xiaoli to take a photo and attach it later. Sanday said. Yes. Irika was happy and a little shocked when he took the library card. After all, the level of the third generation was much higher than he imagined. You must know that even knowledge is of course divided into levels. Of course, while Irika was shocked, he was also happy for Xiaoli. If he was favored by the third generation, then his future as a student would be bright. After Irika left, the third generation took a deep breath of tobacco and exhaled a puff of thick smoke. He had already written a letter to Jiraiya before, but what made the third generation a little angry was that the other party had no intention of coming back. Now that he has seen Xiaoli's talent and hard work, Sanday decided to write another letter. The growth of a genius also requires sufficient teaching, and there is also the bond with the village. Jiraiya and Tsunade are undoubtedly very suitable candidates. Can. Sanday handed the letter to a toad and sighed deeply. Ugh. The next day, in the Hokage's office, the third generation looked at the crystal ball in front of the table. Inside the crystal ball was a scene of Xiaoli exercising. After watching it for a while, the third generation moved the scene to the inside of the ninja school, but the protagonist of the scene was still Xiaoli. But this time, Sanday was startled because he saw Naruto next to Xiaoli, and they seemed to have a good relationship with him. Seeing this, Sanday couldn't help but think about it. In the end, he felt that this combination was quite good. If Xiaoli was strong enough, he would be able to help when the tailed beast was out of control in the future, and he might even be able to awaken it due to the bond. Naruto. Naturally, Xiaoli didn't know that he was being spied on by the third generation using telescopes. Even if he knew about Xiaoli, he didn't care much about it. He didn't have any ulterior secrets. Later, Xiaoli also successfully obtained the library card from Irika, and went to the tightly guarded library to try to borrow. The result was gratifying. He was even able to directly borrow B-level knowledge. Although ninjutsu was not allowed to be borrowed, this was completely enough for Xiaoli. With his current chakra level, he didn't even think about learning any ninjutsu. This library card was obviously not something Irika could obtain as a Chuunin, let alone applying for someone else, so Xiaoli quickly understood that he had been noticed by the third generation, and he was given great convenience. Xiaoli was already satisfied with this. He never thought that he would be able to obtain the Flying Thunder God's technique after being noticed. That was something that could only happen in dreams. Although Flying Thunder God is not necessary to learn in Xiaoli's plan, the priority is also very high. After all, this ninjutsu is too famous in the hands of the fourth Hokage. The most important thing is that its consumption of chakra should not be particularly high, because the fourth generation Namikaze Minato does not have a bloodline, and the amount of chakra cannot be comparable to those monsters, so even if Xiaoli's chakra is not enough now, it will be enough for Flying Thunder God in the future. However, learning the Flying Thunder God also requires talent, not only the talent of time and space, but also sufficient reaction and combat talent. With the help of the Flying Thunder God, the fourth generation was able to become a ninja that made enemy ninjas frightened. This was just because without a certain level of strength, facing the Flying Thunder God was too difficult. But those with some strength, such as the third Raikage, are probably not that scared when facing the fourth Raikage. After all, it is difficult for the fourth Raikage to break through the defense against the third Raikage. Even if the defense is broken, it will be difficult to inflict fatal damage. Harm. If it were really a shopping fight that did not allow escape, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Thinking of this, Xiaoli was a bit speechless. The third generation Raikage was also an outstanding person among ordinary people, but the fourth generation was even more pity because he died too early. Otherwise, with the fourth generation's talent, he can basically create Raise-Nan Shuriken or similar powerful ninjutsu, which can make up for the shortcomings of the fourth generation's attack power compared to other aspects. What are you worried about at that time? The third Raikage? Moreover, according to Xiaoli's speculation, the negative impact of the Raise-Nan Shuriken will not even affect the fourth generation. No, it should be said that it will not affect the ninjas who can fly the Thunder God. Because the moment the Raise-Nan Shuriken explodes, the fourth generation can use the Flying Thunder God to directly leave the range of the explosion, and the hit rate is higher than that thrown by Senjutsu, but it is not as powerful as the Raise-Nan Shuriken condensed by Senjutsu. In addition, the fourth generation is also good at Senjutsu. Although he is not very proficient, it still takes a lot of time to accumulate natural energy. The accumulated amount can be used for a short time. In short, it is not very practical, but the Senjutsu Raise-Nan can be used at critical moments. Shuriken, plus the Flying Thunder God sneaking a shot at those 10 tails Jinhyuriki, I guess. It's also quite sour and refreshing. Xiaoli narrowed his eyes and decided that what the fourth generation failed to do, he would complete his legacy later. Fourth generation, I don't have this will. Xiaoli was a little worried about whether she had the talent to learn to fly the Thunder God. After all, even Obito or Kakashi, who had divine power, seemed to have such abilities only because of the blood successor, and still did not have the talent to learn. From the beginning to the end, only the second generation Hokage and the fourth generation Hokage, who were the creators, learned to fly the Thunder God. The blood successor is the blood successor, and the talent of the blood successor does not represent his own talent. Therefore, the level of learning for Fei Lei Shen was really very high. However, Xiaoli also showed determination in her eyes, and she could only believe that her talent was enough. And now, keep working hard. The knowledge in the library should be added to the current plan. It is fulfilling and happy, because it feels good to be able to clearly feel that I am getting stronger little by little. Then every day the increased amount of chakra speaks for itself. Chapter 19 Jing in Immortal Mode. On the weekends, after Xiaoli prepared everything, he set out for the training ground. On this day, he did not create a clone to study. Because Xiaoli's body had completely recovered in the past 2 days, he did not expect that it would take more than a month to recover. As expected, it was too forced to break through the body's boundaries at this age. However, for the sake of the plan, Xiaoli still had to break through, and she had to be fully prepared. Don't waste chakra if you can. Soon, Xiao Li appeared on the training ground, and as expected, she saw Xiao Li again. As long as it was a holiday, the probability of Xiao Li appearing on the training ground was basically 100%. However, Xiao Li felt that Xiao Li was not in high spirits today. He just said hello to him and had no intention of fighting. Although Xiao Li had no intention of fighting today, Xiao Li became obsessed with fighting after trying to fight before. As long as Xiao Li appeared here, he would come to him. As for the winning rate of the battle, it can basically be said to be a 50-50 split. When Xiao Li had chakra and could use the three-body technique, Xiao Li's winning rate was much higher. However, when the chakra was exhausted, Xiao Li's winning rate soared. Xiao Li looked at Xiao Li, who was not in a high mood, and thought thoughtfully. Something must have happened, but for some reason he couldn't comfort him rashly. He had better do his own thing well before talking. Xiao Li started today's training. Today's training schedule was much higher than usual in terms of volume and intensity. As the training progressed, sweat and salt continued to precipitate. Finally, the boundary loosened. Xiao Li gritted her teeth and successfully broke through the boundary once again. After the breakthrough, Xiao Li did not stop immediately. Instead, he completed the stretching exercises before ending the exercise. Then Xiao Li staggered to his usual resting place and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Li could feel that this time's breakthrough seemed to be more difficult than before, but he didn't know why, and he didn't have time to think about it. At this time, his mental state had reached an extremely exhausted level. At this time, Xiao Li took a deep breath, closed her eyes, resisted the urge to fall asleep, and slowly calmed down. Since he can't sprint to the state of tranquility after ordinary exercise, he will try again after breaking through the limit. If it still doesn't work this time, then he can only wait for more than a month. Xiao Li has a very upright attitude. He tries hard this time, even if he doesn't succeed. After all, it is the fairy mode, and the difficulty is there, but he also believes that he will succeed. If it doesn't work this time, try next time. If it doesn't work next time, it will work. On to next time. He has learned the immortal mode. In this state of mind, Xiao Li's body slowly calmed down. This time the fatigue covered the feeling of ants crawling all over his body, and then the fatigue slowly disappeared. For the first time, his body was completely refreshed. It got quiet. Following this, his soul, which had been extremely active since birth, finally calmed down in a rare way. Slowly, his spirit and body slowly merged. Xiao Li seemed to have glimpsed the scenery above the mountain top, but after a brief peek, he withdrew from that state again. Xiao Li slowly opened his eyes, with surprise in his eyes. It was a feeling. He felt that he had succeeded, even if it was only for a short time. However, since it has been successful once, there will be a second time in the future, and even the conditions for entry will gradually relax, and there is no need to break through the boundaries every time before entering. Set a small goal. Before you get the scrolls of psychic skills from the 3 holy places, you must be able to enter that state without any special training. However, Xiao Li frowned again. Although he entered that state, he didn't seem to feel anything special, let alone notice the natural energy. It was completely empty, but his perception was indeed ridiculously strong. Immortal mode, there is definitely no record of this mode in the library. Xiao Li couldn't help but have a headache. It should be normal. Subsequent training should require toad oil or similar items. Later on, you can sense natural energy. Although it cannot be absorbed, if you can sense it directly without using toad oil, it will definitely be a huge improvement. Let's do it step by step. Xiao Li sighed first, and then became a little excited. Today's harvest is really surprising. Xiao Li stood up slowly, looked around, and frowned. Xiao Li had left today and didn't even exercise. This was a big problem. Xiao Li was a little worried. After all, after being together for so long, he still had a good impression of this little guy with a talent for hard work. However, there is another matter that needs to be dealt with first. Xiao Li looked at a big tree and asked. Excuse me, do you want to continue hiding? Ahahaha, you are really an amazing little guy for being able to discover me. A young man wearing a green Konoha Jounin vest came out. Seeing the person coming out from behind the tree, Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief. He probably guessed who it was, but what if it was an enemy? Yes, this person was the pinnacle of temporary ordinary people, Metkai. Hello, what can I do for you? Xiao Li asked. Metkai looked at Xiao Li in amazement. He was originally hesitant to come out. He had been observing this place for several days, and the one he admired the most was naturally Xiao Li. But he also noticed Xiao Li's efforts, and in the past days, Xiao Li gave him the feeling that he was very measured and would not exercise too much. But today, he didn't know what went wrong. He was distracted. One exercise too much. If Xiao Li exercises like this, her body will definitely be overwhelmed. Although Metkai also wanted to follow Xiao Li to see what was going on over there, in comparison, it seemed that the problem on Xiao Li's side was more serious. After all, if you don't pay attention, it will leave indelible effects on your body. Reversal of damage. Little guy, you have to know that exercise also needs to be moderate. Although youth has no limits, you are still young, and such exercise will hurt your body. Since he has been discovered and came out, Might Guy did not hesitate to say what he wanted to say. Suddenly, Xiao Li suddenly realized that it was because of this. He nodded and said, I know this. I must have observed this before, and you should know that my exercise will not harm my body. But there are some special circumstances today, so I will return to the original amount of exercise tomorrow. That's true, that's good. Metkai nodded. It was okay just once, but he was afraid it would always be like this. Since you know, then I will leave. Little guy, please continue to work hard to burn your youth. I am very happy. Take good care of you. As he spoke, Metkai patted Xiao Li on the shoulder. Xiao Li tugged at the corner of his mouth. Although he had recovered a little, his body was still very tired. These two shots almost made Xiao Li kneel down, but he couldn't say anything and could only nod. I will continue to work hard. Metkai gave Xiao Li a thumbs up, showed his big smile and his big gleaming white teeth, and then left. Since there was nothing here, he wanted to go over and see what was going on the other side. Xiao Li looked at Metkai's back and smiled, realizing that Metkai was still very useful. After all, Metkai is the #1 martial arts master in Hokage, and it is natural for him to exercise his body. It is also of a very high level. As Xiao Li's body grows, he has to explore on his own every time the amount of exercise increases. With Metkai's guidance, he can get better exercise. 10. But, what happened to Xiao Li? Chapter 20 Xiao Li's question. In Xiao Li's memory, Xiao Li didn't seem to be depressed, he recalled, but most of his memories were of Xiao Li having graduated, and there didn't seem to be anything about his childhood. So, didn't the original book talk about what happened when I was a child? I just skipped it and didn't watch it. Xiao Li felt a little headache. Let's continue watching tomorrow. It seems that Metkai has followed. If he is still depressed tomorrow, he should ask what's going on. Xiao Li still wants to help if he can. After all, a free combat tool player is still very important. Although he is also the opponent's combat tool player, there are really not many tool players who can keep up with Xiao Li. Even if he is the same goes for Taijutsu. Even in Xiao Li's plan, physical skills are not the main means of attack, but this does not mean that he thinks physical skills are not important. If the plan does not include them, it is just because he cannot meet the requirements in physical skills within a limited time. After making the decision, Xiao Li didn't waste any more time. Although it seemed like he was exercising just now in a state of groping, he actually got rest in all aspects. He didn't use his shadow clone in order to break through today. He still had a lot of chakra left, so he could practice the form changes for a while. However, the next day, instead of improving, Xiao Li's condition became more serious. He even stopped exercising early and sat there in a trance. Xiao Li, has something happened to you? Why are you so downcast? It's not like you at all. After seeing this, Xiao Li also went directly to find him. The tool man couldn't just go on strike. Xiao Li. Xiao Li raised his head and looked at Xiao Li, his expression full of loneliness. Xiao Li, it seems that I can no longer be a ninja. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Xiao Li frowned. Teacher has taught us the three-body technique before, but I have never been able to detect the changes in chakra, let alone use it. No matter how hard I practice, there is no progress at all. Xiao Li said, and then looked at Xiao Li's eyes were filled with envy. Obviously Xiao Li can use it perfectly, but as a person in the same grade, I can't even see any hope of getting started. Suddenly, Xiao Li suddenly realized that this was the case. If so, he seemed to remember this scene, but he had not paid attention to it. So, was he still the culprit? Xiao Li quickly vetoed it. Even without him, Xiao Li would have had such a problem sooner or later. However, his proficient use of the three-body technique gave Xiao Li a contrast, so the problem broke out in advance. Also, something seems wrong. When did you and Xiao Li become in the same grade? Xiao Li looked at Xiao Li, thought for a while, and nodded immediately. She probably figured out why. The other person was Xiao Li, and he probably didn't pay much attention to things in school. And Xiao Li's development is better, and he can use the three-body technique, so it seems normal for Xiao Li to treat him as someone of the same grade. But Xiao Li still wanted to complain. They had been together for so many years, but they didn't even collect this bit of information. They could only say that he was Xiao Li as expected, and luckily the other party's captain was Hyaganiji. That's it. Xiao Li, who knew that Xiao Li couldn't use ninjutsu, naturally wouldn't persuade him to practice more. After thinking about it, he said, then Xiao Li knows that even if he can't learn ninjutsu, he can actually be a ninja. Well, really? Xiao Li stared at Xiao Li closely. Under his thick eyebrows, his dark eyes were full of expectation, as if he had found some hope. It's true. I saw in the library that there was a taijutsu ninja who was a 10,000 years genin before our Konoha. In fact, he was very powerful. In an operation, he rushed thousands of miles alone in order to rescue Konoha's team. Then kill all 7 of Wu Ying's people. Also, you probably don't know about the 7 mist shadows, right? Let me tell you. In fact, Xiao Li didn't know the specific situation. He didn't know whether the 7 people were dead or not. He just glanced at the information when he was looking at Metkai. Anyway, it was just a bit exaggerated at this time. When Xiao Li finished speaking, he saw Xiao Li staring at him intently. Well, it should have an effect, Xiao Li thought for a while and then continued. Also, do you know? I remember that there is a ninja in our village who is not very good at using ninjutsu, and he has become a jounin. Jounin? Really? Xiao Li couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing this. The gold content of a jounin was too much for him. Of course it's true. Xiao Li nodded, looked at Xiao Li and said, so even if you only practice taijutsu, you can become a jounin, but this road will be very tiring. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Xiao Li shouted loudly. It will also be very painful. I'm not afraid of hardship. It's even more difficult to persevere. I will keep persisting until I become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Xiao Li's eyes seemed to have fire. Then keep working hard and don't give up anymore, Xiao Li encouraged. Oh! My youth, keep burning. Xiao Li returned to his previous state again in a burst of shouting, even harder. Seeing this, Xiao Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Xiao Li who didn't think too much and was easier to persuade. However, Xiao Li sighed again. In fact, Xiao Li and Metkai are a little different. Metkai is just difficult to use ninjutsu. In fact, Metkai can still use some relatively simple ninjutsu. However, Xiao Li is different. In his memory, Xiao Li seems to be unable to use ninjutsu at all. It shouldn't be a problem with Metkai's guarantee after graduation, but it will be really difficult to surpass Metaka in future development. However, let's worry about future matters later. Xiao Li has no right to worry about others. His own path has not yet been cleared, and until it is cleared, he is not even sure whether this road will be possible. Metkai was secretly relieved. He originally wanted to use his own methods to investigate, but he didn't expect that Xiao Li had already comforted Xiao Li. Moreover, he was familiar with the 10,000-year Genin and Taijutsu Jounin that Xiao Li just mentioned. Well, after all, they were his father and himself, and Xiao Li used them as examples to make Metkai feel close to them. However, Xiao Li's situation still needs to be carefully observed. Although it is possible to become a Jounin with physical skills, no one knows how hard it is than Metkai. And more importantly, even a physical ninja does not mean that he has completely given up on ninjutsu. Even Metkai would not teach him this way. It would definitely mislead people. What Metkai didn't know was that Xiao Li didn't persuade Xiao Li to continue practicing because he knew that Xiao Li couldn't use ninjutsu in the original novel, so he didn't want Xiao Li to waste this time. When Metkai was thinking, Xiao Li suddenly came to him. Well, Metkai was used to it. He had been discovered before, and now he was discovered again. I went back and asked. You are the Taijutsu type Jounin Metkai in the village. Can you teach us some Taijutsu? Xiao Li asked directly. I think Metkai's character would agree. Not to mention Xiao Li. No. However, what Xiao Li didn't expect was that Metkai directly refused. This is against the rules, and the training of physical skills is not what you can do now. Suddenly, Xiao Li suddenly realized that the meaning of his words seemed to be wrong, and hurriedly said, I don't want to learn physical skills, I just want to ask you to help us look at our exercise methods, such as our suitable intensity and to what extent we can exercise best. Good. That's it. After hearing this, Metkai hesitated. It was just a training guide, but there was no problem. Then Metkai looked at Xiao Li, who was still working hard over there, as if he saw his childhood self, with the same roughness. Eyebrows, also have no ninjutsu talent, and the same hard work. At this moment, Metkai seemed to think a lot and finally agreed. And this made Xiao Li's eyes light up. Although the other party probably agreed because of Xiao Li, he was not with Xiao Li, so it would be good to rub it in. In this way, with Metkai's guidance, physical exercise will no longer be a problem. Chapter 21 Morphological Changes and the State of Emptiness and Darkness. Within the next few days, the role of Metkai's guidance became apparent. The first is to control the intensity of exercise. In the past, Xiao Li was not sure about the intensity his body could bear, but now he can complete his exercise goals in a shorter time. The second is to control the amount of exercise. Even Xiao Li's increase in amount is calculated, which indeed saves a lot of time. However, of course, Metkai was not there every day, and he only observed carefully during the initial instruction. After that, Xiao Li spent most of the time sparring together. Xiao Li is still very convinced of Metkai's understanding of physical skills. After all, he is a man who almost kicked out the finale with pure physical skills. Finally, there was the quiet state of immortal mode. From that day on, Xiao Li was unable to enter that state again for several days. However, Xiao Li was not in a hurry, because he had already climbed up once and could clearly feel that he had been moving in the right direction. Finally, a few days later, Xiao Li successfully entered a quiet state again without breaking through the boundaries, and this time the duration was much longer than the last time. But in this state, Xiaoli still didn't perceive the existence of natural energy, and it was still empty. In the following days, Xiaoli could no longer stop Xiaoli from entering this state. He was able to enter this state more easily, although it seemed that there was no use in entering. Xiaoli was not disappointed with this. After all, it was just the preliminary state of the immortal mode. It was expected to be of no use. The next thing he had to do was to continue to lower the threshold for entry until he could do it even in his perfect state. Enter this state directly. After all, if you are fighting, there is no time for you to exercise, even to the limit. Even if you successfully enter, how much state do you still have to fight? So, just keep practicing. However, as the practice progressed, Xiaoli seemed to find something was wrong, because after he entered that state, he seemed to be able to think simply again, and even seemed to be able to observe. As for what to observe, Xiaoli doesn't know yet. Maybe he will be able to observe natural energy later. Until one day, after Xiaoli approached Xiaoli in this state, Xiaoli suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Xiaoli with shock remaining in his eyes. Because he saw it. To be precise, this state was sensing the flow of chakra in Xiaoli's body and the naturally dissipated chakra. So, this state is similar to a white eye? Then Xiaoli shook his head, not at all, he actually just sensed the flow of chakra and simulated the appearance of the meridians in the opponent's body, and the distance that his white eyes could see was not comparable to Xiaoli's state. However, this state should have more functions, but he didn't find it, Xiaoli thought. As for Xiaoli's chakra, it is not a strange thing. Xiaoli just cannot use chakra, not that he has no chakra. If there is no chakra at all, then even the 8-gate dunjia will be useless to Xiaoli. After all, Xiaoli remembers that opening the door behind the 8-gate dunjia is to release the violent chakra sealed in the body. If there is no chakra, how lonely will it be? However, now that he has come out of that state, let's continue practicing the changes in chakra's form, Xiaoli thought, and began to condense chakra into the palm of his hand and release it. But this time, Xiaoli could clearly feel that even if it was released outside the body, the connection seemed to have deepened a lot. It was a little strange. It was not like this yesterday. Xiaoli looked at the spherical chakra that was successfully condensed for the first time in his hand. After thinking for a while, the chakra turned into a cube again. Xiaoli stared blankly at the cube in front of her, then thought for a moment and then continued. This time it was indeed a failure, and the chakra silently dissipated into the air. Did he really improve that much in one day? Xiaoli, who has practiced for so long, is well aware of the extent of her progress. It was the state just now that strengthened his perception. Even if the chakra was released outside the body, he could clearly perceive this part of the chakra and then be able to control it more easily. So there was such progress? Xiaoli was not sure, but if that was the case, then the effect of that state was greater than he imagined. And this also strengthened Xiaoli's determination to learn the immortal mode. Now, let's ensure that this state can be maintained for a longer time. One day, Xiaoli was in a quiet state. At this time, his perception was further improved. If this continued, it would still be impossible to beat the Byakugan, but it could cover most close combats. Under this kind of perception, the opponent's chakra state is completely under Xiaoli's observation, and the timing of using ninjutsu will also be discerned by Xiaoli. This advantage is not insignificant. Unfortunately, the current range that Xiaoli can sense is probably only for close combat. Even if he can sense this distance, he may not be able to react. And this distance is more likely to be due to physical skills, so it is not of much use at the moment. After a period of time, Xiaoli remained in this state. He suddenly realized a problem, which was why he had not noticed this problem until now. He should have noticed it when he discovered Metkai before. However, he was deceived by his own thoughts, that is, this state is used to sense natural energy, so of course he would not think about using it to sense chakra. In fact, Chakra is much easier to sense than natural energy. Not just in quantity, but because this is the energy he's known since the beginning. So, did I miss anything due to the limitations of my previous ideas? The perception in this state is very strong, but generally you can only sense which direction the chakra is in. Only when you are very close can you sense the subtle flow direction of the opponent's chakra, and this range is really too small. So, in this extremely small range, if Xiao Li is not asked, how should he try to observe? The answer is self-evident, that is himself. No matter how small the range is, he himself must be within this range. Thinking like this, Xiao Li turned her eyes to herself for the first time. She even turned her eyes directly to her body and saw the chakra flowing in her meridians. Compared with other people's chakra that needs to be sensed to see, the chakra in Xiao Li's body does not need to be sensed. It can be observed directly from a distance, which is much clearer than what he imagined. This observation made Xiao Li see something different. He saw wind and thunder. These two attributes have always been included in his chakra. 11. However, Xiao Li has been unable to detect it and cannot use it. He himself knows this. Originally, his plan was to control the chakra outside the body to a certain level before considering the changes in attributes. He did not expect we'll see them clearly at this time. Observe the wind part and the thunder part in the chakra, and then silently experience their flow and changes in the chakra. At this moment, Xiao Li seemed to understand something. If anyone looked carefully, they would find that arcs of electricity were jumping around his body, and a breeze was also flowing around his body. For the first time, Xiao Li took the initiative to open her eyes and escape from that state. She came to an open place. Thinking back on the power she had just seen, she formed a seal in her hand that she had remembered but had never used. Even though it was the first time to use it, Xiao Li at this time had enough confidence to use it successfully, and not just use it. Wind escape, a big breakthrough. With the completion of the seal, the ninjutsu was successfully released, but the big breakthrough that was supposed to be scattered and not very powerful now had only a small range, and was blasted in one direction like an air cannon. With the traditional big break is completely different. Xiao Li looked at the great breakthrough he used, with a sudden realization in his eyes. If he followed the step-by-step seals and controlled the flow of chakra in the scroll, he would definitely be able to use the great breakthrough, but in this case, it would be just an ordinary one. A great breakthrough usually only has some effect on the art of fog and shadow, and the lethality is too scattered, resulting in average power. Even if you don't understand the wind, you can still form a strong wind, naturally because of the changes in the created seal and the guided chakra. But at this time, Xiao Li saw the wind in the chakra and understood a little about the shape of the wind, so he was able to compress the wind created by the big breakthrough, eventually forming the air cannon. But Xiao Li's compression force at this time was obviously not strong enough. Although the air cannon was formed, its power was still not high, but the experiment was a perfect success. Then, Xiao Li looked at her arm. Tiny electric arcs were soon beating continuously on her arm, and she couldn't help but smile. On this day, he really took a big step forward on the road of form change. And it is definitely impossible to call it immortal mode based on a state. Since it is just one state, let's call it the empty Ming state. Xiao Li wondered if this state would be meditation if it were placed in the magic world? Probably, maybe this is really a possibility. However, in this state, others used it to sense natural energy, but Xiao Li used it to observe his own chakra energy, but he felt that the effect was really good. In fact, this is very useful to Xiao Li. After all, when others learn the immortal mode, they have already passed the stage of learning form changes. Although it must have other uses, it is not that useful to them. It's better to learn the immortal mode quickly. But Xiao Li's current configuration is too low. For Xiao Li, this state is like a low-profile body suddenly learning a high-level state, which naturally has a driving effect on other low-profile bodies. Chapter 22 – The Secret Technique of Thunder Escape. At this time, Xiao Li felt the numbness on his body, feeling a little comfortable. He also knew that this was the effect of the arc just now, which made him sigh. Sure enough, the bodies in this world are not ordinary compared to the original world. After all, the kind of body just now would not feel comfortable in the original world. It would be better if it was not electrocuted. However, Xiao Li fell into thinking about the thunder attribute chakra, its shape changes, and its strengthening of the body. If you think of thunder attribute chakra to strengthen the body, you have to think of Kumagakuer. Their secret technique of thunder escape chakra mode is very outstanding. But unfortunately, their secret technique does not exist in Konoha. Of course, Xiao Li also believed that Konoha and even all the ninja villages were developing similar lightning escape secret techniques. After all, the performance of Kumagakuer's secret technique was really eye-catching, and the principle was not difficult. But the fact that the principle is not difficult does not mean that it is easy to develop, especially the secret technique of thunder escape, which can leave damage to the body if you are not careful. Xiao Li even believed that a ninjutsu with similar effects had been developed in the darkness of Konoha, but the side effects were estimated to be very serious, and the effect was far inferior to Kumagakuer's secret technique, so it had been left there without any ninja to use it. Of course, it is more important to understand the working principle during the development process so that you can better deal with the Kumagakuer ninja later. But for now, basically all the development results of ninja villages are not very good. Think about it, after all, it is the secret technique that Kumagakuer, a ninja village, uses to gain a foothold, so naturally it will not be easily researched. Xiao Li only thought about Yunyan's thunder escape chakra mode. Although he was a little greedy, he also knew that there was a high probability that he would not be able to obtain this technique. As for temporarily strengthening the body at the next few levels, it should still be possible, just like what Ursha did in the Chunin exam. However, the second pillar is still the protagonist after all. The treatment of the protagonist is really incomparable with the supporting role. The way the second pillar can succeed quickly is not necessarily low risk. It may not overstimulate the muscles and directly roast the body. Burnt. This kind of strengthening Xiao Li is needed, but Xiao Li does not currently have a big need for improvement in combat power, so the method of strengthening can be explored slowly, and there is no need to be so anxious. First of all, learn more knowledge about the human body from the library, so that you can stimulate it more safely and comprehensively, and the effect will be better. Xiao Li sighed. He actually read some books on the human body, but he didn't study it in depth before. Now it seems that one more thing has happened. To be honest, at this moment Xiao Li suddenly understood Orochimaru a little bit, and he also wanted to do research. The fastest way to obtain a secret technique similar to Thunder Release Chakra is to grab it directly, but currently few ninjas can do this. Secondly, of course, it is forbidden research like Orochimaru. Directly using living people to research will naturally speed up a lot. It would be better if those Kumagakuer ninjas who can use the Thunder Chakra mode can be captured alive. Even if it is dead, after all, even if the body dies, the secrets of the opponent's body will not dissipate too quickly. Study the opponent's body strengthened by secret techniques. If there are more samples, you can also deduce the opponent's secret techniques. Even some ninjutsu can be deduced. After all, every ninja will have their usual chakra pathways when using ninjutsu. It is possible to deduce them by studying these pathways. But the problem is that a ninja knows too many ninjutsu, so there are many interference items. If you want to make inferences, you not only need more samples, but you also need to know that the ninja actually used this ninjutsu during his lifetime. As for secret techniques, since the training method is different from ordinary ninjutsu, it is better to reverse it. Therefore, even the corpse of a ninja is a precious material and will be recovered by the ANBU in the village. If it cannot be recovered, it will be destroyed directly. It is impossible to leave it to other villages. But even so, it will definitely not happen overnight if you want to reverse it, not to mention there are not so many corpses that happen to use the Thunder Chakra mode for you to experiment with. The efficiency of using ordinary living people will drop sharply later. If ordinary living people are not used, try using animals first, and the efficiency will drop sharply. In short, it is not simple. If Xiaoli is given taboo methods, he is confident that he will be able to research some results before the plot begins, which may be effective but have serious side effects. But here comes the problem. There are not that many people for Xiaoli to use for experiments. It is estimated that you would not be able to catch this amount even if you ask Zhen Lai. Even if you catch it, this amount will definitely cause shock. It is estimated that it will be over in a few days. It was immediately detected and sent. Besides, it's impossible for anyone to let a 6-year-old boy do an experiment. Being an experimental subject is pretty much. Therefore, from the very beginning, Xiaoli knew that taking the path of a researcher was simply not feasible for him. The time of travel was too late, and there was no time for him to conduct research, let alone receive funding before doing so. How many years old would a kid be so stupid as to fund his research? If you want to follow the path of a researcher, you need to travel earlier in time. It is best to be at the same time as Orochimaru. In that case, the operability is relatively high. If you find something cannot be done, you can even blame it on Orochimaru. Xiaoli sighed. If it were possible, scientific research would be a good path for an ordinary genius to take. Unfortunately, he couldn't take this path anyway. First of all, there was not enough time, and secondly, his talent was not in the field of scientific research in his previous life, and he would probably not be very successful in this life. Finally, Xiaoli did not want to touch too many bottom lines, and would only study ninjas who would die. However, it doesn't matter even if he can't take this path. Xiaoli's talent on the most orthodox path is still acceptable. As for whether there is another way to become a prophet, I can only say that even if you are familiar with the plot, you still need everyone around you to be fools. Or you need to be smart enough to make others look like fools in comparison. But is it possible? Anyway, Xiaoli felt that he couldn't do it. He didn't have the wisdom, so he should just work hard to become stronger. Xiaoli sat down cross-legged, and the electric arc on his body jumped again. Although the enhanced high-level secret technique is difficult to develop, why not just use it to relieve physical fatigue? As the arc continued to jump, a numbing feeling slowly spread throughout his body, which made Xiaoli feel a little bit aroused. The more tired the area, the stronger the numbing feeling. When it came to the most severely exercised area, Xiaoli almost couldn't help but moan. Soon, Xiaoli opened her eyes. She didn't have enough chakra. She had just used a sea-level ninjutsu, but it still consumed too much. However, even at this moment, Xiaoli could feel that his body was recovering much faster than before. This was because he only performed the most superficial massage for safety reasons. As his proficiency increases, Xiaoli believes that the effect will become better and better. In this case, the body will recover better, and the amount of chakra will increase faster. The current plan is about to change again. For the time being, the form changes can be practiced in the state of void and darkness, and then a little practice will be enough to get familiar with it. The remaining chakra will be used to massage the tired body. Xiaoli's eyes flashed. The discovery of the void state and the thunder escape mode made him feel that his future was getting brighter and he was looking forward to it a little bit. Chapter 23 The Effects and Help of Thunder Escape Form Changes. Chapter 23 The Effect and Help of Thunder Escape Form Change. Whether it was the Kongming state or the thunder escape massage, their subsequent effects were beyond Xiaoli's expectations. The state of space and darkness is not as amazing as the first time, but the perception is still slowly increasing, and the observation of chakra energy is getting deeper and deeper, but because it has not achieved a qualitative change, it seems that there is no breakthrough. But in fact, Xiaoli became more and more proficient in the form changes of wind release and thunder release. As a result, Xiao Li's thunder release and wind release ninjutsu became theoretically more powerful. Unfortunately, due to the limitation of chakra amount, the several wind escape ninjutsu and thunder escape ninjutsu that Xiao Li has mastered are still sea-level ninjutsu, which consume a lot of energy, and currently there is no need to use these ninjutsu. He naturally won't practice. The increase in power is just what Xiao Li feels. As chakra grows later, if there is still chakra left after everything is completed, and it is enough to use sea-level ninjutsu, he will probably try to practice it. This is the benefit of peacetime. If it is a wartime, these sea-level ninjutsu are all means of saving lives. You will have to rely on the limited chakra to practice, and the efficiency will be horribly low. But in order to survive, they are also necessary. As for the lay-done massage, the effect was even more obvious. Every time after breaking away from the void state, Xiao Li started to massage. The numbing feeling made him indulge in it every time. After each massage, Xiao Li could even feel a slight strengthening of his body. Of course, this was also related to the low strength of his body. However, the perceptible increase in speed is still enough to make people feel terrifying, and this also makes Xiao Li's chakra increase faster. Originally, Xiao Li expected that his chakra would reach the average genin level only when he was in 3rd grade, but now it seems that he should be able to do so earlier. Of course, Lei Dun's massage is not a panacea. His body has its limits. If the massage lasts too long, there will be pain, and Xiao Li will stop at that time. The remaining chakra is generally not enough to use sea-level ninjutsu, but it is a good choice to use it to try the form changes that were previously improved due to the state of Kongming. At this rate, Xiao Li will probably be able to practice the wind release wind curation jutsu and wind release gale wind palm, 2 relatively less expensive ninjutsu, by the next semester. In fact, Xiao Li had an idea after practicing the void state and thunder escape massage many times. These two can be done together. Unfortunately, at present, he can only observe in the void state. If he tries to actively control it, he will immediately leave the void state, but Xiao Li also believes that this will happen sooner or later. At that time, Lei Dun massage and Kongming state almost had the opportunity to be combined. As for now, it is better to practice separately. Let's first try to successfully reverse the order of practicing the Kongming state and the thunder massage. Metkai was shocked when he discovered Xiao Li's improvement when he came over occasionally. He had already made arrangements based on Xiao Li's body and improvement speed. However, when I came here this time, I found that Xiao Li's improvement was much faster than expected. What's going on? Xiao Li didn't hide it from Metkai. After all, he wanted Metkai to help determine the new exercise plan, including the improvement in Lei Dun massage. After listening to Xiao Li's words, Metkai looked at Xiao Li in a daze. Even though he had no talent for ninjutsu, he knew that it was not easy to do this. Maybe Xiao Li didn't feel the difficulty during the massage, but Metkai was still a jounin after all, and he had actually seen many things. Too many ninjas cannot even change their form and can only use it step by step according to the seals of ninjutsu, let alone freely control the chakra after the form change. At this moment, Metkai also understood that the other party was different from him and Xiao Li, and that the other party was definitely a genius in ninjutsu. After realizing this, Metkai couldn't help but shed tears and gave Xiao Li a thumbs up. It was so touching that he worked so hard despite having such a talent. Metkai felt that he was also inspired. He wanted everyone to know that the youth of Konoha's blue beast had no limits. Xiao Li looked at Metkai who was crying in front of him and was speechless. Although he had seen it in the original novel, it still felt strange to see it in reality. After being moved, Metkai still dutifully helped Xiao Li rearrange the exercise plan, and then became a little nervous. Is there anything else? Master Kai. Xiao Li was speechless when she saw Metkai like this. Didn't anyone tell him that his expression was too obvious and that he couldn't hide his thoughts at all? Well, can you use this Lei Dun massage for Xiao Li? Metkai scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed, but seeing Xiao Li's improvement, he thought of Xiao Li again. After his inquiring, Xiao Li seemed to be different from him. The other party really couldn't use ninjutsu, but it was not that it was difficult to use ninjutsu. Although Xiao Li also had chakra in his body, Xiao Li couldn't mobilize it at all. He couldn't get up, let alone use ninjutsu. Therefore, perhaps the only physical skills that Xiao Li could use were physical skills. Seeing Xiao Li's hard work, Medkai couldn't bear to tell him about this. Okay. Xiao Li also agreed directly. He originally had a good impression of Xiao Li. Secondly, it was Medkai's request. He also received Medkai's help. In the end, his remaining chakra was originally used for try the improved form changes in the void state. You can only try it once now, and you can put it down for subsequent exercises. Trying it once is actually enough. As for whether the remaining chakra after the experiment could be used to massage Xiao Li said that he had no choice. The first thing he had to ensure was that his plan was successfully completed, and then the remaining chakra would be used to help others. 12. This is something Xiao Li will not change and does not want to change, unless the person he is asked to help is Sinai. However, what Xiao Li didn't expect was that an accident happened. When Xiao Li said that he helped her with a massage, Xiao Li also expressed his gratitude. Although Xiao Li said that it was Medkai's request, Xiao Li still thanked him. Xiao Li, you have to remember that this massage is no joke. Lightning chakra is a very violent chakra, so if you feel pain during the process, stop immediately. Otherwise, it will not only not help you, but will also hurt your body. Xiao Li said solemnly. I know. Xiao Li nodded solemnly after hearing this. After Xiao Li was ready, Xiao Li started his massage, but after a while, before Xiao Li's massage was even deep, Xiao Li stopped because of pain. Isn't this time too short? It was so short that Xiao Li didn't expect it at all. Is this kind of massage effective? Yes, but based on Xiao Li's usual experience, the effect is very little. Xiao Li frowned and looked at Xiao Li. What's going on? He doesn't think it's because Xiao Li's physical strength is not strong enough. Chapter 24 Reasons and Xiao Li's decision. Xiao Li frowned, looking at Xiao Li who was crying in pain, and thinking about the reason. To give Xiao Li a massage, the thunder chakra that needs to be controlled needs to be released externally, so his control over it will be greatly reduced. But with the previous improvement in Kong Ming's state, it won't be that bad. Based on himself, Xiao Li's effect won't be so superficial. So, is there any difference between my body and Xiao Li's? Xiao Li's physical strength is definitely far greater than his. There is no doubt about this. Then it is a problem of chakra. Because it is his chakra, there is no way to help Xiao Li. No, it shouldn't be like this. His thunder chakra didn't even enter Xiao Li's body, and the other party was already screaming in pain. So, what's going on? Xiao Li was thinking. Sure enough, his knowledge was too shallow and he couldn't understand. Apart from these, what is the difference between him and Xiao Li? Of course they have different bloodlines, but they are both ordinary people, and no one will look down on the other. However, another point is that Xiao Li cannot use chakra, but this should not be the case. His massage has nothing to do with whether the other party can use chakra. Chakra's cooperation is not required during the massage. Xiao Li thought for a while, and the electric arc on his body was jumping again. This kind of jumping basically didn't feel anything to Xiao Li. He wanted to try it again to see why, but Xiao Li couldn't help but step back after seeing it. A few steps, that was an instinctive retreat from thunder and lightning. After Xiao Li saw Xiao Li's movements, she suddenly paused, then her eyes lit up and she said, Xiao Li, come over and touch me, and then tell me how you feel. After hearing this, Xiao Li felt a little numb when he saw the electric arc on Xiao Li's body, but he believed that the other party would not harm him, so he resisted touching it. Then, Xiao Li quickly retracted his hand. How is it? How does it feel? Xiao Li asked. It hurts a little. Xiao Li replied. Xiao Li's answer convinced Xiao Li that it was about the opponent's chakra attributes. Because the thunder in Xiao Li's chakra attribute is natural, even for the first time, he felt numb and even a little comfortable. But Xiao Li's physical strength is stronger than Xiao Li, and he will feel pain even if he touches these things. This is probably because Xiao Li does not have thunder in his attributes, so Xiao Li has no resistance or affinity for thunder at all. The method is compared with Xiao Li. This should be the reason, Xiao Li thought. Although he couldn't be completely sure, there was a high probability that this was the case. It's okay. It should be the reason why I can't use chakra. It has nothing to do with Xiao Li. Although Xiao Li was a little disappointed, he saw Xiao Li who had been thinking and thought he was blaming himself, so he couldn't help but take the initiative to say, "No, it's still my fault." Xiao Li took a deep breath and said, "What does this have to do with Xiao Li? It's obviously me." Xiao Li wanted to say something else. "It's my problem. The control of chakra is not precise enough." Xiao Li said. If his control was precise enough, he would be able to use more subtle thunder chakra to help Xiao Li. Although the effect in this way cannot be as good as his own, it will definitely be better than the current situation. In the final analysis, it was his lack of control over the released chakra. Xiao Li thought about it and said, "Let's do this. I will continue to help you every day from now on. Although the effect is small, it is still effective, and I can also practice chakra control through this." After hearing this, Xiao Li looked at Xiao Li blankly. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he hugged Xiao Li and kept thanking her. "There's no need to be so grateful. Didn't I say that I can also use this to exercise?" Xiao Li was a little helpless. He felt that he even had a way to test chakra control. It was quite profitable. He wanted to break free but couldn't. Xiao Li was very strong, so he was even more helpless because he couldn't break free. Unfortunately, Xiao Li didn't believe Xiao Li's words. Even if he could train, he didn't necessarily need to find him. Therefore, Xiao Li didn't know what he had to do to repay the other party's help. When Xiao Li saw Xiao Li like this, he understood that the other party probably didn't listen, and he didn't have any psychological pressure. Even if it was a little help, wouldn't it be considered help? However, Xiao Li felt a little speechless as she felt that there was still some chakra left. She thought it was not enough to give Xiao Li a thunder massage, but it turned out that it was not used up yet, so she should go back earlier today. "Xiao Li, I'm going home first, you should go back earlier." Xiao Li said. "Okay, I'll go back after exercising for a while." Xiao Li said seriously. Xiao Li knew that even though the other party said this, he would actually need to practice for a long time, but he couldn't say anything, so he just left. After a while, Xiao Li's side was almost over, and at this time, Metkai happened to come here after finishing his work and met Xiao Li. "Hey, today's exercise is over." Metkai looked at the sky and was very satisfied with Xiao Li's efforts. "Yes, Master Kai." Xiao Li's eyes lit up immediately after seeing Metkai. From Xiao Li's mouth, he also knew that this person who became a Jonin by relying on taijutsu was simply his future goal. "Well, I should have tried Xiao Li's massage. Was it useful?" Metkai also asked with some expectancy. Xiao Li's expression darkened immediately after hearing this. He was really too weak. He couldn't even bear the help from Master Kai and Xiao Li. Xiao Li told Metkai what had just happened in a low tone. "So that's it." Metkai also understood. It's not surprising if you think about it carefully. If it's really that simple, then not all the ninjas in Lei Dun can use this method. Since it doesn't work, let's work harder. Since the shortcut doesn't work, let's use our youth and hard work to fill the gap. I believe you can do it. Might Guy said, revealing his big white teeth that seemed to be flashing. "Yes, Lord Kai." Xiao Li's eyes also burst out with flames, and Metkai saw the flames in Xiao Li's eyes also ignite. Master Kai, I have something to ask you. Xiao Li said loudly at this time. Say it. Metkai replied loudly. It was obviously just an ordinary conversation, but it seemed so passionate. If Xiao Li was here, she would be so shocked that she couldn't stand it. I want to help Xiao Li, but I don't know what I should do to help him. I want to ask Master Kai what should I do. Suddenly, Metkai fell silent, thinking of Xiao Li. Even though he didn't pay much attention to affairs, he also understood Xiao Li's terror. In his opinion, his terrifying talent was almost the same as Kakashi's, and he also worked much harder than Kakashi. It was too difficult to surpass him. However, nothing is impossible for youth. Are you ready? Metkai took a deep breath and asked. Ready. Even so, will it harm my body? Metkai continued to ask. Even if it hurts my body? Then, let's continue training. Metkai looked at Xiao Li as if he saw himself. If he wants to catch up with those geniuses in terms of physical skills, he can only work hard, and force his body. Only in this way can he catch up with those geniuses. It's just possible to surpass those geniuses. And this is also Xiao Li's only way out and opportunity. Oh! Xiao Li shouted loudly, as if strength came out of his body again. Naturally, Xiao Li, who has returned home, will not know all this. Chapter 25 Midterm Assessment. Mom, I'm back. Xiao Li opened the door and shouted. I'm back. I'm exhausted and sweating again. Let's go wash up first. Mom has some questions to ask you. Sinai had also prepared Xiao Li's clothes and looked at the sweat all over Xiao Li's body and said. Sinai was used to Xiao Li coming back at this time every day, and looking like she was soaked in sweat every time she came back. Oh, okay. Xiao Li also took the clean clothes directly and walked towards the bathroom. Soon, Xiao Li came out stroking her wet short hair with a dry towel. Sinai's eyes lit up when he looked at his son. Although he usually looks ordinary, it's actually because of his dress. You can tell from the way he just got out of the bath. When he grows up, he will definitely be a handsome boy, at least better than his dad is much more handsome. What's the matter? Xiao Li looked at her mother. She had told her to come to him if she had something to do, but now he stood here for a while without saying anything. After Sinai came back to his senses, he said with a smile, didn't we have a midterm assessment before? Mom would like to ask how the results of the assessment were. The assessment, it should be pretty good. Xiao Li suddenly realized, how can any parent not care about their children's grades? This is inevitable even in the world of Naruto. However, when it comes to the midterm assessment, the first year assessment is really nothing. It only tests some basic knowledge and basic physical education assessment. Xiao Li estimates that he should get full marks. Is it not bad? That's good. Sinai didn't ask clearly, and she didn't expect that Xiao Li's not bad would be full marks. The next day, when Irika announced the results, Xiao Li's score was perfect as expected. Moreover, because Xiao Li set the scoring standard for physical strength a bit high, in comparison, other people's sports scores were actually a bit miserable. Congratulations, Xiao Li, please continue to work hard in the future. After Irika handed the paper to Xiao Li, he went around and said, everyone should learn more from Xiao Li in the future. Teach him to sleep sitting up. The people below started discussing, and many people were a little dissatisfied with Xiao Li's results. After all, Xiao Li's performance in school was too transparent, except for being famous for sleeping while sitting. Uchiha Sasuke was also staring at Xiao Li at this time, gritting his teeth. He didn't hate the other person's excellence, but he was blaming himself for being left behind so much. In this case, how could he follow in his brother's footsteps? More importantly, in this case, he would damn it, I can't get any praise from my brother. Moreover, not only was the guy sitting down sleeping, the little transparent one with cherry-colored hair over there actually surpassed him. As an outstanding member of the Uchiha clan, he was also the son of the clan leader and had a very outstanding brother. Is he that bad? Uchiha Sasuke continued to gnash his teeth. In fact, the main culprit for Sakura's overall score surpassing Sasuke's is also Xiaoli. His sports score standard was set too high. As a result, although Sasuke's sports score was much higher than Sakura's, his score was not higher. On the contrary, Sakura the theoretical knowledge attracted Sasuke a lot, so this scene appeared. Yamanaka Ino looked curiously at Xiaoli, who had clearly won first place but still looked indifferent. Although she would say hello to him every day when they met, that was really all. Xiaoli had never taken the initiative to look for Yamanaka Ino, and Yamanaka Ino gradually stopped paying attention to Xiaoli. However, this time the assessment made Ino look a little impressed. She had no idea that Xiaoli, who had always been unknown and seemed like a little transparent person, could be so good. Ino listened to the discussions around her. Although some were dissatisfied, there were also a lot of surprises. After all, Xiaoli had perfect scores, and Lottie the second place has a lot of points, which is really awesome. At this moment, although in the eyes of most girls, Xiaoli was still not as handsome as Sasuke, he seemed to be getting closer invisibly. Haha, Xiaoli, you are so awesome. Naruto was much more direct. He looked at Xiaoli walking back and shouted directly. Nakaduro. We are in class now, don't make loud noises. Also, Xiaoli is the better one, not you. Your theoretical knowledge is at the bottom. Irika couldn't help but roar after hearing this. Didn't he see that others only discussed in a low voice? Being so loud, they really didn't take him, the teacher, seriously. After Naruto heard this, he couldn't help but scratch his head and looked at his score, feeling a little frustrated. Xiaoli looked at Naruto's scores. How should I put it? Naruto still scored a lot better in sports, so he's not at the bottom yet. If ninjutsu is taught later, and ninjutsu accounts for the highest proportion, then Naruto, if it is still at this level, it will really become the tail end of the crane. Come on, Naruto, I believe you can do it. Xiaoli thought for a while and encouraged him. Hehe, I think I can do it, after all, I am the man who will become Hokage. Naruto smiled happily after hearing this. It's so troublesome. Shikamaru was lying next to him, but he was woken up by Naruto's voice. Then he looked here with a headache, and couldn't help but complain after hearing Naruto's words. 13. Hey, you're no better than me. You just passed. Naruto glared at Shikamaru. Although Xiaoli had said it before, he still couldn't see eye to eye. After Shikamaru yawned, he looked at Xiaoli and saw that the eyes of many people around him were faintly falling on Xiaoli. He couldn't help but sigh that the first place was indeed troublesome, but he had control over his theoretical knowledge. But sports? Shikamaru really almost failed, and the culprit was this guy in front of him. It was really a headache. The number of troublesome people increased again, and they were actually right next to him. This was still class. If get out of class was over, Shikamaru couldn't even imagine it. Sure enough, when get out of class was over, the place where Xiaoli was originally empty was now packed. After all, although Xiaoli is not as handsome as Sasuke, he is still a handsome guy above his level, and he is also so good. Naruto, who was squeezed out, couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. What should he do? As for Shikamaru next to him, he had already anticipated this scene, so he left his seat immediately after class. When he saw Naruto being squeezed out, he couldn't help but be glad for his decision. Ah, you were squeezed out too. Naruto said, pointing at Shikamaru. I didn't. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Haha, don't deny it. I didn't expect Xiaoli to be so popular. Naruto had the same experience when he saw Shikamaru, and suddenly felt that he was more pleasing to the eye. It's so troublesome. Why don't you change positions? Shikamaru was thinking as he watched this scene. As for Xiaoli, who was surrounded, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, whether in his previous life or this life. He was a little overwhelmed at first, but later he felt that it was really troublesome. He frowned and thought that in the original work, Suzuki seemed to treat these people. It doesn't exist, but you can learn from it. Therefore, Xiaoli ignored anyone and looked at the book in her hand as if no one else was around. Suddenly, Xiaoli's ears became silent. Did everyone finally leave? Xiaoli looked up and saw the surrounding area, which was still full of traffic, but the person standing in front of him at this moment was Uchiha Suzuki, and the people around him also stopped making noise after seeing this scene, right? They were all looking forward to the collision between the most handsome Suzuki and the handsome top student. Chapter 26 Uchiha. What's the matter? Uchiha-san. Xiaoli looked up at Suzuki, who was standing in front of him with a cool expression. He didn't feel offended, and even felt that the little guy in front of him was quite cute. As for the legendary competition, Xiaoli really has no interest in these children. Although his personality will be affected by the environment, it will not make him behave like a child. Suzuki stared at Xiaoli, with unwillingness in his dark eyes, and in the end he only said one sentence, next time I will definitely surpass you. After saying that, Suzuki left without looking back and returned to his seat. Xiaoli was startled, and then couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, even in the world of Naruto, children are still children. This serious expression and cool look are really cute. Xiaoli wanted to record all of this with a camera, and show it to them when they grow up. She would probably make a lot of money. However, Sasuke's declaration will not affect Xiaoli at all. He is not easily surpassed. Although the other party is also one of the cheaters, it is obvious that the opponent's cheat has not been paid yet. Moreover, Xiaoli's impression of Uchiha Suzuki is quite good. He is hardworking and progressive. Although he has the pride of the Uchiha clan, the words he just said were driven by his self-esteem and should be said by him. But in fact, Sasuke's pride is not bad. After all, compared to other Uchiha, Suzuki is completely childish, and even quite good. After all, Suzuki would not hate others more than him, nor would he secretly target others because of his identity. Just such a declaration of hard work is really too disgusting for people. However, Xiaoli remembered that when he was a child in his previous life, he hated Uchiha Suzuki. After all, he thought this person was a stinker and was not good to Naruto. At that time, he simply didn't like him as long as he felt that he was not good to Naruto. Not to mention this guy shouting for revenge every day. Now that Xiaoli thinks about it, she was really innocent enough at that time. When she grew up and watched it again, she no longer hated Suzuki. Although Uchiha Suzuki is proud of himself, he has not reached the point where his eyes are higher than his own. Moreover, the opponent's efforts and talents are indeed real. What's more important is that compared to other Uchiha, Suzuki is really good. As for the relationship between Suzuki and Naruto, it's just on the surface that it's not good. In fact, they all understand. Finally, Suzuki has been thinking about revenge. Isn't this normal? Everyone in the clan was killed, so he wasn't allowed to take revenge? Even if Xiaoli was Suzuki, he would not forgive Konoha at all. Would it be over if Danzo died? Beautiful thought. If Suzuki still looks indifferent after facing the disaster of genocide, then this is the real scumbag, a hopeless white-eyed wolf. What's more, even under these conditions, Suzuki has not grown crooked yet, but he just says that he is an avenger whenever he has the opportunity. Compared to the other party's experience, Xiaoli feels that the other party has also been investigated by the legend. Carrot was affected. As for Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi, his Sharingan illusion is unique in the world, but Xiaoli really couldn't understand the other party. It was right to want to ease the conflict between the family and the village, but what would it be like to turn around and kill the family if it couldn't be eased? Xiaoli couldn't understand, and didn't want to understand. He only knows that if people from Konoha dare to touch Sinai in the future, no matter who the opponent is, whether it is a high-level leader of Konoha or an elder, if the strength is not enough, then he must endure it first. Once the strength reaches the standard, he can help the village together. He flipped it. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop it. And this kind of thinking actually restricted Xiaoli, because Sinai lived a good life in Konoha, and the village treated Sinai well. He had a relatively easy job with a decent salary, and some ninja subsidies. Although they were all small favors, they did allow Sinai to pull Xiaoli to grow up, and this was enough for Sinai. This also made Xiaoli have no idea of betraying the village. He knew that there was a lot of darkness in the village, some of which were even unbearable for him to see. But what does all this have to do with him? Xiaoli is not a saint who wants to take care of all the injustices in the world. He is just an ordinary person who wants to become stronger and protect himself and the people he cares about. What's more, the darkness contained in Konoha is terrible. Are other villages clean? It's just a matter of 50 steps and 100 steps. In this world, where there are ninjas, there is no clean place. As for those things that make him uncomfortable, if you have the ability, you can try to see if you can change it. If you don't have the ability, then just don't affect him and the people he cares about. Xiaoli knew from the beginning that he was a selfish person, but he didn't want to change anything, that's all. Therefore, Xiaoli can never understand Uchiha Itaka's actions. He can only say that maybe the human brain circuit in the Naruto world has its own thinking mode. What does this have to do with Xiaoli? Let Sasuke and the top management of Konoha deal with the other party's affairs. It has nothing to do with him. However, Xiaoli thought about the time and couldn't help but look at Sasuke over there, and then thought about what happened in the village. He didn't pay much attention to what happened in the village, but it seemed that the relationship between the village and Uchiha was getting stronger. Nervous. So, is it almost time for the Uchiha to be exterminated? Xiaoli thought about it. He only knew about this incident, but he didn't know when it would happen. At present, it should be soon. Regarding the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Xiaoli had no intention of changing her mind at all, and she didn't want to get involved. Is he just a little guy now, running to seek death? In this case, Xiaoli felt relieved after thinking about Sinai's general movement trajectory, which basically had no interaction with Uchiha. Then he thought about Uchiha's affairs. In the end, Xiaoli still felt that there was no hope and he should die. It's just a pity that Uchiha Fugaku is a relatively dovish clan leader. If the other party hadn't met Danzo, maybe the relationship between Uchiha and the village could be slightly eased. Even if they are still tense, they shouldn't be forced to rebel. Unfortunately, that is Danzo. As long as Danzo is still there, it is basically impossible for Uchiha to reconcile with the village, and even easing the relationship will be difficult. However, maybe it was Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope that made him temporarily dizzy and decided to rebel? But Xiaoli feels that it shouldn't be the case. The other party is also the leader of the clan. Does he really think that a kaleidoscope can successfully fight against the village? And it is still the strongest village. Therefore, if the opponent wanted to rebel, he must have been cornered and then saw Shisui's Mangekyo before he decided to give it a try. Then he was betrayed by two young men, and even his clan was exterminated by an unfilial son. Really, it's miserable. Anyway, Xiaoli felt that he was lucky not to be reincarnated into Uchiha. Otherwise, he would have thought about how to escape from Konoha first. He didn't think of any way to change Uchiha in Konoha. How could he first encourage Shisui to secretly kill Danzo? Forget it, thinking about it too much hurts your brain cells. It's still just speculation, and there's no way to prove it. It's useless to think about it. Chapter 27 Reward. In reality, Xiaoli's indifference also caused the people around him to scatter. After all, there is no need to keep a warm face and a cold butt. However, if Xiaoli can always maintain the first place in the future, it will probably be difficult. Scattered around. After everyone had dispersed, Yamanaka Ino had the opportunity to come to Xiaoli and came over to say hello with some trepidation. Ino didn't know why she was worried. She had obviously greeted Xiaoli before, but after seeing Xiaoli paying no attention to anyone, she felt that the other party might not pay attention to her either. Xiaoli, you have become so popular. Xiaoli turned around and saw Ino, with a helpless expression on her face, and said, I don't want to be so popular. It's quite annoying. I just want to read quietly. Immediately, seeing that Xiaoli's attitude was the same as usual, Ino breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, Xiaoli surpassed the second place by a lot. Xiaoli also sighed, it's so troublesome. So Xiaoli ignored others on purpose. Suddenly Ino seemed to realize something. Xiaoli looked around and nodded when he saw no one was around. Although he didn't pay much attention to people, if he said it and people heard it, it would offend people. Just pretend to be cold and cool, and forget about offending people. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. After seeing Xiaoli's appearance, Ino couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, well, it will be troublesome if others hear it. Xiaoli didn't say anything more. However, Ino also left with satisfaction. Not only did he have a secret from both parties, but he also had a feeling that he was special. After all, Xiaoli ignored him and ignored him. Ino could feel the surprised eyes of those people seeing him being able to talk to Xiaoliping, and he felt a little proud. How could Xiaoli think so much? After pretending to be cold to drive away others, she couldn't pretend to be cold in front of people she knew? If Ino knew, he would probably complain, you are already cold, there is no need to pretend. Those scary guys have finally left. At this time, Naruto finally returned to his seat, wiped the non-existent cold sweat and complained, I can't even get back to my own place. It's indeed quite scary. Xiaoli agreed after thinking about it. Although he had seen this scene in the original work, it felt exaggerated at the time, but now that he was facing this scene, he felt quite tired. It's all your fault. At this time Shikamaru also walked to the other side, staring at Xiaoli with a pair of dead fish eyes, and was very dissatisfied with this guy who forced him to leave his seat. Then there's nothing I can do. You can't let things go on purpose, right? Xiaoli glanced at Shikamaru as he spoke. That's right. Suddenly, Shikamaru scratched his head, a little confused about what to say. Did he say that he was lax in his theoretical knowledge? However, the other party must have noticed it when he said this. Shikamaru looked at Xiaoli and found that the other party's attention had already returned to the books. He couldn't help but sigh that this person deserved the first place. The day ended quickly. Xiaoli exercised as usual, practiced the state of emptiness and darkness, and completed the final lay-done massage. She did not break this habit just because she came first this time. After all, with Xiaoli's familiarity with her previous life, as long as it breaks once, there will be all kinds of reasons to be lazy later, so this head cannot be opened. Then, it was the familiar plot from yesterday, but this time Xiaoli knew that Sinai wanted to ask about the results. Xiaoli didn't mean to be the Riddler. After handing the score sheet to Sinai, she took the clean clothes and towels and walked to the bathroom. And Sinai looked at the score sheet in his hand, looking at the perfect score and the first place ranking, and was a little dazed. He ran out to play with his son every day, and his grades were still so good. As for sports, it's not bad. After all, Xiaoli worked up a sweat every day before coming back. His physical strength must have been exercised during this period. However, this theoretical score is still number 1. Is my son's talent so good? Sinai fell into deep thought and thought about Xiaoli, who has been sensible since she was a child. She is so sensible and has nothing wrong with being a genius. Although she has been more tired recently, she feels more motivated after seeing Xiaoli's results. Later, she could show off her son to her colleagues at work. Sinai smiled as she thought about it. In fact, Xiaoli was more tired. His lay-done massage could indeed help him recover better, and better recovery also required energy. Where does this energy come from? Naturally, energy is not born out of thin air, but is obtained from food, so Xiaoli's appetite has increased dramatically recently. However, from Sinai's point of view, this should be the result of serious training in school. If her salary is only used to make ends meet, although other aspects will be more compact, she can barely maintain it. 14. If it doesn't work, then ask a colleague to borrow some first. It shouldn't be difficult to think about it. After all, Xiaoli's achievements are here, and he will definitely be successful in the future. It won't be difficult to pay back this little money. After Xiaoli came out of the bathroom, Sinai hugged Xiaoli and rubbed his wet hair. "Son, you are really great. Tell me what reward you want this time. Can it still be a ninjutsu?" Xiaoli thought for a while and asked. Suddenly, the smile on Sinai's face froze. Her husband's inheritance was used up when exchanging shadow clones. There was no extra left to exchange for other ninjutsu, so she had to shake her head. "Then there won't be any more," Xiaoli said after thinking for a while. He also knew the situation at home. He had almost eaten all the food. What else did he need? Fortunately, Sinai worked in a barbecue restaurant and got it from the store. The meat is relatively cheap, otherwise there really wouldn't be enough for Xiaoli to eat. "Is there nothing else you want?" Sinai had a headache. "No more," Xiaoli confirmed. Instead of wasting money elsewhere, it would be better to buy more food. As for shuriken and kunao, he can use stones to practice shuriken for the time being. For kunao, the stone is too fragile and it is not suitable. But Xiaoli also has a goal. If he gets the first place in the final assessment of the first grade according to the custom of previous years, a special kunao should be rewarded. As for this special kunao, Xiaoli said that she had already ordered it. "Okay." Sinai could only nod helplessly, but even though Xiaoli said she didn't need anything else, as a mother, she felt that she should still reward her children when they had good grades. "The weather is slowly getting colder, so let's knit a sweater. I haven't done anything for a long time. I hope my skills will not decline." Sinai smiled as he thought about it. In any case, as a parent, how can you not be happy when your child is so outstanding and sensible? Sinai looked at Xiaoli carefully and nodded secretly. It was time to dress up properly. It was no longer appropriate to wear shabby clothes like before. It would be good to dress up handsomely to attract some little girls. Chapter 28 Naruto's Invitation. One day after the midterm exam, a first-year class at the Ninja Academy. A few days had passed since the midterm assessment. What made Xiaoli relieved was that his popularity had finally returned to its usual state due to his character of basically ignoring others. Although many people still pay attention to him, but compared to those days when I was surrounded by people, it was much better. However, at this time, Xiaoli looked at Naruto, who was a little squirming next to him, sighed and said, "If you have anything to say, just tell me. There's no need to be coy." "Well, as expected of Xiaoli, you can see this." Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed. "So what's the matter?" Xiaoli asked helplessly. "Well, tomorrow is my holiday, and I would like to invite Xiaoli to my home." Naruto no longer hesitated and said it directly, and then looked at Xiaoli expectantly. If Xiaoli agreed, then he would have a third child in his family. A guest other than a third-generation old man. "Hey!" Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, not expecting Naruto to invite him to his home. "Can't you?" Naruto looked at Xiaoli, who didn't answer. Thinking that the other party was in a bit of trouble, and suddenly became a little disappointed. "It's not impossible, I just didn't expect you to invite me suddenly," Xiaoli said after coming back to her senses. "Hey, then." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Well, I agree, but you just need to tell me your address. I will go there alone. After all, you know what will happen if I go with you." Xiaoli did not hide his thoughts. He didn't want to be talked about by the villagers wherever he went. "Oh, okay." Naruto naturally wouldn't care about this detail. Besides, wasn't it also the reason why he didn't get close to Xiaoli before coming to ninja school? Xiaoli was thinking about being a guest. First of all, although he didn't know where Naruto's residence was, he was basically sure that there should be no other residence around his house, so if he was just a guest, he would just avoid it. Just the eyes and ears of the villagers. As for the ANBUAND Gen who were secretly monitoring Naruto, Xiaoli had nothing to worry about now. She was at the same table as Naruto in school, so wasn't it normal to go to the other person's house to play? What's more, the third Hokage would be happy to see this scene if he wanted to strengthen Naruto's bond with the village. The only trouble is the roots. If it were before, Xiaoli might have hesitated, but now he is sure that he has been noticed by the third Hokage. Even though the third Hokage is old, there is no need to worry in this regard. The third Hokage is not stupid yet. Let Danzo reach out to the future of the village. There was a way to deal with everything, so Xiaoli naturally did not refuse. Soon, Naruto told Xiaoli where he lived. As expected, it was not beyond Xiaoli's expectation. It was even more remote. As a result, Naruto would probably need to pick him up for the rest of the journey, otherwise it would be really hard to find him. Xiaoli quickly made an appointment with Naruto. After all, even if he was a guest, he couldn't waste his training time. As for using a shadow clone to attend an appointment, Xiaoli had a flash of the idea, but quickly gave it up. After all, he felt it was not polite to use a shadow clone to be a guest, even if the other party was just a child, he shouldn't do it. "Hey? Is Xiaoli going to be a guest at Uzumaki-san's house?" Ino just heard their conversation nearby and couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Xiaoli looked at Ino. Ino frowned and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Her father told her that it was best to stay away from this person, but Ino didn't quite understand why. She thought about the other person's usual behavior, especially after they had become familiar with each other recently. "A little bit, it seems to be okay, right? It should be fine," Ino said according to her feelings. "I don't know what others say about Naruto, but I prefer to believe my own feelings. I think Naruto is a very good little friend." Xiaoli almost said the little guy, and thought about it for a while. "At your age, let's call them friends." "Well, I understand." Ino nodded confusedly, as if he had heard some great truth. When Naruto heard this, he looked so moved that he wanted to cry. Shikamaru, who was lying on the table, moved his ears and couldn't help but smile. Although that guy was quite troublesome, he was quite unexpected. She didn't quite understand, and couldn't figure it out. Ino shook her head. And she'd better go back and ask her mother. However, Ino looked at Naruto who was about to cry, and felt a bit rustic, and the look of him about to cry was really unsightly. Sure enough, Xiaoli is better looking and has good grades. However, Naruto's classmates have invited Xiaoli to his home, so should she also invite Xiaoli? However, as a girl, wouldn't it be bad to take the initiative to invite? Ino was hesitant and did not make a decision in the end. "Come to class." Xiaoli didn't notice anything unusual about Ino. After all, not everyone writes their thoughts on their face like Naruto, and Ino didn't stay there long, so it was normal for him not to notice. After school, Ino was still thinking about this matter, and then she accidentally saw a familiar figure. She couldn't help but take a closer look, and found that the person seemed to be her classmate, and she was also the second in the class, Haruno Sakura. The other party seemed a little lonely at this time. Obviously your grades are so good, is there any time you are unhappy? Ino thought for a while but walked over. Xiaoli also saw this scene on the way to the training ground. After thinking about it, Ino and Sakura seemed to have become good friends because of one thing. Before, they were wondering why they were complete strangers. But now it seems it's not the time yet. At this time, Xiaoli also remembered that Xiao Ying seemed to be not very confident because of her wide forehead. Even so, she almost got a perfect score in theoretical knowledge. When she became more confident later, she would probably get a perfect score in theoretical knowledge. From this point of view, Xiaoli couldn't relax. In order for the genius character to be passed down to the third generation, he needed to get first place in all projects. But it was still too early to think about this. Xiaoli looked at Ino and Sakura who were already chatting over there. Although the latter two were jealous because of Suzuki, in fact they had always had a good friendship and they were a good couple. Friend. Xiaoli thought of Naruto again. That guy often peeked at Sakura. He probably still fell in love with Sakura like in the original novel. After all, Naruto at this time had no chance to get along with others. Basically, it was all about looks, Sakura. It's indeed quite cute. Forget it, Xiaoli thinks his own feelings don't count. He thinks these little guys are quite cute. How can he break it? However, Xiaoli looked at it from an adult's perspective, while Naruto looked at it from a peer's perspective, which was quite different. Although he was thinking about things, Xiaoli never stopped. He still had to complete today's practice step by step and could never relax. Chapter 29 Naruto's Home. The next day, after Xiaoli completed today's plan, she walked towards the agreed place. Xiaoli, this way, this way. When Xiaoli arrived at the agreed place, she saw Naruto running towards Xiaoli and waving his hand. Xiaoli looked at Naruto and thought about the time of his arrival. Due to what he had learned in his previous life, he always came some time in advance for this kind of appointment, but Naruto still came earlier than him, and it seemed that he was still there. I don't know how long I have been waiting. One can imagine how much Naruto was looking forward to this time. You're here so early. It's still early before the agreed time. Xiaoli said. Hey, I'm a little excited. Naruto scratched his head and said with a laugh. With that said, Naruto also walked in front, leading Xiaoli the way. To be honest, if no one was there to lead the way, it would be really hard to find Naruto's place to live. Xiaoli looked at the house in front of her. It was not too small. If Naruto lived alone, it could even be considered very big. This should be the residence arranged for Naruto by the third generation. As for the residence of the fourth Hokage, it is definitely impossible for Naruto to live there. After all, if Naruto lives there, he will have the same bright blonde hair as the fourth Hokage, even if he does not want to associate Naruto with the fourth Hokage. People can't help but think about the relationship between them, right? In fact, the village was hiding the relationship between the Yandere and Naruto. Therefore, it is basically impossible that this is the residence where the fourth generation lived. Soon, Naruto took Xiaoli into the house. Before Xiaoli walked in, she also saw some marks in front of the door. Although it looked like they had been cleaned away, she could probably guess what they were. After all, even though Naruto's residence is very remote, it's not surprising that someone will still find it, and then do some unreasonable things, such as carving words and throwing paint on them. After entering the house, Xiaoli was a little surprised to find that although Naruto's house was not clean, it was quite tidy. I have to say that it was pretty good for a boy or a child to be like this. By the way, do you have any plans for what to do next? Suddenly, Xiaoli asked Naruto. Hey! Naruto blinked, do you need any more arrangements? Xiaoli sighed, she shouldn't expect anything from Naruto, and asked, then what do you usually do? normally. Naruto thought for a while and said, I seem to have nothing to do at ordinary times. Sometimes I wander around alone, and sometimes I go to the village to play. Xiaoli looked at Naruto and did not continue to ask, what are you going to play in the village? Will anyone play with him? It probably refers to doing some weird things to attract other people's attention. Then what do you usually do at home? Xiaoli continued to ask. After thinking for a while, Naruto shook his head and asked, does Xiaoli know anything to play with? Suddenly, Xiaoli fell silent. What's the point of playing? Well, I no longer remember the memories of my childhood. It was about playing when I grew up. There were no mobile phones in this world, so Xiaoli couldn't think of anything fun and could only shake her head. It turns out that Xiaoli is just like me. We are different. If I don't play, it's because I don't want to play, and if you don't play, there is no play. Xiaoli rolled his eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes, is there anything different? Aren't they all worth playing? Then do you have any questions in class? I can answer them. Xiaoli thought for a while, and since there was nothing to do, he stopped playing. He was not interested in it anyway, but he was a little annoyed. It seems that he didn't bring a book with him. If he had known that Naruto didn't have any arrangements, he would definitely have brought a book with him to read. Hey? Do you still want to read during the holiday? Naruto was a little reluctant. Stop talking nonsense, your theoretical scores are very poor. Xiaoli glanced at Naruto and said. Okay. Naruto nodded reluctantly. Took out his textbook, and scratched his head to read. Xiaoli had nothing to do, so she carefully observed Naruto's room. Well, the furniture was quite complete, including a refrigerator, a washing machine, an air conditioner, etc. Xiaoli was a little speechless every time. Naruto's technology line was really good. Chaos, and these are definitely not something Naruto can afford. It was probably arranged by the third generation. Of course, if the fourth generation's inheritance was given to Naruto, then Naruto was indeed a son of a rich family. In fact, what the third generation gave to Naruto was definitely not as much as the fourth generation's inheritance, but it was actually enough. It was no problem to use it to cover expenses anyway. The problem was that Naruto had money but most likely couldn't spend it. So much instant noodles and milk should have been given by the third generation. The third generation should have also discovered that giving Naruto coins would not be used by the other party. It is better to send some food that is easy to preserve. Others, even if it is fresh meat, Naruto people also need to be able to cook. However, in this way, although the milk is enough, the nutrition of instant noodles is indeed not enough. Naruto in the original book was indeed short during the same period, and his height grew rapidly after Jiraiya. It probably has something to do with this. It's really enviable that he has so much chakra. There was just a bit too much milk. Xiaoli took it out and looked at the production date. The outside was quite new. Then when he saw the inside, he was silent. There was expired milk. Would the third generation be so stingy as to give Naruto expired food? The answer is no. If this is the case, then even if Naruto is a Jinhyuriki, he will not die, but he will probably spend every day in the toilet. In fact, he does not, which means that Naruto has not drank the expired milk. The problem probably still lies with Naruto. Xiaoli shouted, Naruto! Hey? What's the matter? Naruto raised his head and saw Xiaoli standing in front of the refrigerator holding milk. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, Xiaoli, if you want to drink, just drink it. I have plenty here. I don't want to drink it, I just want to say that if you drink milk from now on, you have to drink the milk inside. Why? Isn't this troublesome? Naruto was a little confused. 15. You drink from the outermost one every time, right? Xiaoli asked. Isn't that natural? But the content inside will expire if you don't drink it. Xiao Li said. Ah. Naruto also came here, looked at the milk in Xiao Li's hand, looked at the date, scratched his head, and said, I haven't noticed any of this, but drink the inside first because the outside has expired. What to do? You keep drinking the inside, and when the inside is finished, the outside becomes the inside. You drink the outside first. If you replenish it frequently, it will be difficult to drink the inside, so it will expire. Li is a little helpless, can't you understand this? That's it. Naruto clapped his hands and suddenly realized, Xiao Li is still smart. Xiao Li couldn't help but sigh. Even if Naruto praised him, he couldn't be proud of it. What's so clever about it? It's just that the person in front of him is too stupid. He doesn't know who inherited it, whether it is the 4th generation or the 4th generation. Madam is obviously not like this, right? As long as you know how to do it, you just read the book, right? Is there anything you don't understand? Xiao Li asked. Naruto scratched his head. You don't know how to do anything, do you? Xiao Li couldn't help but stare at Naruto with dead eyes. Hey hey, Naruto giggled. As for Xiao Li, he had never been so speechless. In his memory, the other party's theoretical knowledge seemed to be very poor, but his current behavior was still beyond his expectation. How does Xiao Li feel now? Well, that is the mentality of a parent who is helping his children with their homework. He may be angry to death at any time. Why did I think of tutoring him with theoretical knowledge at that time? Can we go back in time? This time he will definitely not ask for trouble. Chapter 30 Fat beats Naruto. Xiao Li's eyes were dull and he looked at the paper in front of him blankly. What sin had he done in his previous life? Why should he be punished like this? It was obviously something that had been said many times, and Xiao Li thought that he had explained it very clearly, but the random fonts on the paper now told him that the other party did not understand it at all. In her previous life, Xiao Li had no chance to try to help her children with their homework. She didn't expect that she would experience it with Naruto so quickly in this life. After finishing marking Naruto's paper, Xiao Li looked like she was now with her eyes blank and the corners of her mouth slightly twitching. Really, I really knew that Naruto's theoretical knowledge in the original work was very poor, but I still didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Xiao Li sighed deeply, being able to be Naruto's teacher for 6 years and training Naruto to become a ninja, Irika is really amazing. Therefore, Naruto's subsequent studies will all rely on shadow clones. Although it is also a talent, it is not feasible now. First of all, the 3rd generation must be very concerned about Naruto, so Xiao Li is not easy to hand over the shadow clone to Naruto. Secondly, even if he ignores the 3rd generation and gives the shadow clone to Naruto, Naruto may not be able to use it now. Naruto's chakra is definitely sufficient, but the problem is that the 9 tails in Naruto's body is causing trouble, making it difficult to control the chakra. In the current situation, teaching Naruto ninjutsu is basically useless. Even the exclusive plug-in shadow clone or multiple shadow clones may not be able to learn it. On the other hand, the other party's ability to learn multiple shadow clones in a short time is quite bizarre in the eyes of the current Xiao Li. He can only be said to be the most unexpected ninja. Seeing Xiao Li's state, Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling as if he had let Xiao Li down. Xiao Li put down the test paper and had no idea of continuing to teach Naruto theoretical knowledge. Since the other party was only suitable for physical memory, the current teaching method was no longer applicable, and there was no way to do it. Naruto, where is your usual place for exercise? Xiao Li asked. Exercise? Well, it should be fine outside. Naruto scratched his head. He didn't have any special place to exercise. Oh, then come with me. Xiao Li thought for a while, this place is indeed quite remote, and it can be considered a suitable place for exercise. Oh. Naruto nodded and followed Xiao Li. In a slightly vacant place in the woods, Xiaoli and Naruto stood facing each other. Xiaoli, do you really want to do this? Naruto was a little reluctant to attack Xiaoli and was still asking. Naruto, don't you want to be Hokage? The prerequisite for becoming Hokage is to become a ninja, and becoming a ninja is not that easy. Every ninja must go through a long period of training. Xiaoli stared at Naruto. Although his body has not recovered yet, it is enough to deal with the current Naruto. But there's no buts. If you can't even overcome me, how do you want to be Hokage? Don't you want to be recognized by others? Then attack me. Don't worry that I will get hurt. Have you forgotten that I also got first place in the school test in this regard? Xiaoli looked at Naruto, who was still a little hesitant, with cold eyes and continued. If you can't do anything like this, then you should give up being a ninja. I don't want to be friends with someone who can't even be a ninja. The moment Xiaoli finished speaking, Naruto was stunned. Although he didn't understand many things, he understood this sentence clearly. If he didn't attack, he would lose his current friends. Then, he would return to the lonely life, thinking of the way he used to hide in the corner of the bed and cry at night. He had run out of tears and had enough. He doesn't want to go back to his old life. No, absolutely not. Naruto gritted his teeth, his blue eyes filled with determination, and the next moment he rushed towards Xiaoli. Hey! Xiaoli looked at Naruto's movements. They were basically unorganized, but he could praise him for his speed. To test Naruto's current physical condition first, Xiaoli thought about it but did not take the initiative and defended passively. In order not to lose Xiaoli as a friend, Naruto also launched an attack without any scruples. Although there was no plan, the staying power and intensity should not be underestimated. At least Xiaoli was a little surprised. His speed, endurance, and strength were all higher than he had imagined, and they were much higher than what he had shown in the school test. Was it because what he just said irritated Naruto? Xiaoli thought, although only a small amount of Nine-Tails chakra has penetrated the seal, under this situation, the opponent can still show stronger strength. Xiaoli slapped her mouth, and she was still a little envious. But if this is the case, then Xiaoli doesn't intend to hold back. Although Naruto has exploded with more strength than usual, in his eyes, he is still at the level of a child playing house. Compared to Xiaoli, no matter the organization, strength, or speed, it is far from enough. Finally, when Naruto was tired, Xiaoli also launched an attack, and except for some important parts of Naruto's body, he was the target of his attack. And Xiaoli's strength was also slightly controlled. It was impossible to hold back. If he really didn't control it, he could really beat Naruto to death. Even with this force, it was very painful for Naruto, so painful that it even made him want to cry. However, Naruto still did not fall down because he did not want to lose his only friend. Although he did have the idea of becoming Hokage or something, didn't Naruto want to become Hokage just to gain recognition from others? What kind of Hokage would you be if you lost your first friend? Therefore, he must not fall down, and he can still hold on. What does these physical pains compare to the cold eyes and loneliness of the past? Xiaoli also looked at Naruto a little uncertainly at this time. The opponent's body should have reached its limit. Why hasn't he fallen down yet? Under Xiaoli's surprised gaze, Naruto moved, walked towards him, slowly raised his hand, and then landed lightly on his body. There was no strength and no damage, just as Xiaoli judged, so he did not hide and let the punch fall on him. Naruto had reached his limit, and he could make the opponent persist until now. Xiaoli's eyes flashed slightly, he sighed, looked at Naruto in front of him, and said softly, "It's all right, Naruto. Then are we still friends now?" Naruto gasped and asked Xiaoli. "Of course." Xiaoli nodded, smiled, and said, "I just wanted to stimulate you. In fact, you are better than I thought, Naruto." "That, of course, I am the man who wants to become Hokage." Before he could finish speaking, Naruto couldn't hold on anymore and fell forward. When he fell down, there was still a smile on his lips. He successfully defended his friend. Xiao Li caught Naruto, who fell, and smiled. He felt that this willpower was stronger than his own. He didn't intend to strike hard at first, but when he thought about the opponent's recovery power, he didn't need to be afraid. He was afraid of his feet, but he didn't expect Naruto to be able to hold on for so long. Therefore, Naruto became like this. There were probably few parts of his body that were healthy, but the root was not damaged. This was of course Xiao Li's intention. In this way, the passive nature of Kyuubi's chakra will emerge, and then in this process of repeated repair, Naruto's body will also be strengthened. This is probably similar to Xiao Li's lay-down massage, and it's gentler. You don't have to move yourself, but you just have to get a fat beating. The more you think about it, the more envious you become. In this case, Naruto should be stronger than in the original work. It would be better if he doesn't need the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Xiao Li looked at the unconscious Naruto and touched his chin, as if he might give it a try. Chapter 31 Apology and Teaching. When Naruto woke up again, the sky was already dark. He looked at the familiar bed and was a little confused. Why was he here? Awake! A familiar voice came, and Naruto couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He turned around and found that it was indeed Xiao Li. At this time, Naruto finally remembered what happened. He seemed to have been knocked unconscious by Xiao Li, but he remembered that he should have successfully kept this friendship. Seeing the expression on Naruto's face, Xiao Li roughly knew that the other person was recalling the past, and felt a little helpless when thinking about the friendship between them. Naruto regarded him as a friend, and he always felt like he was like the other person's old father. Besides, it would be quite difficult for Xiao Li to have a soul of several decades really regard a child as that kind of friend. However, since Naruto thought it was okay, let's keep it like this. Xiao Li, you haven't left yet. Naruto got off the bed without any discomfort. Seeing this scene, Xiao Li couldn't help but clicked his tongue. After being beaten like this, no one could basically recover. Although he controlled it and did not hurt the other party's important parts, such pain was so painful. It is estimated that it will take several days for him to fully recover. It's true that comparing people to each other can make people angry, but this is also the reason why Xiao Li is so cruel. Not yet. After all, it was me who knocked you out. I don't feel relieved if I don't see you wake up. Oh, that's it. Naruto nodded, as if he suddenly understood. Do you know why I do this? Xiao Li asked after thinking about it. Although Naruto probably wouldn't mind, he felt he still had to explain. Well, you seem to say that if I don't become a ninja, I am not qualified to be your friend, but I feel that your words are not true. Naruto said and scratched his head. Of course it's not true, but since you feel it, why are you still fighting so hard? After Xiao Li rolled her eyes at Naruto, she suddenly realized something again and stared at Naruto and asked. Naruto hesitated and couldn't explain the reason, and finally just said, I don't know, anyway, I just feel that I have to work hard, even if there is only a slight possibility, it won't work. Are you afraid that if that sentence is true? Xiao Li took a deep look at Naruto and sighed. The other person was more sensitive to this than he thought. Thinking about it for a moment, Xiao Li could probably guess how Naruto felt after hearing those words at that time. I'm sorry, it's my fault this time. I shouldn't have said that, even if it's not true. Xiao Li said seriously. This time it was his fault. Naruto is too naive now, and he, an old guy, actually used such words to force the other party. Xiao Li didn't want to use any excuse to explain himself, because he suddenly realized that the words I am doing this for your own good were so inappropriate for such a pure Naruto at this time. What is the difference between this kind of words and the kind of parents who kept saying good things for you in the previous life? Oh, it seems that I have nothing to do with Naruto? Anyway, if you are wrong, you must apologize. Hey? Xiao Li didn't do anything wrong, why should he apologize? Naruto scratched his head, he was a little confused. If you don't understand, then don't understand. Xiao Li said after being silent for a while. Oh. Xiao Li also began to talk about the reasons why she did what she did and why she beat Naruto like this. So Xiao Li is doing it for my own good. Naruto scratched his head, feeling an indescribable feeling. It was the warm feeling of being cared for, but the way of caring was a bit strange. 16. Almost, but even if you have strong recovery power, don't show off in the future. Take a rest when you feel your limit. Don't faint directly like today. Xiao Li said. Am I really very resilient? Aren't everyone like this? Naruto thought for a while and then asked a question that made Xiao Li want to punch someone. Now that you've recovered, come out with me and I'll teach you some exercises. After resisting the urge to hit someone, Xiao Li stood up and walked out the door. Soon, Xiao Li looked at Naruto's actions with a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Sure enough, compared with teaching Naruto theoretical knowledge, teaching such physical movements is much easier. Naruto's physical talent is much higher than his conscious talent. As for whether making Naruto stronger will change a lot of the plot, Xiao Li felt that this kind of thing was not important at all, because he couldn't remember too much of the plot. Moreover, from the very beginning, when there was a person named Shendu Zhuangzia Li in this world, the plot had changed, and it was basically meaningless to stick to the plot that I couldn't remember clearly. Xiao Li thinks the most important thing about those memories is that he can use them to determine the personalities of many people, such as Irika. Why did he go to Irika instead of Mr. Mizuki, who also behaved very gently? Don't you just know Irika's character? As his student, he basically doesn't need to worry about the other party harming him, so he can have no worries. The same is true for Kai. Xiao Li knows that the other party likes people who work hard. Even if there is no Xiao Li, if he goes to ask Kai for physical skills, the other party will probably not refuse, not to mention that Xiao Li is also there, and the other party is completely unwilling. Need to worry about designing his existence. In fact, they were the only ones who made Xiao Li absolutely relieved. They were Irika's students and the passionate Metkai. Xiao Li had no intention of looking for the others. For example, Kakashi Hatake, although he knows that the other person is a very good person, but if you approach him as a strange child with his personality, he may not necessarily pay attention to you, and even if he does, he will not completely believe you. When you go to Kakashi, it is thankless and far less practical than Irika and Metkai. These are valuable assets for people's knowledge. As for the plots, it would be better if you can remember them, but it doesn't matter if you can't. As long as you are strong enough by then, there is nothing to worry about. Okay, that's it for today, Naruto. Remember to keep exercising every day. Xiao Li clapped her hands to attract Naruto's attention and said. Well, I'll try my best. Naruto said, looking at Xiao Li expectantly, then will Xiao Li come back in the future? What are you doing here? Do you want me to beat you up? Xiao Li teased. It's not impossible. Naruto grinned. Okay, I'll come over later to check on your workout when I have time. Xiao Li thought about it and agreed. Great! Naruto cheered. Xiao Li looked at Naruto and did not invite Naruto to join him and Xiao Li's training ground. It was actually a public training ground. Although there were not many people, there were still some. It was him and Xiao Li who persisted to the end every time. Just Xiao Li. Therefore, it was really not suitable for Naruto to go to that place. At this time, Naruto looked at the sky and touched his belly. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he looked at Xiao Li and said, Xiao Li, I'll treat you to something delicious. What's delicious? Xiao Li suddenly had a bad feeling when she thought of those instant noodles. The special edition pork bone instant noodles that I have cherished for a long time. I knew it. Xiao Li patted his forehead. He had been busy for so long, but in the end he even invited him to eat instant noodles. However, Xiao Li stayed in the end. After all, although it was instant noodles, it was probably Naruto's most precious collection. More importantly, he had told his mother before that he might not go back to eat, so he had no worries. Look. Seeing Naruto's happy look, he naturally wouldn't be disappointed. Then, I have to say, after eating instant noodles for a long time, Xiao Li felt that they tasted pretty good. Chapter 32 Conflict. Xiao Li has felt a bit like Alexander recently, because Naruto's progress has been so fast. With his guidance, the opponent has fully taken advantage of his strong resilience. Every exercise basically has to break through a boundary before stopping, and this results in Naruto's physical fitness improving by leaps and bounds. Xiao Li was thinking as she watched Naruto's progress, could she have accidentally released a monster? However, Naruto's progress soon slowed down. It should be that the effects in the first few times were too good. Later, when all aspects of the body improved, although the effects were good, the speed of improvement was not that great. Having said that, even if it slows down, it is much faster than an ordinary person. Naruto's physical condition is much better than that of Xiao Li. Xiao Li smacked her mouth, feeling that if this continues, Naruto will be a bit strong in physical skills alone. Thinking like this, Xiao Li couldn't help but want to take a look at Naruto, and then saw the seat next to him that was still empty. He was almost used to it, and he probably would be late again. Naruto was already a habitual offender in terms of being late. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the classroom quickly, and then ran straight in the direction of Xiao Li. "Ino, what's the matter?" Xiao Li looked at the panting Ino and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ino was usually quite a lady, which was completely inconsistent with the look in front of her, holding the table with both hands and panting heavily. Xiao Li, what's wrong? I just went to the bathroom and found out that Naruto was being bullied by the senior class," Ino said breathlessly. Xiao Li's expression changed. He was currently in a shadow clone state and basically couldn't help. However, he still asked, "Tell me the location." "In the woods behind the school playground," Ino quickly answered. "There?" Xiao Li was a little confused as to why Naruto appeared in that place, and then suddenly realized that Naruto was probably going to be late again, and then he wanted to take a shortcut and was discovered by those school bastards. "Xiao Li, should we go find the teacher?" Ino suddenly remembered at this moment. He hadn't told the teacher yet. The first moment he saw this scene, he thought of Xiao Li and ran over. "Well, you go find Mr. Irika." Xiao Li thought for a while and said, then stood up and rushed out of the classroom. At this time, Ino also thought about where Mr. Irika should be. The first class was not Mr. Irika's class. But it should still be over there in the office, right? With this thought in mind, Ino ran towards the office again. Shikamaru also straightened up from lying on the table and frowned. He naturally heard Ino's words. Was Naruto being bullied? And I was bullied by the seniors, which was a bit troublesome. However, fortunately, Ino had already gone to see Mr. Irika. Now, Shikamaru frowned and sighed, and he still wanted to go and have a look. "Chuji, Kaiba, our classmate is being bullied," Shikamaru shouted to Koji and Kaiba next to him. Dinkai was eating snacks there, and there was no movement, but Ye, who was so grumpy, slammed the table and yelled, "What? Someone dares to bully my classmates? Where? Who is being bullied? It should be over there in the playground. It seems that Naruto is being bullied," Shikamaru said calmly. "Naruto?" Ye hesitated for a moment. She didn't seem to have anything to do with him, and her family had reminded her to stay away from him. "Oh, you don't seem to have a good relationship with that guy," Shikamaru said in a slightly irritating tone. If you don't have a good relationship, you can't let that guy be bullied by outsiders. Let's go. Ya was stimulated, and suddenly his head became clearer. He shouted and rushed out first. Shikamaru glanced at the classroom again and clicked his tongue. What Kaiba's loud voice just said had almost spread throughout the classroom, but at this time, there were still not many people willing to stand up and follow. Most people heard that it was Naruto. He looked like it was none of his own business. Shikamaru sighed. The plan was considered a small success. Originally, he wanted to use Ya to encourage more people, but it seemed that it wouldn't work. But at least Ya was still there. Koji, let's follow. Shikamaru said, dragging Chuji outside. Koji didn't resist much. He didn't have any ill feelings toward Naruto, and he often stood with him, so he should help. However, Naruto was mostly punished for being late, while Koji was punished for eating snacks in class. What Shikamaru didn't know was that when they walked out, Sasuke also looked at the place behind him, thought for a moment, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out of the class slowly. Not only Sasuke, but Shino, who was wearing sunglasses and clothes covering half of his face, also followed silently. Naruto-kun. Hinata's two index fingers were intertwined. She was also very worried about Naruto's condition. After looking around, no one seemed to notice her, so she stood up, as if she was a little transparent. He ran through the classroom and towards the playground. Xiaoli naturally didn't know this. The moment he rushed out of the classroom, he untied the shadow clone and sent the news of Naruto being bullied back to his main body. Although Xiaoli returned more chakra after coming into contact with the shadow clone, and the training place she chose was not far from the school, it still took some time. Fortunately, Xiaoli clenched his fists and his eyes flashed. He had just finished warming up and had not yet reached a state of exhaustion. His combat power was at its peak. Dare to bully his big boy? No, he was a good friend, he was simply seeking death. Xiaoli ran towards the school at an extremely fast speed. After another night of exercise yesterday, Naruto also felt a little tired and sleepy. When he woke up, he found that it was already very late. This made Naruto pick up a piece of bread, drink the milk in a few sips, and then run towards the school. But this alone could not avoid the fate of being late, so he had to take a shortcut, and when he was about to reach the school and break through the woods and rush to the road, he almost hit someone. However, although there was no collision, it still shocked Naruto and the other party. Sorry. Naruto apologized first, and then thought that time was running out and wanted to leave directly. The person who was almost hit patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing the familiar figure of the other party, he suddenly felt evil. What? I thought it was someone running rampant here, but it turned out to be you, a monster. That's not surprising. Suddenly, Naruto's steps stopped, and he turned back to stare at the man, with anger in his eyes. I'm not a monster. Haha, it would be strange if you weren't a monster. Didn't you see that the adults all called you a monster? The man continued, and couldn't help laughing. And his companions had obviously heard of this kind of thing, and they all laughed. Monster, monster. The smiles on those people's faces and the words in their mouths made Naruto grit his teeth very tightly. Maybe he shouldn't do anything, but he couldn't help it. Even if he is late, even if he is beaten again, he can't swallow this breath without taking action. So Naruto rushed forward, but he was alone, and he was not as old as the other person. Even if Naruto had been training under Xiaoli's tutelage for some days, he still wouldn't be able to surpass the senior students who were 2 or 3 years more developed than him. Soon he was knocked to the ground and surrounded by people laughing at him. So that's all you have as a monster? You're not that powerful. Everyone, come and see, this is the monster in our village, and I defeated it. Chapter 33 Ninja School Fight Incident. It was like this again. Naruto instinctively protected the important parts of his body, and then felt the fists and kicks falling on him. Naruto was used to this kind of treatment, not only being attacked but also being laughed at. No one would sympathize with him. The adults saw this and some were even happy to see it. It was precisely because the adults did not stop these guys who beat people that they were so arrogant. After bullying him, he didn't feel any guilt at all. Instead, he would laugh and compare with others. The good and evil of human nature will be particularly pure during this period, and during this period, the teachings of adults are particularly important for the growth of children. It was precisely because of the adults' indulgence in bullying Naruto that this scene happened, and it was not the end. Naruto was actually used to it and it didn't matter anymore. A beating would be over quickly, but he would definitely be late again today. In fact, most of the lateness was due to Naruto getting up late, but some of the time it was because of accidents on the way to school, especially when coming from the main road. Hey! What are you guys doing? At this time, a shout came from a distance, making Naruto's heart tremble and he involuntarily turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came. There, a person who often stood with him appeared in sight, Inyazuka Kaiba, and there seemed to be someone else behind him. Although Naruto felt physical pain, his eyes were very bright at this time. He looked at it for a long time, and then found 17. Xiaoli, aren't you here? Suddenly, Naruto didn't know what he was feeling. At this moment, he seemed to feel empty in his heart. No, maybe Xiaoli didn't know? But they all knew it, and even the lazy Shikamaru knew it. Wouldn't Xiaoli know it? Naruto was looking for reasons for the other party in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel sad. Hey! Boy, don't meddle in other people's business, the senior said, staring at Inyazuka Kaiba fiercely. What do you mean by being nosy? He is our classmate. Inyazuka Kaiba glared back like a hunting dog. Well, seniors, class is about to begin, can it end here? Shikamaru took Inyazuka Kaiba back and looked at Naruto's condition. There was a cold glint in the dead fish's eyes, ready to move. However, Shikamaru was a little confused. Xiaoli was obviously the first one to go out, but there was no Xiaoli around. Was he looking in the wrong place or hiding? As for escaping, Shikamaru hadn't thought about it that way. He didn't usually feel like such a person. Class? You're already late anyway. It won't matter if you go a little later. How can class be as important as fighting monsters? The senior said and laughed together with the others. Suddenly, Kaiba and Shikamaru's expressions changed. You bastards! Ya couldn't hold back his temper. If Shikamaru hadn't pulled him, he would have rushed forward. There was some sweat on Shikamaru's forehead. He compared the size difference between the people on his side and the other side. The other side was probably a 3rd or 4th grade student, and there were more people than here. If they really wanted to fight, they would be terrible. Very disadvantageous. Hey! How dare you scold us? You have definitely degenerated into the monster's minions. Maybe the whole class has been completely controlled by this monster. Monster, monster, can you only say monster? Ya was a little irritated and turned to look at Shikamaru, wanting Shikamaru to let him go. Hey, you don't need to help me. At this time, Naruto still didn't see Xiaoli's figure, and his eyes were a little dim, but when he saw that the others were about to conflict with these big guys, he still couldn't help shouting. Shut up, who said I was going to help you? If you back down from the current situation, it will be a shame for our first-year group. You retorted unceremoniously. At this time, Abarame Shino and Uchiha Sasuke had also arrived at the scene. After hearing what they just said, they stood silently behind the first-year group and expressed their attitude. Shikamaru naturally noticed this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that this class was better than he thought. In this case, the gap in the number of people is not that big. Although it is basically impossible to win, there is already some confidence. Senior, the current situation is that even if you win, you will only be considered as bullying the weak, so can we just stop here this time? Shikamaru silently calculated the combat power, and it was still insufficient. If it would be best if it ended like this. Hey! The senior looked around. Unknowingly, many people were already looking at them, and these guys didn't know when the number of people coming was almost the same as them. As Shikamaru said, even if they beat the first-year guys, they would be said to be bullying the weak, but if they just leave like this, it would look very embarrassing. You guys have definitely been deceived by this monster. We are here to get rid of the deception for you. The man suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said loudly. After finding an excuse for the people on his side, he immediately took action. The little kid in front of me is too annoying. If he continues to talk, there will definitely be problems. It is better to take action immediately and not give the other party time to continue talking. TCH, it's so troublesome. After Shikamaru saw this, he stopped wasting his words. It was completely useless to these people. The other party just wanted to bully the weak, and it was useless no matter what he said. So, it's useless to argue with these bastards. After Ya complained, seeing Shikamaru no longer pulling him, he immediately ignored the size difference and stepped forward to meet him. Shikamaru curled his lips, and after seeing the current situation, he said, "Chuji, let's go too." "Oh, okay, it's long overdue." Akimichi Koji didn't know when he had put away the snacks. He already wanted to take action when he saw Naruto being bullied. After all, he was a good partner in the penalty stand. Without Naruto, if so, wouldn't he have to stand there alone? After all, although there are a few people in the punishment team, Naruto is basically a regular visitor, and the others may not join the punishment team occasionally. Abarame Shino remained silent and silently stopped in front of a person. Sasuke also stood in front of someone coldly and said sarcastically, "It's not good to bully the weak. Let me be your opponent." Everyone. Naruto didn't know what to say at this moment. He felt his eyes were getting wet. They all came to help him. He couldn't go on like this and had to fight with them. However, the reality is that soon, the first grade group was completely defeated. After all, although they all came from the family and had some fighting lessons, they had never been in actual combat. The senior students have already received practical training. More importantly, their bodies that have developed for a few more years are not comparable to those in the first grade in terms of size and strength. You must know that the most important growth at this age is that's development. Development is the main thing, and exercise is the supplement. No exercise can affect the development of this period. It can be said that during this period, the competition is particularly simple, that is, strength and body shape, and everyone needs to continue to exercise in terms of skills. However, there are two outstanding ones. Although Sasuke struggled a bit, he actually held the opponent back head-on. Although there was a slight gap in strength and speed, he was indeed a queen from a famous family, and it was true. Another one is Abarame Shino. His fighting ability is not strong, but his bugs. After all, although the opponent is a senior student, he is still a child. His face turned pale with fear when facing so many bugs. Even Abarame Shino was able to find time to help the people around her. It's a pity that even so, the first grade's combat power is still much worse. Shikamaru, Chuji, Kaiba, and Naruto are no match, and their bodies are slowly turning purple. Damn it, where is that guy Xiaoli? If he is here, he should be about the same as Sasuke. He can definitely hold everyone until the teacher comes. Shikamaru couldn't help complaining at this time. Looking at the two extra people opposite, and smacked his mouth. If the number of people wasn't still one or two short, maybe with Sasuke and Shino here, we could actually win. However, Shino seems to be quite transparent usually, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. However, it doesn't help. I'm probably going to get a severe beating today, and it's all Xiaoli's fault. Naruto was a little surprised when he looked at the little girl with white eyes who was usually shy when she saw him and ran next to him to help him. Although he doesn't know why the other party is here, he must be here to help him, and he cannot let her get hurt. Naruto made up his mind and stood next to Hinata to protect her. Hinata finally decided to help Naruto, but found that she seemed to be the protected one. She was a little disappointed, but she also felt that she was still Naruto-kun, and he was really reliable. Soon, Naruto seemed to feel something and turned his head to look in one direction, his eyes bright because he felt a familiar aura. "Hold on, I'm coming." At this time, Xiaoli finally arrived at the scene and looked at this scene with some surprise. He didn't expect there to be so many people, but looking at the injuries on their bodies, his eyes became completely cold. The next moment, Xiaoli joined the battlefield. "You guys are finally here," Ye said with a bruised nose and face. He was the one who suffered the worst. However, Ye looked at the teeth marks on the other party's body and laughed a few times. The other party was not much better. Shikamaru, as for Shikamaru, looked at the direction Xiaoli came from with some confusion. Why did he come from that direction? Before Shikamaru could think about it, he was punched in the face because he was distracted. After all, he was not very good at physical skills and still distracted. Suddenly, Shikamaru stopped thinking and pounced on him viciously. And those people on the opposite side also felt a little regretful. Why did this person hit him more and more, and like Xiao Qiang, he couldn't be defeated no matter what. They were indeed monsters. When Xiaoli first entered school, the amount of chakra was equivalent to that of a third grader. At that time, Xiaoli's physique was almost at the level of a third grader. Although exercise was supplementary, who said Xiaoli's starting point for exercise was early enough? And more than half a semester has passed, Xiaoli will not stand still, and he has also realized that Lei Dun massage has further accelerated the speed of physical progress. His current physique is no worse than those of the senior students in front of him, and even vaguely the space is a little higher. The most important thing is that Xiaoli is not like Naruto and the others. His combat experience has been honed in the battle with Xiaoli, and he is a being who can skillfully use the three-body technique. Isn't it easy to deal with some students? In fact, you can't even use the three-body technique. In comparison, although the students opposite are senior students, they are still here at this time, and they are also some who are not very good at studying. Although they have learned the three-body technique, they are basically not able to do anything except the transformation technique. It can be used. It can only be said that their advantage is really only the developmental advantage formed by being a few years older. They can use their advantage to fight against other people, but facing Xiaoli. So, Xiaoli joined the flock like a tiger, and within a few rounds, the advantage between the first and third graders was completely reversed. Dodge, then punch. If the punch fails and then kick, he can directly knock down the next person, leaving the other first-year students stunned. Are you sure this person is in the same first grade as us, not a senior, and is also a top student? Naruto's eyes twitched a little when he saw this scene. How could he see the image of him being beaten by Xiaolifa from this scene, but it seemed to be a little different. This is too perverted, isn't it? The opponent hasn't used all his strength in the midterm assessment, right? Shikamaru twitched his lips when he saw this scene. He would have come here with Xiaoli if he had known it, right? Shikamaru frowned. If he had this strength, Xiaoli wouldn't need to wait until this time to take action, and the direction the opponent just came from. No way. Shikamaru looked at Xiaoli's figure and suddenly felt that if it was indeed the same as he guessed, then it would not be surprising that the other party could reach this level. But why work so hard? Although there is nothing wrong with trying hard, how did the other party persist when they were the same age as them? Sasuke also watched this scene, and suddenly realized that the gap between himself and the first place may be greater than he imagined. Looking at Xiaoli's meticulous dodge and efficient and quick punches, the corners of his eyes felt a little sour. This how can he catch up with the huge gap? No, you can't lose confidence. You are the descendant of Uchiha. You must become the best. You must surpass him. Sasuke was cheering himself up, but the effect didn't seem to be ideal. The addition of Xiaoli also made the first graders slowly retract their hands. After all, Xiaoli had snatched everyone away, and now most of them were lying on the ground moaning. There's one more for you. Xiaoli waved her hands. This level of training really didn't even count as a warm-up, much worse than Xiaoli's. The man looked at his moaning companion lying on the ground, and he didn't understand. Why did the situation change in a moment after this man came over, even though he had a big advantage just now? Weird, monster. The man couldn't help shouting. He was only in the first grade and yet he became like this. What is he if he wasn't a monster? How could a human be able to defeat a monster? Xiaoli paused for a moment. He was also called a monster, just like Naruto, but the meanings between the two monsters were probably different. However, these two words also made Xiaoli smile brightly at him. Thanks for the compliment. Hearing these words, the man couldn't stand it anymore. With fear in his eyes, he turned around and ran away, abandoning his companion lying on the ground. The next moment, Xiaoli also moved, running out like a wild horse, quickly approaching the fleeing person. No, don't come over. The other party's voice was already trembling. However, none of this stopped Xiaoli's steps. There was a constant chill in his eyes. Didn't you think about this scene when you bullied Naruto? Irika's voice seemed to be heard in Xiaoli's ears, as if he was shouting to him to stop. But stop? How can it be? Xiaoli quickly caught up with the man, who had no will to resist at all. He was frightened after being caught up by Xiaoli. After a few casual punches, Xiaoli picked him up and threw him to the front. Where individuals fall. Looking at his masterpiece, Xiaoli grinned. Sure enough, the family would be neat and tidy. After doing all this, Xiaoli looked at Irika who rushed over angrily, smiled, and spoke first. Sorry, Irika-sensei, we seem to have caused trouble for you. Chapter 34 Touching and Trouble. Sorry, Irika-sensei, we seem to have caused trouble for you. After hearing this and looking at the smile on Xiaoli's face, Irika, who was originally angry, checked the injury of the student lying on the ground and found that it was only a temporary pain and asked, what happened, why does the conflict occur? I don't know the specific reason. They probably bullied Naruto at first, but then we came to help. Xiaoli said and waved to Naruto. Naruto, tell everything. Naruto didn't hide anything and quickly revealed the development of the matter. That means you didn't bump into the other person and then apologized to them. Irika frowned after hearing this. Yes. Naruto nodded and looked at Irika with some anxiety, not knowing whether the other party would believe his words. It doesn't matter, we and Mr. Irika will be on your side, right? Mr. Irika. Xiaoli said and looked up at Irika. Ah, yes. Irika also nodded. He frowned not because he didn't believe Naruto, but because he couldn't believe that even a child was so deeply affected by the rumors in the village. Irika-sensei. Naruto also looked up at Irika, not knowing what to say. 18. Irika looked at Naruto in front of him with mixed feelings for a moment, but he finally reached out and rubbed Naruto's bright golden hair, then helped Naruto tidy up his slightly messy clothes, and said gently, Don't worry, Naruto, you did nothing wrong in this matter, and the teacher will definitely stand by you. Irika-sensei. And everyone. Naruto looked up at Irika, then at Xiaoli, who had a smile on his face, and then looked around. With a bruised nose and swollen face, he rubbed his nose and smiled stupidly, revealing his big white teeth. Shikamaru, who was accidentally hit in the face and had dead fish eyes in his mouth, was still muttering about how he had lost his life. Koji, who didn't know when he started eating snacks again, had already maintained Sasuke, who couldn't stop looking cool and staring at Xiaoli, Shino, who still looked very mysterious wearing sunglasses, and Hinata, who blushed and turned away after seeing him. Naruto, who did not cry even though he was beaten and laughed at it, could not hold back his tears at this time and kept flowing down. Okay, don't cry. Iruka comforted and smiled when he saw this scene. Although he couldn't understand Naruto's specific feelings, he could probably understand it. Ha ha ha, you are so old and you are still crying. He laughed heartlessly when he saw this scene. I didn't. Naruto glared behind his teeth and tried to stop the tears with his hands, but he couldn't wipe them away no matter what. Xiaoli also smiled when he saw this scene. Although there were many things that he couldn't change, at this moment, he felt that the appearance of this scene also made him a little happy. He would never be obsessed with changing anything. But if there are good changes because of him, then he is definitely pretty good. Hoo ho! Not bad, not bad. On the roof of a building, Sanday was smoking a cigarette and looking at the scene below, with a very gentle expression on his face. He had just arrived after being informed by the ANBU ninjas, and then saw the scene of Naruto bursting into tears. He knew Naruto's stubborn temper and would never shed tears even if he was beaten. It looks like Naruto has found his own bond in the village, which is pretty good, pretty good. Although the third generation had a headache when he heard the news about the fight here, he couldn't help but feel better after seeing this. The masked ninja next to the third generation also reported the development of the matter to the third generation. In fact, they had no intention of informing the third generation at first. After all, Naruto's beating did not happen in a day or two. If the third generation was notified of every incident, the third generation would probably have to deal with a lot of things, but the ANBU was not sure about the subsequent development. Because this time, someone actually came to help Naruto. It didn't matter if someone helped, these people were actually the children of various families in the village. These people couldn't let something happen casually, so they went to notify the third generation. So, basically Xiaoli beat these fourth graders into this state by themselves. Sanday was also a little surprised when he heard this. Yes. Anbu himself was very surprised when he reported it. Zindeo was an exceptional genius, but did the third generation actually know the other party's name? It seems that it has been noticed for a long time. The ANBU also silently wrote down Xiaoli's name. Although it was probably out of reach, who could say for sure? Oh, it's very good, the third-year-old nodded with satisfaction. I had heard Iruka talk about this genius before. Now it seems that what Iruka said is correct. Although these fourth graders are in the class, they are all at the bottom, but being able to easily defeat everyone regardless of the development gap of several years is enough to reflect the opponent's excellence. In addition, the third generation already knew through Iruka that the opponent's 3Kya techniques were fully mastered. Such a seedling should have been able to apply for graduation during the past war. Looking at it this way, he might be even more outstanding than Kakashi. A little. With such an outstanding next generation, the third generation also felt a little relieved, and a certain idea emerged in their hearts. However, it is not suitable for them to show up directly now. They still have to wait for formal notification. Anyway, the matter is over. I believe that the subsequent report will be delivered soon. It will not be too late to take a look at it by then. You continue to watch, and let me know if anything happens. After Sanday finished speaking, the figure turned into a white smoke and dissipated. Naturally, it was impossible for Sanday to come over in his own body for such a small matter, it was a shadow clone. Yes. The ANBU replied and disappeared to the top of the building to continue his work. Iruka, as a teacher, you actually attack a student. Do you have any teacher ethics at all? Here, the fourth-year Chuyunin teacher, a middle-aged man, also came belatedly. Then he saw his students lying on the ground in a mess. It seemed that they were deliberately brought together. His face suddenly turned dark and he stared at Iru. Ka said coldly. Ah! Iruka was also stunned for a moment, wondering when he had taken action. Then he realized that the other party had made a mistake, and then quickly explained. While explaining, Irika was suddenly a little shocked. He didn't think about it carefully because he was paying attention to other things before. Now that he thinks about it carefully, Xiaoli is not only talented in cultivation, but also has outstanding talent in practical combat. But Irika also felt that this was not his fault. He was used to being surprised by Xiaoli, so when he saw this scene at first, he thought it was quite normal for Xiaoli to be able to do such a thing. Don't shirk responsibility. A first-grade kid did it. Do you believe it? The Chuyunin did not feel relieved after hearing Irika's explanation. Instead, he questioned. I don't believe in other people either, but he is Xiaoli, so I believe it. Irika thought for a moment and then said seriously according to his own feelings. After hearing this, the Chuyunin's face became extremely gloomy. He didn't believe what Irika said, and he didn't want to believe it. After all, if it was true, wouldn't it mean that the students he taught were not even as good as first-year students? At this time, Xiaoli stood up without any haste, raised his head and looked directly at the Chuyunin with fierce eyes, facing the opponent's momentum without flinching at all. Xiaoli. Naruto clenched his fists and had a complicated expression on his face. He seemed to have caused trouble for everyone. It was obvious that he would rather be beaten than cause trouble to others. Chapter 35 Apology. Xiaoli just looked at the Chuyunin, as if he didn't notice the aura on the other side. I say, teacher, Mr. Irika did not lie to you. I defeated all your students one by one. If you don't believe me, your students are lying there. Why don't you ask them and you will know? The Chuyunin looked at Xiaoli with a somewhat surprised look. Although he was not a combat ninja and knew that he was not very good in terms of momentum, the momentum he deliberately maintained at this time was not something that a child could easily hold. Looking at Xiaoli's unchanged face, the Chuyunin felt that what Irika said was probably true, and he couldn't help but feel envious in his heart. Irika had taught a great genius. Xiaoli looked at the Chuyunin. It seemed that the other party was using his momentum on purpose. But he didn't feel any pressure. How could a teacher who taught in school all year round be so unbearable? Even if that's the case, then why did you do this? The Chuyunin teacher's tone was weaker, mainly because he felt that he might be unreasonable, because he also knew the character of those students. If Irika took action, so it's the other party's fault no matter what, but it would be different if it was Xiaoli who took action. That's it. Irika also explained the situation to the other party at this time. The Chuyunin teacher frowned after hearing this. According to his understanding of these students, it is really possible to do such a thing, but it would be easier to say if there was only that monster, but... Is this really what happened? The Chunin teacher looked at his student who had almost stood up and stood there with his head lowered, not daring to leave. The leading student seemed to be about to say something, but suddenly he saw Xiaoli looking at him indifferently, his heart suddenly shrank, his head bowed deeply, and he said in a timid voice, "Yes, that's it." Suddenly, the Chuyunin teacher didn't know what to say. His face turned red with anger. He was angry that these students had embarrassed him and bullied people younger than him. The most important thing was the one who was beaten. Really, I feel that I am too embarrassed to be this teacher. Will I have to bow down when I see Irika in the future? You guys, why don't you go back to class even if you know you did something wrong? The Chuyunin teacher wanted to end it quickly. It was really embarrassing. Wait a moment. Hey? What else do you have to do? The Chunin teacher looked at Xiaoli who was speaking and asked in a depressed mood. Although he was very unhappy, he also understood that the other person's talent would definitely make him a big shot in the future, and it would be hard to offend him even if he was a teacher. Other side. They did something wrong and haven't apologized yet. Xiaoli said flatly. Suddenly, those people became dissatisfied. Why should we apologize to a monster? However, just after they finished speaking, they saw Xiaoli rubbing her fists and looking at them. They immediately didn't dare to speak, but the reluctance was still obvious on her face. "Classmates, they have been beaten like this by you, don't you have nothing wrong?" The Chunin teacher glanced at Naruto, with disgust in his eyes. He did not want his students to apologize to this demon fox. "Hey? You bullied the junior students. And then you were beaten by a junior like me. Are you still justified? Do you want to go to the principal for evaluation? Let all the teachers come and take a look." Xiaoli looked at the Chunin teacher with a sneer. He could clearly see the way the other person looked at Naruto just now, and his impression of the other person suddenly became even worse. He did not think that this kind of person was suitable to be a teacher who taught and educated people. The other person had tarnished this profession. After hearing Xiaoli's words, the Chunin teacher's expression turned bad. "Xiaoli, how about?" Naruto pulled the corner of Xiaoli's clothes at this time, not wanting to cause trouble to Xiaoli. "Teacher Kawachi, this is what I think too." Irika was also standing in front of Xiaoli at this time. He didn't expect this at first, but he felt that Xiaoli did nothing wrong. And he should be the one to do this kind of thing. Xiaoli's words were still too impulsive. After all, he was still young and it would not be good for the other party to miss him. Okay. Mr. Kawachi clenched his teeth. He was unreasonable on this matter. It was impossible to comment on it. Moreover, all the teachers would laugh at his teaching ability, let alone it was said that he would go to the principal, the third generation, so the opinion put forward by this boy was simply impossible for him. At this time, Teacher Kawachi couldn't help but glare at those students, who were the ones causing trouble for him, and shouted angrily, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you go over and apologize?" These students looked at each other, looked at the furious Teacher Kawachi, and then looked at the demon who was standing there smiling and looking at them. They didn't dare to say anything, and reluctantly came to Naruto. "Start apologizing." Naruto looked at the people who were apologizing to him and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could feel the reluctance of the other people. "Can we let them go back this time?" Teacher Kawachi held back his anger and looked at Xiaoli, who was blocked behind by Irika. "Of course." Irika said first. He could not let Xiaoli be hated by the other party anymore. Teacher Kawachi snorted coldly before leaving with his students. After a long time, Xiaoli looked at Naruto, who was still standing there blankly and didn't know what he was thinking. After thinking for a while, he said, "This time it can be said that it was me who made the other party apologize, but in the future, you have to rely on your own strength." After hearing these words, Naruto suddenly realized and his eyes lit up. Yes, that's right, this is the goal he wanted. He immediately nodded fiercely to Xiaoli, "I will do it." Irika looked at this scene with a smile. When Ino went to tell him, he was startled and hurried over. Then, he was shocked again when he came here. Although his own students were also beaten, looking at the students lying on the ground moaning, and seeing Xiaoli beat the last student to the ground several times, he was almost "I was scared to death, what if the problem on my side was punished?" However, fortunately, Irika discovered from behind that Xiaoli's actions were quite measured. Although they all fell to the ground, they were not injured, just a little bit painful. What Irika didn't know was that these were actually Xiaoli's experiences from beating Naruto, but in reverse. Seeing Naruto talking and laughing with them in front of him, Irika felt that this might not be a good thing. From today on, Naruto should be more than just Xiaoli's friend in the class, right? Okay, let's go back to class, shall we? If you encounter this kind of situation in the future, you must notify the teacher in time. Oh! Naruto, hold on to your teeth. Shikamaru's voice came. Oh! Naruto ran over to hold his teeth up. Although he received more and more severe blows than his teeth, it was obvious that Naruto was more resistant to beatings. Go away, I don't need help. Teeth roared like thunder. Ga, Kaiba-kun, it seems not good to use foul language. This was Hinata's weak voice. Suddenly, everyone laughed. With a burst of laughter, several people walked towards the first grade class. Even Hinata, who was usually very shy, relaxed a little. Chapter 36 The First Grade Demon King. Xiaoli, are you okay? When a group of people returned to the classroom, Ino had been waiting there in front of the classroom. She was anxious and had no intention of going into class. Xiaoli is fine, but we are in trouble. Shikamaru couldn't help but complain. Well, it's nothing serious. Ino did a great job. Teacher Irika came just in time. Xiaoli said. That's good. Ino breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. She was scared to death before. Okay, let's go in and go to class. Ah. At this time, Ino didn't know what the specific progress of the matter was, but she was a little confused when she saw that Xiaoli was not injured, and the other people looked a little miserable. However, this puzzlement was soon answered. As the saying goes, good things don't go out, and bad things spread thousands of miles. Xiaoli didn't expect that this incident would spread so quickly. However, it is not incomprehensible. After all, they were not the only people present at the time. There were also some people who were watching the excitement and did not mind the matter. Those who were beaten would naturally not spread the news because it was embarrassing, but these people who were watching the excitement would not spread the news. People who have money to talk about will not waste it easily. So, soon, the news that a big demon appeared in the first grade spread throughout the ninja school, and during this period, Ino also understood why Xiaoli was so clean. It turned out that he was not only so good in exams, but also in battles. Strong? As a ninja reserve, everyone did not think about what should not be fought. Instead, they saw that Xiaoli's combat power exceeded that of a 4th grade student. Although it probably only exceeded the level of a crane, it was already very big. Incredible. 19. No, Ino looked at Xiaoli, who was once again surrounded, and puffed up her cheeks. She also wanted to squeeze in, but she had no time. However, Xiaoli probably wouldn't pay attention to others, and it wouldn't be too late to go find him after the heat of the matter subsides. Thinking like this, Ino's mood suddenly improved again. Looking at the people surrounding Xiaoli's seat, a sense of superiority in her heart became stronger and stronger. Why are you surrounded so tightly? Xiaoli won't pay attention to you anyway, Xiaoli was also very helpless about this. The enthusiasm for the midterm assessment had finally dissipated, and now something like this happened again, which made Xiaoli feel that if she did it a few more times, her popularity in the class might not be able to dissipate. At this time, Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh, the same as Shikamaru. Trouble. As usual, Xiaoli still maintained the character of not paying attention to anyone she didn't know before, but this time it was obviously not as effective as the last time. What left Xiaoli speechless the most was that when she went to the training ground after school, even people like Xiaoli who didn't pay attention to many things heard about it. Xiaoli, you are so awesome. Everyone in school is talking about you. Xiaoli said enviously. Fortunately, in fact, Xiaoli, you can do this if you are here. Xiaoli said a little helplessly. Well, but Xiaoli, are you actually in the first grade? Xiaoli asked again at this time. That's right. Xiaoli couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Didn't this person just react now? First grade is 1 year younger than me. So Xiaoli has worked very hard since she was very young. Well, I can't fall behind. Xiaoli, let's fight. Xiaoli, there was fire in his eyes. Okay, it just so happens that my amount of exercise today is far from the standard. Xiaoli looked at Xiaoli and said. One of the advantages of exercising with Xiaoli is that he will never lose his enthusiasm for exercise. The next day, the Hokage's office. The 3rd generation is looking at the report of yesterday's incident. Such a somewhat nasty incident will naturally be written into a report and submitted to the third generation, and the person who wrote the report is Irika. Well. The third generation looked at the details of the events described in the scroll. After seeing Naruto's experience, he couldn't help but sigh, with a somewhat complicated mood. Should Naruto's identity be disclosed at the beginning? Shouldn't he listen to Danzo's words? He hesitated at that time, and even with this hesitation, Danzo had time to act. It was already too late for him to do anything else. Besides, until the end, he still had not made a decision, and in the end he could only acquiesce in Danzo's actions. However, there was no time for Sandai to reminisce. Things had already happened. It was too late to say anything now, so he continued reading. When he saw that Xiaoli did not take action immediately, he thought about the scene he had seen with the telescope before and suddenly realized that the shadow clone should have dissipated and let the main body rush over to waste time. Then, there was the scene that the third generation saw, but the subsequent development of the matter was a bit beyond his expectation. Did Xiaoli actually force the other party to apologize to Naruto? Can you actually do this for Naruto? Sandai smiled. From this point of view, there was nothing wrong with the other party's character. Naruto found his own bond in the school, and in contrast, Xiaoli also left his own bond in the school. The big demon king of the first grade, ho ho. The third generation smiled at this title and then began to think deeply. Maybe there was no need to wait for Jiraiya to come back. What was troublesome for the third generation was that he was not sure when Jiraiya would come back. Is it possible to waste Xiaoli's talent during this period of time? The third generation was thinking, staring at the things on the scroll for a long time. If he cultivated bonds, he wouldn't be able to let Xiaoli graduate early, but he couldn't waste his talent either. The third generation stood up slowly, knocked his pipe on the table, and then came to the window, looking at the Hokage rock in the distance, staring at the familiar face, as if he suddenly saw a familiar figure, and then the Tao figure slowly transformed into Naruto's appearance, and finally into Xiaoli's appearance. At this time, Sandai sighed deeply. The fourth generation. At this moment, Sandai also made a decision, and then returned to his seat. Naturally, he had more than just this one thing to deal with. Soon, the door to the office was opened again, and a man walking in with a cane and a white cloth wrapped around one eye. It was Danzo. Hiruzen, do you know about the demon fox? I have long said that he should not be allowed to go to the ninja school. He should be handed over to our roots. Danzo said as soon as he came over, as if Naruto had done something. The same thing is a heinous crime. Okay, Naruto did nothing wrong in this matter. Sandai waved his hand and looked at Danzo, not thinking that the other party came here just to talk about Naruto. Sure enough, Danzo's expression did not change after being rejected again. He thought in his mind that the third generation already knew about this, but he still said, Hiruzen, even if the demon fox cannot give it to us, the roots still need nutrition. Immediately, Sandai knew who Danzo's target was this time. Naturally, it was Xiaoli who had already shown his talent. Danzo could probably deduce Xiaoli's talent level just from this incident, which was not inferior to the previous ones. Kakashi. And the third generation who has specific information knows that Xiaoli's talent is probably still higher than Kakashi's. Stop talking, this matter is impossible. Sandai refused directly without hesitation. Hiruzen. You will destroy him like this. With his talent, the school is no longer suitable for him. Danzo roared, trying to force the third generation. I will naturally know whether it is suitable for me. There is no need to talk about this matter. Sandai looked at Danzo. Although he could not say that he knew everything about the roots, he definitely knew something about it. He also knew what happened to the ninjas who joined the roots. In the past, he always turned a blind eye, but now Danzo wants to reach out to Xiaoli. No, even if it is not Xiaoli, anyone in the ninja school can't do it. The people trained there are all people from the village. Future. Humph. Upon seeing this, Danzo understood the third generation's determination, and it seemed that Xiaoli had already been noticed by the third generation, so he snorted coldly and left the Hokage's office. After Danzo left, the third generation seemed to have grown older, and he sighed deeply. Finally, Sandai seemed to have thought of something and knocked on the table. In an instant, a figure appeared in Sandai's office again, wearing a mask. Sinai frowned as he listened to the discussions among his colleagues around him. Did his Xiaoli get into a fight? And he even got the title of the first-year Demon King? Colleagues around her expressed their envy for her, envious that her son was so powerful and would definitely be capable in the future, but Sinai was not very happy. In her opinion, fighting was wrong, let alone fighting at such a young age. Sinai also inquired about the reason for the fight, but although this incident spread to a small extent among the parents of ninja school students, the specific reason for the incident naturally could not spread so fast. The main thing that spread was Xiaoli's reputation. Sinai, who had not found out the reason, was even more troubled. Although she believed that her son would not intentionally bully others, she was still a little unsure and absent-minded. She wanted to go home quickly and ask Xiaoli what was going on. So, at night, Xiaoli's house. Xiaoli was sitting in front of Sinai, telling the story of the incident. He was also a little helpless. How could this incident spread so quickly? It actually reached the ears of his mother. When he came back, he saw a serious Sinai and thought something had happened. After listening to Xiaoli's narration, Sinai's expression eased. Although he believed that his son would not bully others before, he was still unsure without confirmation. So, you took action to help your classmates who were being bullied? Sinai confirmed. Yes. Xiaoli nodded. If that's the case, then it's right. It's right for classmates to help each other. Sinai breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that his son didn't learn bad things. But, is the person you are talking about being bullied named Uzumaki Naruto? Sinai hesitated again and then asked. Yes, he is my desk mate. Xiaoli nodded. Instead of denying it, he revealed a closer relationship. Are you friends? Sinai frowned. Well, that's right. Xiaoli nodded. Although he felt that Naruto had raised a good child, the other party should regard him as a friend. That's it. Sinai didn't know what to say for a moment. Mom, what's the problem? Naruto and I get along very well with each other, and we're not the monsters in the rumors. Xiaoli said proactively. He didn't want his mother to treat Naruto like other villagers. You've heard those rumors too. I don't think the other person is a monster. It's just that it would be a bit troublesome for you to be friends with him. And many people don't like that kid. Although I think he's quite pitiful, I still don't want him. It's better to provoke him. Sinai hesitated for a moment and then thought about Xiaoli's always being precocious and spoke out his thoughts. Xiaoli also breathed a sigh of relief. Sinai didn't act like other people just hate Naruto for no reason. This is the most normal idea. In addition to those villagers whose families were killed by Kyuubi, they were also destroyed. Except for villagers who own property, this kind of thinking should be the most normal. They weren't sure whether Naruto was a demon fox or not, and it had nothing to do with them. It had been so long, so there was no hatred or resentment. Anyway, just don't cause trouble by touching him. As for this trouble, on the one hand it's the villagers who hate Naruto, and on the other hand it's naturally the guys with ulterior motives. Mom, I can confirm that there is nothing wrong with Naruto. He is a companion I recognize. Xiaoli said seriously to Sinai. Sinai looked at Xiaoli and finally nodded, saying, since you know what's going on, let's do it. But it's best not to play together in the village, otherwise you may be criticized. Well, I know that. Xiaoli nodded. He always went to Naruto's remote home and school to find him. The village had already formed a tacit understanding that Naruto would not take the initiative to find anyone. That's good. By the way, how about you try this on? Sinai said as he trotted into the house and took out a light yellow turtleneck sweater. Try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, I'll change it again. Xiaoli took the sweater, paused, and raised her head to look at Sinai. Sinai smiled and said, "This is a gift for your midterm assessment." Xiaoli opened her mouth, but said nothing in the end. This sweater should have been knitted by Sinai himself bit by bit, and he was not at home most of the time, so he never found Sinai knitting a sweater for him. Matter. He clearly said before that there was no need to prepare a gift for him. Soon, Xiaoli put the sweater on her body. It felt just right and very warm. Humph, it seems that my skills and vision have not declined. Looking at Xiaoli who put on the sweater, Sinai nodded with satisfaction. Not only did it fit, but he was obviously much more handsome. As expected, a person depends on his clothes. Ah, it's a pity that the family doesn't have any spare money to buy Xiaoli new clothes. Otherwise, Sinai would have to find a day to drag Xiaoli to the streets to shop, dress up her son well, and ensure that he will be obsessed with a lot of little fans. His son is so handsome and strong, and there are a lot of little girls. It's not the right thing to be a fangirl. Hey hey! Chapter 37 Survival Wisdom and First Place. Unlike the happy family at Xiaoli's house, Mr. Kawachi walked lonely from the Hokage's office towards his home. Naturally, he didn't go to the Hokage to complain, but was approached by the ANBU. Then, the Hokage had a very cordial exchange and heart-to-heart talk with Mr. Kawachi. Although it seems to be encouraging him not to care about what happened yesterday, Teacher Kawachi is not young at all. He has matured with age, and he has also learned the meaning of the third generation. Wasn't it just to tell him not to cause trouble for Xiaoli, because he was worried that Xiaoli would harm the village? Although he felt a little sad in his heart, Teacher Kawachi naturally stated that he would not go to trouble Xiaoli, and only then did Sandai let him leave with satisfaction. In fact, Mr. Kawachi has never thought about taking revenge on Xiaoli or anything. Not to mention that he is also a teacher, but after living in Konoha for so long, what else can he dislike? Isn't it just a loss of face? What is there to care about compared with his own life? The other party's talent is so high, he will become a big shot sooner or later in the future. Even if he can't become a big shot, he can still become a strong enough ninja. At least it will be easy to kill him. Therefore, Mr. Kawachi is not stupid. An ordinary and extremely ordinary teacher still has some survival wisdom. The most he can do is make the other party a little disgusted within the scope allowed by the rules. For example, if he was in charge of the graduation exam, he would definitely let Xiaoli win the substitution technique as the ninjutsu for the graduation exam. However, Mr. Kawachi felt that even this would not be difficult for the other party, so what could he do? It's enough to make him feel disgusted at most, but he can't offend the other person, and there aren't many super geniuses in the class to help him vent his anger. At this time, Mr. Kawachi couldn't help but sigh deeply. He really envied Irika. Time passed quickly, and Xiaoli practiced step by step. What makes Xiaoli most helpless during this period is that his title of first-year Demon King seems to be impossible to wash away. Another thing happened during this period, and just when his reputation was about to fade away. The protagonist this time is not Naruto, but Akimichi Chisai, and Xiaoli feels that their side is being unreasonable. Because, after the other party saw Koji, he casually said he was so fat. Then the angry Koji went directly to find trouble with the other party. Although it was rude to discuss someone else's fatness, Xiaoli looked at Chuji's figure and it seemed that he was right. But even though he knew it was unreasonable, Xiaoli decided to help Ding Xiai. After all, he was one of his own. The worst he could do was take Ding Xiai to apologize after the matter was resolved. 20. However, when Xiaoli arrived, the other party's people quickly recognized Xiaoli's identity. Suddenly, the other party's anger slowly dissipated, and they were thinking about whether they could defeat Xiaoli. In the end, I felt that they probably couldn't do it. Even if they beat the opponent, they would not feel a sense of accomplishment. If they lost, they would still be embarrassed in the school like the previous few people. This was not cost-effective at all, so they chose to stop and be reasonable. Xiaoli was also happy to do this. What if his reputation rose again? It would be very troublesome to know that there are still some people surrounding him. Finally, Koji apologized to those people, saying that he shouldn't be so impulsive, and the person who called Chisai fat also apologized and said that he shouldn't have said that. However, at the end, the man looked at Koji's body shape and couldn't help but said, "But you are really fat." Suddenly, Ding Xiai was furious again and wanted to take action again, but was directly pulled away by Xiaoli and his party. "You bastard, I call it plump, not fat." While being dragged away, Koji was still yelling, leaving behind these speechless senior students. Full? What is the difference between this word and obesity in boys? Originally, Xiaoli thought that this matter would never spread again, but he was naive. Soon, Xiaoli's reputation for subduing others without fighting spread. Then Xiaoli looked at the seat where he was once again surrounded by water, and his face darkened. Okay, he didn't want to say anything anymore, anyway, he was getting used to it. Instead of thinking about this, it is better to read more books to prepare for the upcoming final assessment. Although Xiaoli had already read these, in order to avoid some forgotten knowledge points, he still chose to review them in order to be number one in all aspects. There is nothing special about the first year final assessment. Sure enough, that guy is still the overwhelming number one. Shikamaru looked at Xiaoli next to him and sighed. He was already convinced by the other party's efforts. After that incident, Shikamaru carefully observed Xiaoli, and he also specifically asked his father if there were any ninjutsu that could be learned using clones. The answer is indeed yes, and the level of that ninjutsu is not low and the side effects are not low. So Shikamaru was sure that Xiaoli's shadow clones came over every day, and the rotation was probably at Mr. Irika's place. After all, he would go there every time for extracurricular training. Shikamaru was a little worried at first, but seeing Xiaoli's normal state every day and the fact that teacher Irika didn't stop him, he felt relieved. Maybe the other party had some way to not worry about the side effects. Anyway, even if there were no side effects, Shikamaru felt that he would not use it. It was already very troublesome, so using the shadow clone would be double the trouble. Xiaoli looked at his results and found that they were not beyond his expectations, but this time in terms of theoretical results, there was another person with perfect scores besides him, and that was Sakura, who got rid of her troubles with Ino's help. He already got full marks so early. Xiaoli also lamented that he was cheating in this aspect, but the other party really relied on his theoretical talent. This made Xiaoli feel lucky. Fortunately, the ninja school only lasted for 6 years. He was still sure to get full marks for the 6 years of knowledge. If it was like middle school or high school in his previous life, then Xiaoli felt that when her theoretical scores could not reach full marks, she would be surpassed by Xiaoying, who was a real top student. In terms of sports, Xiaoli is still the number one in fault, and no one can catch up with him. However, Suzuki, who was originally in second place, was caught up by Naruto who cheated. After all, Naruto relied on the recovery power of the Nine Tails to make physical progress at such a speed that Xiaoli was amazed. Now if you let Naruto fight alone against the seniors who bullied him before, he will most likely be able to fight. And won. Of course, it is still difficult for Naruto to catch up with Xiaoli. After all, Xiaoli has practiced for so long longer than Naruto, and Naruto has a plug-in for Nine Tails. Xiaoli himself also has the blessing of thunder release, and as he progresses, the effect of Lei Dun's blessing is getting better and better. This is the reward for first place. I will definitely get it next time. Naruto said with a little envy at this time, looking at the special silver kunao in Xiaoli's hand. Here. Xiaoli handed the kunao to Naruto and said, I'll let you play with it, but I can't give it to you. As for you wanting it, I think it's probably impossible. After all, I will always be the first. Humph, I will definitely surpass you. Naruto vowed after taking the kunao. Chapter 38 Battle against Iruka. Xiaoli stayed in the classroom, watching the students being picked up one by one. Today was the end of the first half of the first grade, and parents who didn't come here often made an exception to come to school to pick up their children. Xiaoli could have left early, but he still had things to do, so he stayed in the classroom. Naruto had wanted to stay in the classroom when he saw that he had not left, but he was driven away. At this time, a gaze was locked on Xiaoli, which made Xiaoli feel a little chill. She looked up and found the other person. It should be said that the other party had no intention of hiding it, he just looked at Xiaoli, and the happy Sasuke in front of him proved his identity, Uchiha Itachi. To be honest, it was also the first time for Xiaoli to see Itachi. She felt that she was a bit mature, and there was a big gap between her and Sasuke. How many years of age difference was there? Xiaoli looked at the other party and then withdrew his gaze. Although he also wanted to directly ask the other party how he thought about killing the clan, it was indeed impossible when he thought of his own strength. Is that Xiaoli who defeated his younger brother and won first place? Itachi also withdrew his gaze. He knew his brother's character. From Sasuke's tone, he even heard a hint of admiration for Xiaoli. This surprised Itachi and couldn't help but look at Xiaoli carefully. But he didn't expect that Xiaoli would notice it soon and look up at him. Just relying on this kind of perception, Itachi gave a very high evaluation. He was indeed a little guy that Sasuke could admire. He was indeed a genius. However, Itachi just sighed and stopped thinking about it. He didn't have any special thoughts about the genius in the village, as long as he didn't bully his younger brother. Soon, Itachi left with Sasuke. Sasuke also looked very happy. Although he kept saying that Itachi didn't need to pick him up, his unstoppable happiness was nothing like that. Even the disappointment of losing to Xiaoli in the exam had recovered a lot. Xiaoli waited until all her classmates had left, then stood up and walked out of the classroom. Finally, she came to the school's training ground and began to wait while adjusting her condition. Soon, a figure came to the training ground. I kept you waiting, Xiaoli. Iruka scratched his head and looked at Xiaoli over there. After all, it is the last day of the semester. I must be very busy. Thank you very much for agreeing to my request. Xiaoli said, not caring about waiting for such a long time. Haha, but it turns out that Xiaoli is still number 1 in the class. Iruka laughed a few times and then asked seriously, are you sure you really want to challenge the teacher? Although I'm not that strong in actual combat. But he is still a Chunin after all. I'm sure, I also want to try what my current limit is. Xiaoli licked her lips, then looked at Iruka seriously and said, Teacher, please take this battle seriously. Ah, I know. Iruka said, but how could he do it harshly? Xiaoli looked at Iruka. In fact, he also knew this, but he believed that the other party would become serious later. His progress was not small, and the amount of chakra was enough for Xiaoli to use the Chufukari Jutsu and Gale Palm. These two ninjutsu are slightly less chakra intensive, although they still can't be used much. Physically, he has made rapid progress with the blessing of Lei Dun, but he still can't beat that guy Xiaoli. He doesn't know why, but he has been training harder since that day, and the amount has definitely taken a toll on his body. Burdened. Xiaoli didn't actually think that such training was a good thing, but after thinking about the opponent's ninjutsu talent, he didn't know whether to stop it. In the end, he could only sigh. If this was the opponent's choice, then he had nothing to say. I'm going, Mr. Iruka. Xiaoli reminded that this time the battle was to test the frontal combat ability, not the ninja's comprehensive ability, so there was no need to engage in actual combat exercises, such as sneak attacks. Okay, come on Xiaoli, let me see the strength of the number one in our class. Irika smiled, and it seemed that he was really not serious. The next moment, Xiaoli rushed forward. And Irika was also shocked by Xiaoli's speed. At this speed, the opponent also hit his strength during the assessment. Before Irika could think about it, Xiaoli had already stepped forward, followed closely by the punch without hesitation. During several rounds of fighting, Irika also took a deep breath and judged Xiaoli's skills in his heart. The opponent was definitely not practicing alone, but had a fighting partner. This kind of attack method and response method were definitely it cannot be done by just one person. Moreover, this strength caused Irika a little pain, but it was only a small pain. Although he was surprised by Xiaoli's strength, it was not at the same level as an adult like him. Therefore, if this is the case, this battle will be over soon, Irika thought, and at the same time resisted Xiaoli's kick and grabbed Xiaoli. Then he saw Xiaoli form 3 seals instantly. 3 seals. For a moment, Irika was a little confused. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Clone technique? But this is definitely not the seal of the clone technique. Irika also became alert. The next moment, Xiaoli's figure turned into a wooden stake and was shot down to the ground by Irika. Substitute technique. Irika's eyes narrowed, and he was horrified. His eyes couldn't help but scan the surroundings, looking for Xiaoli's figure. Irika naturally knew that the most important thing in using ninjutsu was the control of chakra, but he did not expect Xiaoli to be able to compress the substitute technique to 3 seals. He would not be able to do this, because Irika, as a teacher, when teaching in front of students, it is natural to use the most standard 5-seal substitute technique. Soon, Irika discovered Xiaoli's figure, but he found not just 1, but 3. A clone technique? Irika thought about it. At this time, he had to say that Xiaoli had taken the advantage, but don't underestimate the teacher because of this. Although it is not streamlined, Irika's substitute technique is used very skillfully and quickly. Xiaoli looked at the wooden stakes popping up in front of him. There was no surprise at all. It was a fantasy to defeat Irika just like that, so he was still not fast enough. Irika's substitute technique took a long time to use. For more than a second, he had no time to stop it. In this case, the situation is back to the beginning again, and this time Irika will not take it as lightly as at the beginning, and this is what Xiaoli wants. He also collected a lot of information through the past few rounds, which he had already judged before, but now he is completely certain. First of all, in terms of strength, there is absolutely no way to make up for it, unless the gale palm is used, but the gale palm consumes chakra and cannot be used commonly. Then there is the speed. Irika is slower than Xiaoli expected, although it is still the same as Xiaoli almost, but it's enough. There are also ninjutsu. He can see Irika's 5 seals clearly. Sure enough, the ninjutsu used by the teacher is the most standard, but the speed is not fast. After a semester of training, Xiaoli's seals have exceeded 3 seals were formed in 1 second, so the substitution technique just now was used without even using it for a second. In other words, his only advantages were the speed of forming seals and his own speed. It was indeed a bit difficult to fight. Xiaoli also showed excitement in his eyes, which was interesting. And Irika also looked at Xiaoli, and finally became completely serious. The opponent's speed of seal formation and the method of simplifying seals all made him understand that if he continued to underestimate the other party and treat the other party as a student, it is really possible to lose. Chapter 39 Victory or Loss. Xiaoli and Irika looked at each other, as if they both saw that the other was ready, and started to move at the same time. However, the next moment, Irika's figure disappeared from Xiaoli's eyes, which made him shocked. He didn't recognize that seal. If it wasn't the 3-body technique. Boom! Irika once again knocked a wooden stake to the ground and quickly looked for Xiaoli's figure. Even though he had seen it once, he couldn't help but sigh that the proficiency of this substitute technique was really high, and he didn't even notice it. When did Xiaoli form the seal? While alert, Irika also reached into his ninja tool bag. Originally he thought he wouldn't need this step. But now it seems that he was overconfident. Soon, the faint sound of stones breaking through the air made Irika react. At the same time, he took out the stones he had prepared and threw them out, colliding with those stones. As for why it was a stone, after all, it was just a battle, and Xiaoli was still young, so it would not be good if he was injured somewhere. In addition, Xiaoli did not have a shuriken on his body. Originally, Irika was thinking of banning the use of shurikens in this battle, but Xiaoli soon said that he had used stones as shurikens to practice throwing, so he would use stones instead of shurikens. And Irika thought about the stone, its power is limited, even if it is hit, as long as it does not hit a fatal place, it will not cause any serious harm, it will only hurt a little, unlike the shuriken, which is very likely to hit the wound, indeed is a good choice. So, Irika agreed. At that time, he was still sighing that Xiaoli had even practiced this, but he was shocked and used to it, so he was not too surprised. Therefore, the reason why Irika felt that he was too big was that he thought that he could not use many throwing techniques, so he did not prepare many stones. Although there were some on the ground on the training ground, even the specially prepared stones were very small. It is easy to break, needless to say, these are randomly picked up. However, although Xiaoli's throwing skills were accurate, they still seemed a bit immature. Irika finally felt a little relieved that the opponent was finally not so good at something. That ninjutsu just now was a teleportation technique, right? Sure enough, anyone who was a Chuunin or above would basically know this ninjutsu. Xiaoli was not surprised when he looked at the stones that were shot down. He also didn't think that his throwing technique would have any effect. However, it is not useless at all. Xiaoli's eyes flickered. He didn't know how many stones Irika had in his ninja tool bag, but he was well prepared, but he just didn't prepare and wasted it. After all, he couldn't defeat the opponent simply by throwing them. Xiaoli took out the silver kunao from the ninja tool bag and held it in his hand. When the strength was completely inferior to the opponent, the weapon was the best choice at this time. At the same time, Irika had also taken out the kunao. Although the kunao was sharp, it was relatively easier to control and stop. If he used it, he would not be afraid of accidentally injuring Xiaoli. And he doesn't have many stones, so if Xiaoli continues to throw stones, his best way is to use kunao to block them, and if he can't block them, use ninjutsu to avoid them. However, it seemed that Xiaoli did not intend to continue throwing stones, which made Irika sigh in relief. The next moment, two people, one large and one small, collided together. Within a few rounds, Xiaoli was already at an absolute disadvantage. Just as Irika said before the battle, after all, Irika is also a Chuunin, and Xiaoli's current level cannot compete with him in all aspects. Obviously his skill was not that bad, but because of the difference in strength, Xiaoli was extremely passive. 21. This battle seems to have ended here. But is Xiaoli willing to do this? Doesn't he know that he is at an absolute disadvantage in basically every aspect? Will being close make him lose faster? If you just want to delay time, then it is indeed the best choice to distance yourself and fight with throwing techniques. However, Xiaoli's purpose is not to delay time. He is thinking about how to win this victory. The way to win depends on his hidden cards. If these cards are exposed in advance, then the prepared Irika will definitely be defensive, and it will be difficult to win by then, so even if he is in such a situation in passive moments, there is no rush to use it. It's over, Xiaoli, although there is nothing wrong with you being a genius, the time for growth is still very short. Irika said at this time. Although he was in a battle and he was in a serious state, he did not show any with all his strength, he can still speak to prove this. The next moment, Irika clenched the kunao in his hand, preparing to give Xiaoli the final blow. This blow would determine the outcome of this battle. And this was the moment Xiaoli was waiting for. There were electric arcs jumping around on his legs. At this time, Xiaoli felt a different feeling coming from his legs, which was stronger power and faster speed. Yes, Xiaoli barely learned to use thunder release to temporarily enhance his physique after a semester, but the degree was not high, and it was completely different from the thunder release chakra mode, but this was because he had massaged so much after a long time. He gradually mastered the lightning escape stimulation method that was most suitable for his body. This method is basically tailor-made by Xiaoli for his own body. Even if he tells other people the method, it is impossible to use this enhanced method according to Xiaoli's method, but it can be used as a reference, and then he has to learn to empty it. In the dark state, you slowly observe the method that is most suitable for your body. The reason why Xiaoli didn't use the thunder escape enhancement before is that the physical gap between him and Irika cannot be caught up with the enhancement he currently has, so even if he uses it, he is still not as good as Irika. Coming out is a waste of chakra. Now, Xiaoli just strengthened her legs, not for stronger strength, but for faster speed. This sudden increase in speed prevented Irika from reacting at all, and he saw that his last blow failed. However, Irika immediately realized that something was wrong, and he seemed to have been hit. Sure enough, after Xiaoli dodged the final blow, he stabbed himself with the silver kunao he had personally given to the opponent. Irika had no time to think about why Xiaoli's speed suddenly increased so much at that moment. His body shape was already uncoordinated due to the last blow, so at this time, facing Xiaoli's seemingly a simple stab was so difficult to avoid. However, a Chuyunan is still a Chuyunan after all. At the last moment, Irika still dodged the stab in a slightly embarrassing way. As his body retreated, seals began to form in his hands. The moment Xiaoli stabbed the air, he immediately pursued him. This was the final round he was preparing for. If he missed it, and the opponent knew the speed of his explosion, it would be basically impossible for him to win, so the outcome was that's it. Xiaoli's speed was not much worse than Irika's originally. But now with the enhancement of Thunder Escape, she was naturally faster than Irika. This also forced Irika to change the seal that he originally wanted to use to form the instant body technique into a substitute technique. However, Xiaoli obviously would not give the time for Irika to form the seal. Although his speed was not fast enough to interrupt Irika's seal, but electric arcs danced on Xiaoli's right hand and arm, and several stones were thrown from Xiaoli's hands. These stones were faster and more accurate than any stones Xiaoli had thrown before. Xiaoli, who has collected the speed of Irika's seal before, can be sure that even if Irika's seal can be faster, if he wants to continue to seal, he will be hit directly by the stone on the arm of the seal, and this has already happened. It can be regarded as Xiaoli's victory, not to mention that Irika still has a kunao in his hand, and the sealing speed will be affected and become slower. Irika naturally understood this. Looking at the stones, he immediately stopped the seal with some helplessness, and could only hold the kunao tightly again to block the stones. While blocking, Irika also realized that Xiaoli would pursue him. Although he lost the opportunity, most of the opponent's enhancements were in speed, and his strength was still weaker than his own, so he still had a chance. However, this time seemed a bit long. With Xiaoli's speed, he should have been close. Irika, who had shot down the stone, suddenly reacted and looked at Xiaoli over there. Sure enough, he saw that Xiaoli had formed the last seal, and then Irika saw the wind wrapping Xiaoli. This is wind escape, gale wind palm? And something doesn't feel right. Soon, Irika understood something was wrong, because Xiaoli's figure had disappeared in front of his eyes. Without using the teleportation technique, Xiaoli's speed suddenly increased again and Xiaoli appeared above his head. At this time, all he could do was block himself in front of him with both hands. In fact, it is most suitable to use Kunao to block at this time, but Irika's reason tells him that he cannot use Kunao. In fact, he also understands that this kind of ordinary Kunao can basically not hurt under the wind escape. The other party was in danger, but he was not afraid of 10,000, just what might happen, so Irika chose to take the leg with both arms. Obviously, at this time, Gale Palm is no longer suitable to be used as the name of this ninjutsu. Xiaoli used, Wind Release Gale Kick. To strengthen, it is natural to strengthen it to its strongest point. At this time, Xiaoli's legs have been strengthened by Lei Dun, and they are obviously more suitable for the power of Gale Palm than their arms. If Thunder Escape is to strengthen Xiaoli's own power, then Gale Palm is an external strengthening state. In this state, Xiaoli's speed has once again increased dramatically, and all the preparations are for this moment, allowing Yi Luca couldn't dodge it at all and could only face Xiaoli's Gale Force kick head-on. Boom! Even though Xiaoli is only in the first grade, after Xiaoli's continuous training, coupled with the strengthening of Thunder Release, and finally the instant burst of the sea-level ninjutsu Gale Kick, this power has exceeded a limit. Irika couldn't even resist for a moment before he was knocked away. At this moment, if it was an enemy, Xiaoli would definitely choose to use the wind escape, wind cut technique again. But the opponent was Irika, so Xiaoli's last choice was to chase after him with the remaining power of Gale Legs. Go up! Irika looked at Xiaoli in front of him and the Kunao in Xiaoli's hand, and he already understood that he had probably really lost this battle. Even if he knew how talented Xiaoli was, he was completely I didn't expect that I would lose here. How long has it been? Is Xiaoli able to do this? Thinking about what Xiaoli used just now, the increase in speed before was definitely Thunder Release. The electric arc jumping on Xiaoli's body can explain everything. Moreover, Irika later did not expect that Xiaoli actually mastered the sea-level ninjutsu Gale Wind Palm. And even very skilled, not limited to the palms, but able to transfer the power of Gale Palm to the legs, so that the places that have been strengthened can be strengthened again. This is not as simple as 1 plus 1. The superimposed power completely exceeds the range that Irika can resist. Teacher Irika, I won. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief at this time and said with a smile. Ah, you won. Irika's mood was a little complicated at this time. He really lost to his own student, and the opponent was still a first-year student. Well, I hit a lot this time and barely managed to win. If I do it again, I definitely won't be able to win. Xiaoli looked at Irika's expression and thought for a while before comforting him. What Xiaoli said is also true, because if it happens again, Irika also knows everything Xiaoli knows, then Irika who is prepared will not fall into the trap as easily as today. In this way, between them, the gap between them is still huge. After all, although Xiaoli's chakra has increased, it is still small, so the strengthening of Thunder Release is not lasting, the Gale Palm is even shorter, and there is not much practice, so the seal must be formed with a full seal, which Irika knows it can't be used as a trump card, so it will naturally result in losing. Even this time, it was not easy to win. His chakra was basically used in the last period of time, and it was just enough. At most, he could use the Fukuri technique. This was a Chiyunin, and a teacher-type Chiyunin who was not good at fighting. If he were a fighting ninja, then whether Xiaoli could win was another matter. Don't worry, if you win, you win. You don't get to know your opponent on the battlefield. The teacher is not that fragile. Irika was a little amused. He just sighed a little. After thinking for a while, he said, "Come with me." Okay. Xiaoli also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if Irika became autistic after being hit by him. He just wanted to test his current combat power, and he didn't want to hit anyone. Soon, Irika took out a scroll and handed it to Xiaoli. This is... Xiaoli's eyes lit up, feeling somewhat similar to when he obtained the three-body technique, right? The instant body technique is your reward for defeating me. Irika also sighed. The previous 3 generations asked him to teach more, but even so, he thought that this scroll would not be handed over until at least the 2nd grade. As a result, it now seems that there is no need to wait until the 2nd grade. Xiaoli was immediately surprised when she heard it. It was indeed a teleportation technique. Although it is also a basic ninjutsu, it is very easy to use. Xiaoli has wanted to learn this ninjutsu for a long time. The substitute technique is still too passive. And the teleportation technique needs to be more active. The most important thing is that this is also a ninjutsu that he must master in his plan. What the happy Xiaoli and the still sighing Irika didn't know was that the battle between them had been watched by someone with a crystal ball. Chapter 40 Progress in Communication. Today is the last day of the first semester for students in ninja school, so Sanday has been sitting in his seat for a long time, flipping through the report cards on the table that have been handed over by various teachers. Sure enough, just in terms of grades, the best ones are undoubtedly 2nd year Hyuga Niji and 1st year Xiaoli. The results of these two are very eye-catching even if compared to senior students. Hinata. The 3rd generation looked at Hinata Niji's name, and couldn't help but think of the other person's father and sighed, not knowing what he was thinking. Then Sanday looked at Xiaoli's name again, and was also thinking. He had already read all the information about the other party's father, and even read it more than once. His experiences from childhood to adulthood were very innocent and ordinary. Of course, the opponent's talent is not bad. Overall, the opponent was already working hard to become a Jonin when he died. However, from the perspective of the 3rd generation, the opponent's final destination is probably to be a special Jonin. Even if you are lucky, you may eventually be able to become an ordinary Jonin through meritorious service. I didn't expect that the other party could give birth to such a gifted child. In terms of theory, willpower, and his own ninjutsu talent, he was excellent. The last 3 generations saw such a perfect talent and eventually became the 4th Hokage. It was a pity that Kakashi also had extremely high talents, but a lot of them were wasted because of the White Fang incident and Obito incident. But even so, Kakashi is still an elite Jonin in the village and a mainstay in the village. Looking at Xiaoli's results, the 3rd generation also had a smile on his face. Waiting for him to grow up, maybe the village will let's have another mainstay once again. As long as Xiaoli can reach the level of combat power of Kakashi without the Sharingan, the 3rd generation feels that this investment will not be a loss. After reading all the results and arranging the classes for this graduating class, the 3rd generation focused his eyes on the crystal ball, and the scene in the ninja school also appeared on it. In the end, the scene fell on Naruto's body. However, after Naruto left, Sanday looked at Xiaoli next to Naruto and suddenly became interested. Sanday, who often observed Naruto, naturally knew that his classmate Xiaoli was usually the first to leave the classroom. Today, he drove Naruto away first and stayed in the classroom, so he must have something to do. What was it? After paying attention, the 3rd generation continued to observe Naruto. After a while, the 3rd generation once again focused the scene on the ninja school. Ho ho, are you fighting Irika? The 3rd generation suddenly felt some inexplicable expectations in his heart when he saw this scene. Soon, he saw the entire battle between Xiaoli and Irika from the crystal ball. Even though Xiaoli and Irika's skills are both three-legged cat kung fu in the eyes of the 3rd generation, this must take into account each other's age. Irika's talent can be seen at a glance. But he is undoubtedly very qualified as a teacher. Xiaoli actually won the victory from Irika, and the opponent's talent in ninjutsu was even more exaggerated than what he thought 3 generations ago. Not only could he use sea-level ninjutsu, he could even control it. The substitution technique that has been reduced to 3 seals can exceed the speed of forming 3 seals in 1 second. It can fully control the sea-level wind release ninjutsu, and can also use the form changes of thunder release to temporarily strengthen it. The most important thing is, Xiaoli is only 6 years old. Even Kakashi's performance at this stage is only different from that of Xiaoli, but after all, Kakashi has the teachings of White Fang, and Xiao Li has just been exposed to ninjutsu when he was 6 years old. However, Kakashi didn't work as hard as Xiao Li when he was a child, but even hard work cannot deny that this talent is a bit too good. Even though this talent was so good that it seemed a bit unbecoming of an ordinary person, the third generation did not doubt Xiao Li's identity at all. If Xiao Li was a spy arranged to come in, then there must be something wrong with the other village's head. If you don't train such a genius well yourself, then throw him into another village to become a spy? Even Konoha doesn't carry such a waste. After Sandai took a puff of tobacco, a certain idea in his mind slowly became established. Just in time, Irika is expected to come over and report Xiao Li's talent problem to him in a while, so it's just right for him to call Xiao Li. Xiao Li walked from the ninja school towards the training ground, thinking about this battle as he walked. Overall, he thought it was okay. From the initial test, he got more information than expected. This was also due to Irika's carelessness, which allowed Xiao Li to know the physical difference between them and the speed of forming seals. It's just that Irika's skills are weaker than Xiao Li thought. This was very important information in the battle, and after obtaining this information, Xiao Li had already made a follow-up battle plan. In the end, the plan was successful, and he also won the battle. Sure enough, a battle with intelligence and a battle without intelligence are two completely different things. If he were to fight Irika again, he would have a chance to win, but the probability was needless to say. However, Xiao Li only needs to grow up for a while, at least when the gap in strength is not so big, it will not be difficult to win. Now, his quality in all aspects is still too low. And in terms of throwing skills, Xiao Li also knew that his throwing skills only ensured accuracy, and there was no change in throwing at all. Although this was also related to the stones Xiao Li used to throw, it was more because he wanted to learn, but I don't know how to practice. As far as he knows, Uchiha seems to be the best at changing throwing skills. Others are not very good at it, and Irika most likely doesn't know it, so he can only maintain the current situation. If Xiao Li's throwing is also what has its characteristics is precision and speed. But due to the lack of changes, some ninjas with quick reactions will still be avoided. Of course, Xiao Li will not belittle himself. Now he is not completely powerless when facing Chunin. He doesn't know the other party's ninjutsu. Does the other party know his ninjutsu? The opponent is most likely not good at throwing, and most importantly, if he can't defeat Xiao Li, he can still escape with the power of thunder escape and wind escape gale legs. Xiao Li's speed is not slow, and with these two increases, Xiao Li can still escape when facing most Chunin who don't focus on speed. But you can't be careless because of this. He is just outstanding in one aspect now. In terms of basic attributes, he is not as good as most genin. He must continue to work hard. Xiao Li, who was thinking this way, also came to the training ground. After the battle with Irika, he still had a lot of energy left, so he was not in a hurry to go home. Sinai didn't ask for leave today, so he didn't want to go back after the training. Late. On the training ground, as expected, Xiao Li was already here, and looking at Xiao Li today, he seemed to be working harder than before, as if he was venting. Xiao Li could also guess why. It was probably the final grades. The assessment for the second grade was different from the first grade. With the ninjutsu course, the importance of ninjutsu to ninjas is self-evident, so ninjutsu the proportion of the results is very high. In Xiao Li's condition, the score for this course can only be 0. In addition, Xiao Li's theoretical score is not very good. Just scoring first in physical skills does not help. His total score is still the highest in the class. Tail level. Therefore, Xiao Li's current situation is that he is once again stimulated by his results. 22. Seeing Xiao Li's hard work in exercising, Xiao Li couldn't help but be inspired and joined in today's exercise. However, what Xiao Li didn't know was that while he was exercising, Irika also came to Xiao Li's house and wanted to look for Xiao Li, but found that no one was at home. This made Irika scratch his head, and his originally excited mood calmed down a little. He was called over by the third Hokage to call Xiaoli over. Irika naturally told the third generation about Xiaoli's victory over him. After all, this was the third generation's order. All teachers would report the good students in the class to the third generation. He originally thought that this time it was just a formality. But he didn't expect that Sandai would ask him to call Xiaoli over. Is this going to be a direct investment? Irika was also really happy for his students, so he rushed over without stopping according to the home address he left when registering, and then Xiaoli didn't go home at all. At this time, Xiaoli must be exercising again, right? Irika took a deep breath. It seemed to be possible. To be honest, he had always been shocked by Xiaoli's talent, but now he suddenly felt that, it seemed that it was not unacceptable. Irika looked at the cold weather and sighed. What can he do? It's a holiday and he has nothing else to do. Just wait here for a while. Xiaoli didn't know that Irika was waiting for him. After the exercise, he began to use the remaining chakra to give himself a thunder massage. Even though it had been many times, every massage was good for the body and mind. This kind of enjoyment, he felt that not only the physical aspect, but also the mental aspect would be much better. After the massage, Xiaoli slowly closed her eyes and slowly entered a state of emptiness and darkness. That's right, he has made more than a little progress this semester. The state of emptiness and darkness no longer needs to be in the extreme state after exercise. Although he can't enter it directly when it is normal, Xiaoli estimates that it will soon. It is really difficult to enter the void state for the first time, but after entering it once, the difficulty decreases, as if you are climbing a 90-degree cliff ahead, and after climbing to a certain stage, all that is left is a hillside. Although it is still very steep, the difficulty level has gone down. That is, the empty state is not as helpful to Xiaoli as before, but Xiaoli still likes to enter this state, and observe some things in this state, and also try to think about some things, because in this state, his thinking is really very clear. It's a pity that he can't think too much yet, otherwise he will directly exit the void state, but it must not be far away. Therefore, the current sequence of Kongming state and Lei Dun massage was naturally arranged in the most reasonable way, but they were still far from Xiaoli's final idea when put together. After a long time, Xiaoli opened her eyes and called Xiaoli over there. I'm going to trouble you again today, Xiaoli. Xiaoli said with some embarrassment. It's okay, a free experimental subject is still very important to me. Xiaoli also joked. Yes. Xiaoli nodded heavily, not caring about this at all, and his heart was full of gratitude. Xiaoli is actually not joking. His understanding of morphological changes will deepen every time he enters the void state. The most suitable experimental subject for these understandings is naturally Xiaoli. After all, Xiaoli's physical talent is still very strong, and he can bear it. After Xiaoli's experiment, if he makes any progress, it will be fed back to his own massage the next day, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, Xiaoli is grateful to Xiaoli and does not feel guilty about treating him as a test subject. After all, although he treats him as a test subject, if he tells other people about this matter, see if others are willing to treat him like him. Experimental subject. After all, not only will this experimental subject not be life-threatening, but it can also increase the strength of the body for free. Why not? Xiaoli soon felt so comfortable that his whole body was going limp. As Xiaoli progressed, the effect of Lei Dun massage on Xiaoli gradually improved. However, it is still completely inferior to Xiaoli's own effect, and based on Xiaoli's experiments, this should have an upper limit. Xiaoli himself does not have thunder attributes. Even if he receives thunder escape massage every day, his resistance to thunder attributes sexual growth isn't much either. Therefore, as Xiaoli improves, he can control chakra more accurately, but the limit that Xiao Li can accept still depends on his resistance to the thunder attribute. After all, if the resistance exceeds, it will cause damage to Xiao Li's body. The harm caused is not worth the loss. Soon today's lay-done massage was over. Xiao Li looked at his hands and couldn't help but smile. He felt that he had reached the standard in this aspect, and his previous idea should be able to proceed. Then, Xiao Li ended today's exercise and said goodbye to Xiao Li. Xiao Li still had to exercise for a long time after receiving the massage. Although it is said that to maximize the effect of lay-done massage, it is best to wait until Xiao Li has completed his exercise, but Xiao Li does not have that much time to wait for Xiao Li to complete his exercise, and Xiao Li will not ask Xiao Li to do it. So wait for him. So, even though they both knew what to do for the best effect, neither of them mentioned it. Xiao Li has never minded helping Xiao Li, but the premise is not to affect herself. In any case, Xiao Li will always put her own interests first, and even in the future. I looked at the sky and saw that today was the last day of the semester, so there were no classes. Even after exercising, it was still early. Sinai probably hadn't gotten off work yet. While thinking, Xiao Li finally walked towards her home, and then saw Irika outside the door. "Teacher Irika? Why are you here?" Xiao Li felt very surprised. "Could it be that you came here to take revenge because you lost to him?" "Can't." Irika shivered from the cold. The weather was not warm. He looked at Xiao Li and found that Xiao Li's current state was obviously that he had been trained. Irika did not hesitate after sighing, and told Xiao Li about the third-generation summons. Xiao Li's eyes suddenly shrank, followed by a violent surprise. "The summons of 3 generations, what does this mean?" "He has a clean family background and is talented. This kind of interrogation basically has only benefits for him, and there will be no harm. He doesn't have to worry about being directly killed if he is found to have problems. Let's go, the 3rd generation must have been waiting for a long time." Although Irika was a little cold, he said immediately, "Well, I'd better clean up before I go there." Xiao Li pointed at her sweaty body. "Isn't it impolite to go there like this?" That's right." Irika also reacted and agreed. So, after welcoming Irika into the house and making him a cup of hot tea, Xiao Li walked into the bathroom with his clothes. Even when it was time to clean, Xiao Li couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 41 Flying Thunder God and Massage. At Xiao Li's house, Irika was drinking hot tea while looking at the surrounding decorations. As he imagined, the layout is generally relatively simple, but the house is not too small. After all, Xiao Li's father was quite strong in his eyes during his lifetime. If he were still alive now, he would probably have become a special person. "Are you a jounin?" "I don't know if he will be able to touch the side of a special jounin in this life. However, in such a family, it is really gratifying that Xiao Li can work so hard and still be so talented." Soon, Xiao Li came out of the bathroom and put on a turtleneck sweater that he rarely wore, with a simple white coat on top. His short black hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked very energetic. Irika couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Li dressed like this, and said, "Xiao Li is very handsome when dressed up well. Why haven't I seen Xiao Li dressed like this in school?" Because I have to exercise often and I'm afraid it will break. If I exercise, just wear something casual." Xiao Li replied casually. Xiao Li-san worked really hard. Irika looked at Xiao Li and sighed again. "It's okay, Teacher Irika, let's go." Xiao Li touched her hair and said after it was dry. Irika suddenly realized, where did the wind in the room come from, so it must be a form change again. The surprise was no longer so surprising. Irika nodded and walked towards the Hokage's office with Xiao Li. "Hokage-sama, Shintagawa Xiao Li has been brought here." Irika brought Xiao Li to the Hokage's office. "Oh, it's Irika. The speed is a bit slow. Is it Xiao Li who is training again, so he didn't find anyone at the first time?" The third generation said with a smile. Although he didn't use the crystal ball to check, he also you can guess what's going on. Yes, Hokage-sama. Irika scratched his head and said. Well, then Irika, you go down first. Our little genius and I need to talk alone for a while. Yes. After Irika retreated, Sandai and Xiaoli were the only two people in the room. Of course, this was in Xiaoli's perception. In fact, there should be A and BU staring at this place. At this time, he was also looking at the third generation in front of him with a little curiosity. Of course, this was not the first time he saw the third generation, but he had always been there before. It's a very long distance. It's the first time that we've been so close today. Ho ho, little guy, I have heard your name from Naruto for a long time, and today we finally meet. The third generation behaved very cordially, like the grandfather next door. Yeah, I've always wanted to meet Hokage-sama. Xiaoli acted a little embarrassed. He didn't believe that the third generation hadn't observed him with a telescope. After all, the things he had just exercised were accurately stated. Hehe, you should have heard the rumors about Naruto in the village, right? I'm a little curious. Other children have stayed away from Naruto because of this. Aren't you afraid of Naruto, Xiaoli? The third generation thought about it and started from Naruto, whom they all knew. Why are you afraid? I never felt that Naruto would hurt me. Besides, why is Naruto regarded as a monster? He obviously didn't do anything. Xiaoli asked knowingly. Well, Xiaoli, you should have heard about the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage's face felt a little sad after mentioning the fourth Hokage, and then said, the fourth Hokage used his own life to stop the legendary monster, saved the village from the monster. Well, of course I know, the fourth Hokage is my idol. Xiaoli decided to get closer to each other. Idol? Ho ho. Suddenly, the third generation laughed a few times. But, this has nothing to do with Naruto. Naruto is Naruto, and that monster is that monster. Even if the monster is sealed in Naruto, it has nothing to do with Naruto. Xiaoli said after thinking for a while, he knew that there was no need to hide the sealing technique. After all, his library card was given by the third generation himself. Furthermore, there is no need to hide the matter of Kyuubi and Naruto. There is a lot of word of mouth among the adults in the village. Although most of them are not clear, it is enough to gather clues. The third generation also knows this, so he can guess it. It's normal, but Xiaoli definitely can't mention the terms Kyuubi and Jinhyuriki. Yeah, it doesn't matter, but many people don't think so. Sandai said after sighing. What they think is their business. I only know that I think Naruto is very good when we get along with him, and. Xiaoli paused for a moment and said firmly, sealing the monster into Naruto's body is a matter of I think the village owes Naruto, not that Naruto owes the village. Does the village owe Naruto something? Sandai took a deep breath of tobacco. Although he had thought about it a lot, it was still surprising to be said so by a child. Yes, Naruto did not do anything to regret the village. Instead, he helped the village with his own body, so the village owes Naruto. Xiaoli expressed it in the simplest way, without going around and around. His child's personality doesn't match. What if those people are afraid that the monster in Naruto's body will go berserk? And aren't you afraid? Sandai asked at this time. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? As long as I'm strong enough and stronger than that monster, I don't have to be afraid. Xiaoli said seriously those words that in the eyes of the third generation were a little ignorant and yet very simple. Ha ha ha, are you strong enough? That's right. Sandai laughed and had no intention of attacking Xiaoli. It was good to have such a goal of becoming stronger, and it was also in line with the ideas of a little genius. He said maybe it really comes true? So, the fourth Hokage is your idol. Do you know what his most powerful ninjutsu is? Of course I know. The reputation of the fourth Hokage has spread throughout the ninja world for his golden sparkle. The most famous one is the instant technique of the fourth Hokage. Xiao Li did not directly say the name of the Flying Thunder God, but use instant body technique instead. And it shouldn't be an ordinary teleportation technique, it's a special teleportation technique that only the fourth Hokage masters. Xiao Li continued. Yes. The third generation stroked his beard and couldn't help but nodded. Xiao Li's answer was of course correct, and it seemed that he had done some research. He was really a fan of the fourth generation. Then the third generation smiled gently. Said, so, Xiao Li, do you want to learn this special teleportation technique? The moment Sanday finished speaking, he saw Xiao Li froze there, with an incredible look in his eyes. Can I really learn the Yandame-sama's ninjutsu? Yes, ninjutsu is for people to learn, but you have to know that this ninjutsu was created by the second generation, and only the fourth generation learned and perfected it. It is very difficult. The third generation said this. I couldn't help but get serious. I can definitely learn it. Even though Xiao Li had already had a premonition, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised after getting the confirmation. That was the Flying Thunder God. Ho ho, this is not something you can learn just by wanting to learn it. I have to give you a test before that. The third generation said and took out a scroll and a special kunao. When he saw this kunao, Xiao Li had already recognized that it was the kunao of the fourth Hokage that was engraved with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. It also had the words Sword of Ninja Love engraved on it. It's not easy to learn Yandame's teleportation technique. It not only requires talent in ninjutsu, but also an extremely special talent. And this kunao was left by Yandame for testing. The kunao, and the scroll next to it contains test methods and necromancy ninjutsu. After 1 semester, I will test your mastery. If you are really talented, you will be qualified to learn the 4th generation ninjutsu. Sanday said and handed the kunao and scroll to Xiao Li. Xiao Li took the kunao and scroll and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he was not the Flying Thunder God yet, but it was enough. Testing the talent of learning Flying Thunder God? It is true that those who planted the trees will enjoy the shade. Although the 4th generation had the pioneering work of the 2nd generation when they were learning, they were basically crossing the river by feeling the stones. It was easier for him. Because many problems have been solved by the 4th generation, if he still can't learn it this way, then he can really give up Flying Thunder God. Come on, little genius, I also want to see one day when the 4th generation's teleportation technique appears in the ninja world again. The 3rd generation encouraged with a smile. I will work hard. Xiao Li said seriously after putting away the scroll and kunao. The 3rd generation looked at Xiao Li and nodded. He really wanted to see the reappearance of the Flying Thunder God. He had thought about learning such a powerful ninjutsu, but it was obvious that he did not have the talent for time and space. Even if the 4th generation also thought about teaching the Flying Thunder God, but in the end he was unable to find a successor, not even Kakashi. In the end, he could only teach many levels of the Flying Thunder God formation to the personal guards. I hope Xiao Li really has this talent. Mainly from Xiao Li, the 3rd generation can really see the shadow of the 4th generation, the same perfection, the same, no, we have to work harder. If after 1 semester the test shows that he does not have talent in this area, he will have to give up, and he cannot waste his studies in other areas. Soon, Xiao Li left the Hokage's office, said goodbye to Irika and returned home alone. Then, Xiao Li couldn't wait to open the scroll and started reading. The method recorded in the scroll was actually very simple, which was to record his chakra in the mark on the special kunao, and then slowly the ground establishes a connection with this kunao. After the establishment is completed, you must be able to use your own perception ability to perceive the location of the kunao. The clearer this perception, the better. There is also a channeling technique recorded on the scroll, which is a channeling technique specially used to channel spiritual instruments. It seems that it was used to channel this special kunao after the connection was established. Therefore, channeling is also a ninjutsu that belongs to the time and space category. If you can use channeling to channel this kunao, is it considered a success? How could it be so simple? Xiaoli felt that it should be related to spiritualism, but in the end it still depends on the final test of the third generation. It is definitely not something that can be achieved easily. At this time, Xiaoli looked at the specially made kunao and put it away with a pity. Although he wanted to start the first step directly, he didn't have much chakra left at present, so he didn't have the ability even if he wanted to. 23. After putting away the kunao, Xiaoli calmed down her excitement. The next training schedule has to be adjusted again, but for Flying Thunder God, this adjustment is definitely worth it. For now, just wait at home for Sinai to come back. At this time, Sinai was walking home with a lot of boxes in his hands and humming a tune. Although he hasn't returned home yet, Sinai has already learned from well-informed customers that his son has once again won the first place in the assessment. Thinking of his son's excellence, doesn't Sinai think this is a matter of course? This time, Sinai deliberately worked overtime for a while, and then bought a lot of barbecued meat from the store and brought it back to Xiaoli as a snack. She remembered that Xiaoli liked eating these meats very much. Although she was not a picky eater, she still had some problems. Preference. Soon, Sinai arrived in front of her house. She was not sure whether Xiaoli was at home today or went out to play again, so she didn't shout. However, before Sinai opened the door, she found that Xiaoli had already opened the door and came to her side, taking the box in her hand. "Are you bringing so many things today?" Xiaoli said, lifting the box. "It's your favorite barbecue. I also brought the seasonings back. I'm going to get the barbecue grill to celebrate Xiaoli's winning first place again," Sinai said with a smile. "You already know this. Of course, you are quite famous in our barbecue restaurant now. Everyone seems to know that you are my son, so the news about you spreads very quickly in our place." As he said that, Sinai looked at Xiaoli's outfit with some confusion and asked, "Why are you dressed so formally today? Normally I ask you to wear something you wouldn't even wear." "Of course it's because..." Xiaoli didn't hide anything, and told Sinai that the third generation came to him. Finally, Xiaoli saw Sinai's shocked expression and became satisfied. The first place couldn't create a surprise, so the third generation's communication and the fourth generation's ninjutsu could do it. "My son is so amazing, he can actually learn the ninjutsu of the fourth generation." After a while, Sinai realized it and murmured, "That was the ninjutsu of the fourth generation. You must know that the fourth generation is not just as simple as the Hokage, but also the male god of their generation. Now his son is qualified to learn the other party's ninjutsu." Sinai also feels a little unrealistic. "Well, after all, I am number one." Xiaoli didn't say much. Sinai didn't answer. Even if she didn't pay much attention, she knew that even the number one should not receive such treatment. The only reason was that Xiaoli's talent was higher than she thought, and she could already get big people like the third generation to invest. But, no matter what, this is his son, it's time to barbecue. Let Xiaoli try his barbecue skills. After meal. "What's the matter?" Sinai looked at Xiaoli with some confusion. Normally Xiaoli would go back to his room to read at this time. "Well, Mom, I recently learned massage and want to try it out." Xiaoli stated her purpose. "I want to give Mom a massage, but there's no need. Xiaoli should go and do her own thing." Sinai didn't want to waste Xiaoli's time. However, how could Sinai's words change Xiaoli's decision? He kept those chakras just for Sinai. Therefore, soon, Sinai agreed with Xiaoli's insistence. And the happiness in his eyes was very strong. Soon, Sinai discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with this massage. Why did it feel so comfortable? And what was going on with the jumping thunder and lightning? Sinai was almost startled, but she calmed down after thinking that Xiaoli should have done it. No matter what, she believed that Xiaoli would not hurt her, and the places where thunder and lightning jumped were really very comfortable. At this time, Sinai also understood that this should be specially prepared by Xiaoli for her, but she didn't know much about it and didn't understand the principles, but it shouldn't be simple, right? At least she was a genin who had never been exposed to this. Although it was comfortable, Sinai was still a little worried. Would this really not cause trouble to Xiaoli? Don't waste Xiaoli's talent because of her. Is this any trouble for Xiaoli? Isn't learning ninjutsu just to make yourself stronger and make your family healthier? Since he already has such ability, why not do it? Xiaoli didn't do this before because he didn't have enough control and was afraid of hurting Sinai. After all, Sinai didn't have the physical talent of Xiaoli. After experimenting with Xiaoli until now, he was completely sure. Moreover, the result was easier than he imagined, because Sinai's own chakra is of thunder attribute, so the resistance is higher than that of Xiaoli. Of course, the effect is not as good as that of Xiaoli. After all, Sinai cannot have the same training as Xiaoli quantity. However, it is still possible to relieve fatigue and enhance physical fitness. Being able to do this is enough for Xiaoli. After the massage, Sinai also wanted to persuade Xiaoli not to continue in the future, but of course he was persuaded by Xiaoli out of helplessness and emotion. Having such a son, Sinai feels that even if he does not have that kind of talent, he is the greatest luck. Chapter 42 Mark of Flying Thunder God. The next day. On this day, Xiaoli rarely used the shadow clone to study. Instead, he took the special kunao of the fourth Hokage and began to carefully instill his chakra into the mark of the Flying Thunder God on the kunao, which is the sword of ninja love. Among those 4 words, this kunao should be specially made, and the mark of the Flying Thunder God was deliberately left for others to learn. Otherwise, it would not be possible to instill chakras so easily. Otherwise, even if the filial disciple of the 4th generation is not very smart, it's impossible that he never noticed the mark on himself. This kunao definitely cannot be used for fighting. After all, Xiaoli still needs to use this kunao to learn Flying Thunder God. Although the mark of Flying Thunder God generally will not disappear, it does not mean that items carrying the mark of Flying Thunder God will not be destroyed. Destroy. Therefore, even if Xiaoli is instilling chakra now, he is very careful. In fact, even if he is only instilling chakra, this simple 4-character mark is more complicated than Xiaoli imagined. Judging from this progress, he wants to it will take 2 or 3 days for complete indoctrination to be completed. This is the result of Xiaoli already having a high degree of control over chakra. If a student of the same age comes here, it is not certain whether he can instill this step. The most likely thing that will happen is that the chakra he inadvertently instills will not be enough. Under control and then destroy this specially made mark. It can be said that most people are not only not qualified to learn Flying Thunder God, but they are not even qualified to test whether they have the talent to learn. From this we can see how demanding it is to learn to fly the Thunder God. Even Xiaoli wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly if he hadn't accidentally realized the state of emptiness and underworld while learning the immortal mode, which greatly enhanced his chakra control. However, he should have the preliminary qualifications. It just takes longer. After a while, Xiaoli stopped and had a rough feel. If he worked harder, he would probably be able to complete the first step tomorrow. Now, he has to go out for exercise. If it comes to knowledge, he can stop for 2 days. I can only say that Flying Thunder God is worth it, but the exercise cannot be stopped. After all, even Flying Thunder God requires chakra to use, and Flying Thunder God is a time and space ninjutsu, so the consumption will not be too low. However, the consumption of Flying Thunder God should be relatively good compared to those ninjutsu that consume a lot of money. After all, the 4th generation Hokage should have a lot of chakra, but it is definitely not as good as those perverts, so the 4th generation can easily use Flying Thunder God. the consumption of Flying Thunder God will not be so exaggerated. However, the fact that the 4th generation is not so exaggerated does not mean that the consumption of Xiaoli is not high. After all, the amount of chakra between them is simply incomparable, and Xiaoli still needs to grow. Secondly, the degree of mastery of the Flying Thunder God is likely to have an impact on chakra consumption. The 4th generation Hokage's mastery of the Flying Thunder God is beyond that of the 2nd generation. There is no need to say more about the degree of mastery, so Xiaoli wants to be able to with Fei Lei Shen, you can't stop exercising no matter what angle you come from. Sometimes, Xiaoli also wants to overthrow others and push his limits like Xiaoli did. After all, it is not long before those perverts are born. Even if the foundation is damaged, the side effects of damaging the foundation by that time should not be there. Reflected. However, Xiaoli just thought about it like this. After so long, he also discovered that although his physical skills were still excellent, they were indeed not as good as Xiaoli. Without the effect of Lei Dun massage, Xiaoli would not be able to do anything here. It is very likely that Xiaoli will be left far behind. Breaking the limit also depends on talent. For example, Xiaoli may not have such big side effects. Every time Xiaoli breaks the limit, it feels like a genius can take a break and try again. As for Xiaoli, it is almost as easy as drinking water now. And he was still alive and kicking the next day. But even so, Xiaoli's exercise is still very harmful to the body. Although it can't be seen now, when he gets older, all the sequelae left over from his youth will definitely come back. Even medical ninjutsu is unlikely to be able to cure this kind of sequelae. It is estimated that only Yang release in 6-path Sage mode will be effective. But it's still early. Xiaoli's training is only maintained at the limit. He will only break through the limit when he is in a perfect state. And he will not continue to break through the limit when his body has not fully recovered. Even if his body is old, it will not break through. It will get to that point. Xiaoli walked towards the familiar training ground. On the 3rd day, Xiaoli looked at the specially made kunao in his hand and finally completed the first step. The kunao now truly belongs to him. Even if it is given to others, there is probably no way to test it. The talent of Flying Thunder God. This process was more difficult than Xiaoli imagined. It was still a little behind on the 2nd day, but fortunately it was completed on the 3rd day. The complexity of the Flying Thunder God's mark made Xiaoli sigh. Even just instilling it now feels so troublesome. When it is his turn to learn the Flying Thunder God and build his own mark, how difficult will it be? The more you come into contact with Xiaoli, the more difficult it is to learn Flying Thunder God. No wonder there are so many geniuses in Konoha, and only the 2nd and 4th generations have learned to fly Thunder God. Of course, Xiaoli believes that he will definitely be added to this list in the future. After initially establishing contact with the mark of the Flying Thunder God left by the 4th generation, Xiaoli seemed to feel a special feeling. This should be attributed to Xiaoli's perception ability. His perception is not weak. This also makes Xiaoli more confident in learning to fly the Thunder God. He has only established a preliminary connection and can directly sense it without even consciously sensing it, which means that he must have talent. Sure enough, after Xiaoli closed her eyes and concentrated on sensing, the connection became more obvious. At this time, Xiaoli suddenly thought of something. He sat cross-legged on the bed, placed the kunao on his legs, then closed his eyes, and slowly entered the void state. In this state, Xiaoli's perception can be said to be greatly enhanced. In this state, what will be the effect of facing the kunao that has already established a connection? Soon, Xiaoli opened her eyes, with a look of surprise on her face. As expected, the effect was even better than expected. In the empty state, Xiaoli felt that he could directly perceive the specific and precise position of the Flying Thunder God. This was an incredible improvement. In other words, if Xiaoli had now learned the art of Flying Thunder God, he would be able to. It can be used directly after downloading. It's a pity that firstly, Xiaoli can't fly Thunder God yet, secondly, he doesn't have the chakra now, and thirdly, he can't use ninjutsu in the current state of Kongming. However, if this is the case, Xiaoli also smiled. Xiaoli is now fully confident that he will pass the test after the third semester. As for the psychic spell on that scroll. Anyway, for Xiaoli, that was the simplest step. He had already memorized the specific flow of seal and chakra, so it was not difficult to use it. The next days are about continuing to strengthen the connection, but fortunately, the follow-up does not require as much chakra as the first time, and after getting familiar with it, the efficiency of the infusion will become faster, and not much time will be wasted. It's a pity. The increased chakra could have been used to practice those sea-level ninjutsu, but now it seems that it has to be done a little later. Chapter 43 New Year. The holidays did not bring any special changes to Xiaoli. His exercise and study never stopped, and as his physique grew, the time even became longer and longer. And days like this passed day by day, and finally, the new year ushered in. There is actually nothing special about this day for Xiaoli, but Sinai attaches great importance to this day and specially cooked a few dishes that he could not usually eat to celebrate the safe passage of the year. Therefore, looking at Sinai who was so happy, Xiaoli did not choose to go out for exercise anymore. On such a special day, just treat it as a day off for herself. Sinai saw that his son did not go out, but stayed at home to accompany him. After helping him, he also smiled and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There have been so many changes this year. The biggest change is that Xiaoli finally entered the ninja school and showed outstanding talent, which Sinai did not expect at all. She originally thought that even if Xiaoli's talent was good, it would be better than his father's. It would be great to be able to become a special jounin in the end. But now it seems that she underestimated her son. After dinner, Sinai also changed into a kimono that she was reluctant to wear on weekdays. Xiaoli did not choose to wear a kimono. It was not because he resisted, but because he was not used to wearing it. It felt troublesome to wear it, and it was not convenient to do things. However, he still changed his clothes. This outfit was similar to the one she wore when she went to meet the third Hokage. Sinai's eyes lit up again after seeing it. Years of training have given Xiaoli a very special sense of toughness that no one else her age has, and she looks quite handsome. Let's go. Sinai said with a smile. Xiaoli nodded and followed Sinai. On such a special day, he would rather spend more time with his mother. Soon, when Sinai took Xiaoli to the street was already crowded with people on this night, and the stalls of various snacks and entertainment were dazzling. Sinai looks very happy in such an environment. Although she doesn't buy anything, does this atmosphere make her happy? To be honest, Xiaoli didn't understand this feeling. Anyway, he was not used to such an atmosphere. He preferred to be alone or with his friends. This kind of crowding was not a good feeling. But even if you don't like it, just for this day, the endurance will pass. However, soon, Sinai met his colleagues at work, and then Xiaoli became even more helpless and had to show polite greetings. What's even more helpless is that his reputation has spread throughout the place where Sinai works, so every colleague Sinai meets will look at him and praise him. This made Xiaoli have to thank him with a smile. 24. At this time, Xiaoli suspected that Sinai brought him out just to show off. Didn't you see that Sinai became happier every time he met an acquaintance? Xiaoli sighed, forget it, although she doesn't like it, it's fine as long as her mother is happy. I don't know how long it took, Xiaoli felt that the day was so long, but it should be over soon, right? Sinai has probably met all the colleagues he should have met, right? His fake smile almost made the muscles in his face stiffen. Of course, Xiaoli also met some of his classmates during this period, but Xiaoli usually ignored them. Instead, the other students took the initiative to come to Xiaoli, letting Sinai watch and enjoy themselves. And most of the people who came to Xiaoli were little girls, which made Sinai even happier. Sure enough, her son was still very attractive, but his attitude gave her a headache. Being so disrespectful would be very hurtful. However, what surprised Sinai was that the little girls were not angry. After all, they were used to being treated like this in the past, and today they still wanted to say hello to her. So, what's there to be sad about? Just don't have fun. And, most importantly, I suddenly discovered today that Xiaoli looks quite handsome in these, almost as good as Suzuki. Xiaoli, you can't do this. After sending away another Xiaoli's classmate, Sinai couldn't help but said, if you continue like this, when will my future daughter-in-law be found? Suddenly, Xiaoli was speechless, pointed at herself, and then said, Mom, I'm only 6 years old. Although I'm almost 7 years old, this age is too early. What's so early about that? Your father has been pursuing me since 3rd grade. It's okay for you to do it a little earlier. Sinai said with regret. Xiaoli was speechless. When he was watching Naruto, he felt that the people here seemed to be a little precocious, but he didn't expect it to reach such an extent. Xiaoli. Suddenly, at this time, a familiar voice reached Xiaoli's ears. Sinai also heard the sound and looked over, and found a little girl with long pale blonde hair, who seemed familiar, but she felt that the other person was probably no good, and her son was really not up to par in this regard. Ino, Happy New Year! However, what Sinai didn't expect at all was that his son seemed to be enlightened. This time, he didn't just reply and stop talking to the other party. He seemed to be an acquaintance, and he seemed to be in trouble. Suddenly, Sinai's eyes lit up. Hey, it's Sinai, long time no see. At this time, a voice came from Sinai's ear. When he heard the sound, Sinai also found the adult next to the little girl, who was greeting him. Hiki? It's you, then this is Mrs. Yamanaka, Happy New Year. Sinai also reacted after seeing Yamanaka Hiki. No wonder the little girl looked familiar. She turned out to be the daughter of the Yamanaka family. Well, Happy New Year! Yamanaka Hiki and Yamanaka Madam also responded, and then they watched their daughter run to Xiaoli's side. Yamanaka Hiki felt a little disappointed, as his little cotton-padded jacket seemed to be abducted, but Mrs. Yamanaka was a little happy to see this. Unlike Yamanaka Hiki, she was paying attention to things in the school. Mrs. Xiaoli's reputation was well known to her. Although she was only in the 1st grade, she had already shown extremely outstanding talent. At first, Mrs. Yamanaka had a good impression of Xiaoli. After all, she was sensible and cared about her mother. Now that she learned about Xiaoli's talent, she looked even more pleasing to the eye. At this time, Mrs. Yamanaka couldn't help but look at Sinai, and then their eyes met each other, and they both glanced at Xiaoli and Ino as if they had a tacit understanding. Then, the two people looked at each other and smiled, and greeted Xiaoli and Ino respectively. My old classmate and I have not seen each other for a long time and want to chat for a while. You can take the little girl to play first. You can take the money and buy her whatever she wants to eat. Don't worry about money. Sinai. So said. Xiaoli was a little speechless. Didn't he still know what his mother's plan was? But he still agreed. On Ino's side, Mrs. Yamanaka said, Ino, your father met an old classmate and wanted to chat for a while. If you want to play, go play with your classmate. Yamanaka Hiki originally wanted to say something, but then he immediately shut his mouth after being glanced at by Mrs. Yamanaka. Forget it, he had something to talk to Sinai. Ino didn't think much about it. The key was that she also wanted to find Xiaoli, so she agreed. Therefore, Xiaoli, who originally just wanted to accompany her mother, took Ino and their parents to arrange a meeting place and then left. Chapter 44 Fireworks, Psychics, and Targets. Xiaoli and Ino walked side by side on the road together. It turns out it's really Xiaoli. I almost didn't recognize you the first time. Ino said and took a peek at Xiaoli. Today's Xiaoli should be wearing clothes specially for the new year. She looks more handsome than usual. Too much. Well, you still recognize it, don't you? Xiaoli felt helpless. Although he agreed to Sinai, he actually didn't have those thoughts about Ino. Again, the other person was too young, so small that Xiaoli would feel guilty if she had those thoughts. Is there anything you want to play or eat? Xiaoli asked. Well, that. After Ino heard this, she pointed to the takoyaki over there. She originally wanted to eat it, but unfortunately her family wouldn't let her eat it. At this time, after Xiaoli asked, she said it directly and looked at it with some expectation. Toward Xiaoli. Then you wait here, I'll go over and buy it for you. Xiaoli looked at the stall with a long queue, and then walked to the end of the line. Ino found a stool here and sat down, then put his hands on his chin and looked at Xiaoli waiting in line, with a smile on his face. It turns out that after dressing up, Xiaoli is so handsome, and so good, and the most important thing is that she usually doesn't pay much attention to her other girls and only pays attention to herself, right? The girl fell into a wonderful fantasy and her face turned red. If Xiaoli knew what Ino was thinking, he would tell her that she was overthinking it. If he hadn't met her when they were buying flowers before, he would probably treat Ino just like other classmates. However, now that they all know each other, it's really not appropriate to ignore them. In fact, Xiaoli doesn't do anything special. He usually talks to people he knows. But the problem is that among the people Xiaoli knows, the only girls are Ino and Hinata. Hinata knew Naruto a little before when he was bullied, but with his personality, it is impossible for him to take the initiative to find Xiaoli, and he is also single-minded. If he pounced on Naruto, it would be even more impossible to find Xiaoli. Therefore, this led to the current situation. In Ino's eyes, he seemed to only deal with her as a girl. The stall owner was very nimble and the queue didn't take too long. Xiaoli brought a box of takoyaki to Ino, who was still wondering what to think. What are you thinking about? Are you so lost in thought? Xiaoli patted Ino's head and couldn't help but ask when he saw the other person coming back to his senses. No, it's nothing. Ino's face turned red, so she wouldn't tell the other person that she was just thinking about the other person. After taking the takoyaki, she felt her taste buds start to work. She pricked one with a skewer and wanted to put it in her mouth. Be careful of scalding. Xiaoli warned when he saw this scene, but his warning seemed to be a little late. Ino was already burned, and she kept breathing the heat in her mouth, trying to get rid of the burning sensation. Even if it happened, she was unwilling to spit out the takoyaki. Xiaoli was a little speechless and said, "Eat slowly, no one will compete with you." Ino nodded, and finally started to eat after the takoyaki in his mouth had cooled down. Suddenly Ino's eyes lit up, and then he thought of Xiaoli's words, and couldn't help but ask. Xiaoli doesn't want to eat. I don't eat these. Xiaoli said. Well, okay, how much is it? I'll give it to you. No, it's just a takoyaki, I can still afford it. Xiaoli had no intention of charging money, and it wasn't expensive. Well, I'll give it to you. Mom gave me the money. If you don't believe me, look at it. Ino opened her small wallet, and the amount inside made Xiaoli a little speechless. The other person seemed to be a rich woman. But even so, Xiaoli had no intention of asking for it, and said, "Even if this is what I treat you to eat, I naturally won't ask for your money. Don't think so much, just eat well. Fireworks should be set off soon. Come on, I'll take you to a good place." Okay. Ino finally nodded, put away her wallet and started eating takoyaki in small bites. Xiaoli was also thinking about a place that was less crowded and where she could see the fireworks. Fortunately, Xiaoli had many places to go when she was a child. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaoli really thought of a good place, not far from him. The place where I usually exercise is not far away. I've finished eating. After a while, Ino said at this time. Well, wipe it off. Xiaoli said, taking out the tissue from the stall and handing it to Ino. Only then did Ino realize that her mouth was probably filled with oil. She couldn't help but blush, and quickly took the tissue and wiped it. I thought of a good position, follow me. Xiaoli said at this time, then stood up and set off towards the destination. Oh, okay. Ino nodded and followed Xiaoli. But these two little ones were really inconspicuous among such a crowd. There were several times when people passed between Ino and Xiaoli, almost causing Ino to lose track of Xiaoli. It would be bad if they got lost like this. In the end, Xiaoli chose to hold Ino's hand and continue moving towards the destination, so that he would not be afraid of being passed by those who were not discerning. However, Ino looked at the palms of her and Xiaoli's hands, her face turned a little red, but there was a smile on her lips. Soon, Xiaoli took Ino to a place with relatively few people. The terrain here is relatively high and not far from the street, so you can also see the fireworks. However, although there are not many people here, there are already some took up positions. As expected, he was not the only one who thought of this location. Xiaoli nodded and took Ino to find a lawn and sit down. Ino, let's go back after watching the fireworks. At this time, Xiaoli said. Oh, okay. Ino was already very satisfied and nodded in agreement after hearing Xiaoli's words. At this time, a beam of light bloomed from the night sky, and a sea of fireworks also began under the night sky, attracting all of Ino's attention to that side, his eyes flashing with light, very happy. Xiaoli also looked at the fireworks in the sky. When he was a child in his previous life, he could often see fireworks during festivals, but unfortunately when he grew up and banned the setting off of fireworks and firecrackers, he rarely saw them. At this time, Xiaoli couldn't help but look at such dazzling fireworks for a while, and then turned his gaze back to Ino, who was watching the fireworks attentively. To be honest, when Ino was a child, her face was round and she seemed to have a little baby fat. She was quite cute and made Xiaoli want to poke her. Unfortunately, such an action was too intimate and Xiaoli gave up. He still remembered that he actually wanted a daughter in his previous life, preferably one that wouldn't grow up. After all, daughters when they were young were very cute and adorable. It would be better if they were obedient. There are many advantages to not growing up. You can always be your father's little cotton-padded jacket, and you don't have to worry about being rejected when you grow up, let alone having to worry about suddenly bringing home a young boy when you grow up. It's just a pity that it's impossible to grow up, but he didn't even have a girlfriend in his previous life, so it seems useless to think about it so much. What are you thinking about? Ino also noticed Xiaoli staring at her at this time and couldn't help asking curiously. Oh, I was thinking that it would be great if I could have a daughter like Ino in the future. Xiaoli replied subconsciously. Suddenly, Ino's face turned even redder, but at the same time, she also had some doubts in her heart. Why did she want a daughter? Why not a girlfriend? Okay, let's go back. Xiaoli also noticed that the fireworks were over at this time and said. Okay. Ino nodded, then walked to a crowded place, and took the initiative to hold Xiaoli's hand, and did not let go even after walking out of the crowd. After the new year, Xiaoli was still training as usual on the training ground. However, while Xiaoli was training, she was thinking about what happened at that time. After walking out of the crowd, she forgot to let go, causing Sinai and the Yamanaka couple to see that scene. Then, Xiaoli had to face the murderous gaze of Yamanaka Hai and the satisfied gaze of Yamanaka's wife and his mother. Especially Sinai, who always looked at Xiaoli with a look like I didn't see it, I really am yours. The key is, Xiaoli can't explain anything. Did Ino take the initiative to explain? And she didn't let go? Xiaoli couldn't speak such words, so she could only remain silent. However, I remember that Ino's face was very red at that time. Could it be that the other party really had such thoughts? After thinking for a while, Xiaoli felt that it was really possible. The characters in Naruto were all too precocious, but this should have something to do with the average lifespan of ninjas. After all, the average lifespan of ninjas is too short. If it really looks like in his previous world, if he married later and had children later, then there are probably a lot fewer people in the ninja world now. After all, many ninjas died on the battlefield at an age when they probably didn't even have a wife in their previous life. How can this be done? However, even so, 6 years old is still too early, right? Moreover, Xiaoli sighed. Although his impression of Ino, both now and in the original novel, was pretty good, Xiaoli also thought it was cute, but cuteness was cute. He really had no interest in the 6-year-old Ino. Ah! How can such a young person be interested? From Xiaoli's perspective, those older sisters are more suitable, but unfortunately her body doesn't allow it. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. 25. Xiaoli quickly completed today's physical exercise goal, and then sat aside. The thunder and lightning on her body kept jumping there. The higher it gets. This also caused the arc on Xiaoli's body to become thicker. Xiaoli estimated that if other ninjas used thunder-type ninjutsu to attack him, they would probably be directly resisted by him. Moreover, his resistance to thunder and lightning was still increasing, which was a bit scary, although there must be there is a limit, but once it reaches the limit, it will be difficult to break through his defense with pure non-physical attacks of thunder attribute. After the lay-done massage, you will continue to master the state of emptiness and darkness. Now that Xiaoli has entered the void state, he not only needs to observe the chakra in his body, but also needs to sense it in this state. As for what he senses, it must be the flying thunder god Kunao. This Kunao Xia the stone was handed over to Sinai. Therefore, in Xiaoli's perception, the Kunao is constantly moving, and this is exactly what Xiaoli wants. If the Kunao does not move, then the perception cannot be sure whether it can detect the moving one. Kunao, although the range of Sinai's movement is small, it is enough. As for why it was placed on Sinai, of course Xiaoli can only be placed on Sinai. Although the effect would be better if placed on cats and dogs, what if the Kunao is broken and tied to cats and dogs? A special Kunao is too conspicuous and will definitely be discovered by passers-by. Although Xiaoli can directly channel the spirit back, what if it is destroyed? Then Xiaoli was about to cry without tears. Therefore, if you want to test the moving Kunao, you can only put it on Sinai. After completing the perception, the proficiency in the void state ended here. Xiaoli opened his eyes instantly, bit his thumb quickly, and at the same time quickly performed seals with both hands. The next moment, several after finishing the seal, Xiaoli put her hand on the ground. Psychic art. Sinai, who was far away in the hotel, felt a light touch on his leg at this moment, and knew that the Kunao had been channeled by Xiaoli. His expression did not change at all, and he continued to work. Xiaoli looked at the Kunao in front of him with a look of satisfaction on his face. Sure enough, with the help of the remnants of perception in the void state, even though the connection had not been completely established, the psychic technique was successfully used, and successfully channeled this Kunao. Of course, if you use the previously bound spell, you don't need to know where the Kunao is to be able to channel it, but Xiaoli still likes to use this method that relies on perception rather than the binding of the spell. Because it tests the depth of the connection and the strength of the perception. Let's set a small goal first. Before school starts, we can reach the point where we can sense the specific location of Kunao and channel it without having to be in a void state. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoli continued to instill her own chakra into the Kunao, deepening her connection with this special Kunao over and over again. After leaving enough chakra to massage Xiaoli and Sinai, Xiaoli stopped, feeling the increasingly clear Kunao, with a look of satisfaction on his face. As long as this continued, he believed that Fei Lei Shen with this ninjutsu will never escape his grasp. However, it should not be a problem for Fei Lei Shen to pass the test, so it is time to think about the next direction, and Fei Lei Shen cannot be allowed to occupy all his energy. At present, he has basically completed the learning of chakra form changes. He has even tried a mini version of the Raise Nan. The power is passable, so he should be successful, and he does not need the help of the shadow clone. Of course, this version of the Raise Nan is just a Raise Nan without attributes. Then let's try to integrate the wind attribute chakra into the Raise Nan. The thunder attribute should be a little more difficult, but you can try it, and learning about the change of properties should also be put on the agenda. A long way to go. Chapter 45 Planning. At night, in Xiaoli's room. At this time, Xiaoli had completed today's training and was sitting at the desk, holding a pencil in his hand and sketching on the paper. He is making plans for his next studies, not just for studies, but also for things that must be given up. After all, there is not much time left for him to grow. In terms of scientific research, you can basically pass it without this time. In terms of self-created ninjutsu, Xiaoli has sketched a plan to be determined. After all, it is not easy to create ninjutsu. Although Xiaoli has the conditions to create his own ninjutsu after completing the study of form change, there are still several problems. Even if you have the memory of a past life, it is relatively difficult to create one yourself, but it does not mean that it can be done overnight, let alone the power of the creation is still unknown. Instead of developing some ninjutsu with uncertain power, it is better to learn the certain ones first. If Xiaoli has free time after the Fourth Ninja World War is over, he can slowly create them. For now, I still focus on certain ninjutsu. If I create my own, I can try it if I get inspiration, that is, when I have an epiphany, but for ordinary times, forget it. Then there is the learning plan for the existing jutsu. It is not difficult for him to learn the several C-level ninjutsu that Xiaoli's father left for him. He has already learned them. As for streamlining, it will be a big breakthrough, even if it is condensed. In the end, it will probably just be an air cannon. It is better to learn the vacuum jade directly in the future. In the same way, you can learn the vacuum wave in the wind and blow technique. On the other hand, it was Gale Palm. Xiaoli kept drawing circles on the font of Gale Palm. Although this ninjutsu was only C-level, it actually belonged to the ninjutsu category, and it was different from his thunder escape that strengthened the inside of the body. Yes, wind release Li Feng Palm starts from the outside. When using it, you can use the wind to wrap your whole body and increase the power of your physical skills. It is considered practical at present, and it can also cooperate with the thunder escape enhancement. You can try to streamline these seals. As for the lightning escape, forget it, Xiaoli basically ignores this ninjutsu. In terms of power, it is not powerful. It only has a paralysis effect and the hit rate is not high. The paralysis effect may not be attached. Anyway, Xiaoli doesn't just knowing how to use it, but not being proficient in it is not considered. Then there is the Raise Nan, the famous ninjutsu in the original work. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, it is a very practical ninjutsu. However, the Raise Nan used by Naruto is generally a Raise Nan without any attributes. Xiaoli can also use Naruto's same type of Raise Nan, but that alone is not enough. Xiaoli planned to replace chakra with wind-type chakra. Of course, it wasn't some advanced property change. After all, he didn't know it yet. It was just the most basic property conversion, converting chakra into wind. This shouldn't be difficult. The fluidity of the wind can directly simulate the flow of chakra, so it shouldn't be too difficult to replace it. And what is the use of the replaced wind-type Raise Nan? Xiaoli felt that even if only the most basic properties were used for transformation, the nature of the wind itself still existed, but it was just that this part of the nature was not used to its limit. Therefore, while retaining the power of the Raise Nan, the wind-type raise nan also improves the cutting ability of the raise nan when it collides. Moreover, as Xiaoli's control becomes higher, the wind-type chakra flows faster. This force, the cutting force, will also be stronger. And the most important thing is that after learning the wind attribute raise nan, it will also be helpful for adding wind attribute changes in the future, and it will be much easier. Therefore, Xiaoli quickly made a hook behind the wind-type raise nan, which was a must-learn skill. As for the thunder-type raise nan, Xiaoli put a question mark on it. After all, unlike wind, the form of electricity in the air will diverge in all directions without a definite direction, so if you want to force it to use the raise nan method, it will be quite difficult to control it. In Xiaoli's thinking, the most suitable ones are wind and water with fluidity, but water does not have this attribute, and the incidental properties of water itself are not expected to bring much power, which is different from the main attack. The wind properties will be much different. And what will happen if the thunder-type raise nan is successful? Xiaoli was also thinking that the power was definitely incomparable to the wind-type raise nan. It should be said that the only thing that can directly compare with the wind attribute in terms of power is the fire attribute, and fire attribute explosions are not weak either. So after thinking about it, Xiaoli probably still added paralysis, and the success rate of attachment should be high, but it seems to be of little use. The conduction of lei dun is relatively useless, and the most important thing is that acceleration has completely lost its effect. P.S. I haven't read Boruto for the protagonist setting, so I probably won't write about Boruto. After all, the raise nan is condensed to the outside before attacking. The acceleration characteristics of the lightning attribute are completely useless unless it is thrown. However, the basis of the raise nan is to maintain the power of rotation at all times. Can it still be maintained if it is thrown? Even if it is thrown, its power will inevitably dissipate a lot when it hits. Even if it is very fast, the power will probably be difficult to maintain as it should be. Unlike the thunder release Reikari, this acceleration effect is based on the body and is so fast that ordinary eyes cannot see clearly and cannot react. If the difficulty of learning is low, this paralysis effect is worth trying, but it will not be easy to add the thunder attribute. And it has nothing in common with the learning of Thunder Escape and Thunder Cutter, so in the end Xiaoli crossed out the question mark, and then added n times. In this way, close-range ninjutsu is almost enough, but for long range, use the Wind Kiri no Jutsu first, and see if there are any suitable ninjutsu later. That's probably the case with ninjutsu. Finally, there is the change in the nature of chakra. Needless to say, these two are must-learn items. However, how to learn is what Xiaoli has to think about now. If you don't have a direction, practicing will be very inefficient, and it is suitable for Naruto to use shadow clones to cheat. Xiaoli didn't have that problem, so he had to find the right direction first. First of all, Xiaoli is relatively familiar with the chakra properties of the wind attribute. After all, it is Naruto's attribute. There are relatively many introductions, and the most important property is cutting. Xiaoli recalled the memories of his previous life. He had never seen an air blade before, but he had seen similar videos. That was a water jet, which was a knife-sharp thing formed at extremely high speeds. But water is water after all, it is a tangible thing, and it is very difficult to become extremely fast, but what about the wind attribute? The speed must be faster, and it should be more than that. Sufficient pressure is also necessary. Just like the sharper the knife, the thinner the blade. Although the knife may not be easy to use, the wind attribute is not like the knife that will break. The higher the pressure, the thinner the blade. The more sufficient it is, the greater the cutting power will be. Therefore, if you want to learn the changes in the properties of wind attribute, you must start with the compression and flow speed of wind attribute chakra. On the other hand, Xiaoli, who has the thunder attribute, has a headache. Although he knows that it has conductive and accelerating properties, as well as the side effects of paralysis, he doesn't know how to practice it specifically. Chapter 46 Time flies. Although the thunder attribute is also one of Sasuke's main attributes, he is the second male after all and does not receive the treatment of the first male. For example, the training process is not described in detail, so Xiaoli has no way to refer to the original work. However, you can pay more attention to the properties that you ignored before during each lay-done massage. After all, no matter what the properties are, they are the properties of those attributes themselves. Even if you don't think about using it, it will still be there, but if you don't explore it deliberately, its effect will not be exerted. The learning of property changes is to find the properties of the attribute itself, and then use it to its limit. In this way, the transmission effect of thunder can be tested later with special ninja tools. However, at the beginning, Xiaoli felt that it would be best to use weapons that can conduct chakra that are refined with special equipment. Then after achieving a certain effect, it can be replaced with an ordinary iron ninja tool. Until the end, I switched to equipment with relatively low conductivity. If it can conduct electricity, then it should be easy to get started. As for the nature of acceleration, Xiaoli thought about it. Every time his thunder escape was strengthened, his own speed indeed increased more than his strength, so he could start from this aspect. And then use the nature of acceleration from the inside out. Among the external thunder and lightning chakra. Finally, there is the paralysis effect, which is a built-in effect of thunder and lightning. Although it should be possible to study it specially, Xiaoli still feels that the built-in one should be enough to use, it is just a larger amount. After thinking about it for a while, that should be all. Xiaoli tapped the pen on the paper a few times, reviewing her thoughts from beginning to end, sometimes adding some content, and sometimes crossing out some. Until I saw the end, I suddenly thought that the thunder attribute seems to have more properties than the wind attribute. So does the wind attribute really only have one attribute, cutting? If the wind is fast, if it is cold, it is like a cold wind in winter, blowing on the face with a biting chill, but what if it is slow? A gentle breeze? Or is it erratic? Colorless and invisible? Xiaoli was scribbling on the paper, and finally shook his head. Forget it, it's better to practice the certain things first. If you find this kind of uncertainty during the practice, just pay a little attention. If you don't notice it, forget it. Let's study it later when we have time. After thinking about this, Xiaoli looked at his plan several times again, and finally nodded with satisfaction, then took out a lighter and slowly lit the pages. Who would be a serious person to keep a diary, let alone this kind of cultivation plan? Just keep it in your head. Writing it down now is just to organize your thoughts. What will you do in this world after you finish it? Under the firelight, Xiaoli was also thinking about the ninja tools. Ninja tools that can conduct chakra are not widely available, at least he doesn't have them at home, so he can only borrow them from others. As for which family would have such a ninja tool, Xiaoli from other classes didn't know, but there were quite a few people in this class, after all, many of them were from famous families. As for someone who is a little familiar with him, Xiaoli thought of Shikamaru. Although he was not particularly familiar with him, he should be able to borrow it if he found him. He only needed an ordinary ninja tool that could conduct chakra. The kind that is particularly exquisite. As for why they can borrow it, after all, Xiaoli's talent has been demonstrated, and Shikamaru and Xiaoli have a pretty good relationship. It's just a transmission ninja tool. It's not very valuable to their family. It's not good for building a good relationship. Well? However, no matter how worthless it is not something that the current Xiaoli can get, so this favor must be owed. After much thought, Xiaoli decided to forget it, forget Shikamaru's words, then. Xiaoli thought of Ino, and thought of the relationship between them. Xiaoli sighed, forget it, they have been misunderstood anyway, so it's not bad this time, just ask Ino to borrow it. There's no rush now, let's learn the nature changes of Feng Dun first, and then ask Ino to borrow it after school starts. As for not learning on his own, Xiaoli said that he didn't have the time to waste. Since he knew there was a more convenient way and could get it, why not use it? No matter what, Xiaoli felt a sense of urgency. After all, the time left for him was too short. After watching the paper in his hand burn up, Xiaoli slowly stood up, then came to the window and looked up at the bright moon. No matter which world it is in, the moon is so white and flawless, but there are really people living on the moon in this world, and those big tube trees are real. Xiaoli sighed, it's really annoying, a bunch of damn people. What are people doing if they remain alive forever? Xiaoli closed the window. Really, it's not enough to just admire the moon. Sure enough, the moon should be a little cleaner. Otherwise, knowing that there are some people above, you really can't appreciate it. Forget it if it's like Chang'e, Otsutsuki. If Xiaoli, who had no idea of continuing to admire the moon, naturally returned to her bed and ended the day. Now that it has been planned, it will naturally start on the next day. A good body naturally needs a good rest. In the following days, Xiaoli started new training again. The days of exercise always go so quickly, and before I know it, the winter vacation has passed just like that. Xiaoli's shadow clone was also in a trance when he stepped into a familiar class, as if he felt like he was out of time. Today was still on vacation. But this was impossible. Xiaoli shook his head. Anyway, for him, it was the same whether he had a holiday or not. It was much better if he thought about it this way. However, what Xiaoli didn't expect was that when he first entered the class, some of the girls' eyes suddenly lit up. These are the girls who have seen Xiaoli on New Year's Day. They all know what Xiaoli looks like after dressing up properly. But now they can't help but frown. Why are they wearing those shabby clothes again? They don't stand out at all. Handsome. 26. At this time, their idea is that after becoming Xiaoli's girlfriend, they must correct Xiaoli's dislike of dressing up. Now, many girls have gathered around Xiaoli. After looking at each other with hostility, they started to greet Xiaoli. Xiaoli remained silent, then quickly straightened his face, pretending to be aloof, and walked towards his seat without paying any attention to anyone. Ino was sitting in her seat. She originally wanted to go up to Xiaoli when she saw her, but she gave up the idea after seeing so many people surrounding her. As expected, she soon saw Xiaoli walking out of the crowd coldly. She was a bit stingy at first. After all, they had held hands before during the winter vacation, but Xiaoli didn't play with her all day. Morning. Suddenly, Ino heard Xiaoli greeting her as he passed by her location. Morning, Xiaoli. Suddenly, Ino was no longer so angry. Feeling the hostile and envious eyes of other girls, a proud smile appeared on her face. Hum, did you see, this girl is different. Chapter 47 Achievements and Borrowed Things. Why do you feel like you are more popular? Shikamaru said, lying on the table and looking at Xiaoli next to him. I don't want to either. Xiaoli also sighed and said. Shikamaru believed this. After all, judging from Xiaoli's behavior, she was actually not aloof. The reason why she pretended to be aloof was naturally to avoid those troublesome girls. Sure enough, people who are too good will be so popular even if they behave like this, Shikamaru thought. By the way, is that Naruto guy going to be late on the first day of school? Shikamaru looked at the empty seat next to Xiaoli. It's not impossible. Xiaoli thought for a while and said. Suddenly, Shikamaru and Xiaoli felt helpless. Then, as expected, after the school bell rang for a while, Naruto was late. Irika, who was on the podium, clearly had a tic-tac-toe on his forehead. He was obviously angry at Naruto for being late on the first day. Xiaoli, long time no see. After a long time, Naruto returned to his seat and greeted Xiaoli. Well, long time no see. Xiaoli also said hello. After that, there was no more expression, but Naruto was almost used to it. He found that Xiaoli was pretty much the same to everyone, and even treated him better. Xiaoli was looking at some knowledge about the sealing technique at this time. Although his understanding of the sealing technique seemed a bit abnormal, the prerequisite was that the individual had enough strength, and it was impossible for others to stand there without resisting and let you seal it. But it is really practical for some special things. For example, Jiraiya faced Ataki and sealed the opponent's Amaterasu's black fire. Otherwise, that thing would be really troublesome. Although the record is not very good in the original work, the setting high. Therefore, you still need to be good at sealing techniques. Forget about similar illusions. In the original work, there are only a few famous ones who can perform illusions. Moreover, illusions are basically useless in the later period, but you can study them carefully in the future. How to unravel illusions? Xiaoli thought and recalled what she had gained during this winter vacation. First of all, as for the Flying Thunder God, the channeling technique can already directly channel the spirit without relying on the perception of the void state, which can be regarded as achieving the goal. The Kongming state is also a step further. You can control some chakra, but you can't change forms yet. Don't rush this, just do it step by step. However, what surprised Xiaoli was that he seemed to vaguely see some auras that he could not see before while in the void state. Xiaoli guessed that these energies were probably natural energy. After so long, he finally managed to see them on his own. Of course, Xiaoli had no intention of absorbing them. First of all, he doesn't have enough chakra to suppress the natural energy. Secondly, even if he can suppress the absorbed proportion, what if he turns it into stone if the mixture is wrong? Are you looking for death? In short, although it cannot be absorbed, it is a good thing to be able to perceive natural energy. The perception is still a bit vague now, and it can be further strengthened in the future. Xiaoli is not in a hurry. After all, to truly learn the sage mode, one must have enough chakra to ensure a minimum amount of energy. Even if Xiaoli has been training, it will take a long time to reach this amount of chakra, so why are you in a hurry? It is better to continue to deepen the state of emptiness and darkness. In this way, when the amount of chakra reaches the target, he has already reached a very high level, and it will be much easier to learn the sage mode. In terms of simplifying the seals of ninjutsu, Xiaoli still needs to form 3 seals out of the 5 seals of the standing technique. However, he also feels that it is almost 2 seals away. The further it goes, the more troublesome it will be to streamline it. Come to think of it, when the substitute technique of 2 seals develops into 1 seal, the difficulty will double. On the other hand, there are many seals of Gale Palm at the beginning, so it is quite convenient to streamline them. Furthermore, as for the Raise Nan, the wind-type Raise Nan was used by Xiaoli. It was a little more difficult than expected, but it was okay. It didn't stop Xiaoli for too long. As for the power, it was indeed better than ordinary ones. The non-attribute Raise Nan is much higher. Although Xiaoli is using the mini version now, after all, the normal version consumes too much chakra, and no one wants to attack him, so there is no need to waste that chakra. Moreover, the mini version, which is a smaller version, actually requires more precise chakra control. Finally, the nature of the wind attribute has changed. He has already been able to cut the blades, but he needs to use more chakra. He is now working towards the direction where every chakra can cut the blades. All in all, the results were impressive, and Xiaoli was very satisfied with her progress. During class, Xiaoli also approached Ino. "Yes, what's the matter?" "Xiaoli." Ino was a little surprised when Xiaoli approached her for the first time, and then asked with a smile. Xiaoli didn't mean to hide it, and told Ino that she wanted to borrow a chakra transmission device. "What, that's all? I should have a lot at home. How about I get you a kunao when I get back?" After hearing this, Ino agreed without much thought. "Thank you very much. By the way, Ino, remember to talk to your uncle before taking it." Xiaoli was really afraid that Ino would just take it out without saying anything, in case it was thought that she was peeking at the other party's property. What to do? I will return it to you as soon as possible. Well, my dad shouldn't care about a kunao. I can give it to you, but I will tell my dad before I take it. Ino thought for a while and then asked with curiosity. Why does Xiaoli want this? Maybe it's because of the need for cultivation. Xiaoli said as lightning leaped out of his palm, it will be easier to practice if you have good equipment. Ino looked at the lightning in Xiaoli's hand in surprise, and her eyes slowly showed admiration. Although she didn't know how Xiaoli did it, it felt so powerful. Moreover, Ino also nodded seriously at this time. Ino also knew that training was very important to every ninja, so she patted her chest and promised Xiaoli that she would definitely bring kunao to Xiaoli. Thank you. Xiaoli looked at Ino and said seriously. No, you're welcome. This is what it should be. Ino looked at Xiaoli, who was serious in front of her, suddenly blushed, and her voice became quieter and quieter. Xiaoli didn't hear something clearly and couldn't help but ask, what? No, it's nothing. Ino waved his hands quickly and said in a panic, well, class is about to begin. Xiaoli, please return to your seat quickly. Okay. Xiaoli looked at the time. Wasn't it just after class? But he nodded and returned to his seat, continuing to do his own business. Xiaoli's actions were also seen by those who were paying attention to him. The girls looked at Ino with envy. This progress was much faster than theirs. How on earth should they catch up? Shikamaru also looked at Xiaoli and then at Ino, clicked his tongue and continued to lie down. Chapter 48 Agreement. Dad, do we still have the kunao that can conduct chakra? After a busy day, Hiki Yamanaka dragged his exhausted body back to his home. He sat on the sofa and hadn't rested long when he heard his daughter's voice. Yes, there is, but why is Ino asking about this? Kunao should not be used in the current courses, let alone this kind of kunao. Yamanaka Hiki asked with some confusion. Oh, Xiaoli borrowed it from me. He said he would use it for his practice. Ino said directly without hiding anything. What kind of cultivation requires such a kunao? Yamanaka Hiki frowned and looked at his little cotton-padded jacket pleading with him for other men's affairs, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know, but Xiaoli seems to have shown it off. There are a lot of arcs jumping on his hands. It's so handsome. Ino thought for a while and said with a gleam in his eyes. In an instant, Yamanaka Hiki had no time to continue eating. The meaning of Ino's words made him open his eyes wide. Coupled with the other party's request to borrow this ninja tool, it was basically confirmed. His daughter's close classmate had already been exposed to the changes in the nature of thunder at such an age. Although Yamanaka Hiki himself does not have thunder attributes, as a jounin and a jounin of the intelligence department, has he never seen a pork chop or a pig running. But at this age, Yamanaka Hiki said that he really hadn't seemed to have seen it before. He paused and suddenly thought of a man who often wore a mask. Although he didn't know exactly when he learned it, he might have almost as fast or even faster. So the other party is now an elite jounin in the village, and now he meets another one, who is his daughter's classmate. The most important thing is that Yamanaka Hiki looked at his daughter who was still dreaming and sighed. Although he was a little unhappy, he also felt that it was good to let his daughter get in touch with the other party. After all, this talent was really powerful. Yamanaka Hiki only has one daughter, and he will not sell his daughter for profit, but if his daughter likes it, then it is none of his business. It is up to them to decide the matter of their children. Once the relationship is finalized, maybe he can use the other person to show off to Shikaku, Yamanaka Hai thought in amusement. Is there any? Ino looked at his distracted father, frowned, and said coquettishly with a bit of dissatisfaction. Of course, I will get it for you later. Do you have any further requirements? As soon as Yamanaka Hai came to his senses, he naturally would not be reluctant to part with a kunao. Not to mention borrowing it, what if he gave it to the other party directly? Xiaoli didn't say anything about his request, but I think it's better to lend him the best one in our family. This should help him cultivate the most. Ino thought for a while and said with eyes brightening. Suddenly, Yamanaka Hai was speechless. Why did his daughter's elbows start to turn outward now? However, he still picked a decent kunao from the unused kunao and handed it to Ino. Ino didn't understand much about this, so she happily took the kunao, thanked her father and ran back to her room, wrapped the kunao and put it in her bag. The next day, Xiaoli was trying to pour his chakra into the kunao that Ino handed him, and then he was a little surprised. He just wanted one that could be used, but the quality of the kunao that Ino gave him, it should be pretty good. Although there is nothing else for comparison, Xiaoli's chakra transmission efficiency can also be distinguished between good and bad. How's it going? Ino looked at Xiaoli expectantly, as if she wanted a good answer. Well, very good, thank you. Xiaoli thanked her seriously. As long as it's useful, I asked my dad to pick this out. After hearing Xiaoli's words, Ino finally smiled. Xiaoli stared at Ino's smile, it was so cute, and for a moment he didn't know what he was thinking. As for Ino, she also felt that Xiaoli had been staring at her. Although there was no expression on her face, she was already cheering in her heart. This time, she felt that the effect was outstanding. Ino! Suddenly, Xiaoli shouted. Hey, hey! Ino came back to his senses and looked at Xiaoli with some confusion. Don't waste time on the road after school these days. Just go home and don't go out to play at night. Xiaoli said after thinking for a while. Hey? Oh! Although Ino was a little confused, she still nodded, thinking in her heart, is Xiaoli caring about her? Xiaoli didn't think much about it. He just felt that the day when the Uchiha clan would be exterminated was coming soon. The relationship between the villagers in the village and the Uchiha guards was very tense last year. This year, although it has just passed, the relationship can clearly feel even worse. Xiaoli didn't know the specific day when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, nor how long it would take, but she knew it was best not to wander around the village recently. After all, Xiaoli doesn't believe that a single attack can destroy the Uchiha clan, and maybe Obito is also added, but even if Obito is added, are the two of them sure? Destroy a wealthy ninja family in the most powerful ninja village? It's probably still difficult, so who else is in this turmoil? Obito person? Baiju? Or maybe the roots of the village? As for the third generation, he would usually just acquiesce and not dirty his hands, but in fact, in his position, as long as he knew but didn't stop it, he was already adding fuel to the flames. The biggest example was Naruto's treatment. However, the third generation would still mobilize troops just in case. Once Attack failed, the third generation would never show mercy. 27. So the village will definitely be in chaos recently. Although nothing happened in Ino's original novel, Xiaoli still reminded it. As for Naruto, with 3 generations watching, it was impossible for anything to happen. Forget it, let me take you home. Xiaoli was still a little worried. He thought about the direction of the 2 houses. Although it was a bit of a detour, it was not completely in the opposite direction. He still had time at this time. Ah! Immediately, Ino's eyes widened. Although she didn't understand why Xiaoli was worried about what happened after school, as if there was any danger, she didn't want to ask at this time, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was rude. The next moment, Xiaoli realized that something was wrong. She seemed to be overly concerned. The other party's father was the head of Konoha's intelligence department. It was impossible for him to be completely unaware of this matter, so there must have been arrangements. Thinking about it this way, the situation is actually very obvious. It's just that Inagasho and Inakacho acted completely on the Hokage's will, so if the third generation didn't move, they wouldn't make any move. No, no, don't be abrupt, I agree. Ino said quickly with a red face. She would regret it to death if she missed it. Xiaoli paused, looked at Ino, and finally agreed. Chapter 49 News about Yamanaka Hiki. Ino felt something was wrong. Going home together after school was supposed to be a great way to bring them closer together. However, she felt that Xiaoli really just wanted to send her home and had no other intentions. He even didn't say a few words along the way. Humph, the progress is good. We are back together. At this time, Mrs. Yamanaka also walked downstairs and looked at Ino and said with a smile. Well, it's okay. Ino's face turned red and she didn't choose to tell her mother about her doubts. Maybe it was the first time so Xiaoli didn't know what to say. However, Ino soon knew that she was overthinking it, because Xiaoli was like that every day, and he just simply sent her back. This discovery also made Ino a little depressed. The relationship could definitely be brought closer, but it was completely different from what Ino expected. No, today we are going home again, and that boring gourd Xiaoli didn't take the initiative to say anything. However, what surprised Ino was that her father was here today, and seemed to be waiting for her and Xiaoli. Hello, uncle. Xiaoli took the initiative to say hello when he saw Shan Zhonghai. Yamanaka Hai nodded and stared at Xiaoli with complicated eyes for a while. Of course he knew that Xiaoli had been sending Ino back these days, so from his point of view, although they were still young, their relationship had basically matured. It's confirmed. At this time, Yamanaka Hiki couldn't help but sigh in his heart, feeling a little bitter. It felt really uncomfortable to have his daughter taken away by a bastard at such a young age. Dad, why are you here today? At this time, Ino asked curiously. I got off work early today and originally wanted to pick you up, but then I thought about how Xiaoli has been sending you back recently, and you would probably be unhappy if I went to pick you up, so I just waited here. Yamanaka Hai teased bitterly. Ah! What are you talking about, Dad? Ino's face suddenly turned red, and she grabbed Yamanaka Hiki's palm and shook it. Seeing Ino's appearance, Yamanaka Hiki also laughed, but he felt even more bitter inside. After a long time, Yamanaka Hiki looked at Xiaoli and said, I still want to thank Xiaoli for sending Ino back. I have troubled you all this time. This is what it should be. There have been a lot of beatings in the village recently. I'm a little worried that Ino will be bullied on his way back. Xiaoli said this, and also told the reason why he did this. Not lying, even if he didn't know about Uchiha, he had seen more and more conflicts recently. As for why he sent Ino, first of all, he was not sure whether his future with Ino was possible, but considering their age, it was indeed possible. Second, even if he was not sure, he should send her back as a friend in such an environment. Suddenly, Ino's eyes lit up over there. It turned out to be like this, no wonder he just sent him back. Although she didn't mean to talk during the journey, Ino's depression disappeared and turned into happiness. Sure enough, Xiaoli was worried about herself. Well, indeed, there has been some chaos in the village recently. Yamanaka Hiki also said, looking at Xiaoli, it was really hard for this kid to be so intentional, but could the chaos in the village be felt by children? It was really a headache, but it should be over. You should go back earlier. Just stay at home quietly today. Shan Zhonghai thought for a while and said seriously. It seems that Xiaoli is likely to become his son-in-law, so he still needs to be reminded. Oh, okay. Xiaoli was confused, but still nodded and said, I will take my mother home later, and I won't go out again. Yes. Shan Zhonghai nodded and looked at Xiaoli. At this time, he could still think of his mother. It seemed that he had a really good personality. At this moment, he looked at Xiaoli and became a little satisfied. Then, Uncle, I'll leave first, Ino, see you tomorrow. Xiaoli said and left. See you tomorrow. Ino waved to Xiaoli. What a good kid. Looking at Xiaoli's back, Yamanaka Hai couldn't help but sigh. Right, right. I've always thought this kid is quite good. Mrs. Yamanaka also came out of the house at this time. She happened to hear Yamanaka Hiki's sigh and said with a smile. So, Ino, please work hard and don't let her go. Mrs. Yamanaka said and rubbed Ino's hair. I don't know anything. Ino blushed, broke away from Mrs. Yamanaka's hand, and ran into the house. The Yamanaka couple looked at each other and both smiled. Xiaoli was walking on the road. He didn't expect that he was originally worried about Ino's safety, but in the end he got specific information from here. Xiaoli had made some guesses when he saw Yamanaka Hiki. In the end, the other person's reminder undoubtedly made him understand that the day he was unsure about was today. At this time, Xiaoli walked towards home. It was not yet time to get off work at Sinai, so he was not too worried. After all, it was the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, and no one dared to act wild there. As for after get off work, Xiaoli has been following her secretly these days, fearing that his mother would be bullied on the way home. Fortunately, nothing he worried about happened. If today is the last day, then I won't follow you secretly and just go directly to pick up Sinai. As for today's training, let's take a day off. There is no need to remind Xiaoli. Metkai will not let anything happen to Xiaoli. In fact, he should have a share in Metkai, but he will not trouble the other party. Sinai, be careful on the road. The village doesn't seem to be very peaceful these days. I heard that some clerks in the store next door were injured. Sinai's colleague said to Sinai when he got off work. Yeah, thank you. I know that too, so be careful. Sinai also said. After changing out of his work clothes that were already full of oil smoke, he packed up and was about to go home. He originally wanted to buy some food but heard that after thinking about what my colleague said, I thought the food at home would last for a while and gave up the idea. Sinai. Your son is here to pick you up. At this time, Sinai suddenly heard the shouts of his colleagues, and the content made Sinai open his eyes wide and ran out quickly. Soon, Sinai saw her son standing there greeting his colleagues, and then he saw himself. The smile on his face that seemed to her to be fake did not disappear, and he came to her and said, Mom, I'm taking you home. Xiaoli said. Why did you think of taking Mom home today? Sinai asked with happiness, confusion, and some worry. It's not safe in the village recently, so I came here to take my mother home. Xiaoli said truthfully. After saying that, the colleagues around Sinai looked at Sinai with envy. They also want children who are both talented and sensible. However, Sinai sighed and said, Mom, you don't need to worry. Don't look at her like this. She used to be a genin. Ordinary people don't dare to bully her. But, Xiaoli, will you be in danger if you come here alone? No, after all, I defeated Mr. Irika. Xiaoli revealed a little bit, but his voice was very low, not wanting to expose it to others. Suddenly, Sinai's eyes widened, remembering that Irika was a Chuyunin, right? In other words, his son is now able to defeat Chuyunin? Sinai was in a daze. In a daze, Sinai only knew that she had left the store where she usually worked in the envious eyes of her colleagues, and the happy expression on her face never stopped. Chapter 50 Uchiha Genocide. At night, Xiaoli's house. At this time, Xiaoli was looking at the scenery outside in front of the window. In fact, his mind was completely focused on the genocide of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's clan is much further away from the school than his home, but Sasuke must have returned to the clan now. In other words, the turmoil in Uchiha had already begun before. Even though Xiaoli had thought about not getting involved before, at this time, he still couldn't help but wonder if he could get a pair of Sharingan while taking advantage of the situation. His requirements were not high, and he was satisfied with a pair of Megatama Sharingan. Although his goal was not to use these organs that did not belong to him, Naruto was, after all, a world known as the Eye Legend. In any case, as one of the three major eyes, the Sharingan is naturally very attractive. Even if Xiao Li doesn't use it later, it would be good to study it carefully. But the problem is, there are roots in the front and Obito in the back. Even if he wants to take advantage of the chaos, he is still looking for death with his current strength. Even if it is a Megatama, it is impossible to be an unknown person in Uchiha. There may be some hidden under the surface, but it cannot be too much. Therefore, it was basically impossible for him to find an unknown Uchiha who had a Megatama. Xiao Li also slowly calmed down the thoughts that she knew were unrealistic, and sighed. She had thought about it for a long time, but when faced with the temptation of the Sharingan, who can guarantee not to be tempted? Xiao Li also knew that the Sharingan was not suitable for him at all, so he was able to calm down so quickly. After all, if he really got the Sharingan, he could only preserve it. His chakra couldn't be used at all, and he couldn't directly install the eyes like those who did in the later period. He also needed trustworthy medical personnel to help him transplant the writing. The chakra eye will do. If it were to be saved, Xiao Li could prepare the corresponding solution by herself, but where to save it, I couldn't think of it at the moment, but at home? Being discovered would be fatal. The most important thing is that the chakra is not enough to support his use of the Sharingan, and he does not have the physique of an Uchiha. The Sharingan cannot be closed. Even if he does not actively use its ability, it is consuming chakra all the time. You don't want to talk about how to hide the Sharingan, just say that after transplanting the Sharingan, his chakra must not be enough. If it is not enough, you can refer to Nagato who uses the Rinnegan. Nagato's scrawny appearance is truly terrifying, and he is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and his vitality is strong enough. If it were him, even if he only supported the Sharingan, he would probably not only be scrawny, but would be more likely to be sucked to death directly. Finally, a trusted medical professional? Forget it, Xiao Li will definitely not be able to find it at the moment anyway. As for transplanting himself, he is not such a fierce person at the moment. Therefore, even if he was lucky enough to get a pair of Megatama Sharingan, he would have to keep it until he found a trustworthy medical staff, and he would also have to consider the issue of chakra when transplanting. All kinds of problems add up, so just go to sleep. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless. Your life is still important, so give up on this. Xiao Li recited silently, giving up those unrealistic thoughts. Now I think it is better to grab a pair of Sharingan from Danzo when my strength is high, and maybe get some Hashirama cells by the way. From tonight onwards, there will only be a few Uchiha in this world, perhaps even fewer than Uchiha. The Uchiha seemed to have scattered some of the clan members before they were exterminated. Tomorrow, Sasuke will be alone. Xiao Li murmured and suddenly paused. He didn't like to think too much when watching anime, but now that he is in the world of Naruto, he has to think about many things. Why is Sasuke alone? Even if there is only one Sasuke in Konoha, it doesn't mean that Uchiha needs to die. Even Danzo shouldn't choose to fish in the lake, right? Wouldn't it be more in their interests to keep one Sasuke in the open and keep some in captivity for experiments? It is even more in line with Konoha's interests. So, did Itachi think of this and not want his people to be treated as experimental subjects and then killed? But this kind of worry Uchiha will probably curse. Are you worried that you will kill us all? Or is it more likely Obito? Baiju? It is estimated that after tonight, both Sandai and Danzo will feel a little out of control. But these have nothing to do with him. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the village will probably return to its usual calm after a while, and he can return to his old lifestyle. It would take some time to send Ino off. It would be better to wait until the aftermath in the village was over before stopping. If he stopped directly, his previous reasons would lose their effect. Because the Uchiha clan was exterminated, but if Konoha's wealthy family was wiped out overnight, there would definitely be turmoil for a period of time, and the village would not be too stable. Even without the Uchiha security team, the security may be worse for a while. If he suddenly stopped sending it at this time, then his previous reason would definitely not be valid. If he was suspected of knowing about the Uchiha genocide, although it was unlikely, it would be tragic if he was suspected. According to Sinai, after today, he will resume his previous secret care until the village has cleared the turbulent aftermath of the genocide. Xiaoli thought about it and closed the window. After calming down her thoughts that were flying to Uchiha, she began to rest. The next day, as expected, the village was in a state of panic, as was the ninja school. After all, there were still many Uchihas in the school. For example, Uchiha Sasuke from their class is also one of them, and he is not here today. There were many little girls who admired Sasuke who had no intention of studying at all, and looked worriedly at Sasuke's vacant seat. 28. What's more, some even shed tears, leaving Xiaoli speechless. Even Irika was helpless. He was also shocked when he learned about this. Then he quickly thought of Sasuke and immediately went to find Naruto. Naruto's answer made him relieved. Sasuke escaped by chance, but he had to rest for a while due to psychological trauma before coming to school. However, the Hokage said that this matter should be kept secret for a while, because he was afraid that Sasuke's cultivation would be disturbed, so Irika looked at these sad female students and didn't know how to comfort them. Therefore, it is basically impossible to attend such a class. Fortunately, Sasuke is usually very cold, and there are not many people who have a good relationship with him. After 1 or 2 periods of crying, the order in the class slowly returned to its original state. Even if there were still people there who were sad, it had no impact. Shikamaru looked at the empty seats and recalled the scenes in the village some time ago. He couldn't help but clicked his tongue. The information he obtained from his observations was still too little. He could only judge that something big was about to happen, but he didn't expect it at all. It would be something like this. Uchiha was directly destroyed by the traitorous ninja. As for Xiaoli, he still looked at the book in his hand indifferently. Knowing the original book, he knew that Sasuke was absolutely fine. For Xiaoli, nothing can happen to Sasuke. After all, these 2 hangings on the wall are what gives him the confidence to show off like this. Anyway, no matter how far he grows in the end, he has these 2 guarantees. However, if I see Sasuke again, I should be able to see the familiar Sasuke in the original work. Xiaoli sighed as he looked at Sasuke's empty seat. Chapter 51 Avengers. For nearly a month, Sasuke didn't appear in class. Just when all the girls had given up hope, Sasuke suddenly appeared in the class again. This made these girls excited with surprise, and one after another gathered around Sasuke to express their worries. These girls are really crazy. Girls are really scary. Shikamaru said with sweat dripping from his forehead as he lay on the table and looked at the situation there. Indeed. Xiaoli nodded in agreement, and then said, but Sasuke has experienced this kind of thing, and he can still endure such harassment. He is quite pitiful and strong. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment, and then began to think. When he took on the role of Sasuke, even if he took a month's rest, the bad news of the family's demise was definitely not easy to get over. So Sasuke is definitely not at peace now. Even when faced with harassment from so many girls, he only clenches his hands in front of him and does not lose his mind and explode. It is indeed very rare. Even if he encounters the same thing, he is not sure whether he will directly ask everyone to leave. If they don't leave, it is normal to curse. Shikamaru was thinking, and at the same time he was reviewing his own thoughts, finding loopholes in his thinking, making up for the shortcomings, hoping to think about things from a more comprehensive perspective in the future. Boom! However, Shikamaru's thoughts were interrupted by a loud noise, and he looked over to see that it was happening on Sasuke's side. Shikamaru sighed secretly, really he couldn't hold it back in the end? Xiaoli couldn't help but look away from the scroll after the sound, and looked at Suzuki, who just slapped his hands on the table and stood up. Like Shikamaru, Xiaoli also thought that Suzuki might not be able to bear it anymore. Then, Xiaoli saw. After Suzuki slapped his hands on the table, the girls next to him were also startled. After seeing Suzuki leave his position, they did not dare to block him and moved out of the way. However, this road does not lead to the entrance of the classroom, but to the back row of the classroom. Xiaoli discovered that Suzuki seemed to be coming towards him. This discovery made him a little confused. Why was it directed at him? Soon, Suzuki walked up to Xiaoli, where he and Xiaoli looked at each other. In the same dark eyes, Xiaoli had doubts, as if asking Suzuki what he wanted to do, and Sasuke's eyes were filled with desire for destruction. This scene also made the people around them nervous, and it looked like they were about to start a fight. Moreover, the two protagonists were very popular in the class, and they would not be happy if anyone was hurt. What's the matter? Suzuki-san. Xiaoli was a little curious as to why Suzuki was looking for her at this time. Come out with me. Suzuki whispered, then turned and walked out of the classroom. Xiaoli almost said why I wanted to go out with you. After thinking about it, she was really curious about why Suzuki came to school to see her on the first day after the genocide, so she stood up and followed. When she passed Ino's position on the way, she saw the other person's worried eyes. Xiaoli smiled at her to reassure her that everything would be fine. Soon, Suzuki took Xiaoli to a slightly remote place and stopped. So, Suzuki-kun, what do you want from me? Xiaoli asked again. Fight with me and I will definitely defeat you. Suzuki turned around and stared at Xiaoli. He must take revenge. Every night these days, he would have nightmares about what happened that night. Revenge, want revenge. Must take revenge. But how can such a weak self take revenge? Even now he is not even the first in the class. Therefore, Suzuki set his sights on Xiaoli. If he wanted to take revenge, he must first defeat the number one in front of him. If you can't even defeat the opponent, how can you have the strength to take revenge? Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, thinking about why the other party suddenly said that he wanted to defeat him. Although he had said it before, it was during the exam, so why did he directly attack him personally now? Then Xiaoli thought about the other party's current state. He was probably thinking about revenge, and he was number one in the class. Maybe Xiaoli understood. Thinking about it this way, did Suzuki regard him as the first step in revenge? It's possible, but not now. Xiaoli said after thinking for a while. He also wanted to see what Sasuke's current level was. Why? Suzuki still stared at Xiaoli closely. I can't show my strength now, so I'll meet you here after school. How about we have a game then? Xiaoli thought for a while and said. Xiaoli is currently in the state of a shadow clone, and in order to use more chakra for training, the chakra extracted every time he uses the shadow clone is just enough for learning. As long as Xiaoli dares to fight Suzuki here, he will passively disband the shadow clones in a short time. Therefore, the battle definitely cannot be carried out now. Okay. Although he didn't understand, Suzuki still agreed. If he wanted to defeat the number one in the strongest state, it would be useless to take advantage of others. After school, Xiaoli asked Ino to go back by himself first. He had some things to do. Although Ino was a little disappointed, he still agreed, and then Xiaoli came to the place agreed with Suzuki. Is it okay now? Suzuki asked, staring at Xiaoli. Xiaoli nodded and looked at Suzuki with a sigh. When the shadow clone passed the news to him, he also felt that Suzuki was actually quite good. In this case, he could control himself and agree to postpone it instead of a direct attack would be difficult for others in this situation. So, Indra and Ajura. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to attack. After a while, Sasuke's forehead was filled with sweat, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Because all his attacks were easily blocked by Xiaoli with his hands, Xiaoli didn't even launch an attack, otherwise he should have been defeated. Xiaoli looked at Sasuke with interest. Although he was one of the two hanging on the wall, he could still be bullied at this stage. Why not bully him a little more now that he could? After thinking about it, Xiaoli saw Sasuke gritting his teeth and reaching into his ninja tool bag, and his expression suddenly changed. You must know that they are only in the first grade, and they have not even been taught fighting, let alone fighting with ninja tools. Although he cannot be afraid of these, Sasuke took the lead in using ninja tools in this battle when he should not have used ninja tools. Tools, not yet Irika watching. This means that if you change someone else, you will really be hurt by Sasuke if you are not careful. If you are not lucky. In short, from this moment on, the nature of this battle has changed. As for Sasuke, he absolutely didn't want to admit that the gap between him and Xiaoli was so big, and he couldn't control that much anymore. He just wanted to achieve the final victory, and his hand had already touched the shuriken. Chapter 52 Lessons. 3 shurikens were fired at Xiaoli's position from different directions. The shuriken thrown by Sasuke is not very fast, but he is worthy of being a descendant of Uchiha, and the throwing shuriken technique is very sophisticated even now. However, Xiaoli, who had already seen Sasuke's movements, had already quickly made 3 seals. When the shuriken hit Xiaoli, Sasuke suddenly realized that something was wrong. The opponent was not attacking. Even if he wanted revenge, he shouldn't hurt Xiaoli. Have you vented your anger on someone unrelated to you? Sasuke's eyes widened. Before he could continue to lose consciousness, Xiaoli's figure dispersed and turned into a piece of wood that fell to the ground. There were several marks scratched by shurikens on the wood. What? Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. It turned out to be a substitute technique. Why did the other party do this? Didn't he haven't been taught yet? Even in the first half of the semester, he only mainly exercised his physical fitness. When he was at home, he only learned to throw shuriken. Even the ninjutsu was only the fire escape that his father gave him at the end of the semester. And it was because he didn't get the 3rd grade. 1. His father gave it to him to catch up with Xiaoli. Where? Sasuke quickly looked around, but it was already too late. He felt his wrist being held by a hand like an iron pincer. Just holding it made his wrist feel severe pain, let alone resisting. The next moment, he only felt the world spinning. After a burst of pain, he found that his hands had been forcibly behind his back, being held down by Xiaoli's hand. And Sasuke's entire body was pinned to the ground by Xiaoli. Tisk, it's just an ordinary battle, why are you using shurikens? Xiaoli said, tapping Sasuke's head with the knuckle of his index finger. Let me go, I haven't lost yet. Sasuke roared in a low voice. You haven't lost yet. Xiaoli was not polite and continued to knock twice. If he saw that the other party still resisted, he would continue. Finally, after exhausting all his strength and being unable to move away from Xiaoli's grasp, Sasuke slowly and desperately realized that he had probably really lost. As soon as the breath dissipated, Sasuke immediately felt that his head hurt. How many times did this bastard hit him? Let me go, I admit defeat. Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Oh, you gave up. Then tell me why shurikens are used in ordinary battles. Xiaoli said and knocked again, as if he was used to it. Stop knocking. Sasuke felt another wave of pain. Then tell me quickly. Xiaoli was in a bad mood right now. She came here just out of curiosity, but was attacked by her classmates with shurikens. And if she hadn't avoided the 3 shurikens just now, she would have definitely you will be seriously injured. Didn't you avoid it easily? After Sasuke paused, he realized that he really shouldn't take out his shuriken in this battle, but he still said harshly. I dodged it, but can others dodge it? What if they are killed by the shuriken you threw? Xiaoli said as he knocked again. No one else can force me to use my shuriken. Suzuki said forcefully. It seems so, but this is not the answer I want. Xiaoli thought for a while and nodded. It was true at Sasuke's level, but he knocked again. I'm going to kill you. Suzuki was a little confused. Didn't he agree with his point of view? After being knocked again, he became furious again. That's not the case either. Xiaoli ignored Sasuke's anger and said expressionlessly. He was also quite annoyed at this time. A long time. Sorry. The sound is too low, I can't hear it. Xiaoli didn't knock again this time, but still said. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used shuriken suddenly. Suzuki said loudly as if he had given up on himself. Forget it this time, it will be more than that simple next time. Xiaoli finally let go of Suzuki. He was really dissatisfied. Although it is normal for ninjas to use shurikens in battle, he's not a ninja, and he's only in his first year. 29. Also, next time in this ordinary battle between classmates, if there is no teacher watching and allowing the use of shuriken, don't use shuriken. Xiaoli said and walked towards the training ground. For him, Suzuki now wasn't even considered exercise. Xiaoli, why are you so strong? Suddenly, Sasuke's voice reached Xiaoli's ears. Because I work harder than you. Xiaoli replied, and the talent must not be weaker than the other person's harder work. How could he catch up with Suzuki before his skills were activated? In fact, Xiaoli also wanted to say dark blue, add some at this time. If he could take a shortcut, he wouldn't want to be so tired, but unfortunately he didn't. Are you trying hard? Suzuki was lying on the ground with his eyes blank. Fortunately, Xiaoli didn't hit him on the back of the head, otherwise this position would have been very painful. Xiaoli said that fortunately Suzuki kept trying to raise his head, so he could hit the front. Otherwise, he would have been really afraid of causing trouble if he hit the back of the head. Xiaoli, my shuriken is not meant to kill people. Suddenly, Suzuki said, and then he realized that this seemed to be a sign of weakness, so he immediately closed his mouth and muttered, believe it or not. Xiaoli paused for a moment and looked at the wooden stakes of the substitute technique over there. There were indeed only a few scratches. If it were a real person, it would indeed be just a few more less fatal wounds on the body. However, he remembered that the 3 shurikens were pointing in his direction. Xiaoli suddenly realized something. Uchiha's shuriken throwing skills were indeed well deserved. At this time, Xiaoli's expression finally softened a lot. Although he still shouldn't take out the shuriken, he didn't completely lose his mind, and he was concerned about the life and death of the other party. This is not bad, even in a revenge situation. It's already pretty good, understandable. But unfortunately, that is from the perspective of a bystander. Xiaoli is a person who has experienced it. He is a very good person. Even if he does not completely lose his mind, a lesson will definitely not be lost. Xiaoli left this place, leaving Suzuki alone. At this time, Suzuki slowly sat up, touched the place where he was knocked, and gritted his teeth. Even if he touched it, he could feel the pain. It was definitely a big bump. Suddenly, when Suzuki touched his forehead, he paused. It was a place where someone often knocked. Although it was certainly not as hard as Xiaoli's knocks, at this moment, Suzuki recalled that person again. Itaki. Suzuki suppressed his anger and roared, and after a long time he finally calmed down again. He continued to rub the bulging lump and walked towards the home where no one was waiting for him. His figure was lonely and depressed. A masked person has been secretly watching this scene, and he doesn't know whether to stop it. After all, his duty is to watch Suzuki, but Xiaoli is also the person whom Sandai said he should focus on before. So there was no movement from him, and he was relieved now. he would not be able to escape being held accountable for anything that happened to the two of them. However, Sasuke's skills are pretty good. That Xiaoli should be fully capable of becoming a genin, right? That substitute technique is even more proficient than him, and he is truly worthy of being valued by the third generation. As for the matter of Sasuke and Xiaoli, it is better to report it to the third generation and handle it. Chapter 53 Strange Achievements and Determination, 4.6k. Oh haha, did Sasuke take the initiative to find Xiaoli? And he got beaten up. The third generation couldn't help but smile when he saw the news. In his opinion, it was no surprise that Sasuke couldn't beat Xiaoli at this moment. If Xiaoli is thrown into the 6th grade, it will probably be difficult to find an opponent. The difference in physique is made up for or even surpassed by the Thunder release. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu are beyond the level of a genin. The only thing lacking is the amount of chakra. But at Xiaoli's age, the amount of chakra is also urgent. No. Therefore, every time he sees Xiaoli's attributes in all aspects, even the third generation feels so perfect. Even among those who are the same age as Xiaoli, only the 4th generation and Kakashi can compare in his memory. After seeing the reason why Xiaoli beat Sasuke, the third generation also nodded. From his point of view, he deserved a beating. What kind of shuriken should be used in the competition between first-year classmates without a teacher watching? And it seems that Sasuke didn't resent Xiaoli after being beaten violently. This is quite important. He seems to be slightly different from other Uchiha, Sandai thought. Therefore, it might not be a bad thing to have the two of them in such contact, it might have unexpected effects. Thinking of this, the third generation also had a smile on his face. By the way, there is also the matter of Xiaoli and the little girl from the mountain clan. Sandai looked at the message on another scroll. As the person he named to focus on, everything Xiaoli did was naturally within his sight. After all, the specially made Kyu cannot be thrown away. The observation during this period made Sandai feel more reassured about Xiaoli. His character was definitely not bad, and most importantly, his most important person was currently in Konoha. The third generation of Sinai's information has already been collected. Over the years, because he and Akimichi are classmates, he has been taken care of secretly, and he has no dissatisfaction with the village. And this is enough. If Sinai is here, from the perspective of the third generation, Xiaoli will never betray Konoha. Not to mention that the other party is still with that little girl from the Yamanaka clan. In the mountains, it's not bad. Sandai put down the scroll about Xiaoli with satisfaction, and he could basically rest assured about Xiaoli. As the Hokage, why should he distrust the 3 major families of Ino, deer, and butterflies? Then, the third generation stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the Uchiha clan with a somewhat complicated look. He is still in a daze now. Is the Uchiha really wiped out by his hands? Sasuke is the only Uchiha left in the village now? And the most important thing is that the preparations made 3 generations ago were not used at all, which made him a little unbelievable. Can Itachi and Gen really kill all Uchiha directly? Are there any changes that he doesn't know about? Sandai took a deep breath of tobacco and then spit it out, his entire face looming under the smoke. Bang! At this time, the door was opened again, and Danzo walked in with a bandage on his body. Hiruzen. Danzo didn't have time to express his intention. However, the third generation didn't even look back and said directly, I have said many times that Sasuke cannot leave it to you. I promised Itachi. That's just a traitorous ninja. Don't be so stupid, Hiruzen. He is the only Uchiha left in Konoha. Giving it to Gen to protect is the most correct choice. Danzo stared at the third generation. No need to say more. The third generation's tone was very firm. Although he didn't know why Itachi was able to directly destroy all Uchiha, he was still very afraid of this power. If the other party saw that he had not abided by the agreement and handed over Sasuke to Gen, then will Ataka take action against Konoha? On the other hand, if he takes good care of Shizuke, then maybe the Ataka card can continue to be used? Even if he couldn't use it, he shouldn't have any dangerous thoughts about Konoha, which took good care of Shizuke. Therefore, it is impossible for the third generation to hand over Shizuke to Danzo anyway. Then that's Yali. That's enough. Before Danzo could finish speaking, Sandai interrupted directly, his tone already a little annoyed. Danzo naturally understood that today's trip had failed again. He had come many times, but was rejected directly every time. This made him clenched his fists and growled. Hiruzen, you will definitely regret this. The third generation slowly turned around, and under the hat representing the Hokage, a pair of old but still sharp eyes stared at Danzo, and flatly stated a fact. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Humph. Danzo's face was dark, he snorted coldly and then slammed the door and left. By the way, withdraw those roots that are monitoring Shizuke and don't let me do anything. After Danzo came out, the third generation's light voice came from behind, which made his face darker and darker. He really wanted to slam the door again. Does this mean that only state officials are allowed to set fires, but ordinary people are not allowed to light lamps? Aren't you doing it yourself? Xiaoli was reading a book quietly. He actually knew that most of the time he was outside during the day, he was watched by ANBU. After all, his perception was getting stronger and stronger in the void state. Even the ANBU, which was good at hiding, could no longer hide it from Xiaoli at this time. However, even after discovering the ANBU, Xiaoli did not feel that there was anything wrong. Since you have shown talent, you must bear the corresponding trouble. And this ANBU actually appeared after he received the kunao from the Flying Thunder God. He was probably worried that he lost the kunao. In fact, it doesn't matter if it is damaged, but it would be troublesome if another village got it and studied it. As for Xiaoli, although he didn't like being looked at, it didn't matter. He didn't do anything shady. On the bright side, the existence of ANBU could even be regarded as a layer of protection. At this time, Shizuke came to him again. What? Something happened again? Xiaoli's tone was still a little bad. I hope I can continue today. Shizuke stared at Xiaoli and said, he had to improve as soon as possible, and looking around, he could only improve his level quickly by playing against Xiaoli. Others were far behind. I don't want to spar with someone who doesn't follow the rules. Besides, it's not actually a spar. Xiaoli calmly stated the fact. Which was that he was unilaterally abusing Shizuke. I won't use shurikens this time. What happened yesterday was my fault. Shizuke clenched his fists, his joints turning white, but he still said, although his voice was very low at the end. But it was indeed an achievement for the proud Uchiha to take the initiative to apologize. Although Xiaoli felt that this was Shizuke, other Uchiha would probably die without apologizing. Xiaoli thought about it and felt that the relationship between him and Shizuke should not be too rigid. After all, the other party was one of his bases for showing off. What if the other party had a bad impression of him and tried to trick him? Thinking of this, Xiaoli looked at the obvious bulge on Sasuke's head and suddenly wanted to laugh. That was his own masterpiece. To be honest, the joint of his index finger hurt a little from his tapping yesterday. Once a week, I don't have that much time to waste on you. Xiaoli thought for a while and said. Anyway, he is no longer what he used to be. Even if he comes into contact with Naruto and Shizuke at the same time, there will be no problem. Maybe the third generation hopes that he will have more contact to cultivate mutual bonds. The old man really values this. Then it's settled, I will wait for you at the same place next week. Sasuke's eyes lit up and he said. Xiaoli nodded and thought for a moment. He was also beating up Naruto, and now he was about to beat up Shizuke again. This was unlocking a somewhat strange achievement. It looks like you beat him up yesterday, Shikamaru said after Shizuke left. Eavesdropping is not good. Xiaoli responded. You didn't avoid anyone when you spoke. I'm sitting next to you, so I can definitely hear you. Shikamaru complained. Well, it can be considered a beating. Did you see the big bump on Sasuke's head? I did it. Xiaoli thought for a while and said. Suddenly, Shikamaru fell silent, and then he couldn't help but look at Sasuke in front of him. Even from here, he could clearly see the big bump on the other's head. He couldn't help but swear, and then said. You are cruel. It's okay. Who asked him to use the shuriken first? Xiaoli said casually, and then said no more. Shikamaru also curled his lips, and after looking at Xiaoli's unharmed appearance, he also guessed that the gap in this competition was quite large. Even though he was like this, he still came over and asked to be beaten. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and saw that the other man was serious about revenge. During class, Xiaoli also told Ino about this matter. Ino was a little confused. Her time was not occupied by those girls, but her time was occupied by another man? Who does this make sense? Well, can I stand by and watch? Ino was still a little unwilling to give up. Even if it was just for one day, she still didn't want to lose it just like that. Xiaoli looked at Ino and understood what Ino was thinking. The village had calmed down recently and he had been thinking about stopping. Looking at it now, Ino is not willing to do it even for a day. If he says that he will stop permanently, what will happen? Given Ino's personality, she should agree, but, being sad is inevitable. So, forget it, let's continue, it won't take much time anyway. Xiaoli also discovered at this time that although he still couldn't fall in love and would go to jail for smelting copper, he already regarded the other person as an important person. And he never wanted to see his important person sad. Okay. Xiaoli nodded under Ino's expectant eyes. That's great. Ino immediately hugged Xiaoli's arm, smiling like a flower. Unfortunately, it was a daisy. Xiaoli looked at Ino and kept shouting guilt in her heart. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, when will he grow up? The more he grows up, the guilt in his heart will not be so strong. Xiaoli, you must have played against Sasuke-san yesterday, right? Did you win? Ino asked curiously. Of course he won. Look at the bag on his head. I knocked it. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. 30. Oh, that's good. Ino looked at the bag on Sasuke's head. It doesn't matter if Xiaoli loses, Sasuke has something to do with her. By the way, this is for you, I've already used it. Xiaoli handed the kunao he borrowed before to Ino. Oh, it's this kunao. I almost forgot about it. Ino thought about it and took it. After all, it was her father's weapon and not hers, but Ino still said. Does Xiaoli want it? If Xiaoli wants me to go to my dad and come over to give it to you. I've seen that he still has a few more, which won't affect his use. Well, thank you, but no need. Xiaoli still said. He didn't want to take things from the other party's house before the relationship was truly established, and it was a very precious weapon. In fact, Xiaoli also knew that if he really wanted it, Yamanaka Hai would give it to him, or he probably never thought of taking it back after lending it to Xiaoli. But like this, Xiaoli always felt that he was looking for Ino just to feed her, and it was not good to feed a little girl to her. As for Xiaoli's learning of the Thunder Attribute Chakra properties, the first stage was over before, but because she was still familiar with it, she didn't return it. Now Xiaoli is already very comfortable using ordinary kunao for conduction, so this kunao made of chakra metal is no longer needed. In the following days, he only needs to continue to exercise with ordinary kunao, and then find some charcoal. I remember that this thing's own transmission ability is relatively poor. If it can succeed again, it can almost announce the nature of Thunder Attribute transmission. He has succeeded. As for the acceleration property of the Thunder Attribute, with the help of the Thunder Attribute, Xiaoli's speed is indeed getting faster and faster, but if he wants to transfer it from the body to the outside, even if he just accelerates the kunao thrown out, it will only have the effect. Made some progress. It is still a bit difficult to change the nature. As for the cutting property of wind attribute, he can already attach wind attribute chakra to ordinary kunao, and it also meets the cutting requirements after throwing it out. Going a step further, he can study the Raise Nan Shuriken in terms of its properties. Unfortunately, the Raise Nan Shuriken consumes too much chakra, and his chakra is not enough. He can only continue to master it, and when the chakra reaches it, he will use the Raise Nan Shuriken directly like a broken bamboo. It can be said that due to the reference of the original work, the learning of wind attribute changes is indeed much faster than that of thunder attribute. Dad. On this day, as soon as Yamanaka Hai returned home, he saw his daughter coming to greet him. What's the matter? Yamanaka Hiki felt that his daughter would never be so considerate if she had nothing to do. Well, Dad, I want to learn ninjutsu. I also want to practice our family's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Ino said seriously. Hey? Didn't you not want to learn much before? Yamanaka Hiki was a little confused. He used to teach Ino and forced Ino to learn something before she learned a little bit. Why did she take the initiative to come to him to learn now? Well, because I found that Xiaoli is really strong, and I don't want to be left behind too much by him. Ino said this. She didn't think much about it before, but now after hearing that Xiaoli defeated Suzuki, and it seemed that he defeated easily, he woke up suddenly. That's right, but both training and ninjutsu require hard work. Yamanaka Hiki wanted to see his daughter's determination. I will work hard. Ino said, waving his fist. Okay, let's start now. Yamanaka Hiki, who was originally tired, became energetic at this time. He was a little touched that his daughter finally wanted to study. Although the reason for studying was because that bastard made him a little unhappy, at least wanting to study was a good thing. However, Yamanaka Hai showed concern in his eyes. He knew Xiaoli's situation more or less. Can Ino really keep up with Xiaoli's talent? After all, for now, Ino is actually lagging far behind. Yamanaka Hiki sighed, hoping that Ino could accept the reality in the future and not be too sad because of it. As for now, it is too late to dampen his daughter's enthusiasm for learning. Time passed and the first grade finally came to an end. Xiaoli's life was very monotonous, and he spent it repeatedly practicing, studying, accompanying Ino, and beating Naruto and Suzuki. However, his strength is also steadily improving. As for the final results, Xiaoli still ranked first in every aspect, and because of this, Xiaoli finally accumulated a set of basic ninja tools, including 2 special kunao and a set of shurikens. My family is poor and I can only rely on my grades to get rewards. It's just that the final grades have no impact on Xiaoli's life at all, because whether they are classmates, teachers, or mother, they are all used to it, and it seems natural for Xiaoli to get first place. Xiaoli is a little excited now. Because, this day is the day when he goes to meet the 3rd generation, and it is also the most important day whether he can get the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 54 Remarks on the launch. Well, before I knew it, it was time to put it on the shelves tomorrow, which was a bit of a sigh. The reason why I started writing this book is that I was too obsessed with Pokemon and Naruto fanfiction some time ago, and then I wanted to write a book of my own. For Pokemon, those tactics were too troublesome to study, so I chose Naruto. This is the reason. Then, there are several questions raised by readers, one of which is wordiness, which I personally think cannot be corrected. After all, I have formed a habit. I guess I developed this habit from writing essays in junior high and high schools. Although my essay score is not high, I can write fast, haha. However, words like sighing can be controlled. If readers hadn't mentioned it, I definitely wouldn't have discovered it myself. Now that I've discovered it, I'll try to control it. Another point is analysis. Well, you can see the reason why I wrote it. I just wrote it out of interest, so I had the urge to write out all my thoughts. However, there shouldn't be as many words in the back as there are in the front. If there are words, I will try to control them as much as possible. Any analysis will also be related to the protagonist's next actions. For example, when Uchiha wiped out the clan, you think it was just analysis, but I think it was a necessary psychological activity for the protagonist to extinguish his unrealistic thoughts. Although it looks verbose, it is crucial to the protagonist's character. To put it bluntly, although he wants to become stronger, he is actually very arrogant and puts his own life first, so he will have ideas. But he will not do it if there is a great threat to his life. How can you survive the 4 battles? The protagonist has watched Naruto, and there are 2 hangings on the wall. He works hard, and there is no problem in surviving, so don't mention those things that may be life-threatening, such as fusion of blood successors. There is no guarantee the former protagonist wouldn't do it. Finally, let's talk about the most discussed point, which is that the goal is to replace Haruno Sakura. I will give my reasons, and if you disagree, you are right. First, a 3-person team is usually only 2 men and 1 woman, so it is not required. Whether it is the 3 men who appear in the supporting roles in the original work, or the previous generation of Ino, Deer, Butterfly, and Kai's class, this can be shown. I even remember that there was a team of 2 women and 1 man. I also checked when I was writing, and there is indeed no explicit rule that 2 men and 1 woman are required. Second, in terms of talent, will the protagonist already know his talent at that time? I don't know, but Haruno Sakura's performance in the early stage is actually not outstanding, so even if the protagonist's talent is not very good, he can still perform better than Haruno Sakura, but if it is really bad, the chance will drop a lot. Third, and the thing I least want to talk about, is bonding. When someone talks about this, I don't even want to answer anything. The protagonist is 6 years old and is in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke. Is it really stipulated that only Haruno Sakura can do this? Do you have a bond with them both? No one else can? The above is the reason why I think Haruno Sakura can be replaced. At least if the talent is stronger, the possibility is not low. Finally, it is definitely impossible for me to say that I don't care about my grades, but the most important thing is to write what I want to write. Therefore, I generally do not change the overall plot. If it is just some short logical inconsistencies or some parts that may be misunderstood when reading, I will still change it when I see it. In short, keep working hard and hope to write better content. There is also automatic subscription. I am shameless to mention it, but I don't force this. I come here as a reader and understand everything. I can only say that I will try my best to finish writing. Oh, there seems to be an update problem. 4K per day. It's not that I don't want to write more, but I don't have time. I need to go to work. Novels are just a hobby, so I don't have that much time to type. In fact, I have evolved from 2,000 per day to 4,000 per day. If I go further, it will basically be very difficult. Occasionally, 6,000 is still possible. If it is every day, I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's about it. The results of this book are actually much better than I expected. Let's see how it goes on the shelves now. I hope everyone can continue to support it. Thank you. Let's stop here. An online writer who just wants to write what he wants to write. Empty and unwilling. Chapter 55 Jiraiya and the Test. The difference between the Hokage's office and before was that the guard did not block Xiaoli's entry this time. It seemed that he had given instructions in advance. The moment Xiaoli stepped into the office, a voice had already reached his ears. "What, old man, you called me back with more than a dozen summonses just because of this kid. He doesn't look very good." It was a voice full of uncle's feeling, and he sounded not too young. Xiaoli couldn't help but look at the person who made the sound. When he heard the sound, he had a guess, but when he actually saw it, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. I saw a tall middle-aged ninja with a forehead protector with the word oil on his head, messy white hair reaching to his waist, red marks under his eyes, and a red outer coat. There is no doubt that this is one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya. Xiao Li didn't expect to see Jiraiya here at all, and of course Xiao Li could guess what Jiraiya's appearance here meant. While he was excited, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Sure enough, the flying thunder god given by the third generation is not so easy to get. Even if his life experience is extremely innocent, and he should have shown enough bonds with his family and friends, even so, it may not be enough in the eyes of the third generation. Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Li to give up the possibility of becoming a disciple because of this. After all, that was Jiraiya, one of the Sunan, the common teacher of the fourth and seventh generation. Sir, third generation. While Xiao Li was shocked, he did not forget to salute the third generation. Well, Xiao Li, looking at the way you looked just now, do you know the person next to me? Sanday said gently. Yes, Master Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunan, I didn't expect to see him here. I heard that Master Jiraiya has not been active in the village for a long time. Xiao Li also answered truthfully. Ha ha ha, it seems that my reputation is still very big in Konoha. Jiraiya couldn't help but open his mouth and laughed after hearing Xiao Li's words. He didn't feel restrained at all, and the third generation had a headache. However, Xiao Li could also see that although he had a headache, the third generation was probably in the most relaxed state at this time. After all, if Jiraiya is around, some of his worries can be put down. Okay, Xiao Li, you should be ready, right? Sanday interrupted Jiraiya's laughter at this time and asked. Yes, it's ready. Xiao Li said and handed the flying thunder god kunao to the third generation. Jiraiya next to him couldn't help but restrain his smile after seeing this kunao, with a look of reminiscence on his face, thinking of the figure with golden hair, and then looked at Xiao Li. I have to say that in terms of appearance, they are basically about the same, but Minato is indeed more sunny. While Jiraiya was reminiscing, the third generation had already received the kunao and said with a smile. Xiao Li, you have always been very mature. I'm sure you can guess why Jiraiya is here, right? Well, of course, I am willing to become Master Jiraiya. Xiao Li's eyes lit up, then she showed an ecstatic look and said directly. Seeing Xiao Li like this, Sanday couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Boy, it's not that easy to be my disciple. I was called back by more than a dozen summonses from 3 generations, but because your talent was said to be very high, I just came back to take a look. If you don't pass the test this time, then it proves that your talent is just that, and I will naturally not accept you as my disciple. Jiraiya also came back to his senses at this time and said seriously. He actually had no intention of accepting a disciple. After all, his whole mind was on wandering around collecting information and looking for the Son of Destiny. However, the third generation kept sending him messages, which annoyed him. He was also afraid that something might happen to Konoha, and the other party was his teacher. Block 3 generations. This made Jiraiya very annoyed. In the end, he couldn't help but become curious about Xiao Li, who the third generation said was not weaker than Minato. This time, he finally came back after knowing about the third generation's test. I will pass the test. Xiao Li just said, with strong confidence in his tone. This confidence also made Jiraiya stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but grin. Then I hope I can accept another disciple. Lord Sanday, Lord Jiraiya, I would like to ask, what is the specific content of the test? After waiting for a while, Xiao Li found that neither Sanday nor Jiraiya had explained the content of the test to him, so he couldn't help but take the initiative to speak. Asked. Well, the content of the test is actually very simple. Xiao Li, just use the psychic technique I gave you before to channel the flying thunder god Kunao. The third Hokage said with a smile. Jiraiya couldn't help but rolled his eyes after hearing this. Is his teacher a bully? But this is just a brief introduction to this requirement. The real requirement is much lower than this. However, Xiao Li was stunned. What kind of request is this? To channel a kunao, is it difficult? Xiao Li didn't understand, but if that was all, then the Flying Thunder God would return. 31. The next moment, Xiao Li paused, because he suddenly discovered that in his perception, he seemed to have lost touch with the Flying Thunder God kunao that had been established for a long time. Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on Xiao Li's face. The third generation looked at this scene and nodded. It was indeed good to discover it so quickly, so he said again, as long as there is time, it can be completed before tomorrow. Jiraiya, you can watch from the side. With that said, Sandai picked up the document next to him and read it. In his opinion, it wouldn't be that easy for Xiao Li to accomplish this goal. You know I'm watching. Jiraiya yawned, looked at the third generation and then said casually to Xiao Li, boy, if it doesn't work, give up quickly. I have to go to collect light. I haven't returned for many years. You must see more of Konoha. Xiao Li didn't answer. He had already calmed down and focused all his attention on perception. After a while, Xiao Li still sensed that trace of connection, but it was almost vague, so what exactly did the third generation and Jiraiya do? Why was it possible to make the kunao with which he had established a deep connection seem to have no connection? Although Xiao Li is a little puzzled, this connection should not be enough to channel the spirit, so should he use the spell he established before? But the connection has been almost severed. Is the technique really useful? Xiao Li was doubtful but no longer hesitated. It was still early tomorrow anyway, so she would try it first. The next moment, Xiao Li bit her finger and formed a psychic seal. Although Jiraiya seemed nonchalant, his attention was actually always on Xiao Li, and Xiao Li's seal formation speed surprised him. Such a fast seal formation speed? You must have practiced a lot, right? At this time, even just this scene made Jiraiya slowly believe that what Sandai said in the letter about the other party's efforts was true. However, Jiraiya looked at the other party's psychic technique and shook his head. This was not possible. Chapter 56 Flying Thunder God is mine. Xiao Li looked at the motionless ground. If it were normal, the Flying Thunder God kunao would have been channeled by him, but at this time there was no movement at all. This made Xiao Li frown, but she didn't panic. She slowly closed her eyes and searched for the connection through perception. The mentality is good, and he has found the correct method so quickly. It seems that this level will not be able to stop the opponent for a long time. He only needs to channel a few more times before he can pass the level. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. As expected, the third generation did not lie to him about this talent. Moreover, this kind of mentality was not mentioned at all in the third generation's letter. Jiraiya thought that Xiao Li would panic a little after the first failure, but it turned out that he didn't at all. How much confidence do you need in yourself? Soon, Jiraiya saw Xiao Li making another move, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Did he sense it so quickly? Xiao Li opened her eyes, grasped the link that she finally felt, and used the psychic technique again. However, it still failed. The familiar Flying Thunder God kunao did not appear in Xiao Li's eyes. This made Xiao Li feel some fluctuations in her heart. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. There was determination in her eyes. No matter what, she would fly. He has learned the God of Thunder. What Xiao Li didn't know was that Jiraiya and Sandai looked at the trembling Flying Thunder God kunao, and then couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They actually managed to contact the Flying Thunder God kunao the second time. You must know that they used a sealing technique for this. Although it is a relatively special sealing technique and not completely sealed, it can also explain a lot of things. Hiss! Jiraiya took a breath of air. From this point of view, the opponent's talent in Flying Thunder God is probably not much weaker than Minato. After being surprised, Sandai couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and continued to review the scroll. As for Jiraiya, he saw Xiaoli's reaction just now and finally had some fluctuations, but he recovered very quickly, which made Jiraiya very satisfied. At this time, Jiraiya finally decided to accept this apprentice. Even if it is basically impossible to be the child of destiny, it doesn't matter. If you don't accept such a talent as a disciple, what else do you want? Time passed slowly, and Xiaoli once again found that connection, and this time it was a little clearer than before. Xiaoli did not hesitate, and used the psychic technique again, but it still failed. But this time, Xiaoli did not have any fluctuations. If it failed, he would continue to sense. At the same time, he also had some guesses in his mind. If this is the case, then the other party gave him a day to explain clearly. Sure enough, when Xiaoli once again felt the connection between herself and the Flying Thunder God Kunao, this time the connection was clearer than the last time. So is that why you set aside a day? Let yourself use psychic skills again and again, and then use this to deepen the connection. No, it is not to deepen the connection, but the other party has used unknown means to cover up this connection. You need to use psychic skills again and again to break through the concealment. According to Xiaoli's feeling, he doesn't need to spend a whole day, but can complete it in about 2 hours. In this case, he can probably pass this test, right? But if this is just the case, Xiaoli will not be satisfied. This time is also an opportunity to show off his talent. If it is just a routine, then it would be like missing such a good opportunity in vain. This is a serious waste in Xiaoli's opinion. No. Therefore, Xiaoli did not choose to use psychic skills this time. What Xiaoli didn't know was that his talent had actually been revealed to Jiraiya, but even if he knew it, he wouldn't give up and go further. After all, he has very few resources now. The stronger the talent, the more resources he can acquire. And Jiraiya looked at Xiaoli. According to the interval between the first and second times, the third time should be enough to make contact. Why didn't he continue to use the psychic technique? Are you thinking wrong? Jiraiya couldn't help but frowned. He had said that he would accept the other party as his disciple after he completed the test. He had already recognized Xiaoli. If the other party failed to channel the Thunder God Kunao in the end, then he's still making a gaffe? At this time, Jiraiya, who was already satisfied with Xiaoli's talent, couldn't help but become worried. However, soon, Jiraiya looked at Xiaoli and frowned. He always felt that Xiaoli's current state was a bit familiar. But Jiraiya didn't think about immortality. After all, how could anyone outside possibly what about learning magic? Even if you can learn senjutsu in the 3 holy places, learning senjutsu requires enough chakra to suppress and balance the natural energy. This kid's chakra is definitely not enough, so it is impossible for Jiraiya to go to senjutsu. Think. And this is also caused by Jiraiya's lack of proficiency in the use of celestial arts. If it were Shen Zhao Sage who looked at it, he would have discovered Xiaoli's state. Xiaoli slowly entered the void state. In this state, his perception experienced a qualitative change. But this time, Xiaoli finally clearly felt the connection between the Flying Thunder God Kunao, and most importantly, that connection was no different from the connection he usually perceived in the void state. This shows that the method of covering up the connection between the third generation and Jiraiya is directly ineffective in higher levels of perception. Rather, it has an effect. This discovery also surprised Xiaoli, but this is a good thing. Surprisingly, the perception effect in the void state is more powerful than he imagined. Except this time, it will definitely be a great help to him in the future. Now, Xiaoli slowly showed a confident smile, and this time slowly began to form seals in his hands. Flying Thunder God is his. When Jiraiya was still thinking about how to find other reasons to accept Xiaoli as his disciple after his failure, he suddenly found that Xiaoli had moved again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then Jiraiya also saw the difference in Xiaoli this time, which was a stronger self-confidence. This discovery also made Jiraiya feel moved, and at the same time a little unbelievable. Could it be? The next moment, Xiaoli had completed the seal formation. This time, under Jiraiya's gaze, the Flying Thunder God Kunao did not send out a psychic shock, because it disappeared directly. And this means that it was successfully channeled. How is this possible? At this moment, Xiaoli was smiling, holding the familiar Kunao handle, looking at the third generation and Jiraiya. How brisk and confident that voice was. Sandaime-sama, Jiraiya-sama, I succeeded. Jiraiya looked at the Kunao in Xiaoli's hand with his mouth open, his eyes full of disbelief. As for Sandai, the scroll in his hand fell on the table at some point. He didn't react. It seemed that he had just reviewed it for a while, right? Is this a success? However, Sandai looked at the familiar Kunao in Xiaoli's hand and slowly recovered. This time he really showed a happy and shocked smile. Even the third generation was wondering whether it was a waste to teach Jiraiya with such talent. Although he did not have much free time, he still had some time to squeeze in, and it was not completely impossible to accept another disciple. Judging from the opponent's Flying Thunder God's talent, the Flying Thunder God doesn't need Jiraiya's teaching at all. Moreover, Jiraiya himself doesn't know this technique. It's just because Minato is familiar with this technique. Now it seems that Xiaoli himself must also know it. Can learn. In Konoha, two ninjas with very high status were completely shocked when they faced a boy who was only 7 years old. Chapter 57 Apprenticeship. The third generation and Jiraiya have actually tried this test. It is precisely because they tried it that they know that they do not have the talent to learn Flying Thunder God, and they also know how difficult it is. Of course, with their ninjutsu abilities, it's not impossible to learn them if they want to, but they can probably only learn the Flying Thunder God formation. However, they thought about the formation of the Flying Thunder God. To be honest, this would embarrass the Flying Thunder God. It would be better not to learn it, as it would be of no use. Although this talent is only applicable to the Flying Thunder God, but again, that is the Flying Thunder God. A strategic level ninjutsu that has been proven for 4 generations. Ahem, Jiraiya, if you still need to continue to answer the prophecy and find the son of the prophecy and don't have time, then you might as well let me come as your master. The third generation said without any change in his expression. Suddenly, Jiraiya was stunned, and then looked at his teacher carefully, but found that the other person didn't even have the slightest intention of blushing, and couldn't help but said, "Teacher, where is your face? Are you competing with your own apprentice for your apprentice?" In an instant, Sandai's face turned dark, and he began to form seals in his hands. "Hey, old man!" Jiraiya's expression changed, and then he was knocked unprepared by the third generation. Xiaoli looked at this scene and sighed to himself. He was indeed the third Hokage and one of the 3 ninjas. He would have been unable to resist the playful moment of exchange just now. However, this was the first time to see the third generation like this. Although Xiaoli didn't often see the third generation, he could definitely guess that the third generation would never be like this. It was precisely in front of Jiraiya that he showed such an attitude and performance. Therefore, Xiaoli also lamented that the 3 generations were old. Only when you are old will you become so sentimental, especially cherish your own feathers, often fall into a state of reminiscing, and you can't control your emotions. But, then again, even though he is old, he is still so safe, and the Flying Thunder God probably wouldn't have given it to him if he didn't have Jiraiya. To be honest, Xiaoli has always known that the third generation is old, and even taking this into account, he thought that with his performance, he would be able to get the Flying Thunder God from the old third generation. It may be a little bit close, but time can smooth it out. Close this gap. However, reality made Xiaoli understand that the third generation was still the same third generation, he was just older, and some basic calculations were still there. Xiaoli didn't count on Jiraiya. Although he knew it was possible, the uncertainty was too great, so he even targeted Haruno Sakura in Class 7 instead of Jiraiya. However, Xiao Li smiled. Although he was disappointed, the result was good. The farce between the third generation and Jiraiya ended quickly, and finally the third generation gave up. Xiao Li also breathed a sigh of relief. He had no right to choose here, only the right to be chosen. Although he wanted to become Jiraiya's disciple, if the third generation chose him in the end, could he refuse? Does not. However, both the third generation and Jiraiya are of great benefit to the current Xiao Li. Hee, kid, from now on, you are the disciple of this immortal. Jiraiya said and laughed. Yes, I have met the teacher. Xiao Li also had excitement in her tone. She didn't have to pretend this time, she was really excited. Xiao Li actually didn't mind giving Jiraiya the traditional apprenticeship process he remembered, but there didn't seem to be that many processes on the Hokage's side, so it wasn't too much trouble, so he just had to remember it in his mind. Well, now that it's confirmed, let's leave quickly. Sandai said casually. Seeing this, Jiraiya casually said hello to the third generation and wanted to take Xiao Li away. However, Xiao Li definitely couldn't be as casual as Jiraiya. After getting the signal from the third generation, he followed Jiraiya and left. After they left, Sandai suppressed his smile, tapped the table with his cigarette rod, and then a masked figure appeared in front of him. Go to Danzo and tell him again to be more honest these days. There seemed to be a shadow under the third Hokage's hat, and the voice came through the hat. Yes. The ANBU captain responded directly without asking anything, and left the Hokage's office the next moment. The third generation looked into the distance, feeling a little relieved. Jiraiya was stronger than he thought. In this case, he felt more at ease. Although there was a prophecy from the great Toad Sage, the third generation still hoped that Xiao Li could keep Jiraiya in Konoha, but the third generation also knew that there was little hope. His disciple's head is pretty cool. If he hadn't sent a dozen letters in a row this time, Jiraiya might not have come back. Although the third generation now feels that it's okay for Jiraiya to come back, he might be able to make more a genius disciple. Soon, Danzo looked at the ANBU captain in front of him with a very ugly face, because there were many roots lying on the ground around him. It seemed that they were forcibly pulled out by the ANBU captain and thrown in front of Danzo. What do you mean, Hiruzen? I've given in enough. Danzo said coldly. 32. Hokage-sama asked you to be more honest these days. The ANBU captain truthfully conveyed the third generation's words. You have said this before, and I asked the roots to step back. Danzo roared angrily. Then shrink all the roots. Also, I only know that Jiraiya-sama is back. The ANBU captain didn't say anything more, and left after taking the third generation's words. Danzo looked at the members of his roots who had all been thrown out with a cold face, gritted his teeth, and finally ordered, there is no need to look after the Kyuubi kid recently. Danzo naturally knew what the Sandai was worried about. Wasn't he afraid that Jiraiya would find out about Naruto's treatment and have a grudge in his heart? Everyone lying on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. If Danzo-sama asked to continue at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable for them. Not to mention the third generation, even if Jiraiya was caught spying on the monster, it would be difficult for him to survive. Danzo was thinking about why Jiraiya came back at this time. It was probably Hiruzen who called him back, but what happened in Konoha that required Jiraiya to come back at this time? Uchiha genocide? No, this matter has passed. If you want to call me back, you should call me back earlier. At this time, a piece of news came back, which was sent back by the root members who were monitoring the Hokage's door from a distance. The moment he saw Xiao Li's name, Danzo instantly understood why. This was to notify Jiraiya to come back and recruit disciples. Hiruzen. Danzo gritted his teeth. How was he worse than Jiraiya? Why did he risk thousands of miles to call Jiraiya back, but why was he unwilling to hand over Xiaoli to him? However, it was not the worst news, at least. The other party did not come back to inherit the position of Hokage, so Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief after knowing it. It was not just that Jiraiya came back to succeed Hokage. Hiruzen had Hashirama cells and felt he could wait, but Jiraiya couldn't. As for Xiaoli, he was still too young and far from posing a threat. However, that deep dissatisfaction was still imprinted in Danzo's heart. Chapter 58 Display. The back mountain of Konoha, a place where Xiaoli wouldn't normally come, was very empty. At this time, Xiaoli and Jiraiya, one small and one large, were looking at each other. Xiaoli, little Xiaoli, use all your abilities on me. Jiraiya also became familiar with Xiaoli after he accepted him as his disciple. Naturally, the reason why he brought Xiaoli here was to test Xiaoli foundation. Okay, then teacher, please be careful. Xiaoli nodded. He was still relieved about Jiraiya's strength, but he still reminded him. Don't worry about me, just come here. I am an immortal as your teacher. Jiraiya said confidently. Then, Xiaoli no longer hesitated and launched a direct attack from the front. He just wanted to show his basic skills. There was no need to do anything fancy. He used taijutsu to fight Jiraiya head-on. Of course, the so-called confrontation was just Jiraiya defending and Xiaoli attacking. Soon, Xiaoli discovered that his attack had no effect at all. Jiraiya had seen through everything and easily resisted it. However, he was not discouraged. After all, the other party was Jiraiya. If it really worked, he would have to doubt whether becoming a disciple was the right thing to do. As everyone knows, opposite Xiaoli, Jiraiya was a little surprised. This physical skill and physical fitness were not bad. He should have been taught by someone. He couldn't be completely wild. Jiraiya made a judgment, but in the end it was who is teaching Xiaoli? There is basically no teacher with this ability in the school. Let's ask after the test is over. After Xiaoli's basic physical skills were demonstrated at this time, electric arcs appeared on his body, his strength was improved, and his speed was greatly improved. However, even so, facing Jiraiya, Xiaoli's attacks still seemed so weak. Even a fist with thunder and lightning could not break Jiraiya's palm, let alone make the opponent retreat. Although the opponent was one of the legendary three ninjas, Xiaoli still felt eager to try it out. He wanted to give it a try. The next moment, Xiaoli focused all his attention on his legs. At this moment, the thunder escape enhancement reached the limit that Xiaoli could currently achieve. However, this was still not the end. Xiaoli continued to form seals. Wind escape, gale wind palm. The next moment, violent and strong wind rose from Xiaoli's body, and finally condensed around Xiaoli's body, with the legs being the most concentrated. Teacher, be careful. Xiaoli said again, and after the sound, Xiaoli's figure disappeared directly. Although this is the same move as before, it is no longer the same. First of all, Xiaoli's basic quality has increased, and secondly, the thunder escape has been strengthened, making this attack far more powerful than any previous attack. Jiraiya no longer knew how to express his surprise at this time. He could still see the increase in speed of the thunder release. He had definitely mastered the nature of acceleration. And that should be the wind release, gale wind palm. Have you already mastered it to this extent? Moreover, this speed can actually make further breakthroughs? Even if you are a Chunin, you can't reach this speed if you are not a speed type, right? No, Jiraiya soon discovered that even the speed type is difficult to achieve. And at this speed, even ordinary boxing will be powerful, not to mention that it is easy to know that Xiaoli's attack method must be the legs that have been strengthened by the cohesion of thunder release and wind release, Li Feng Palm. Ninja technique, Needle Jizo. Finally, Jiraiya also started to form seals for the first time. Even he could not withstand such an attack just relying on his body. As Jiraiya completed the seal, his long, messy white hair grew rapidly and enveloped his entire body immediately. The next moment, Xiaoli appeared in front of Jiraiya and kicked Jiraiya hard on his white hair. Boom! The violent impact directly cracked the ground under Jiraiya's feet, causing Jiraiya to take a few steps back, and a depression was eventually formed where he had stood. The power of this blow was already terrifying for the physical strength of a 7-year-old child. Xiaoli's eyes lit up after seeing Jiraiya use ninjutsu. Although he still didn't hurt Jiraiya, he finally got the opponent to use ninjutsu. And, it's not over yet. The demonstration of physical skills has been completed, so it's time to demonstrate ninjutsu. He can show very little, just a sea-level wind escape, but that one is the most suitable ninjutsu for cutting. Wind release wind cutting jutsu. Yes, this sea-level wind release is a relatively simple ninjutsu. But Xiaoli found that it is the most suitable ninjutsu for cutting. The cutting nature of wind release itself requires extreme speed and pressure, and wind cut this technique takes advantage of these 2 points. What Xiaoli has to do is to maximize the nature of the wind escape wind cut technique, which is enough to make a qualitative leap in its power. Perhaps the overall power is not as good as Xiaoli's kick just now, but in terms of single-point breakthrough, it is not comparable to the kick just now. The invisible wind blade formed by the Fukiri Jutsu cut into Jiraiya's long white needle-like hair. In the end, the wind kiri technique was still unable to hurt Jiraiya, but Jiraiya looked at the part of his hair that was cut off, and then looked at Xiaoli who had stopped attacking, and knew that Xiaoli's ability was displayed. It has ended. At this time, Jiraiya had time to think carefully about what he had seen. A 7-year-old child has good physical skills and physical fitness, and also has a very good foundation in ninjutsu. He can form seals so fast that he can even make the number of simplified seals. Finally, he obviously has a good grasp of form. Changes in nature, coupled with the perception talent and the flying thunder god talent that have been shown before. What is all this? Jiraiya was a little confused for a while. Did Xiaoli really have no one to teach him before? Although it is not good for the teacher to think like this, Jiraiya knows the character of the 3rd generation very well. If someone really teaches Xiaoli, he will definitely not be able to hide it from the 3rd generation. If Xiaoli can be arranged for him, Xiaoli's identity it's probably been investigated to the fullest a long time ago. So, that is to say, it was Xiaoli who reached this point by himself? Jiraiya couldn't help but smack his tongue at this moment. What kind of genius apprentice had he received? At this time, Jiraiya felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he was back. Otherwise, it seemed that if he didn't come back, this apprentice might become a junior. Teacher, I have finished the presentation. At this time, Xiaoli also came to Jiraiya and said. As for the raise nan that I learned before, of course it is impossible to show it to Jiraiya. After all, it is a ninjutsu that the 4th generation created for 3 years, and if Kushina is there, the 4th generation can still observe it at any time. The form of the tailed beast jade took 3 years to create. It can be imagined that although this technique is not difficult to learn once you know the principle, it is very difficult to create it. Therefore, Xiaoli, who had never even seen the tailed beast jade, basically did not have the conditions to create a raise nan. If he used it, he would be asking for trouble. Hey? Okay. Jiraiya also slowly recovered from the shock at this time. After saying hello several times in a row, he put acupuncture back and looked at Xiaoli with burning eyes. Not only the talent of Flying Thunder God, Xiaoli's own talents in other aspects far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 59 The Problem of Flying Thunder God. Xiaoli, you didn't have a teacher before, right? Jiraiya thought for a while and asked the question he wanted to know most. Xiaoli's ability made him feel unreasonable. Of course there are, but if you don't count the teachers in the ninja school, there are none. Xiaoli also understood what Jiraiya meant and didn't pretend to be stupid on purpose. Although the teachers in the ninja school are all suitable for teaching, to be honest, it is basically impossible to teach students like Xiaoli. Jiraiya thought about it and continued to ask, then those offensive methods you just used were all taught by teachers in the ninja school? Although he knew it was impossible, if Xiaoli answered yes, then Jiraiya really wanted to meet the teacher at the ninja school, and he kept it secret. As for physical skills, Master Metkai will occasionally give me some pointers when he has time, and I learned the rest by myself. Xiaoli answered truthfully, and at the same time briefly explained what happened when he met Metkai. Hiss! Even though he had already guessed it, Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp after getting the accurate answer. But, Metkai? It should be the descendant of that 10,000-year genin. He has also heard about the other party's deeds. It is indeed a pity. If his descendant is giving advice on taijutsu, the taijutsu aspect can be explained. However, what about ninjutsu? What about morphological changes? What about property changes? Jiraiya couldn't help but fell into deep thought again. He had taught several disciples, and their talents were also very high, but he had never met a student who basically learned a lot of things without being taught. Teacher. Xiaoli couldn't help but ask when he saw that Jiraiya didn't reply for a long time. Ah, Xiaoli is very, very good. Jiraiya came back to his senses this time and did not hide his thoughts and praised him. Yes, but you still need to work hard. Xiaoli did not deny his excellence, but just being talented was not enough. He also needed to become stronger quickly. Haha, yes, you have to keep working hard. There are many geniuses who die halfway. Jiraiya laughed and said. Originally, he wanted to use this to persuade Xiaoli not to be proud, but he did not expect that Xiaoli would so. This didn't require his persuasion at all, and looking at this answer, it not only expressed his confidence, but also showed that he would continue to work hard, which was better than what Jiraiya wanted to persuasion. So, what else can he, the teacher, teach? At this time, Jiraiya also had a headache. It was not difficult to teach a genius, but it did feel a bit difficult to teach someone like Xiaoli. Sure enough, ninjutsu should be the main focus. Jiraiya sighed. Originally, he didn't want to teach these on the first day. He just wanted to teach some life experience and get closer to each other. But it turned out that the other party was probably really not good at this aspect. What do you need him to teach? So Jiraiya didn't think about anything else and said, through the test just now, I already know your current level. To be honest, it's very good. Among your peers, I have only seen a few who can compare with you, but those who have family training, so you are undoubtedly the best among them. Although Jiraiya often missed his apprentice Minato, he also knew that although Minato was very good without his guidance, he was indeed not as good as Xiaoli. Jiraiya also looked at Xiaoli as he spoke. His expression didn't change much and he couldn't help but nod secretly. It seemed that Xiaoli's words were not just words, he really thought so, so Jiraiya continued. Originally, I thought that today was just a simple test. But now it seems that we still need to teach some real talents. Xiaoli, do you know what talent is needed to learn Flying Thunder God, the 4th generation ninjutsu you just obtained? Jiraiya threw the question to Xiaoli. Xiaoli did not hesitate. He had guessed it when he obtained the Flying Thunder God Kunao, so he directly said, Space Talent and Perception Talent. Jiraiya nodded, also nodded in agreement, then shook his head and said, that's right, but it's not complete. In addition, you need to master the sealing technique. Sealing technique. The Kunao in the state was channeled to test my perception talent, and the sealing technique. Xiaoli thought, since Jiraiya said it, there was no way there would be no test, but he just ignored it. When Jiraiya saw Xiaoli thinking, he was not in a hurry to give an answer, and was waiting there with a smile. Sort of tolerance. Xiaoli guessed as her eyes lit up as she recalled the time when she controlled Kunao. 33. Haha, yes, it is the sword of ninja love. This is the surface of Minato's 4th generation sealing technique. And if you can input chakra into it and complete the control of Kunao, it already shows that you have with the talent of sealing technique. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction. It was really easy to teach a smart student. Xiaoli nodded. I see. It turned out that the first step was also a test for him, but he felt it was too easy, so he didn't regard it as a test. I can't basically teach you anything about flying thunder gods in terms of space, but I can still teach you a lot about sealing techniques. Jiraiya was a little more modest, although he said that his sealing techniques were inferior to those of some people. It is indeed not as good, but it is by no means an ordinary person. Suddenly, Xiaoli's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly, while her thoughts began to wander. In other words, the sword of enduring love is actually just a simplified final form. No, it doesn't actually need to be the word sword of enduring love, and it can continue to be simplified. Xiaoli guessed. Yes, but it is already very difficult to simplify to this point, and it is possible to condense the mark of the flying thunder god in an instant. However, if you continue to streamline, the energy invested in the harvest will be seriously out of proportion, so Minato did not continue to streamline. Go down. Jiraiya looked at Xiaoli in surprise, nodded and did not agree to continue streamlining. Jiraiya's words did not dampen Xiaoli's enthusiasm. He felt that Jiraiya was right, but he thought of other points at this time and continued to ask, then, if the current flying thunder god mark is after the streamlined version of senior brother, mark, then when I study, I can increase it in turn, and then increase it to the point where I can learn it, and then follow the streamlined path of my senior brother to learn. The more Xiaoli talked about it, the more he felt that this idea was very feasible. Jiraiya couldn't help but look at Xiaoli after listening to it. He felt that this statement was very reasonable, and it would definitely make Xiaoli better at flying thunder gods. Get started quickly. At this time, Jiraiya may have understood that why Xiaoli was able to reach his current level at this age is probably inseparable from his mind. It is estimated that the same is true at other times when studying, and he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. I think this idea is okay, but it needs to be verified later. I will give you Minato's experience later, which should be able to help you. Jiraiya said. Thank you, teacher. Xiaoli was very satisfied and sighed at the same time. This is the benefit of having a teacher. In this case, as long as he learns the sealing technique and the flying thunder god's technique, he can initially try the flying thunder god. However, without the streamlined flying thunder god mark, it is estimated that it can only be used as a fixed point teleportation, but it is also very good. Chapter 60 Chakra Amount. Just when Xiaoli was happy, Jiraiya reminded him again. You have all the above talents. With your talent, it is not difficult to learn Flying Thunder God. However, you should also pay attention that even if you have learned Flying Thunder God, it is not a perfect ability. The use of Flying Thunder God requires you to have sufficient reaction speed. Although Jiraiya also felt that he reminded him a little too early, who knew how long the little guy in front of him would learn it with his talent, so it was still necessary to remind him. I understand. Xiaoli knows this well. After all, Flying Thunder God means that the whole person teleports over. Not only does the other party fail to react, but the user himself also needs to react enough. Otherwise, after teleporting over, but if he didn't react, wouldn't it be equivalent to sending it to the other party? By the way, Xiaoli, do you have any questions you want to ask the teacher about during your training? Jiraiya felt that he didn't teach anything. Although he talked about some flying thunder gods, this ninjutsu actually still needs to be taught by Xiaoli. I learned it myself and couldn't help but keep asking. Xiaoli paused for a moment, and then after thinking about it, his expression became serious. He indeed had one of the biggest problems that had been bothering him. Teacher, I would like to ask about my chakra amount. I have always felt that my chakra is too little. Xiaoli has been using her chakra carefully since a year ago, but it often feels like there simply isn't enough. The amount of chakra. Jiraiya looked at Xiaoli, and after sizing it up, he said, judging from your performance just now, your chakra amount is not low. It should have reached the level of a genin now. But it's still not enough. My daily practice cannot be fully developed due to the amount of chakra. Xiaoli said with a wry smile. Jiraiya nodded. Although in his eyes Xiaoli's chakra amount was not much, but thinking about Xiaoli's level, it was true that Xiaoli's current chakra amount was somewhat insufficient, but he didn't have much of it. There is a way. Xiaoli, you should also know that the human body has different chakra growth trends at different ages, right? Jiraiya said. I know a little bit. Xiaoli nodded. He knew this, but he still wanted to ask. If there was a solution, it would be a big profit. Well, let me explain it in detail. You should understand it after I say it. Jiraiya finally found a place where Xiaoli didn't know how to do it. He immediately became energetic, sat cross-legged on the ground and started sketching on the ground. And Xiaoli sat next to him like Jiraiya, listening carefully. First of all, a person actually has physical energy and mental energy from the time he is born. Theoretically, if the baby has the consciousness to learn, then he can refine chakra, but we do not recommend that the baby grow up in the body. Chakra extraction begins at the next stage, and most people reach this stage at the age of 6. Although there are some beings who can grow to this stage in advance, it is not too different. Before the age of 6, almost all the body's energy is used for growth. If you forcibly refine chakra, you will inevitably use it. Part of the energy used to develop the body will be snatched away, and if the body's development is affected, it will have an inevitable impact on the amount of chakra. Xiaoli nodded. In fact, he reached the stage that Jiraiya mentioned before he was 6 years old. However, he did not have a method to extract chakra at that time, so he did not extract it until he got the method after going to school. In the previous period, there was actually not a lot extracted before the age of 6, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, it was a war period and required special treatment. Now Xiaoli lives in a peaceful period. Jiraiya saw Xiaoli listening seriously, smiled, and continued. After the age of 6, the total amount of human body energy will increase. However, the energy used to develop the body still accounts for the majority, leaving only a small amount of free energy that can be used to refine chakra. And Xiaoli, you are at this stage now. Xiaoli now has this amount of chakra and should be practicing regularly, right? Jiraiya asked. Yes, but the effect is not very good in terms of increasing the amount of chakra. Xiaoli nodded. If it weren't for the thunder massage, it might take 1 or 2 semesters for his chakra to reach the genin level. That's right. Jiraiya nodded and said, although you exercise a lot, it actually mainly increases your physical fitness, and only a small part of the increase in chakra amount. It can be said that you are now being able to reach the genin level through this small section also shows that your chakra level is not low. Xiaoli frowned, and then told Jiraiya about his Lidun massage. It was not something that needed to be kept secret. Jiraiya was also stunned after hearing this. Did he actually master this? But yes, Jiraiya thought about Xiaoli's form change, and it's not surprising that he can do it. This method is only suitable for real geniuses. According to his understanding, geniuses still have thunder attributes, so Xiaoli and Kakashi are the only ones who can do it. There is a way to use it at this age. Not many people know this method, and Konoha doesn't teach it. The reason is very simple. They are afraid that students who don't know their own abilities will forcefully learn form changes. If they don't learn it, it's not a bad thing. If they learn it, if they don't pay attention, they will hurt themselves. What should I do if the electricity is cooked? Even so, your chakra volume will not be low. After entering the next stage, your chakra volume will reach a high-speed burst period. Jiraiya thought for a while and said, this stage is usually at the age of 12, right? Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh and asked, does he still have to wait until he is 12? Jiraiya looked at Xiaoli and nodded. It was not surprising that he could guess it. After all, this is the age when students theoretically graduate from school. Jiraiya looked at the disappointed Xiaoli and said solemnly, Xiaoli Li, my teacher is here to remind you that even if you feel that your chakra is not enough, you must not extract more chakra than the limit, as it will have a great impact on your body. I understand, teacher, that's why I haven't extracted it. Xiaoli said. Yet, Jiraiya also knew that Xiaoli was very mature, but he still felt uneasy and had to remind him. Just when Xiaoli was disappointed, Jiraiya suddenly showed a smile and said, Xiaoli, although my master doesn't have a way to increase your current chakra amount, there is a way for you to have more chakra during the high-speed burst period. The method of measuring chakra. After Xiaoli heard this sentence, her disappointment suddenly disappeared, and she became curious about the method Jiraiya said. Sensing Xiaoli's curiosity, Jiraiya finally felt a little like a teacher. He laughed and said proudly, Xiaoli, have you ever heard of the secret medicine?